Chapter 1. Eternal life is indeed as lonely as snow. A young boy reclined on a gentle hillside, a stalk of foxtail grass held between his lips, gazing into the distance as a soft breeze swept by, causing the trees to bow in unison. Yet, judging by his tone, it seemed less a lament and more a profound sense of secret delight. Beside him sat a hornless black bull, not standing, but rather seated on its hindquarters, its back arched upright. The boy's name was Chun Sun. He had traversed into this realm a year prior. This world was vast and boundless, filled with countless cultivators who could move mountains and seas, perched upon clouds, surveying the mortal realm below. However, upon his arrival, Chun Sun discovered he possessed a system, for which he was immensely grateful, as the tales of innumerable protagonists flitted through his mind. Yet, his system was not one endowed with an invincible physique or supreme techniques. He had transcended the constraints of earthly laws that dictated his lifespan, yet could only enhance his attributes incrementally each year: strength, speed, defense, magical power, and the essence of all things. While he grasped the concepts of strength, speed, defense, and magical power, the essence of all things eluded his understanding, prompting him to set it aside, believing that mere survival was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, this system was remarkably considerate, providing him with a companion in the form of a longevity spirit beast. Though it could not speak, it understood his words and could receive enhancements each year without consuming his longevity points. Though we are immortal, we can still be killed, so let us tread carefully. Chun Sun sighed. Half a year prior, he and the Black Bull had cultivated a patch of rice in a small village and raised several chicks, only to have them stolen one dark and stormy night by a group led by Old Wong from the neighboring village. Upon learning of this, Chun Sun was consumed with rage. Was there no law in this world? No justice? With sharpened resolve, he brandished an axe and, accompanied by the Black Bull, set out to demand an explanation from the neighboring village. However, faced with overwhelming numbers, he was soundly beaten, and the bull lost a horn in the fray, forcing them to flee and recuperate for several days. The bull snorted heavily, eyes filled with resentment. Those scoundrels were indeed vile. This incident left a significant psychological scar on Chun Sun, with far-reaching consequences. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. A grin spread across Chun Sun's face. The year had come to an end, and he was ready to allocate his points. Without hesitation, he invested them into strength, recalling how he had been overpowered due to his lack of it, unable to budge those who had restrained him. By heavens! Chun Sun's face turned beet red. A surge of power coursing through him, veins bulged on his arms as he struck the ground with a punch, startling the Black Bull into leaping up. My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. The force of his strike was mutual. Chun Sun fractured his hand, and they spent several days nursing their injuries. He also allocated a point to the bull's strength, though it appeared unchanged upon witnessing Chun Sun's predicament. The Black Bull casually tested its own strength, finding it quite satisfactory. They resided in a thatched cottage within a humble village, living in harmony with nature. Yet, the laws of this world seemed ingrained in the very fabric of humanity. Mortals were to bow and show respect to cultivators, lest they incur their wrath. Even the villagers in this secluded corner understood this truth. Sun Gear called a boy's voice from outside the cottage. It was the village's little Haisi, named so for his dark skin at birth. What is it, little Haisi? Chun Sun, now fully recovered, opened the door leisurely. The village chief sent me to bring you some rice, Haisi replied, grinning innocently as he hugged a bag of rice. Please thank the village chief for me. Chun Sun accepted the rice, deeply moved, for he and the Black Bull had been subsisting on wild vegetables for several days. The thought that a being of eternal life could nearly starve was a profound absurdity. As he pondered this, resentment bubbled within him. A gentleman's revenge is best served cold, and the ancestors of those thieves awaited their reckoning. Sun Gear, I must be off. My mother calls me home for dinner. Very well, do hurry back, Chun Sun replied with a smile, watching as tears of gratitude welled up at the corners of his eyes. There were still good people in this world. Moo! The Black Bull impatiently bellowed from within the cottage. It preferred rice over grass. Amidst swirling smoke, the fragrant rice was soon ready, and the boy and bull sat together on the ground, devouring their meal with fervor, eyes glinting with dreams of the future. Old Bull, we must strive to live well and refrain from impulsive actions, Chun Sun said between mouthfuls of rice. Swallowing hard. This world is vast. Once we prosper, I'll find you some fine lady cows. Moo, gurgle. The old bull looked on with disdain, as if to say, wasn't it you who stormed into the neighboring village with an axe? Against such overwhelming numbers, we must employ strategy, Chun Sun said mysteriously. The black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement as it moved closer to Chun Sun. When they grow old and feeble, we shall shatter their teeth and excavate their ancestral graves. How dare they provoke an immortal being? Chun Sun spoke with conviction, his eyes gleaming with determination. Moo, moo. The black bull's eyes shone brightly, nodding eagerly. This was good. This was promising. What's that burnt smell? Chun Sun sniffed the air, suddenly looking toward the kitchen in alarm, our thatched cottage. Moo. The black bull also snorted in alarm. Fire. Chun Sun's house is on fire. Quick, go extinguish it. An hour later, the flames had subsided, leaving the thatched cottage nearly reduced to ashes. The boy and bull sat outside, hollow-eyed and despondent, their spirits crushed. Chun Sun, an orphan in the village, faced yet another calamity. The villagers offered some words of consolation before dispersing. It's over, my home is gone. Chun Sun spoke numbly, for he had no skills to rebuild, and misfortune seemed to rain upon him relentlessly. Yet fate is not without mercy. The black bull, through its ruminating, had preserved some rice, enough for them to endure a few more days. Old bull, I noticed a few caves on the eastern hillside. Perhaps we can take shelter there, Chun Sun said, shaking his head in despair, realizing he needed to learn some skills in the village, having come with nothing but the knowledge of farming. Moo. The black bull was indifferent wherever Chun Sun went. That was home to it. Outside the village, the black bull carried bundles of dry grass on its back, while Chun Sun gathered firewood to take to their temporary cave. In the year that followed, Chun Sun apprenticed with the village carpenter, while the black bull assisted in carrying materials. The villagers claimed it possessed spirit, urging Chun Sun not to harm it for food. Chun Sun scoffed at this. Even if he were to starve, he would never betray a friend. Delicious. Chun Sun grinned as he devoured beef during the year-end festivities, where the villagers slaughtered several cows for a grand feast. Naturally, he would not miss such an occasion. However, the black bull's pupils dilated in horror, unable to swallow even the pieces of beef that Chun Sun offered. After the feast, food could not be wasted. Whatever was left uneaten, they packed away to manage their resources wisely. Inside the cave, the black bull relished its meal, while Chun Sun polished off the beef it refused. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. A voice echoed in his mind, and he again allocated a point to strength, giving the black bull an additional point as well. Chun Sun soon realized the substantial benefits of increasing strength. He felt invigorated and alert, capable of achieving twice the work with half the effort. The village's 40-year-old flower of a girl, Sala, frequently cast him flirtatious glances. This must be what it means to be a man, Chun Sun mused, gazing at his muscular physique with a deep sigh, aware of the charm that captivated many village maidens. Hey, old bull, slow down, Chun Sun exclaimed in shock as the black bull seized his late-night snack while he was lost in thought. Moo. The black bull swiftly gulped down the food, leaving Chun Sun dumbfounded and speechless. The following year, Chun Sun and the black bull sought an apprenticeship with a blacksmith. Chun Sun's remarkable strength impressed the blacksmith, who continually praised him for his potential. He requested no wages, only that his and the bull's meals be provided, to which the blacksmith readily agreed. However, the next month, due to Chun Sun stepping into the blacksmith workshop with his left foot first, an egregious faux pas, they were promptly expelled. Chun Sun sighed. Perhaps this was the burden of the strong. They continued their quest for fertile land, cultivating rice. With the black bull plowing the fields together, they worked in perfect harmony, laboring diligently to prosper. This is our kingdom. Moo. Chun Sun gazed at the lush green fields before him, his heart swelling with joy as he gripped his mountain axe tightly, with two more strapped at his waist. The black bull, too, was overjoyed, though its hooves were adorned with blades, and an axe was tied to its horns if those vile individuals dared to come and steal. Chun Sun's eyes brimmed with a chilling intensity as he gazed at the great black ox, which returned his look with a solemn nod. Let us flee directly. We shall not confront them hidden with our equipment. I dare say no one would dare pursue us. Moo. Moo. Fortunately, this year has been relatively smooth. It has come to Chun Sun's ears that a significant event transpired in the neighboring village, drawing all attention away from his fields. He exerted a bit of strength upon himself and the black ox, joyfully gathering the rice harvest. The great black ox dug a pit within the cave, and Chun Sun understood its intent, filling it with countless bags of gleaming white rice. However, he reserved some to return to the village chief, a quantity several times the original. Clang! Clang! The sound of gongs resonated throughout the village, echoing far and wide, even within the cave. It could be faintly heard this was the summons for a significant event in the village. Chun Sun squinted slightly and hurried out of the cave, hoping it wasn't a village brawl with his current strength. He could easily fell a robust man. They crouched stealthily upon a small hillside, observing the situation. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. The village was in a joyous uproar, gathered outside the village chief's residence. "Come, old ox, let us see what's afoot." Moo! In the village, over 1,000 individuals brimmed with hope and excitement, clutching chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, bowing and clasping their hands towards the two figures at the center. The Yun Tian sect is accepting disciples. Those with spiritual roots shall have the chance to embark upon the path of immortality. One individual, clad in a Taoist robe, stood atop the village chief's roof, looking down with an air of authority. Immortal! How can one determine if they possess spiritual roots? Indeed, my little Heisey has been as strong as an ox since childhood. A fortune teller proclaimed him to be a reincarnated immortal. The villagers were aflame with excitement, a barrage of questions erupting like a string of firecrackers, causing the two cultivators to frown in response. Silence. The cultivator appeared to be incensed, activating a talisman in his hand, which ignited a blaze in midair, an awe-inspiring sight, the heat palpable in the air. The villagers fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, their eyes wide with terror, understanding that this was indeed the presence of an immortal. Truly, it is the great black ox taking a stroll from beginning to end. Chun Sun, alongside the black ox, arrived at the periphery of the crowd, his eyes glinting with admiration. Indeed, there were cultivators in this world. Upon hearing this, the great black ox displayed a look of confusion. When had it ever taken a stroll in the village? Spiritual roots are classified into 5 categories of mixed roots, 4 categories of lower roots, 3 categories of middle roots, 2 categories of upper roots, and 1 category of heavenly roots. The cultivator explained, hands clasped behind his back, as a token in his hand activated. Do not be alarmed, those aged 20 and under. Proceed with the spiritual root testing. From the ground, a beam of light erupted, dazzling and resplendent, prompting another round of commotion among the villagers, even the elders eager to step forward and try their luck. The village's children and youth were brimming with anticipation, each stepping up to stand beneath the light, yet none elicited a response. "This is impossible. I dreamt once that I was an immortal," a villager muttered, eyes filled with disbelief, suddenly turning to kneel and cry out, "Immortal, please take me as your disciple. Depart. You have 3 breaths time." A voice, cold and indifferent, rang out. "Immortal, I beseech you," the villager pleaded, lingering beneath the light. "I have dreamt of this." Swoosh! A flash of sword light cut through the air, blood spattering forth. The villager's eyes still filled with disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Countless cries of kneeling arose, the villagers trembling like autumn leaves, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Chun Sun's pupils constricted as he quickly crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. These cultivators have truly become lawless. The great black bull also silently prostrated on the ground. Their gazes locked, the beautiful fantasies they held in their hearts quietly shattered. "Continue," the cultivator said coldly, his gaze akin to that of one examining livestock. At this point, there was no more chaos. The villagers passed through the beam of light in an orderly fashion, their eyes still filled with hope. Chun Sun timidly tried his luck, but possessing merely a mixed 5-element spiritual root failed to attract the cultivator's attention. Quite unexpectedly, one individual possessed a 3-element spiritual root. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the cultivator's mouth as he looked at the little girl, bidding farewell to her family. "Yes, immortal," the little girl said, both reluctant and secretly delighted. After saying her goodbyes, the cultivator even bestowed several dozen taels of silver upon her family. Those with mixed 5-element spiritual roots could still serve in the sect, thus having a chance to ascend to immortality. The cultivator glanced at the others and casually remarked, "Immortal, I'm going." Upon hearing this, the several five-element spiritual root bearers were overwhelmed with joy and immediately knelt down. The cultivator shot a glance at Chen Sun, who was already foaming at the mouth, drenched in sweat, while the black bull beside him was also on the verge of collapse, clearly terrified by the earlier scene. Weak of mind, hopeless for the path of immortality. "Leave." The cultivator shook his head, summoning a celestial sword from his storage bag, and departed with the others on their flying swords, vanishing into the mist. The villagers were left in a state of melancholy, their gazes lingering on the figure of the immortal, filled with envy. "Damn you, old bull! I told you to feign death casually, and you nearly got me killed." Chen Sun lay on the ground, severely injured, his chest heaving, the force of that hoof almost bringing him face to face with his long-departed parents. The black bull nudged Chen Sun, not having expected its strength to be so formidable. It carried Chen Sun back to the cave, where he recuperated for several days, finally regaining his vitality. "We cannot go to those sects," Chen Sun explained, observing the puzzled expression on the black bull. "The sects are perilous. Killing is not a crime, and they can feast on beef and take the bull's whip too." The great black bull trembled, shaking its head wildly, confused about the notion of killing being permissible. But understanding the reference to beef, the incident with the cultivators did not instill a sense of longing in Chen Sun. Rather, it filled him with an overwhelming sense of insecurity. They had enmity with the old Wang family from the neighboring village. But that was merely brawling. These cultivators would kill at the slightest provocation. Chen Sun deeply etched that gaze into his memory, reminiscent of the times he slaughtered chickens. "Let us live our lives well. Do not engage in those violent altercations," Chen Sun said, patting the great black bull earnestly. The latter nodded in agreement. They were currently living a most comfortable life. "Old bull, let us go to the village and seek some work. In this world, one cannot navigate without skills," Chen Sun said, rising with a smile, fastening the mountain axe to his waist. Now that they had rice, there was no need to rely on others for meals and then be driven away. Thus, the man and the bull began to learn various trades in the village, from funeral services to playing the swona, their learning flourishing. The black bull excelled in carrying coffins, even surpassing Chen Sun, earning accolades from the villagers. Nowadays, for any joyous or sorrowful events, the villagers would personally invite Chen Sun out of the cave, for he was deemed a professional. Chen Sun, being an inherently optimistic person, believed that possessing numerous skills would never be a burden. Because of his longevity, he was filled with hope for the future, feeling incredibly fulfilled each day that a decade swiftly passed, and Chen Sun's eyes bore the marks of time. While the village welcomed many newborns, how lonely it is to be invincible, Chen Sun mused as he stood in the cave, grinning as he assumed a fighting stance before a massive stone. With a resounding crash, he punched the stone, which shattered into countless fragments upon impact, his hand unscathed. The great black bull sat on the ground, gazing at Chen Sun in awe, astonished that he had not fractured any bones. Truly terrifying. "Old bull, what do you think?" "Moo." "Ha!" Chen Sun laughed heartily, a glimmer of disdain for the world in his eyes. This was merely a fraction of his power. The great black bull genuinely believed him, its admiration intensifying, bringing Chen Sun immense satisfaction. Over the past decade, Chen Sun had allocated all his longevity points to strength, making it effortless for him to withstand immense weight, surpassing the strength of ordinary mortals. Even that little black boy in the village could not compete with him in arm wrestling. Easily subdued with just 3 fingers, suddenly, urgent shouts echoed from outside the cave, causing the great black bull to perk up. Work had come. It swiftly gathered its gear, lifting its head slightly. Now, it was the divine bull of the village, earning respect even from the village's big yellow dog, which would bark in reverence at its presence, though that was merely a thought in its mind. "What's happening, villagers?" Chen Sun emerged from the cave to find dozens of people gathered, wondering if it was a joyous occasion or a funeral to prepare for. The old village chief has passed away. Several villagers lamented. What? Chen Sun was taken aback. The old village chief had always been kind to him, and the old bull, that a sudden emptiness filled his heart. "Let us go." Outside the village hall, a crowd of villagers had gathered. Chen Sun played the swona, the autumn wind whistling, leaves dancing in the air, he sighed, aware that mortals ultimately cannot withstand the separation of life and death. A mere century passes in the blink of an eye. The great black bull jingled with bells, harmonizing with Chun Sun's Swona, creating an autumnal funeral dirge that guided the old village chief towards the afterlife on the rural path outside the village. Chun Sun wore a stoic expression, personally carrying the coffin, a long procession following behind, yellow paper fluttering in the wind. Inter the body. Chun Sun and several others carefully placed the coffin into the earth. Standing aside, as all the villagers bid their farewells, some sought blessings, others wealth, and some aspired to become immortals. Once everyone departed, Chun Sun silently bowed 3 times, murmuring with a smile, "Old village chief, thank you for your care. May you journey well." The great black bull, feeling downcast, also imitated Chun Sun, bowing its head 3 times. Upon returning to the village, the little black boy had grown into a strapping young man that he saw Chun Sun and exclaimed, "Brother Sun, you still look so young, not a trace of aging. It's mainly about maintaining a good mindset." Chun Sun chuckled, patting the little black boy, who was quite impressive, strong as a bull, possessing 1/3 of his former strength. Hee. The little black boy smiled shyly. "My father once dug up some treasures in the mountains. It gave me quite the boost. Be careful while hunting in the mountains. Your parents are getting older." "I know, brother Sun. Why not come to my house for a meal?" "No need. I have matters to attend to." Chun Sun quickly declined, fearing his appetite might overwhelm the little black boy's family. "All right then. I'll take my leave," the little black boy said, carrying a wild chicken in his hand to bid Chun Sun farewell. "Sure thing." Chun Sun responded with a smile, as smoke began to rise from every household, signaling that dinner was being prepared. The man and the bull weaved through the myriad lights of the village, heading back to their cave, leaving only their solitary silhouettes and the glint of the mountain axe at his waist. As spring turned to autumn, another decade slipped by. The little black boy now had 2 children. One boy was named Da-Hei-Zi by Chun Sun, often amusing the villagers with his antics, much to the delight of the black bull. Now, Chun Sun held considerable prestige in the village, yet he still bore no signs of aging. Many villagers began to cast curious glances at him, and whispers circulated due to his bachelor status, suggesting he was impotent. Upon hearing this, Chun Sun was infuriated. As a robust man of 7 feet, how could he be accused of impotence? He confronted Aunt Wong in the village, engaging in a verbal duel with the crowd, his face flushed with rage, nearly revealing his great treasure to prove himself, but ultimately lost due to the great black bull's inability to articulate. Inside the cave, Chun Sun seethed with frustration, lamenting the black bull's silence during the confrontation. "Forget it. They are numerous and powerful." He sighed deeply, feeling humiliated and wronged. "Old bull, I do not blame you. We have simply lived too long." "Moo." The great black bull nodded vigorously, recalling how it had once revealed its great treasure, only to be mocked by the group of ants. "Why has my strength plateaued at 20 points? Chun Sun pondered, feeling as though he had hit a bottleneck, a sentiment echoed by the great black ox. The difference between level 21 and level 20 was utterly negligible. Resigned, he allocated his longevity points to enhance his speed, granting the black ox a slight boost as well. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 1. They could distinctly sense that their walking pace had doubled, as if the wind itself propelled them forward. And after investing his points, Chun Sun experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Old ox, it is time for us to depart," he sighed, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This village could no longer accommodate us. Aside from the Xiaohong family, more and more familiar faces were slowly vanishing, their agelessness seeming rather terrifying to mere mortals. After all, this world offered no skincare products or hormones. Moreover, the great black ox appeared too extraordinary. Many villagers had set their sights on it, eager to capture and slaughter it to nourish their own children. Chun Sun had also acquired a fair number of wilderness survival skills, though not mastered. He was proficient enough. The black ox anxiously gazed towards the farmland, which it had toiled over through great hardship. "Fear not, we shall find a more fertile plot in the future, one several times larger than this." "Moo moo." The black ox nodded fervently, as Chun soon began to paint grand visions, leaving the ox in a daze. However, a deep-seated vendetta remained unresolved. This was not the conduct of a gentleman. With a sudden resolve, Chun soon rose, spinning his axe in his hand, certain that those he sought vengeance against were now aging. Old ox, while he is weak, we shall take our revenge and reclaim what belongs to us. Moo! The ground trembled beneath them, stones flying as the black ox, incensed, reacted. Its horns had only partially regrown, and it was uncertain when they would fully restore. Even the village's heifer hardly paid it any mind. Inside the cave, they busied themselves, ensuring that the Swona, an essential companion in their travels, was securely attached to the black ox. Their current strength allowed them to handle pots and pans as if they were toys, leaving behind anything too cumbersome for their journey, including that fertile land for Xiaohong's family. The following day, outside Xiaohong's home, the blacksmiths and the carpenters, those who had aided Shinsun, found their doorsteps adorned with ample rice, their faces alight with joy, marveling at the divine providence. Xiaohong's wife was busy counting the provisions, her smile blooming with delight at such fortuitous news. Inside, Xiaohong, now in his middle years, bore a touch of maturity. He held a letter, having been taught to read by Shinsun, and could easily understand its contents. Xiaohong, the fertile land outside the cave is entrusted to your care. You must look after the great black ox well. With this departure, it may well be a farewell for all time. The world is vast and resplendent. One must venture forth to witness it. Remember to maintain an eternally optimistic outlook. Your ever-dashing brother Sun. Xiaohong read each word, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having followed Chun Sun since childhood, he had long regarded him as an elder brother. Memories flooded his mind. The stolen rice, the burned, thatched cottage, being chased away while working in the village. And though these recollections were grim, Sun had always seemed passionate about life. Brother Sun, may you have a smooth journey, Xiaohong said warmly, gazing out the window at the clear skies. For it was indeed an auspicious day for departure. 3 months later, outside a neighboring village, in a dusty pit, but a man and an ox, both weathered and dusty, stood there. Shinsun bit into a large flatbread before offering a piece to the black ox. As expected, they had thoroughly mapped out the neighboring village, planning to strike first at Old Wang's house. Shinsun's eyes gleamed with determination. He possessed an abundance of patience and time, having meticulously gathered information about the Wang family's ancestral graves, fields, and those who had wronged them. Old ox, let us make our move. Chun Sun donned a bandit-esque cloth, concealing all but his eyes, nose, and mouth, and had prepared a similar disguise for the great black ox. Under the cover of darkness, one man and one ox stood atop a dirt slope, unmoving in the fierce wind, embodying the very essence of banditry. They ascended the mountain path, with moonlight pouring down, the chilling winds swirling around them, the graveyards appearing eerily solemn. Yet compared to the grievances they had endured, this was but a trifling matter. T. Wang Defa's grave. Chun Sun's eyes sparkled with intent. This was the one that he growled, "Old ox, dig!" Moo. The black ox, brimming with excitement, let out a roar, its hooves striking the ground with fervor. Chun Sun shattered the gravestone with a kick, exclaiming in exhilaration as mounds of yellow earth were unearthed, revealing a coffin. With a swift motion, they overturned it, exposing a skeleton, and in an instant, man and beast fled, vanishing like smoke. In the Wang family fields, the black ox furiously plowed, dirt flying as it vented its anger. While Chun Sun observed, his eyelids twitching, the old ox seemed to bear a grudge even more than he did. The entire field lay in disarray, utterly unrecognizable. Chun Sun and the black ox gazed upon their handiwork with satisfaction, feeling quite content. The next day, Chun Sun stormed into Old Wang's house with the black ox. "Who goes there?" An elderly man, over 50, shouted in alarm, leaning on his cane, taken aback by the sight of a figure masked in cloth. "I am your long-lost father," Chun Sun roared, instantly recognizing the man, Wang Tianming, who had been the most brutal in his assault. Chun Sun kicked, shattering the cane effortlessly. With a swift stride forward, he controlled his strength, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face, knocking out several of his remaining teeth. "Spare me, good sir, spare me." Wang Tianming coughed up blood, realizing he was at the mercy of a bandit. Over 20 years ago, you led a group to steal our rice. Today I have come to reclaim what is ours. Wah! Wang Tianming gasped, nearly forgetting the incident from 2 decades prior, as he glanced at the black ox outside. A sudden realization struck him. Moo! A large yellow dog happened to pass by Wang's house, and the black ox charged. The yellow dog was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a yelp, scrambling away in fright. Chen Sun would not let Wang's family off lightly. The eggs in their house were thoroughly shaken, and the earthworms on the ground were cleaved into segments with his axe. Wang Tianming, seated on the ground, wept and wailed, calling for help. "Father, where did these ruffians come from?" Outside, a cacophony of shouts erupted as numerous young men armed with pickaxes and kitchen knives rushed in. "Old ox, retreat!" Chen Sun shouted, and man and beast leaped over the wall. Chen Sun giving the ox a push from behind. "Thieving scoundrels, don't you dare run. Face us in a duel. Don't let us catch you. Cowardly rats, how utterly despicable." The village was in an uproar. Hundreds of people chasing after them, dust billowing in their wake, all wielding weapons. "Ha! You can't catch us." Chen Sun laughed heartily, fleeing with the black ox, glancing back at the dust cloud with disdain. "Is this all you've got?" Roar! Roar! "They're too arrogant." Countless men growled, quickening their pace, pursuing them fiercely. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up, merely watching as the pair grew more distant. The most absurd part was that even the black ox outran them. Moo! Moo! A thunderous flatulence erupted from the great black ox, as if it had been building up for days, the stench overwhelming, a suffocating sensation enveloping Chen Sun, who grimaced as if he had tasted something foul. Ah, what a stench! How infuriating! Gagging, the villagers trailing behind crumpled to the ground, retching uncontrollably, unable to believe such a foul odor existed. Wang Tianming rushed over, furious. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have dismembered this man. "Old Wang, your family's ancestral grave has been unearthed. The coffin lid has been flipped. Wah! Old Wang, hurry back and check your fields. They look as if a pig had rampaged through." Hearing the commotion behind him, Wang Tianming felt dizzy and fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, 1 man and 1 ox had already vanished, leaving behind a notorious tale of banditry in the village. Half a month later, in a mountainous forest, the peaks rolled like waves, the dense woods echoed with the roars of wild beasts. With a swift swing of his axe, blood sprayed forth as a brown bear fell lifeless to the ground. Sparks flew as a large pot was set up, water brought to a boil, and a feast commenced. "Old ox, how do you find my unparalleled axe skills?" Chen Sun asked. Shaking the axe in his hands, he looked at the great black ox. "Moo!" The black ox responded with a dismissive grunt, busying itself with the ground, covering the bloodstains. Safety was paramount when venturing out. Such was the strength beyond human comprehension. Chen Sun clenched his fists, continually exclaiming in astonishment. To engage in a duel with a brown bear, and yet manage to knock it into shock with a single punch, breaking several of its ribs in the process, standing beside the pot. A man and an ox indulged in a hearty feast, savoring the wild flavors that were undeniably delectable. "Old ox, although we possess inhuman strength, you have witnessed it yourself. Damn it, there are cultivators among us." Chen Sun remarked as he devoured the bare paw, clicking his tongue. "One must not act impulsively. Those who appear inconspicuous may very well be ancient monsters in disguise." "Moo!" the great black ox responded, comprehending the situation while relishing the meal. "Even if we were to slay a chicken in the wilderness, we must ensure to erase all traces, leaving no evidence behind." "Moo?" he queried, for there could be a flock of chickens nearby, which might track us down by scent. "Moo." The great black ox still failed to grasp the implication, dropping a piece of meat from its mouth, hastily retrieving it from the ground. "What do you think a flock of chickens would signify? Just kill them?" Chen Sun scoffed, his mouth slick with grease. "Moo." The great black ox nodded. "But what if the flock of chickens is raised by cultivators?" Chen Sun mused cryptically. "Wouldn't that invite trouble upon us?" "Moo." "And if we were to defeat those cultivators, wouldn't their master come seeking revenge?" "Moo, moo." The great black ox was momentarily stunned, finding the reasoning profoundly sound. In the end, A single chicken could ignite a sect war. How many foes could we possibly contend with? Chun Sun raised his brow, tearing at the bare meat. If we were to inadvertently meet our demise, how many young heifers would we leave behind? Moo! The great black ox enlightened, its copper bell-like eyes gleaming with admiration for Chun Sun, the adoration flowing like an endless river at a promising pupil indeed. Chun Sun chuckled in praise, relishing the expression on the great black ox's face. Henceforth, caution must be paramount in all endeavors, with no room for negligence. Moo! The great black ox nodded in agreement. Now, a question arises. Chun Sun's expression turned serious. If a young heifer were to confront a cultivator over a precious herb, and conflict loomed imminent, how ought one to proceed? Option 1. The heroic act of rescuing the damsel in distress. Who else but me would take charge? Option 2. Align oneself with the more powerful party, bullying the weak for self-preservation. Option 3. Feign ignorance and quietly pass by, remaining unentangled in fate. Option 4. I am invincible. They all must perish. The herb is mine. Please respond. Chun Sun's penetrating gaze fixed upon the great black ox, which broke into a light sweat, grappling with the complexity of the question. The black ox wrestled internally, unable to bear witness to the young heifer's plight, ultimately deciding, Moo. Option 1. Wrong. Chun Sun sneered. How could a mere young heifer contend with a cultivator? Charging forth would only result in another corpse. Moo moo. You chose option 2? A grave error. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes, explaining, You already know they are vying for the precious herb, the more aware of your presence. The greater the peril. Once the cultivators dispose of their adversaries, they will not spare you. The great black ox's pupils constricted, cold sweat accumulating. It had already faced death twice. Moo moo moo. Huh. You actually selected option 3, which is even more misguided. Chun Sun laughed maniacally, his eyes cold. In this world, there are no laws, and without strength, one can never ascertain whether they might be discovered. They will strike you down simultaneously. Believing you to be merely a scavenging ox, the great black ox felt its body weaken, trembling in fear at Chun Sun's words, exhaling heavily onto the ground. Moo 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 moo. To think you would choose option 4. Chun Sun rose slowly, a shadow casting over his face. The great black ox suddenly felt diminutive and insignificant, paralyzed by fear, wondering if it had met its end once more. Congratulations, Moo. Upon hearing this, the great black ox felt its strength returning, its legs gradually lifting as hope ignited within its eyes. Could it be that it had finally answered correctly and would be resurrected? Chun Sun's pupils widened as he looked down at the great black ox. Laughing deeply, You have chosen a most brutal path to death. Old ox. Perish. Moo. The great black ox's pupils lost focus, and with a thud, a cloud of dust erupted as it collapsed to the ground. Realizing it had erred completely. After a moment, the black ox thought to itself, Something's amiss. How could all my answers be wrong? The more it pondered, the more it felt something was off, glancing at Chun Sun, who was still consuming the bare paw, realizing it had fallen into a trap. Moo! What the hell? Chun Sun was suddenly propelled into the air, still clutching the bare paw tightly. He felt the rush of wind and glimpsed a group of people fighting in the distance. His eyes narrowed, and his legs landed firmly, creating 2 large craters. The great black ox devoured the bare meat and drank the soup, showing no intention of leaving any for Chun Sun. Old ox. Hurry up, there are people fighting in the distance, Chun Sun said earnestly, patting it. Moo. The great black ox replied, knowing Chun Sun's serious expression was never a jest. They swiftly packed the meat, dug a hole, and buried the evidence with practiced efficiency. Chun Sun led the great black ox away, resembling a farm boy as they quietly moved in the opposite direction, not uttering a word from the heavens above. 3 figures traversed through the trees, producing rustling sounds, while beneath them, Chun Sun and the black ox strolled, their eyes vacant. Inconspicuous. One figure suddenly halted, his dark hair billowing behind him, narrowing his eyes at the young man. Halt! A voice called down from the trees, causing Chun Sun's body to tense up while the great black ox's breathing slowed, its hooves poised for action. The man leapt down from the tree, scrutinizing Chun Sun from head to toe, Do you see what transpired ahead? Chun Sun was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he clasped his hands and replied, "Greetings, Senior. What brings you here?" He could not discern whether this individual was a cultivator or a martial arts master, nor did he know how many others might be nearby. Retreating was the wisest strategy. The man glanced at Chun Sun's hands, noting the lack of calluses, indicating he was no martial artist, and then said, "Very well, leave the ox behind. This great black ox, robust and well-fed, will be quite beneficial to a martial artist. Senior, we only have one ox at home. You look like a martial arts master. There's no need to come all this way to steal an ox." Chun Sun's expression darkened, his fingers trembling slightly, his demeanor impeccably composed, with a swift motion. The man drew his sword, his gaze sharp, sneering. "I, of the 100 mysterious sect, have not fallen to such depths. I have no desire for further discourse Very well." Chun Sun relinquished the oxen rope, gazing despondently at the great black ox, inwardly affirming that he was indeed no cultivator. The man took the rope, suddenly laughing. "Surely you see that this is not a pasture for cattle. Your suspicious demeanor leaves much to be desired. You can only blame your misfortune." The man turned his back to the black ox, addressing Chun Sun, as if he had seen through everything, suspecting him to be a scout. That a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he prepared to strike. Boom! The great black ox unexpectedly stood up, its hooves crashing against the man's back like a boulder, the sound of bones cracking reverberating through the air. The man was taken aback, blood spurting from his mouth as he staggered forward, his head spinning. Chun Sun's chest heaved with adrenaline, yet he became eerily calm, drawing a mountain axe from his waist and delivering a powerful blow to the man's neck. Although he controlled his strength, it still penetrated deep. The axe lodged within the bone as blood splattered across Chun Sun's face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Old ox, get to work." Chun Sun's pupils trembled as he struck a spark, the ground around them dry as kindling. The great black ox dared not hesitate, immediately digging a hole beside him. Flames erupted from the earth, consuming evidence and scattering ashes into the air, as man and ox quickly obliterated all traces. Even leaving the man's belongings untouched, they dashed away, their pace quickening. Chun Sun vowed that this was the fastest he had ever run, even faster than the great black ox. 2 hours later, several individuals arrived at the crime scene, all frowning. "Master, Lu Tian stopped here." "Why?" A youth led a great black ox, surmising that Brother Lu had intended to purchase the black ox for the new disciples to bolster their strength. The sect leader stood on a branch, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the ground. Signs of scorching were evident, and the footprints were chaotic, rendering the direction indiscernible. "Master of the sect, could it be that Lu Tian has met with misfortune?" The man's heart jolted with alarm. After all, Lu Tian was an adept of the Bai Xian sect. If something truly had transpired, it was impossible for there to be no reaction whatsoever. The assailant was shrewd, leaving behind scant traces, and that young lad was the key. The sect master furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have a clear recollection of his appearance?" In response came the report, "I do not." "Master." The man lowered his head and clasped his hands. Who would bother to remember the visage of a mere cowherd, especially while on a mission? Useless. "Master, please temper your anger." The others nearby all bowed their heads and clasped their hands. Indeed, Lu Tian's demise was shrouded in too much mystery. "Let us depart. There is nothing more to uncover here. Ensure his family is well taken care of. Until we have seen the body, we cannot assume he is truly dead." The master sighed softly. Although the ground bore scorch marks, he could hardly believe that anyone could commit murder and incinerate the body in such a short span of time. "Yes, master." They stepped lightly, as agile as swallows, weaving through the trees, disappearing from sight. By a riverbank, Chun Sun lay supine in the water, washing away the bloodstains from his body. He gazed skyward, momentarily lost in thought. The great black ox played in the water nearby, suddenly splashing Chun Sun's face, jolting him back to awareness. "Old ox, splendid work this time. Remember, when dealing with the wicked, do not utter any superfluous words." Chun Sun spoke coldly. "Those who kill must be met with death. I am no saint that we do not provoke anyone. But let it be known, should anyone harbor murderous intent against us, we shall reduce them to ashes." "Mumu!" The great black ox snorted fiercely, vowing to kick anyone who dared to harm Chen Sun. Even to death, they burned all their clothing by the riverbank, and Chen Sun donned a fresh outfit, passing the night by the water's edge. After a night without incident, they set off anew, bound for a grand city rumored to host a plethora of cultivators. Far safer than the wilderness. Months later, as the year drew to a close, the sun dipped low in the west, casting a blood-red glow that a young boy led a black ox across the horizon. In the distance loomed a colossal city, crouching like a fierce beast, its gaze fixed hungrily on the comings and goings of travelers. Pan Ning City, steeped in history and age-old tales, bustled with life at its gates. The city strictly prohibited fighting, standing as a paragon of order, its economy thriving. Nestled against the Ning Yun mountain range, its denizens often ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs to sell to cultivators. The Ning Yun mountain range was vast and seemingly endless. It was said that within its depths resided immortal sects, shrouded in mist and hidden from the world. Wow, this is my first time witnessing such magnificent city walls. Chen Sun exclaimed, gazing at the weathered grandeur of the massive city, a smile gracing his lips. Old ox, our new life is about to begin, moo. The great black ox rejoiced, equally astonished by the grandeur of the city, which dwarfed the paltry fences of their village. In such a vast world, having traversed countless mountains and rivers, experiencing the splendor of life. This was the essence of immortality. Chen Sun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Old ox, let us charge forth. Moo. Together, man and beast broke into a light gallop, kicking up clouds of dust as Chen Sun laughed heartily, the great black ox echoing its mooing in delight. The passers-by on the roadside shook their heads with smiles, harboring a sense of envy. How delightful it was to be young. The gates of Pan Ning City were immense, with a steady stream of horse-drawn carts and villagers leading cattle and sheep through, creating a scene of bustling activity without a hint of congestion. Chen Sun's eyes widened in wonder as he surveyed his surroundings. Everyone who caught his gaze responded with a smile, fostering a sense of goodwill. He observed the soldiers guarding the city gate, marveling at their imposing presence. Truly, they were a sight to behold, embodying youthful vigor and strength. The city guards furrowed their brows, noticing a youth who seemed to be scrutinizing them. Just as they were about to approach, the boy unexpectedly gave a thumbs up, offering an approving nod. The guards halted, smiling and nodding in understanding. Upon entering the city, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before them, leaving man and beast momentarily speechless. The streets were remarkably wide, filled with countless vendors calling out their wares, while street performers entertained crowds who cheered and tossed coins. Countless pedestrians strolled by, clad in silk, their every gesture infused with an air of ancient elegance, exuding grandeur. Looking up, they beheld pavilions and towers adorned with lanterns, where talented scholars and beautiful maidens recited poetry, the vibrant blossoms nearly blinding to the eye. Chen Sun and the great black ox stood entranced. Wonderful. Moo. Chen Sun and the great black ox stood at the periphery, watching the performances, contributing to the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, Chen Sun's gaze shifted, struck by the realization that freeloading wasn't quite right. After rummaging at his waist for a time, he tossed a coin into the gong. The performer, hearing the sound, turned immediately toward Chen Sun, breathing fire in a spectacular display. Excellent. Chen Sun laughed joyously, clapping his hands, while the great black ox was taken aback, thinking the performer a cultivator showcasing their skills. Truly, this was a grand city. After a while, they withdrew from the crowd and purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Chen Sun took a bite, followed by the black ox. Nearby, maidens giggled at the sight. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Chen Sun marveled, observing the roadside vendors, all of whom relied on their handmade goods to earn a living. There was no room for deceit in their trade. "Young sir, do you see anything you fancy?" a vendor kindly inquired. "I'm merely browsing. I'll definitely return it by once I have the means." Chen Sun replied with an earnest smile. "And no worries. I happen to have a slightly damaged wooden carving. If you like it, you may take it." The vendor presented a lifelike tiger statue, albeit with a slightly damaged tail. "Boss, let us trade some rice for this." Chen Sun proposed, "I truly like this carving." "Deal." The vendor handed the statue to Chun Sun, who in turn offered some rice in exchange. Back on the street, Chun Sun held the statue in both hands, unable to part with it, while the great black ox gazed on, enviously wondering why the vendor hadn't gifted it a piece. Fear not, old ox. Once we have wealth, I shall procure a wooden carving of a little cow for you. Moo moo. The great black ox instantly grasped the sentiment, joyously responding with two calls as the year drew to a close. Lanterns resembling Kongming lamps ascended into the sky by the riverside, carrying the townsfolk's beautiful wishes for the coming year, illuminating the entirety of Panning City. This was a local custom known as the Wish Lantern. Chun Sun looked up at the sky, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Old ox, shall we splurge just this once? Moo, moo. The great black ox's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Who would refuse to release their wishes? The riverside bustled with people, perhaps even cultivators. In a quiet corner, Chun Sun purchased 2 wish lanterns, deciding against joining the throngs. Old ox, what wishes shall we write down? I've heard that doing so makes them more potent. Chun Sun held a piece of charcoal, looking at the great black ox. You can hold it and write. Didn't I teach you how to write? Moo. The great black ox seized the charcoal with its mouth, a contemplative look in its eyes as it began to etch on the wish lantern. Hee hee, let it not be something about a little cow. Chun Sun chuckled slyly, imagining the great black ox's wish lantern adorned with a little cow. It would be quite the spectacle. Forever something. Chun Sun frowned. The great black ox's writing was crooked and uneven. He felt a jolt in his heart, gazing deeply at the great black ox as the 2 wish lanterns slowly ascended, merging with the thousands of others until they vanished from sight. Moo. The great black ox nudged Chun Sun. If the wish is spoken, it loses its power. Do you understand? Chun Sun spoke mysteriously. The great black ox's eyes widened in surprise. It believed once more, ceasing its nudging. Together, man and beast began to explore the night in Panning City, with Chun Sun also looking for opportunities to earn a living, for he was skilled in many trades. After enjoying the benefits of speed, Chun Sun continued to allocate his longevity points for speed enhancement, granting the great black ox a boost as well. The next day, Chun Sun ventured into a blacksmith shop, striding in with an air of confidence that left the owner momentarily stunned, thinking he had come to cause trouble. Youth, we do not accept cattle here. That I possess great strength. I believe your blacksmith shop could benefit from my presence. What do you mean? Do you still accept apprentices at the blacksmith? Chun Sun suddenly broke into a broad smile, revealing his arms. With the help of my family's legendary Black Bull, I guarantee your business will flourish. Bang! Chun Sun was forcefully ejected, and the blacksmith shop owner spat. Do you think I accept just anyone with an unclear background? Moo! The Black Bull was enraged. How dare the owner insult them? It spat back defiantly. Chun Sun quickly restrained the Black Bull, coldly stating, If this place won't accommodate us, there are others that will. The owner crossed his arms, and several blacksmiths emerged from behind him, their demeanor suggesting that if Chun Sun provoked them further, they would resort to violence. Quietly grasping the bull's rope, Chun Sun said no more and ran away with the Black Bull. Tisich, the onlookers sighed and waved their hands, returning to their work. Along the way, the Black Bull nudged Chun Sun, urging him to let go of his anger. It's all right. I've heard that there's another blacksmith shop down the street that is struggling. Let's give it a try. Moo. The Black Bull nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the new blacksmith shop, Chun Sun was taken aback. It appeared to be on the brink of closure, with an old man dozing in a chair. Old man, Chun Sun said, leading the Black Bull inside. Finding that there were no other customers the old man jolted awake, his eyes clouded. What can I do for you, young man? Hee, I'm naturally strong. Do you need any help in the shop? Chun Sun chuckled. Indeed. The old man nodded vigorously, explaining that all the blacksmiths had left due to a lack of wages. And no problem. Just provide us with a place to stay. Chun Sun replied. That works, the old man said cheerfully. You can stay in the back courtyard of the shop. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Chun Sun organized their pots and pans while the Black Bull searched for a place to hide grains. This world is truly vast, Chun Sun marveled, noting how the expansive shop allowed the Black Bull to roam freely. An hour later, he and the Black Bull began forging iron together, the clanging sounds echoing throughout the shop. making the old man's eyelids twitch in astonishment at Chun Sun's immense strength. "Young man, with that technique, have you forged iron before?" the old man inquired, hands clasped behind his back, though he noted that Chun Sun's methods were somewhat crude. "Of course, old and to be honest, I have 5 years of experience. Whoever hires me will surely profit," Chun Sun boasted, relishing the art of blacksmithing as a means of mastering strength, though he acknowledged he had yet to reach a refined level of skill. "You can't forge iron like that. It's wasteful of your strength. Let me show you a proper technique." "Wow, a master," Chun Sun thought as he observed the old man's method, which was entirely different from that of the blacksmiths in his village. Yet within moments, the old man was panting heavily that "I'm old now. You take over, young man." The old man gestured, glancing at the black bull, which seemed to possess a certain intelligence. "All right," Chun Sun agreed, mimicking the old man's technique. And to his surprise, it was effective. He felt his control over his physical strength gradually improving. Over the next year, Chun Sun and the black bull forged iron daily, while the old man offered guidance, even extending his lessons to the black bull. Whether cultivators or mortals, everyone possesses unique talents and wisdom, and Chun Sun greatly benefited from his time at the blacksmith shop. "Old son, our business is thriving," Chun Sun exclaimed, shirtless and grinning, as the shop began to turn a profit, and both he and the black bull had accumulated some savings, hidden in the earth behind the shop. The old man's name was Sun Kale, who had once had a son but had lost him tragically while seeking enlightenment in the Ningyun mountain range. For years, he had lived alone. "Ha! Splendid!" Sun Kale smiled, noting that since Chun Sun arrived at the shop, his own smile had become more frequent. Chun Sun's speed and quality of forging surpassed those of other blacksmiths, leading to a steady stream of customers who left with satisfaction. "Chun Sun," a deep voice boomed from the street as a burly man approached with two companions, wielding a long knife. "Zhang Gu is here," Chun Sun greeted with a smile, eager to clarify any orders. Zhang Gu, known as Zhang Jiang, was a senior disciple of the martial arts sect, known for his generosity and often brought his fellow disciples to the shop. Zhang Jiang stepped forward and boisterously declared, 100 large sabers. Can you handle it? That's a big order." Chun Sun's eyes lit up as he continued forging. "When do you need them?" "Within 2 months. If you finish within a month, I'll pay extra," Zhang Jiang grinned, and no need for extra payment. "We are brothers. I will have them ready for you by next month," Chun Sun replied, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Jiang. "Who would treat a brother like a stranger? Just come by next month to pick them up?" "Splendid. Look, this Chun Sun knows how to do business," Zhang Jiang exclaimed, turning to his companions, who nodded in agreement. Appreciating Chun Sun's style, "Chun Sun, don't let that black bull of yours end up as a meal. Such a spirited creature is rare. This bull is a family heirloom. It won't be eaten." Chun Sun quickly waved his hands. "All right, I'll take my leave now. If anyone causes trouble at the blacksmith shop, just let me know." Zhang Jiang laughed heartily, glancing back at the black bull. "Black bull, see you later. Moo." The black bull turned and gave a call in response. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Jiang departed, his figure disappearing down the street, accompanied by Chun Sun's farewell. "Chun Sun, don't overexert yourself while forging," Sun Kale remarked, slightly frowning. "Not only do you possess great strength, but you also have remarkable endurance. If you keep this up, you might end up like me when you grow old." "Old man, it's fine. I was born strong and vigorous," Chun Sun replied nonchalantly, insisting that he wasn't even using his full strength and hardly felt fatigued. He was continuously learning to control and amplify his power. Previously, he might have overexerted himself, but now, with his newfound grasp of strength and technique, each strike equated to several from before without causing damage. To outsiders, it appeared he was merely forging iron, but in reality, Chun Sun was diligently honing his skills. With ample time on his hands, he welcomed the practice. "Ha! Very well," Sun Kale chuckled, seemingly influenced by Chun Sun's optimistic outlook. Feeling rejuvenated himself, that night, Chun Sun and the black bull returned to their courtyard. He decided to invest the year's growth points into enhancing his speed as the pair stealthily gathered together. Old bull. "Dig! Moo!" The earth flew as they unearthed a clay jar filled with copper coins and even a silver piece, prompting Chun Sun to exclaim in wonder, his heart filled with elation at their newfound wealth. "Moo! Moo!" The black bull nudged him, eyes gleaming with hope. Once we've completed Zhang Ji's order, we'll buy some wood carvings. Don't worry. I've got it covered, Moo. The black bull joyfully leaped, its happiness stemming from such simple desires. Chun Sun buried the clay jar in another spot, remaining vigilant while traveling. The following month, however, Zhang Jiang did not arrive, leaving Chun Sun puzzled, as Zhang Gu had never missed an appointment before. Perhaps he had been delayed by other matters. Chun Sun dismissed the thought and continued forging, aware that he still had much to learn in mastering his strength. Finally, the following month, someone came to collect the sabers, but it was not Zhang Jiang. "Excuse me, where is Zhang Gu? He mentioned he would come for the sabers last month," Chun Sun casually inquired, while the Black Bull transported the long knives. "Brother Zhang died during a skirmish with the Baixin sect." The woman replied softly, her mood somber. Chun Sun's eyes widened in shock, quickly changing his tone. "I spoke out of turn. I'll fetch your sabers right away." "Thank you." The woman nodded. Before long, the woman and her companions paid for and collected the 100 long sabers. Chun Sun sat back with a soft sigh. Turning to the Black Bull, "Zhang Gu is gone, Mu?" The Black Bull nudged him curiously, surprised that Zhang Gu was so young. "I heard he died in battle." Such is the way of the martial world, where death is a common occurrence. Chun Sun shook his head in lamentation, remarking that even cultivators of the immortal path could meet their demise should they engage in conflict. Dahe Nyo nodded gravely, affirming that their current situation was indeed safer. "Our path to immortality is inherently invincible. We shall not offend others, nor get involved in disputes. Within our means, we should only assist our friends." Chun Sun stated calmly, his gaze deep and contemplative. In this world, nothing can stir the waters of our hearts any longer. Maintain a tranquil mindset." "Mu." Dahe Nyo looked at Chun Sun with admiration, recognizing his cultured demeanor, though it found itself beyond his own articulation. "Chun Sun, I heard that the iron or vendor has raised prices due to our prosperous business." Sun Kale exclaimed anxiously as he rushed in from outside, having been responsible for procuring iron, or for their shop. What did you say?" Chun Sun erupted, rising abruptly, fury igniting within him. They had only just begun to earn some money. Was this not bullying the innocent? "Old Nyo, grab your weapons. Damn it." In an instant, Chun Sun drew 2 mountain-cleaving axes from his waist, his bare torso revealing a chiseled six-pack, prepared to reason with them. "Moo." Dahe Nyo, incensed, charged, its crafted bandit armor adorning its frame, ready to impart a lesson to anyone who dared challenge them. The iron or vendor's establishment lay a few streets away. Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo rushed over with fervor, their imposing presence sweeping through the air. The owner of the iron or shop, upon seeing them, gasped in shock and called out, "Hero, what is your intention?" "Nothing much. We're merely here to discuss the matter at hand. Why has the price of iron ore suddenly increased for us?" Chun Sun bellowed, gripping his axes tightly. "This is unjust. Do you understand?" "Moo." Dahe Nyo echoed behind him, its voice resounding with vigor. The iron or vendor began to sweat. The ferocity in Chun Sun's face, coupled with his muscular physique and the formidable presence of Dahe Nyo, adorned with blades, belied his claim of merely wishing to talk to "Do not be hasty, good sir. Are you not from a Sun family?" "Indeed, so please provide an explanation. That blacksmith shop is also under Brother Zhang Zhang's protection." Chun Sun articulated each word deliberately. If these individuals did not exhibit some seriousness, they would only be taken advantage of, as is the case in any realm. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you a seat." The iron or vendor replied, clasping his hands together with a smile. "We are reasonable individuals. We have no intention of causing a disturbance." Chun Sun responded, his tone softening as he took a seat, slamming the mountain-cleaving axes onto the table, his heart steady. Before long, the iron or vendor stepped outside, a broad smile on his face as he clasped his hands, declaring, "It is this man and his cow causing a ruckus at the magistrate's office. Arrest them!" A throng of officers surged forth, swiftly apprehending Chun Sun, leaving no mercy for Dahe Nyo. "But we came to discuss matters. This is an injustice," Chun Sun shouted, struggling slightly. "I truly came to reason." "No more nonsense. You are here to stir trouble and disrupt the peace of Pan Ning City. Who do you intend to intimidate?" barked an officer, dragging the 2 alleged criminals away. Chun Sun continuing to cry out his innocence. 5 days later, Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo emerged from the prison, once again seeing the light of day. However, their mountain-cleaving axes and blades had been confiscated, necessitating a return to the forge to recreate them. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale had prepared a brazier. The man and his cowl leapt about playfully, laughing as if nothing had transpired. Yet, following Chun Sun's commotion, the ironer vendor had indeed not raised prices, which could be considered a small victory. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The blacksmith shop thrived, even seizing a considerable share of business from the neighboring forge. Upon discovering it was Chun Sun behind this success, the rival owner lamented his oversight, exclaiming it a pity he had failed to recognize a hero. He even invited Chun Sun for a meal at a tavern, and their grievances dissipated like mist. However, Chun Sun's voracious appetite astonished him. He not only finished his meal, but also requested a takeaway, leaving the blacksmith owner with a considerable financial loss. The two now referred to each other as brothers, with Chun Sun thoroughly adept in the ways of human relations. Yet today, as Chun Sun raced down the street, his speed generating a gust of wind, his eyes were filled with urgency. Over the past 5 years, he had mastered his control over strength, allocating 5 longevity points to enhance his speed. Now, Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo's longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 8. Chun Sun clutched several bags of herbs. Knowing that Sun Kale's condition had deteriorated drastically, for the past year he had relied solely on these herbs to sustain his life, depleting their entire savings. But what of it? To Chun Sun, wealth was as fleeting as the wind. Those around him were of utmost importance, and he would forever cherish the present, living life to its fullest. Moreover, as a human, who could remain unfeeling? He had reached the endpoint of all cultivators, the realm of immortality, rendering the pursuit of the so-called supreme path devoid of desire unnecessary. This was his final boundary as an immortal being. Chun Sun held steadfast to a guiding principle. Within his capacity, he would assist those around him, but beyond his means, he would never act recklessly. "Please make way," Chun Sun shouted, his brows furrowed as he sped past. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What a swift young man! In the blacksmith's courtyard, Dahe Nyo tended to the fire, concocting medicine, unwilling to let Sun Kale perish. Emitting low moos of concern, with its head drooping, beside the bed, Sun Kale appeared frail and worn, at times lucid, at others forgetful. However, today his complexion was notably rosy. He beckoned Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo into the room, slowly rising to lean against the wall, allowing Dahe Nyo's head to peek in, gazing at him with concern. Hee, Sun Kale chuckled, patting Dahe Nyo gently. "I am well. Such days come for everyone. Sun Laosher will be fine. I inquired with the town's physician, and as long as you persist with the herbs, you can live for at least another 10 years. Chun Sun replied nonchalantly, "I am quite strong, with our booming business. We lack for nothing. I still remember the first day you came to the blacksmith shop," Sun Kale said with a smile, his face lined with wrinkles as he looked at Chun Sun. "You were like a country bumpkin, so boisterous." Chun Sun forced a smile but did not respond. "I have nothing more to teach you. You have learned all from now on. This shop will be entrusted to you," Sun Kale said with a gentle smile, grasping Chun Sun's hand. "Save some silver, find a wife, and do not spend all on medicine. Sun Laosher, you underestimate me. How much could herbal medicine possibly cost?" Chun Sun waved his hand dismissively. "Sun Laosher, did you not hear me? No need to comfort me. I know my own body," Sun Kale interrupted, clearing his throat. "I have something to give you." After saying this, he retrieved a tome from behind his pillow, smiling weakly. "My son once sought immortality after reading this. Sun Laosher, I have no interest in cultivation," Chun Sun replied, not caring for the book. Living well was the most important thing. "If only my son possessed a disposition like yours," Sun Kale mused, his eyes momentarily distant, letting out a soft sigh. "I have nothing to leave you, so just accept it." "All right," Chun Sun nodded. "Dahe Nyo, make sure to follow this young man closely," Sun Kale said, looking fondly at Dahe Nyo. "Of all the beasts I have encountered, you possess the most spirit. Heaven is merciful, and it will protect you. Moo!" Dahe Nyo nodded in agreement. "Sun Laosher, do not speak such gloomy words. The doctor said a positive mindset leads to a longer life, Chun Sun asserted, gripping Sun Kale's hand tightly. It felt icy, a wave of chilling dread coursing through Chun Sun's heart. Chun Sun, my boy. I am here, Sun Laosher. Thank you both. Sun Kale smiled warmly, gazing deeply at Chun Sun and Da Heng Nyo, as if imprinting their faces into his memory, never to be forgotten. Now, I shall rest for a while. Very well, old Nyo. Let us get back to brewing medicine. Moo. Chun Sun and Da Heng Nyo hurriedly rushed out, preparing the medicine according to the formula in a somewhat flustered manner. The following day, as the cold wind swept through, the plum tree outside shed countless yellow leaves. Sun Kailu passed away peacefully in his room, leaving this world in a state of tranquility on the street. Da Heng Nyo pulled a cart upon which rested a coffin, while Chun Sun walked behind, pushing it with a stoic expression. Passers-by frowned in discomfort, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding, and kept their distance. Oblivious to the gazes of others, the man and the cow slowly made their way towards the outskirts of the city, their movements cautious, fearing even the slightest jolt. Chun Sun found a site of auspicious feng shui to bury the late Sun Lao. With a gravestone inscribed with the grave of my esteemed teacher, Sun Kai, as the chilling wind blew, yellow paper fluttered in the air, enveloping the surroundings in a melancholic atmosphere. Chun Sun bowed and lit incense. And together with the Heng Nyo, they walked slowly back towards the city, their figures gradually fading from view. They returned to the blacksmith shop, lost in thought for a long while, the empty chair now a stark reminder that the old man would no longer doze there. It's all right, old cow. We should be happy. Mo. Without us, what would have happened to Sun Lao? There would have been no one to handle his affairs. Mo. At least we have managed a blacksmith shop well over the years. And Sun Lao lived a joyful life, did he not? Mo. Exactly, we have done a great deed. Let's be joyous. Ha, ha, ha. The man and the cow laughed, their expressions more sorrowful than joyful, and the shop gradually fell silent again. Chun Sun's words seemed to serve as comfort for both Da Heng Nyo and himself. Chun Sun suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling increasingly uneasy at Mo. Da Heng Nyo looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what was amiss. Old cow, we have been deceived. Chun Sun declared emphatically, his eyes resolute. That doctor surely saw our urgency and misquoted the prices of the medicinal herbs that he lamented, reflecting on how he had failed to master the art of medicine. In their small mountain village, there were no doctors, only folk remedies for treating wounds, and he had never anticipated such a day would come but a miscalculation. Da Heng Nyo was taken aback and nudged Chun Sun. Why didn't you study medicine? We should first earn a good living through blacksmithing. We still owe quite a bit to the neighbors. At a fiery determination ignited within Chun Sun's eyes. The medical profession was indeed lucrative. Moreover, in navigating life, one inevitably encounters mishaps. Acquiring medical knowledge was essential, and a new goal began to form in his mind. Mo. Da Heng Nyo's eyes sparkled with hope, contemplating whether Chun Sun could treat ailments himself in the future, thus preventing others from succumbing to illness. Chun Sun noticed the approving gaze from Da Heng Nyo and smiled slightly, the earlier gloom dissipating. Life is always filled with uncertainties and challenges. That is what makes it thrilling. Old cow, let's get to work. Mo. The familiar sounds of clanging and hammering resumed in the blacksmith shop. Chun Sun had gained such mastery over his strength that he could now strike with precision, harming not even an ant while targeting its head. Consequently, the ant colony in the shop faced devastation, prompting a mass exodus, leaving behind numerous headless carcasses. Now, the renown of Chun Sun's blacksmith shop spread across several nearby streets, praised for its fair prices and superior quality, earning it a good reputation among the locals. Many matchmakers visited, eager to pair him with potential brides, for his 16-pack abs were enough to entice even them. Their eyes filled with admiration, in response. Chun Sun merely chuckled coldly and told the matchmakers, after years of blacksmithing, my heart has grown as cold as the hammer in my hand. A woman would only hinder my work. Upon hearing these words, countless young women sighed in disappointment, secretly acknowledging the man's remarkable demeanor and strength that a year later. Chun Sun finally settled his debts and accumulated some savings, continuing to invest in enhancing his skills. As dawn broke, the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few passers-by. They tidied up the blacksmith shop, gathering all their belongings, pots, pans, and utensils, carefully hanging them on either side of the Hainyo. Old cow. It has time to go. Mo. They meticulously sealed the shop, retaining the deed in their name, ensuring they could return in the future as long as they didn't sell it. Let us go. Chun Sun took one last look around the streets, smiling nonchalantly. Mo. Da Hainyo happily mood, for Chin Sun had promised to take him to buy wood carvings and to release prayer lanterns, as a sense of ritual in life was essential. Otherwise, it would be far too dull. With a jingling sound, the cheerful clatter of Hainyo's bells echoed as the two figures gradually receded into the distance. As the sun rose, a passerby noticed that Chun Sun's blacksmith shop was closed and the owner was nowhere to be found, sighing in regret, wishing they had crafted a few more iron tools while they had the chance. The closing of Chun Sun's blacksmith shop brought great joy to the other blacksmiths in the vicinity, who celebrated with price hikes, eagerly anticipating who would dare not to raise their prices. As the year drew to a close, the nighttime festivities in Panning City were as lively as when they first arrived. With curiosity in his eyes, Chun Sun led Hainyo down the street, pausing frequently to sample various foods. Now that they had money, indulging in the pleasures of consumption, they shared bites, causing laughter among the onlookers, who remarked on the boy's charm. However, an unexpected incident occurred when, while watching a performance, Chun Sun could not budge Hainyo until the latter had thoroughly enjoyed the show. Hainyo, utterly mesmerized, believed that the performers were immortal cultivators, utterly enthralled, mooing incessantly. Boss, do you remember us? Chun Sun approached a vendor with a gentle smile. We've come to buy wood carvings. This time, a child sat beside the vendor, playing with wooden carvings, while the vendor had changed locations, though not far from where it used to be. Hey, little brother, it's you. The vendor paused in surprise, suddenly recalling the young boy who had traded rice for his wood carvings, realizing he hadn't changed at all. Do you have any carvings of cows? We'd like to buy two. Of course. The vendor smiled, rummaging through his wares, producing two lifelike wooden cow carvings, flawless in every detail, which he handed to Chin Sun. Here you go, little brother. After paying, Chin Sun waved the carvings in front of Hainyo, who grew anxious, eliciting a hearty laugh from Chun Sun. They then went to the riverbank to release prayer lanterns. Hainyo insisted on blocking Chun Sun's view of his wish, positioning his body to obstruct Chun Sun's sight. Chin Sun led Hainyo towards the southern city of Panning, where numerous medical clinics were located. The blacksmith shop was in the northern city, but it was too far to walk, requiring several days on foot. 2 days later, they arrived in front of a store with a sign reading Ping Time Medical Clinic. Adorned with couplets on either side, the upper line read, "May all in the world be free from illness," and the lower line, "Why worry about dust gathering on the shelves of medicine?" The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Peace throughout the land." The clinic bustled with activity, the faces of those entering and exiting tinged with worry. The doctors at Ping Time Medical Clinic were well regarded, known among the locals as benevolent healers. Inside, the staff was exceedingly busy, continuously preparing medicine for the patrons, while several doctors tended to the ailing, the sounds of pain frequently echoing through the air. Old cow, I'll go check the situation inside. You stay tied up outside. You're big now. You must learn to protect yourself. Chun Sun spoke earnestly, instructing, if a stranger tries to lead you away, just shout and give them a kick, but don't use too much force. Mo. Hainyo nodded, giving a reassuring look, indicating he understood. What can I do for you, young sir? A staff member casually greeted that I'm looking for Ning Si, Dr. Ning. Chun Sun clasped his hands in greeting. Having learned that Ning Si was the owner of the clinic, known for his gentle demeanor and compassionate heart, widely praised by the townsfolk. Young brother, are you looking for me? Ning Si emerged from another hall, his thick black hair tied back, sporting a mustache, and his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, indicating he was in middle age. However, to Chin Sun, this man appeared to be quite health-conscious, possibly older than he seemed. Dr. Ning, I've come to learn medicine. Chun Sun bowed slightly, inadvertently revealing his well-defined muscles, causing Ning Si's eyelids to flicker in surprise at his robust physique. I'm not taking on apprentices at the moment. Perhaps you should check elsewhere. Ning Si replied calmly, indicating he had no current intention of accepting students at Dr. Ning. I genuinely wish to learn medicine and am prepared to endure hardship. Chun Sun's eyes shone with hope as he earnestly pleaded. Let me work here as a helper. I only wish to learn. Out a flicker of struggle crossed Ning Si's eyes when suddenly a loud mooing erupted from outside, startling everyone that a gust of wind swept through. And Chun Sun dashed out. Such agility. Ning Si couldn't help but admire him, hurrying outside to see what was amiss. Alas, my family's black bull has such a stubborn temperament. It refuses to budge, that a local ruffian chuckled, explaining to the onlookers, his expression grim as he experienced firsthand the true strength of a bull. Moo, moo. The great black bull bellowed in fury, preparing to lift its foot, but upon seeing Chun Sun, it let out a loud cry. What are you doing? This is my family's bull. Chun Sun's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. Let it go. You claim it's yours, so it must be yours. The ruffian scoffed, sizing Chun Sun up with disdain, dismissing him as just an inexperienced youth that, oh, you mean to say you refuse to reason? Ridiculous. This is my family's great black bull. You dare to lay a hand on it. The ruffian spat, releasing the lead rope and slowly rolling up his sleeves, brandishing a dagger with a flourish. He had ruled these streets for years. Capturing a mere boy would be child's play. Everyone heard that. This man refuses to reason. Chun Sun frowned slightly, calling out to the surrounding crowd, inadvertently revealing the 3 battle axes at his waist. The ruffian hesitated, his pupils contracting. What was happening? Chun Sun stepped forward, slowly unfastening his garment, revealing a chiseled physique, his 16-pack abs on display, as if forged by countless trials. Gasps erupted from the crowd. This seemingly ordinary boy turned out to be a formidable fighter. Stop, little brother. I've suddenly realized my mistake. This is not my family's bull, haha. The ruffian's eyes trembled. This boy was too fierce. He began to retreat, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. I'm leaving now. Just leaving? Get lost, you scoundrel. Come and fight. Chun Sun roared, charging forward with such speed that he left only an afterimage in his wake, his massive fists reflecting in the ruffian's panicked eyes. Da-da. Grandfather, please stop. The street echoed with the ruffian's cries as he rolled on the ground, begging for mercy, while the great black bull spat in disdain, eventually butting him away. The ruffian lay defeated, his body broken, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, reeking of foulness. This youth, with his ironclad strength and chiseled abs, was not someone he could simply contend with. He would have to avoid this person in the future. Well done, that ruffian deserved it. A day spent idly, roaming about. I've been waiting to see him get what's coming. Voices of approval rose from the crowd. Truly, heroes emerged from youth, accomplishing what they dared not do themselves. Chun Sun snorted coldly, daring to provoke even the old bull. Should he seek revenge, Chun Sun would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun, seeking comfort in his presence. It's all right, old bull. I am here. Chun Sun reassured, embracing the bull's head, his gaze still fixed on the direction the ruffian had fled. He suddenly turned to Ning Si, causing her to feel a chill. This boy carried 3 battle axes and possessed a physique like that of a warrior. Was he truly here to learn medicine? I implore you, Dr. Ning, please accept me. Let us assist in the Paying Time Medical Hall. My family's treasured black bull can be of help. Chun Sun bowed sincerely, his words laden with earnestness. Moo. The great black bull echoed his plea. Please, Dr. Ning, accept him. Such a righteous young man is rare to find. Indeed, Dr. Ning, this boy is unfortunate, bringing his family's bull to the city to make a living. The surrounding crowd rallied for Chun Sun, recognizing his plight. Very well. I shall take you in. Ning Si nodded, seeing the boy's genuine circumstances that it would be unwise for him to roam alone, vulnerable to the ruffian's vengeance. At least within the medical hall, he would be safe. Thank you, Dr. Ning. Chun Sun rejoiced, bowing to the surrounding crowd in gratitude for their support. Come along, Ning Si smiled, leading them into the back courtyard of the medical hall. The art of medicine is profound and must not be taken lightly. It begins with recognizing herbs. Ning Si provided him with a book on medicinal plants, instructing Chun Sun to identify and memorize each one in the courtyard. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of working in the medical hall. Chun Sun believed himself to possess a sharp mind, teaching the great black bull to recognize the herbs while consolidating his own learning. However, harsh reality taught Chun Sun a valuable lesson. With countless herbs to identify, accurate recognition could not be achieved through rote memorization alone. At night, the courtyard was lit by candles as one boy and one bull studied by lamplight. "Old bull, I never realized you weren't so bright either," Chun Sun chuckled, feeling a sense of balance in their shared struggles. For him, the most painful experience would be not failing to learn, but rather seeing the old bull learn before him. "Moo, moo." The great black bull was incensed, its eyes wide, nudging Chun Sun, for there were obscure characters it could not decipher and relied on Chun Sun for interpretation. Yet it had a plan in mind, intending to take advantage of Chun Sun's absence to undermine his arrogance. As time flew by in their study of medicinal herbs, another year passed, and Chun Sun officially donned the apprentice uniform of the Pingtai Medical Hall. He walked with a newfound confidence, a proud smile gracing his lips. Over the year, he had become familiar with most medicinal plants. Yet Dr. Ning had yet to commend his talents, merely noting his diligence and capacity for endurance. He had also focused on enhancing his speed, believing that in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. As long as one runs fast enough, disaster would always be one step behind. Apprentice, 1 chien of wintergreen, 2 chien of 100 flower, 3 chien of autumn stone. Understood, Chun Sun replied, expertly retrieving the herbs from various cabinets and packaging them for the customer. After a night of rest, Chun Sun, munching on sunflower seeds alongside the black bull, continued his studies of the herb book. However, doubt began to creep into his expression as he scrutinized the great black bull. "Old bull, moo." The great black bull trembled, unable to conceal its guilt. "Have you been secretly learning? I've been observing you for several days now." Chun Sun raised an eyebrow, as the bull had crossed a line by laughing with him at night, while stealthily studying during the day. "What audacity! Moo, moo." The great black bull broke into a cold sweat, denying the accusation, although its eyes betrayed it. "I'll punish you by forbidding you from reading tonight. I will only study with you once you recognize the heinousness of such behavior." Chun Sun turned away, resuming his sunflower seed, munching. "Moo, moo." The great black bull grew frantic, circling Chun Sun until it accidentally knocked him over. Chun Sun, exasperated, could only appeal to its emotions, explaining the dangers of clandestine learning. "Do you understand? If you make a mistake when I'm not around, what will you do? You still don't know all the characters. These are medicinal herbs. A single error could cost a life." "Moo, moo." The great black bull nodded repeatedly, comprehending the lesson, vowing never to sneakily learn again. "Now let's continue. Allow me to explain the properties of this herb." Chun Sun pointed to the book, and the great black bull leaned in, and together they resumed their study. Filled with fervor, in the second year, Chun Sun had memorized all the common medicinal herbs in the medical hall. Each night, he and the great black bull would quiz one another, taking turns naming a herb. Dr. Ning continued to offer little praise, merely acknowledging their progress. Whenever there were no tasks at hand, Chun Sun would quietly approach the various doctors, eagerly observing them as they diagnosed patients. Any knowledge gained was a boon, and he had ample time. Returning to the courtyard at night, Dr. Ning gifted Chun Sun a book on pharmacology, detailing the ailments various herbs could treat and which herbs were incompatible. Truly profound. Chun Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he marveled, "Old bull, we have only just begun." "Moo, moo." The great black bull gazed in with wide, astonished eyes, a sight to behold. Chun Sun, seizing the opportunity, also directed his longevity points towards enhancing his speed and resumed his studies. As spring transitioned into autumn, 5 fleeting years had passed, and they had been at the Pingtai Medical Hall for 7 years. Chun Sun had witnessed an abundance of suffering, helplessness, and wails. Nevertheless, his optimistic disposition provided a modicum of solace to the common folk who sought refuge here. The staff at the medical hall changed yearly, yet everyone remembered the ever-smiling youth and his trusty axe, which he never left behind. In a grand hall of the medical hall, Ning Si sat solemnly, his eyes reflecting gravity. If one could err in their first impression of a person, 7 years would surely reveal the truth. Chun Sun, now clad in formal attire, was paying homage to his master and serving tea to Ning Si and his wife. "Master, mistress," he said, bowing respectfully with a demeanor filled with reverence. "Ning Si, what does it mean to be a healer?" he inquired. "It is to take upon oneself the responsibility of healing and saving lives. But virtue holds greater significance. Ningxi squinted slightly, looking at Chen Sun. If you were to encounter a bandit, a man of evil intent, grievously injured and seeking your aid, what would you do? Chen Sun paused, taken aback momentarily, and replied earnestly, then, Master Ning, I shall speak the truth that I would certainly notice his injuries first, but I would not offer him my assistance. He hesitated, his expression revealing inner conflict. I would pass by with my head covered to avoid future retribution. Ningxi and his wife were momentarily stunned. He had even considered his own escape route. Indeed, quite astute, Ningxi remarked, sipping his tea with a smile that a healer must not engage in malevolence. One must adhere to their principles. I merely wish to hear your honest thoughts. This child indeed possessed admirable character and an excellent temperament. The mistress chimed in. If Chen Sun had feigned to please us by claiming he would save such a man, it would have reflected poorly on his integrity. Very well, you are formally welcomed as my disciple. I have only taken 2 disciples in my lifetime. You shall be the 3rd. Ningxi's demeanor was serious. He had observed Chen Sun for quite some time. Though you may not be the most gifted, I firmly believe you will excel in the art of healing. The mistress's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time she had heard Ningxi extol anyone so highly. Not even their daughter had received such praise. Ningxi, you flatter me, Chen Sun replied, his gaze calm as he bowed, though the corners of his mouth began to curve into a smile. After the formalities of apprenticeship, Chen Sun returned to the back courtyard of the medical hall, cracking sunflower seeds as he recounted the earlier events to the great black bull, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Master praised me for possessing the demeanor of a medical emperor, with an aura of magnificence spanning 30,000 miles, as if a sage has descended to herald my ascendance. Moo moo moo. The great black bull believed him wholeheartedly, its eyes wide with excitement, bounding about in joy and occasionally nudging him, genuinely happy for Chen Sun. Huh! Laughter erupted from Chen Sun, mingled with the delighted sounds of the great black bull. All his longevity points remained dedicated to enhancing his speed. Over the next 3 years, Chen Sun began accompanying Ningxi on medical visits, traversing the countryside and addressing various ailments. Occasionally, when faced with minor troubles, he would inadvertently reveal his impressive 6-pack abs. Chen Sun carried a small notebook filled with numerous questions, and Ningxi displayed remarkable patience, continually providing explanations. Such a diligent student was a rarity indeed. However, during one home visit to a prominent family, Chen Sun inadvertently exposed his axe, causing a stir amongst the servants. Is this man truly a doctor? Chen Sun simply smiled sheepishly, thinking it perfectly normal to carry an axe while out in the world. He calmly adjusted his robe to conceal the axe, but accidentally revealed 2 more. The servants were on high alert, wielding long staffs, convinced this young man was no ordinary fellow. Chen Sun maintained a friendly smile, repeatedly explaining that carrying extra weapons while traversing the martial world was entirely justifiable. Had it not been for Ningxi's presence, a confrontation might have ensued. As Ningxi examined the patient, the family members began to sweat nervously. They feared that if faced with an incurable ailment, this youth might simply cleave the patient in 2, thus resolving the issue. Chen Sun observed their expressions, wearing a puzzled smile while nodding reassuringly, prompting the family to return smiles, heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains, sweat trickling down their brows. To the Ping Tai Medical Hall, the sun shone brightly, heralding spring's warmth. Chen Sun had now donned the garb of a physician, and passers-by universally referred to him as Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, help! A distressed citizen rushed in, supporting a man whose complexion was deeply ashen. Chen Sun's gaze sharpened, assessing the man's features. The poison had seeped into his bloodstream, and had he arrived moments later, it would have been too late. But is it snake venom? Chen Sun laid the man upon a nearby bed, noticing 2 small wounds on his hand, unmistakably inflicted by fangs that know. Dr. Chen, he consumed poisonous mushrooms that... Chen Sun was startled, beginning to take the man's pulse, his expression shifting as he looked at the citizen. He consumed poisonous mushrooms and was bitten by a snake? The citizen dropped to his knees, weeping and pleading. Doctor, please save him. I will prescribe a remedy. Quickly gather the necessary herbs. There is still hope for his recovery. Chen Sun took a piece of paper, scribbled his prescription, and handed it to the citizen, whose expression shifted upon realizing he lacked sufficient funds for the medicine. "Fear not. I shall cover the cost for you. Repay me when you are able." Chun Sun spoke calmly, believing that any small assistance he could provide was worthwhile, having earned a fair sum from treating wealthy families over the past year. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." The citizen was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Chun Sun nodded. In this world, if a man fell, his family would follow suit. Offering a helping hand within his means was a noble endeavor. However, as time passed, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Chun Sun's reputation for benevolence spread, but the other physicians at the medical hall had families to care for and could not emulate Chun Sun's selfless acts of charity. He had been exalted to the status of a divine healer, known for treating patients without charge, capable of extending credit for medicines, and it seemed only a matter of time before he was presented with a ceremonial banner. Countless impoverished citizens flocked to him, and soon Chun Sun found his pockets emptying. Yet he would not impose upon others, nor would he morally coerce the staff at the medical hall into performing similar acts of kindness. The few who owed him money rarely returned to settle their debts. He genuinely found himself without funds. The tide turned, with some citizens accusing him of ignoring the dying, branding him false-hearted. Those he had once assisted now regarded him with disdain as they entered the hall. Newcomers, hearing he no longer extended credit, spat in contempt upon learning of his reputation, lamenting the time wasted traveling a great distance. Good deeds rarely spread far, but bad news traveled swiftly. Tales of a morally dubious physician carrying 3 axes circulated widely, painting him as an untrustworthy figure. In the back courtyard of the Ping Time Medical Hall, Chun Sun no longer dared to attend to patients in the front hall. "Good heavens, the jester is none other than myself." Chun Sun laughed, albeit with a tinge of sorrow, for even the gazes of the staff and physicians had shifted. "You fancied yourself a performer, did you not? Now, how do you continue to act?" Many within the hall secretly mocked him, as Chun Sun had once overshadowed them in notoriety. "Moo moo, moo." The great black bull nuzzled against Chun Sun's face, having learned of the unfolding drama. "Old bull, see, I told you that we should only assist friends in need. Do you now grasp my meaning? Moo moo." The great black bull gazed at Chun Sun with concern, having never witnessed such despondency in him in its eyes. Chun Sun was a perpetually optimistic and joyful individual. "You underestimate me. All of this was anticipated. I simply wish to demonstrate the truth of this situation." Chun Sun forced a smile, holding the great black bull's head tightly against his own, their faces drawn close. "Moo." The great black bull nudged Chun Sun, feeling unusually dejected, yet deep within a tempest of anger brewed. "Old bull, we must leave. This place is no longer suitable for us. That I need to bid farewell to Master Ning." Chun Sun patted the great black bull, realizing his presence had severely impacted the medical hall's business, and he would not delay anyone further. "Moo." The great black bull leapt with an urgency that mirrored its desire to escape this place. Hastily trotting off to gather their pots and pans, Chun Sun observed its industrious silhouette, a warmth blossoming in his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. At Ning Si's residence, Chun Sun had donned the azure robe from his earlier days. Forsaking the physician's long garment from the medical hall, "I am aware of the situation and comprehend your predicament," Ning Si stated slowly from his position of authority, his eyes reflecting the weight of experience. "Human nature is inherently malevolent. This is a conclusion drawn from my years of practicing medicine, that I hope it serves you well on your future path." Chun Sun acknowledged Ning Si's teachings with a solemn bow. Fully aware of the vast knowledge he had acquired over the past decade, Ning Si picked up a nameless tome from the table, explaining, "This is a compilation of my years of experience. I bestow it upon you." Chun Sun exclaimed, taking a step forward to swiftly catch the book. "Ning Si, this is too much to accept." Ning Si tugged gently, his expression shifting as the tome resisted his efforts. Seemingly ensnared as if gripped tightly by iron pincers. "It is of no consequence. Take it." "Thank you, Master Ning," Chun Sun exclaimed, and in an instant the book appeared at his waist, the speed astonishing Ning Si, who widened his eyes in surprise. "Go now, and do return when you have the time." "Ning Si, I am grateful for your hospitality. Should anything arise with the Ning family, I shall journey back." no matter the distance. Chun Sun's countenance turned serious as he offered a respectful bow. Ning Si nodded in contemplation, saying, "In those years, I closely observed you. You are wise beyond your years, and not merely a fish in a pond. Stay true to your heart." Chun Sun slowly raised his gaze, casting one final glance at Ning Si before turning to depart. Watching him leave, Ning Si smiled gently. "Young Sun, may your future be resplendent and full of promise." The following day, before dawn had broken, Chun Sun and the great black bull set forth, journeying westward and gradually fading into the depths of the street. As the townsfolk awakened and ventured out, word spread of Chun Sun's departure from the medical hall, eliciting mixed reactions. Some felt inexplicably elated, as if they had rid themselves of a villain, while others lamented his absence, recognizing him as a good physician who had committed no wrongdoing. However, within days, the matter was forgotten, for whether Chun Sun remained or departed made little difference in their lives. In this world, few possessed the energy to concern themselves with a stranger. The Ning Yun mountain range stood majestically between heaven and earth, a timeless monument that inspired all creation, having endured countless years in its steadfast grandeur. The cliffs, dark and boundless, rose sharply like the handiwork of a master sculptor, while the undulating ridges meandered gracefully. Resembling a mighty dragon in slumber, gazing down, clouds swirled, encircling the peaks, shrouded in mist that on a narrow path through the mountains, a young lad carried a bamboo basket, diligently searching for medicinal herbs, accompanied by the great black bull. Over the past 3 years, Chun Sun had continued to invest his longevity points into speed, eager to discover if he would reach a plateau at 20 points. Their current longevity points were strength, 21, speed, 18, out with extraordinary speed akin to that of a remarkable being. If Chun Sun were sprint, he would become nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, an exaggerated display of swiftness. "Old bull, let us search meticulously." Chun Sun urged, his basket brimming with herbs, hoping to uncover the fabled elixir said to cure all ailments. Many townsfolk had reported finding miraculous herbs in the Ningyun Mountains, some even aged for centuries. Fetching a fortune in the city, Moo, the great black bull, frolicked about, recognizing many of the herbs, prompting admiration for the power of knowledge. Its mind had become remarkably clearer. Yet, they must not venture too deep, for rumors spoke of ferocious beasts that differed vastly from ordinary wildlife. Chun Sun expressed his unease. "What if we encounter a cultivator who takes offense at our presence and eliminates us?" "Moo," the great black bull replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Instinctively, Chun Sun donned a bandit-esque headscarf, while the great black bull halted, their eyes locking in mutual alarm. There are indeed ferocious beasts. A group of townsfolk appeared in a state of panic, shouting as they recognized Chun Sun's scarf, then cried out in terror, "Run! A ferocious beast!" "Old bull, we must flee!" Chun Sun shouted, his heart racing as he charged ahead with the great black bull, a fearsome roar echoing behind them as a creature resembling a wolf and tiger pursued. Its body larger than a tiger, eyes ablaze with crimson fury. What a terrifying sight! Chun Sun gasped in disbelief. "Moo moo!" Both man and bull were startled, having never encountered such a fearsome creature in their lives. They pressed on, heedless of the countless dry branches snapping beneath their feet, transforming into gusts of wind, as the townsfolk behind them were left aghast at their unprecedented speed. The beast, enraged, its eyes glowing brighter with bloodlust, drooled profusely, reveling in the chase of swift prey. "Da-da! It's coming!" the townsfolk screamed, one even fainting from sheer fright. Yet the beast ignored them, fixating solely on Chun Sun and the bull. "What are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Chun Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as the beast accelerated towards them, its speed far surpassing that of ordinary animals. "Moo moo!" The great black bull charged ahead, sweat beading on its brow, overwhelmed by the creature's terrifying presence. With a thunderous crash, the great black bull, in its panic, collided with a colossal tree, which splintered and began to lean precariously, roots nearly uprooted. "Old bull!" Chun Sun called out anxiously, rushing to inspect the bull's head. "Moo," the great black bull replied, slightly dazed but otherwise unharmed, merely sustaining a minor scrape, Akateen nuzzled against Chun Sun in reassurance. The ferocious beast was closing in, its excitement palpable, having never encountered prey that could run so swiftly. Chun Sun and the great black bull found themselves encircled, terror etched in their eyes as they beheld the beast's horrifying visage. "This is the end, old bull." Chun Sun trembled, clutching the bull's head, while the great black bull's pupils quivered, its hooves trembling. Could their journey towards longevity truly end here? The beast drooled incessantly, circling them, its confidence bolstered by the duo's evident fear. Suddenly, it lunged, its eyes glinting with bloodlust, saliva dripping as it charged at Chun Sun. Yet, as they stood mere inches apart, the creature's expression shifted. The human before it no longer cowered, but instead radiated an unsettling calm. A powerful gust erupted from the ground, and Chun Sun became a blur, his speed so astonishing that the beast struggled to keep pace, its eyes widening in horror. "Though you possess strength, it is insufficient to compel me to wield my second mountain-cleaving axe." Chun Sun had already maneuvered behind the beast, his back turned, brandishing a bloodied axe, his bandit mask revealing only a pair of icy eyes. The creature howled in agony as a sharp pain pierced its abdomen, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair, blood pooling around it. The great black bull sprang forth, delivering a crushing blow. The ground trembled as a deep crater formed, the beast's insides spilling forth. Lifeless and beyond salvation. With ruthless precision, Chun Sun struck once more, blood splattering anew. "Is this all you have? Is this truly it?" Moo moo. They raged against the fallen beast, venting their terror and shock, saliva flying in all directions as they confronted the creature that had so frightened them. With a large pot set over a fire, Chun Sun proclaimed, "Let us feast. Old bull, we are fortunate this time. This beast possesses cunning abilities, capable of ice and fire." He recalled tales of ferocious beasts that only cultivators could defeat. Yet the meat was undeniably delectable. Moo moo. The great black bull echoed in delight, savoring the exquisite taste of the meat, thrilled to experience such flavor for the first time. Once they had finished their meal, the pair swiftly buried any traces, packaging the leftover meat and filling in the pit. Chun Sun meticulously arranged the scene, scattering the beast's remains to create the illusion that nothing had occurred. They fled to a remote thicket, away from prying eyes. "Old bull, even cunning hares have their burrows. We must not be outdone by them. Let's dig." Moo. Strength is undoubtedly a virtue. Chun Sun is proficient in various outdoor excavation techniques, such as laying foundations and digging for clay. He would never sleep upon the bare ground. Ultimately, he cautiously moved a massive stone to seal the top, leaving a narrow crevice, which he then covered with grass and fallen leaves, rendering the hidden pit undetectable. The flickering light of a candle illuminated the underground chamber. A sense of safety enveloped the world. Comfortable. Moo moo. Leaning against the great black bull, Chun Sun fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware of the dangers that pervade this world. Especially today, the monstrous beasts nearly frightened them to the point of losing composure. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally retrieved the book on chi refinement given to him by Elder Sun. Within the heavens and the earth lies spiritual energy. The feeling of chi connects heaven and earth, drawing it into the body. Chun Sun continued to read. His mouth gradually fell agape, yearning to utter 2 words, yet he hesitated, for each subsequent line elevated his excitement even further. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment, and exclaimed, "Incredible! Moo! Moo!" The great black bull, startled, sat up abruptly, gazing at the chi refinement text, perplexed. "Old bull, this is a method of cultivating immortality," Chun Sun said with fervor. "This is the joy of obtaining something for nothing. Cultivating immortality, the kind that allows one to soar through the skies without serving as a mere beast of burden in an immortal sect." Moo. The great black bull, too, felt a surge of excitement, recalling the times when they witnessed immortal cultivators soaring on their swords, traversing the realms with ease, a sight they had long envied. The chi refinement stage is divided into 10 tiers. Upon reaching the 10th tier, one can establish a foundation and surpass the limits of lifespan, extending it to 400 years. Upon reading this, Both Chun Sun and the great black bull exchanged sly glances, their mouths curling into a mischievous smirk. However, once they reached the foundation-building stage, they found themselves at an impasse, for they were unaware of the realms that lay beyond. Let us give it a try together, following its prescribed method, and feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chun Sun sat cross-legged and even took the time to teach the great black bull how to sit in meditation, causing him to tremble with laughter. All beings with spiritual roots can sense the spiritual energy present in the world. Moo, rest assured you certainly possess it. After all, you are a spiritual beast. Moo. The great black bull grinned, reassured. Come forth, spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Heed my call and enter my being. Moo, 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 moo. Thus the man and the bull followed the prescribed method, beginning to capture the sensations of the qi in the environment. With their eyes gently closed, they focused their minds, and an hour passed in this manner. 2 hours went by. 3 hours elapsed. This is impossible. It cannot be. Chun Sun suddenly opened his eyes, turning to the great black bull and asking, "Is it a counterfeit?" Moo moo. The great black bull hesitated for a moment, then nodded, seemingly feeling nothing. Damn it. Chun Sun's expression twisted in anguish. His hands pressed against the ground. He never anticipated that elder Sun's son would fall victim to a counterfeit. Evidently, his son must have sensed something amiss after beginning his cultivation, which is why he left it behind. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded, fully agreeing with Chun Sun's astuteness. However, Chun Sun's tone shifted as he furrowed his brow. After meditating, there was indeed a slight sensation in his abdomen. Moo, perhaps I have consumed too much beast meat. I shall step outside for a moment. The great black bull remained silent. Upon exiting, Chun Sun found a secluded spot, dug a hole, and squatted down, lost in thought. Could it be that my spiritual root is too weak? He clenched his facial features tightly before slowly relaxing. Surely not. The great black bull is a spiritual beast. Could it be that it too has become as feeble as myself? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, his movements becoming increasingly animated. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked down at his feet. Oh dear, what the returning to the underground chamber. Chun Sun remarked, Old bull, there is another possibility. Our spiritual roots are simply too weak. The great black bull did not respond, but continued to sniff the air. Why did Chun Sun emit such an unpleasant odor? Old bull. Chun Sun furrowed his brow in confusion. The great black bull's nose was nearly touching the ground beneath Chun Sun's feet. Strength that can uproot mountains and a spirit that can dominate the world. Moo! The great black bull was suddenly lifted by Chun Sun, who exclaimed in anger, Old bull, I'm speaking to you, moo moo. The great black bull complied, lying back against the earthen wall, keeping a respectful distance from Chun Sun. Its eyes glinting with an inexplicable mockery. We shall persist in our practice for an hour each day. If it proves fruitless, so be it, moo. The great black bull nodded, watching as Chun Sun approached. It quickly shifted position. However, Chun Sun was not one to let such an opportunity slip away, and the great black bull's expression turned woeful. They were forced to huddle together for the night. And by dawn, the sweet sounds of birds filled the underground chamber, with a ray of sunlight streaming in. Come, old bull, let us gather herbs. Chun Sun slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, still bleary-eyed, and proceeded to apply some ointment to the great bull's head. Moo. The great black bull awoke as well, its head still aching slightly. Time flies, and before they knew it, they had resided in the Ningyun mountain range for 3 years, yet they encountered no more threats from monstrous beasts. However, they did come across countless skeletal remains of the common folk. During idle moments, Chun Sun and the great black bull resumed their former pursuits. The mournful sounds of the Swana and the clanging of bells echoed through the forest, guiding their spirits home. At this moment, Chun Sun donned a garment made of beast hides, carrying a bamboo basket upon his back, wielding a hatchet in hand, with 2 blades strapped to his waist. He had even painted several stripes across his face, and with a bow and arrows slung over his shoulder, he bore an unmistakably wild appearance. The great black bull's horns had finally regrown this year, and it too was clad in animal skins, adorned with several striking markings upon its head. Unless one looked closely, it would be difficult to discern that it was a large black bull. A wild boar fled in a frenzy, its eyes wide with terror, recalling that just days prior, it had witnessed its father brutally cleaved by a wild man, while its mother was gored to death by a wild bull. Gulp, grunt. The wild boar suddenly halted, trembling and emitting frantic sounds, gazing ahead and behind, where the wild man and the wild bull stood before it. Chun Sun grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, blocking the creature's path. Moo. The great black bull sealed off its escape route. Little pig, become a part of us. We shall grow stronger together. With a sinister smile, Chun Sun swiftly appeared above the wild boar, while the great black bull charged forward, executing a flawless coordination grunt. A flash of crimson light flickered, and the wild boar collapsed, utterly defeated, as Chun Sun and the great black bull dispatched its entire family with precision. Let us go, old bull. Moo. Chun Sun hoisted the wild boar's carcass, while the great black bull dug a pit to bury the bloodstains, and they made their way back to their underground chamber. Old bull, I never expected that the method was indeed genuine. As Chun Sun devoured the wild boar meat, his mouth smeared with grease, he exclaimed, My hearing has improved. This cultivation truly surpasses the mundane. Moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, splatters of broth flying about. In the stillness of the night, it could see more clearly than ever before. This sensation was entirely different from that brought about by the longevity points. The latter seemed to strengthen the physical body, while cultivation was an elevation of sensory perception, a true advancement in life. However, our progress seems to have stagnated. Chun Sun shook his head slightly, unwilling to succumb to superstition as he raised the longevity points to 21, not sparing the great black bull either. Yet, like strength, it felt as though they had encountered an insurmountable barrier, unable to further enhance their physical capabilities, an odd predicament indeed. Moo. The great black bull, too, felt perplexed. Could it be that they were destined to only attain longevity within the realm of mortals? After all, none among the common folk could challenge them. Perhaps we should experiment with magical power next year? Chun Sun suggested uncertainly, understanding it as the realm of mana. Yet they lacked any skills. Moo. The great black bull shook its head, nudging Chun Sun gently. Essence of all things? Moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, eager to try this out instead, as magical power seemed far too elusive. Its own charging capabilities were already quite sufficient. All right, we shall follow your lead. Chun Sun chuckled, his greasy hands patting the great black bull, though the creature remained oblivious to his presence. Over the course of the next year, they continued their herbal foraging in the mountains, discerning various medicinal herbs, diligently studying medical techniques, and cultivating their qi refinement skills. Chun Sun often found himself marveling at the beauty of life. He had once imagined what immortality might entail, a solitary figure watching the tumult of the human world, witnessing the rise and fall of history, with countless gravestones behind him, leaving only a lonely silhouette in this realm. Yet now, Chun Sun would dismiss such ponderings, exclaiming that the joys of an immortal wild man were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In a cave, Chun Sun and the great black bull had relocated once again as torrential rains battered the mountain range, washing away several of their earthen shelters. Fortunately, their pots, dishes, and other belongings were fiercely protected by the great black bull, and all was relatively well. Old bull, ha. Chun Sun laughed heartily, drenched to the bone and unconcerned about the loss of their home. He playfully thumped the great black bull, exclaiming, You've always been impressive, ever since I was a child. Moo. The great black bull joyfully leaped a few times, while Chun Sun busied himself clearing the cave entrance, grateful that all their possessions have been safeguarded by it. Let us test this essence of all things and see what it truly is. Chun Sun grinned broadly as he began to kindle a fire, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him as he listened to the soothing sound of the rain outside. Moo, replied the great black bull, also lending a hoof, occasionally dashing outside to enjoy the rain and then shaking off the droplets onto Chun Sun. Angered, Chun Sun unleashed his might, drenching the stubborn bull until it resembled a soaked chicken. As the man and the bull huddled by the fire for warmth, Chun Sun infused the essence of all things into the concoction, In an instant, his countenance changed dramatically, a surge of green light emanating from his body. Moo moo moo. The great black bull, alarmed, began to pace anxiously around Chen Sun. Old bull, I'm fine, Chen Sun reassured, taking a deep breath and embracing the great black bull. It was indeed the essence of all things. Moo. The great black bull murmured softly, terrified at the prospect of something happening to Chen Sun, as it could not bear the thought of living without him. Let me give it a try. Chen Sun's expression grew serious as he opened his palm, a flicker of green light illuminating and fading, gradually coalescing into a droplet of green liquid, shimmering like a gem. He felt faint, breaking into a cold sweat as if he had run a great distance. Exclaiming, "Is this substance draining my essence?" Moo! He inquired of the bull. You should give it a try. Moo! Moments later, a droplet of green liquid formed upon the great black bull's hoof, and both man and beast collapsed. Gasping for breath, the great black bull finally comprehended Chen Sun's words, as it seemed to glimpse several young cows giggling at a trap. Chen Sun trembled, realizing that despite his well-toned physique and being praised as the most enduring man in the neighborhood, he was on the verge of collapse. Moo! The great black bull's eyes glazed over, its spirit waning, having thought itself invincible among bulls, only to find itself bested in a mere round an hour later. They finally recovered, and Chen Sun felt a chill of apprehension. Had they encountered a wild beast in that moment, they would have been in grave danger. Old bull, we mustn't use the essence of all things carelessly. We should at least use it separately. Chen Sun assessed his body, feeling no sense of depletion. However, as a physician, he resolved to brew some medicinal broth tomorrow to restore his strength, for one must never be careless. Moo moo, the great black bull nodded happily, glad to have learned the art of healing. What use is it? Looking like a green gem. Chen Sun frowned at the droplet of green liquid in his palm. Indeed peculiar, as it did not dissipate like a mere droplet of water. He seized his mountain axe, placing the green liquid upon it. But there was no reaction. He then set it upon their pots and pans. Yet again, nothing occurred. Even when he placed it upon a stone, there was no response. Finally, in exasperation, he set it on the bandana of a fierce bandit, but still, there was no reaction. Moo! The great black bull cried out, startling Chen Sun, who turned to see the bull crouched low, observing a wild grass with keen interest. Remarkable! Chen Sun exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the great black bull and placing the green liquid atop the wild grass, which immediately merged with it, undergoing a noticeable transformation. Moo, he questioned, what a groundbreaking discovery. This green liquid can expedite growth. Chen Sun marveled, spitting out a mouthful of dirt as he spoke, yet he needed further observation. If this were true, their fortunes would soar. Moo moo moo, the great black bull grinned widely, carefully safeguarding the wild grass. Chen Sun, with his hand outstretched, declared with fervor, I am an apothecary. What harm is there in draining me dry? The great black bull. Silence enveloped them, as still as the grave, save for the gentle patter of rain outside the cave. Chen Sun found himself at a loss, his palm yielding no response. Unable to summon any further green liquid, he cleared his throat and said, Old bull, why don't you give it a try? Moo. The great black bull extended its hoof, straining with all its might, yet no reaction occurred. No worries, we shall proceed slowly. Time is on our side. Moo moo. Time flowed like a river, propelling one forward, and another year swiftly passed. Whispers of wild men began to circulate around the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range. Shrouded in terror, this wild man frequently roamed the deep forests, accompanied by a wild bull that feasted upon human bones, leaving behind the withered remains of many. As night fell, eerie sounds of Swana, accompanied by strange bell chimes, echoed through the woods, reminiscent of a soul-collecting specter. Should one encounter this wild man, it was advised to either flee or find a pit to bury oneself. Countless villagers were drenched in sweat, terrified at the thought of a wild man lurking in the depths of Ningyun Mountain, fearing for their lives. Now, those who dared enter the mountains did so in groups, armed with weapons, ever vigilant against potential ambushes from the wild man. If one could slay him, they could claim a bounty from the authorities, prompting many bounty hunters to silently join the fray. At the foot of a mountain peak, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull were collecting human bones. Old Bull, while we may not know them, we still adhere to the rules of our trade. Chun Sun picked up another bone from the grassy mound to erect a small grave, accumulating merit in these trying times. For who among them found it easy? Moo moo. The Great Black Bull nodded repeatedly. They had accrued a fair amount of merit. As Elder Sun had said, the heavens would surely bless them. Look, with your step. 10 years of merit have vanished. Moo moo moo. The Great Black Bull suddenly lifted its leg with a shout, having inadvertently stepped on a bone, looking at Chun Sun with pleading eyes. How about this? Today, I'll eat meat, and you can have soup. The Buddha will forgive you, moo moo. The Great Black Bull hesitated, but for the sake of merit, it eventually nodded, knowing that missing one meal wouldn't lead to starvation. They soon found a nearby pit to bury the bones and began their rites. The Great Black Bull worked diligently, the bells jingling as it sought to atone for its earlier misstep. Throughout the year, they finally grasped the essence of all things. Yet, they could only condense a single droplet each day, like a score of 1. It could accelerate a plant's growth by 1 month. Now, having reached a score of 2, as Chun Sun had anticipated, a single droplet could indeed accelerate growth by 2 months. This discovery delighted them immensely, as it meant they could cultivate numerous precious herbs. Their chi refinement techniques had also yielded progress. Both having reached the second layer, their senses sharpened, allowing them to perceive the world with greater clarity. Chun Sun gradually felt a semblance of mystical energy within him, though it was of little use, lacking any skills. All right, let's be off, old bull. Chun Sun smiled, unafraid of their endeavors, feeling a profound sense of peace, as this had become their daily ritual. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull nudged Chun Sun, hoping to siphon some of his merit. Ha ha ha. Chun Sun chuckled, walking alongside the Great Black Bull toward their cave. As they passed through a thicket, both Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull twitched their ears simultaneously, swiftly separating and ducking aside. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows flew past, embedding themselves in the ground with great force. Their power was such that had they not evaded, they would have been pierced through. This wild man and his bull possess remarkable agility. Perched upon a tree, a refined and graceful gentleman smiled as he gently cast down his bow and arrow, drawing forth the sword from his waist. Brother Su, allow my junior sister to take action against such barbarous individuals. A woman remarked with a playful laugh, her eyes glinting with a fleeting coldness. One junior sister, you shall deal with that wild bull. Leave the savages to me, but do take care not to be harmed. A scarred man snarled that I am grateful, Brother Tian. One junior sister responded with a charming smile, captivating the scarred man's attention. Brother Su remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Hunting such savages would indeed elevate the prestige of the Baishin sect. Not only would it rid the populace of a menace, but who could fathom the wealth that the affluent families in the city might contribute? Their renown in the martial world would undoubtedly flourish, attracting a multitude of newcomers eager to make a name for themselves. But what if we mistakenly slay the wrong person? A chilling voice interjected from below the tree, its tones strained and suppressed. Brother Su turned to Chun Sun, sneering as he said, with a blurred visage, clad in animal skins, and accompanied by a wild bull, you must be the savage known for feasting upon human bones. We are not mistaken, we have not consumed human bones. That was merely for the sake of their burial. If you do not believe us, feel free to investigate. Chun Sun articulated each word with conviction. Ha ha! The trio erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke, with Brother Su shaking his head in disbelief. You truly believe you are in control of this situation? The wild bull and I are prepared to confront you directly, but let me reiterate, we have not wronged any of you. Chun Sun's piercing gaze swept over the 3 in the tree, stating, you have misunderstood. Savage, I think the misunderstanding lies with you. The truth is no longer relevant. The scarred man drew his blade with a menacing grin, descending with poise, exuding a powerful aura. You shall die. And only then will the common folk find peace, allowing my Baishin sect to ascend further. As he finished speaking, the scarred man lunged forward, veins protruding, wielding his blade with ferocity, aiming directly for Chun Sun's head. So slow, Chun Sun remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly, With a deft sidestep, he unsheathed his mountain-cleaving axe, bracing himself against the oncoming force of the blade. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted, startling the scarred man. This savage possessed remarkable strength. Yet his strikes lacked finesse, revealing a distinct absence of martial skill. Chun Sun exchanged a knowing glance with the great black bull, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the sound of clashing metal echoing as they fought in a deadlock. Just as the great black bull prepared to assist, Wan Jr.'s sister sprang from behind, delivering a swift strike. However, the great black bull evaded her attacks with agility, leaving her sword to graze nothing but air. "You beast!" Wan Jr.'s sister exclaimed, her eyes widening. It was her first encounter with such a nimble black bull, as she relentlessly pursued it with her shimmering blade. Brother Su furrowed his brow, recognizing the wild bull's strength. "Tian Jr. brother might not endure for long," he shouted. "Tian Jr. brother, I shall aid you. Brother Su, hurry and slay this fiend." The scarred man's eyes widened in panic, cold sweat streaming down his face as his hands dripped with blood. His palms raw from the repeated clashes with the mountain-cleaving axe. Brother Su leaped into the air. This savage was rife with vulnerabilities. He brandished his longsword, infused with lethal intent, aiming a fierce strike at Chun Sun from the side. "At last you have arrived," Chun Sun murmured, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. In a flash, he drew a mountain-cleaving axe from his waist, intercepting the ambush with blinding speed. The clash resonated sharply. Shocking Brother Su, this savage wielded dual axes. Chun Sun's feet surged forward, instantly vanishing from sight. "Tian Jr. brother, be cautious," Brother Su gasped, realizing that the savage had not even unleashed his full strength until now. However, it was too late for warnings. 2 arcs of axe light flashed. Blood sprayed from the scarred man, his head soaring into the air as his body thudded to the ground. The afterimage of Chun Sun had not yet faded. Leaving Brother Su utterly astounded, his eyes darting in disbelief, his grip tightening around his longsword. With a thunderous crash, Chun Sun stomped down, leaping from the side as he brought his axes crashing down. Brother Su reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block the overwhelming assault, yet he gravely underestimated the sheer force behind it. Brother Su's furious roar echoed as his sword shattered, the sound of bones cracking emanating from his hand and body. His sword was cleaved in two, the axes relentlessly plunging into Brother Su's body, a torrent of crimson blood erupting forth. "You!" Brother Su's eyes brimmed with resentment. He could hardly believe he was meeting his end in such a manner. "I am not yet skilled in lightness technique. If you were to flee, it would be a regrettable loss," Chun Sun retorted coldly, withdrawing the axes from his body. "The moment you harbored murderous intent, your fate was sealed. Otherwise, I would not waste my breath on you." Brother Su collapsed, his disbelief evident in his eyes. Wan Jr.'s sister screamed in shock as the great black bull, witnessing Chun Sun's aggression, retaliated with a powerful kick, leaving her incapacitated. The bull charged forth, leaving chaos in its wake. "Old bull, get to work." "Moo!" The duo, filled with rage, incinerated the corpses and scattered the ashes, meticulously arranging the scene to ensure that even the most astute investigator would conclude that nothing had transpired here. The two figures gradually disappeared, their expressions sour. What kind of absurdity was this? Nevertheless, it served as a valuable lesson for Chun Sun. The treachery of human hearts. They donned new attire, preparing to descend the mountain. For they had indeed committed no wrongdoing. The following day, Chun Sun, with a bamboo basket slung over his back, washed the great black bull and himself clean, and began his descent, carrying the medicinal herbs they had cultivated. Appearing harmless to both man and beast, to the mountain's base. Not only common folk, but also officials and some martial artists stood tall, their gazes brimming with confidence as they discussed the encirclement of the savages. "Brother, what transpired on the mountain to warrant such a grand mobilization?" Chun Sun approached with a great black bull in tow, the onlookers merely glancing his way before shifting their attention elsewhere, dismissing him as just a cowherd. "Little brother, are you unaware? Savages have emerged from the mountains," a middle-aged man exclaimed, animatedly recounting tales of murder and cannibalism, warning against ascending the mountain that Chun Sun gasped in shock. Surely they could not be referring to him. for apart from yesterday, he had not harmed anyone in years. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death. Finding savages in such a vast mountain range is no small feat. The middle-aged man seemed to relish Chun Sun's astonished expression, elaborating further. "Thank you, elder brother. I shall refrain from venturing into the mountains." Chun Sun clasped his hands in gratitude, leading the great black bull toward the city. Increasingly sensing the absurdity of the situation, as if he had stumbled upon some revelation, yet unable to articulate it, he felt that what was once a trivial matter had inexplicably been magnified by certain individuals. "Old bull, let it be. Don't get entangled in these affairs," he patted the great black bull, speaking with nonchalance. "It may well be the machinations of some influential figure." Moo, the great black bull, perplexed, did not grasp the significance. Yet it mattered little now that they had escaped. Upon returning to the city, Chun Sun visited the Ning residence. Finding everything well, Ning Si had aged considerably, and Chun Sun presented her with several precious medicinal herbs as gifts. Ning Si continuously expressed her gratitude, proclaiming she had acquired a fine disciple, though her concern lay in his overly kind heart, fearing he might suffer in the future, and she spoke at length with Chun Sun throughout the night. The next day, Chun Sun bid farewell to Ning Si, as they intended to return to the blacksmith shop, which they considered their true home in Pan Ning City. Days later, Chun Sun wore a smile as he pushed open the door. Dust swirling around him, choking him slightly, he glanced at the empty space and softly spoke. "Old son, we have returned." "Moo moo," the great black bull chimed in with a couple of calls. "Old bull, let's get to work and tidy up." "Moo." The pair began to busy themselves, cleaning and organizing, transforming the blacksmith shop into a pristine and orderly space. Passers-by were taken aback, witnessing the shop's door wide open, one calling out, "Is that Brother Chun Sun returned?" "It's me, Aunt Lee." The clamor of the blacksmith shop echoed with a resounding shout, much to the delight of Aunt Lee, who eagerly kicked her feet and hurriedly spread the news to the neighbors that Brother Chun Sun had returned. It had been over a decade since Chun Sun's departure, and his return was a cause for celebration. He was renowned as a master blacksmith, having crafted iron tools that had withstood the test of time. The neighbors flocked to the scene, some familiar with Chun Sun, while others were strangers, all eager to share tales of the local blacksmith's shortcomings and exorbitant prices, lamenting that only he could remedy the situation. "Ah, Brother Chun Sun, you haven't changed a bit. You seem even younger," Aunt Lee exclaimed, scrutinizing him with astonishment, while she herself had aged significantly since their last encounter. I've been studying medicine and learning the art of wellness," Chun Sun explained, glancing at Aunt Lee. "The key is to maintain an optimistic mindset. The more you embrace life, the younger you feel." "Really, Brother Chun Sun? How so? Just sneak into your old man's bed and you'll find out." "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving Aunt Lee blushing with embarrassment as she retorted, "You're incorrigible," before hastily departing. "All right, everyone, let us reconvene tomorrow. I need to prepare," Chun Sun announced. "Yes, Brother Chun Sun, wishing you a prosperous opening." They chorused. Indeed, they promised to show their support. The warmth of the community enveloped Chun Sun, who returned their smiles, his demeanor transformed from before. Upon hearing of Chun Sun's return, the other blacksmiths in the vicinity erupted in anger. Cursing, "Damn it! Lower your prices. You must lower your prices." However, Chun Sun's shop would only operate half-days henceforth, as he was too busy, content merely to make ends meet. In the meantime, he was diligently preparing herbal concoctions in the backyard, where the essence of all things could enhance the potency of the herbs. A truly miraculous process. "Old bull, I've discovered a fundamental issue," Chun Sun stated earnestly, having pondered this matter extensively. "Moo," the great black bull responded. "Puzzled, don't you feel that upon reaching the second level of chi refinement, we encounter a bottleneck? Absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth becomes increasingly arduous, requiring time to gradually refine. You think that as long as we have ample time, we can continuously enhance our cultivation, that we can always grind our way up?" "Moo, old bull, you're quite navi," Chun Sun said with a faint smile. "Spirit roots represent innate talent, while one might manage to refine chi. The foundation establishment stage is another matter entirely. Moo, Without external assistance, or rather, without fortune, we could find ourselves stagnating at our current level, unable to break through for a lifetime. That is what talent signifies. And it cannot merely be honed through time. Moo, moo, the great black bull exclaimed, increasingly convinced by Chun Sun's reasoning. Chun Sun recalled the great figures of his past life. Some things cannot be achieved through the passage of time alone. No matter how long an ordinary person lives, they may only accumulate knowledge and experience, yet they may never reach the heights of true genius. This is the harsh reality of innate talent. Unfortunately, both Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull were such ordinary beings, and they exchanged a deep gaze before suddenly embracing each other. Behind their heartfelt hug, they both wore sly smiles. So, you two are just a novice, but we must exercise caution. Look at how we've done nothing in the mountains, yet we've still made enemies, Chun Sun remarked solemnly. There are many uncertainties surrounding this matter. The situation feels awry. Let us not be curious, just as we are now, remaining detached. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull looked at Chun Sun with admiration. When they were still in the village, the villagers had asked Old Man Li about the secret to his longevity. To which he had replied, I never meddle in others' affairs at the time. The Great Black Bull hadn't understood, but now had experienced this wisdom firsthand, feeling exhilarated by the depth of knowledge. Staying close to you, Brother Sun, will surely lead to clarity. Moo. The Great Black Bull was thoroughly convinced. Chun Sun was indeed exceptionally wise, as always. Chun Sun reiterated, even if the Ningyun mountain range harbors 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, we must refrain from venturing forth. Do not risk your life for opportunities, and maintain a steady mindset. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull nudged Chun Sun affectionately. Chun Sun smiled softly, patting its head. We possess the essence of all things. Our strength will gradually increase, that we need not seek revenge on anyone, for it would only disrupt our joyful lives. The Great Black Bull nodded solemnly, recognizing its own restlessness since beginning its cultivation journey. Old Bull, do not lose sight of priorities. Even if one ascends to the highest realm of immortality, where a mere thought can obliterate worlds, they still must navigate through life. Chun Sun observed he had long sensed the Great Black Bull's agitation. The journey was what truly mattered, rather than some superficial level. If fate is unkind, and we meet our end, who truly fears death? Moo 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 moo. The Great Black Bull nodded vigorously, enlightened. Perhaps some mighty being might find us displeasing and extinguish us in one sweep. Yet in the next life, we could continue together, Chun Sun declared nonchalantly, embracing this mindset. In the end, death is merely a return to the earth. After all, immortality is merely a gift. Upon hearing this, the Great Black Bull felt as if it had received a profound revelation and rushed to Chun Sun's side, determined to share its fate with him. Ha! Chun Sun laughed heartily, playfully shoving the Great Black Bull away, only for it to nudge closer once again. Half a year later, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of Panning City as countless cultivators appeared in the skies above, visible even from within the city, resembling a fleet of UFOs. Goodness, Old Bull, come quick and witness the flying beings, Chun Sun shouted, hastily grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and a stool to head outside. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull bounced out, munching on seeds, its eyes gazing toward the heavens. Truly impressive. The streets were alive with people. Neighbors poured out to witness the celestial beings, some even kneeling in prayer for protection. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull possessed far superior vision than the townsfolk. Akin to having binoculars, Old Bull, do you think a battle is unfolding? Chun Sun inquired, leisurely seated on his stool, cracking seeds. Why are they all gathered together? Shouldn't they form ranks? Moo. The Great Black Bull was equally bewildered, continuing to munch on seeds. Above, a brilliant flash of rainbow light erupted, followed by deafening explosions that sent countless citizens prostrating in fear, muttering incomprehensible prayers. Impressive. They must be at least at the Foundation establishment stage. Chun Sun marveled, savoring the seeds as they grew increasingly delectable. Old Bull, if we could fly one day, wouldn't it be called bullish ascension? Moo moo. The Great Black Bull, now incensed, finally understood Chun Sun's jest. In a fit of frustration, It snatched the sunflower seeds from Chun Sun, who quickly pried its mouth open to reclaim his snack. The distant battle intensified, vibrant spells illuminating the sky, with cultivators plummeting from the fray. A spectacle beyond compare. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull couldn't help but applaud, finding this far more enjoyable than any mundane performance. My heavens, they resemble humanoid weapons. Chun Sun exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. No matter how skilled a mortal may be, their martial prowess pales in comparison to those spells, akin to lasers. Who could withstand such might? Moo! The Great Black Bull echoed, equally astonished by the spectacle. The citizens of the city gazed on in awe, recognizing the power of the celestial beings, an ultimate pinnacle unattainable by mere mortals. The celestial battle erupted swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. As various beams of light streaked across the sky, gradually fading away after a brief but intense confrontation. Did it end so soon? I hadn't seen enough. Chun Sun sighed. Moo! The Great Black Bull echoed, feeling equally unfulfilled. They could have watched for a month, far more captivating than any television drama. Old Bull, let us get back to work. Moo! Life must carry on. This duel had no bearing on them. Yet, Chun Sun began to fantasize about entering the world of cultivation, where daily encounters with battles would be rather splendid. In the backyard, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull widened their eyes at the sight of the century-old wild ginseng, pondering the countless nights spent extracting its essence. Old Bull, we've struck gold, Chun Sun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. This wild ginseng, cultivated with their utmost effort using the green liquid, was akin to gold in value. Absolutely priceless. Moo! The Great Black Bull was ecstatic. It had never seen gold before. With such age, this treasure would undoubtedly attract the envy of the wealthiest families in the city, a life-sustaining existence. Chun Sun swallowed hard, aware that most medicinal herb books contained records of what could be deemed divine creations in the mortal realm. Old Bull, are we selling? Moo! Moo! The Great Black Bull hesitated for a moment before shaking its head. They were not in want of wealth. Their daily expenses were sufficiently covered, and this was indeed their treasure. Very well. We shall keep it for future needs. Chun Sun nodded, agreeing that selling would be a pity, a disservice to the countless days and nights spent nurturing it. Old Bull, let us cultivate some other herbs. A few decades' worth should suffice. Otherwise, it might draw too much attention, and trouble may one day arise. Moo! The Great Black Bull nodded vigorously, having heard Chun Sun recount many tales of the perils faced by those who possessed great treasures. It understood well. During their years in the Ningyun mountain range, they had gathered various herbs, but had yet to encounter the legendary spiritual medicines. Such fortune was rare in a lifetime. However, following the recent battle among cultivators in the heavenly expanse, the citizens and nobles of Panning City had become increasingly restless, eager to seek immortality, leading throngs to the Ningyun mountain range. Among them, many swindlers appeared, deceiving others into financial ruin, while ruthless bandits resorted to violence and theft. Consequently, the business of selling coffins began to flourish. These rogue sects, unwilling to remain idle, began to claim disciples abandoned by the immortal sects, asserting their involvement in matters the sects disregarded. Hence, tales of chivalry began to emerge, gradually overshadowing the wild folk of Ningyun mountain range. Time, it seemed, could absolve all as the years flowed by. Longing for a return grew ever more elusive, and before long, 5 years had slipped away. In this time, Chun Sun had devoted all his efforts to nurturing the essence of all things, and he and the Great Black Bull had finally progressed to the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. The neighbors who once called him brother had aged, some had departed, and Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull had been preoccupied with numerous funerals. Tending to the bereaved families. On an autumn night, the sky was high and the dew heavy, as the cool moonlight bathed the earth, casting a somber glow that illuminated the morning halls. This year, it seemed, more had passed away than usual. Unconsciously, the early autumn nights grew longer, with a gentle breeze carrying a sense of melancholy. Standing outside the morning hall, Chun Sun played the swona, the leaves falling silently as sorrow enveloped him. And he couldn't help but sigh. Familiar smiles had faded one by one, and perhaps as time progressed, Those faces would blur in his memory. Inside the morning hall, soft cries echoed. Chun Sun walked slowly through, offering assistance wherever needed. What more could he do now but partake in a morning feast? Brother Chun Sun, thank you, they expressed, grief-stricken. Please accept my condolences, Chun Sun replied softly, forcing a faint smile. We have conducted the rites. No malevolent spirits shall obstruct the path to the underworld. Their family members nodded solemnly, tightly grasping Chun Sun's hand, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Moo moo, the great black bull called softly from outside the hall, its bells jingling, offering blessings for the departed. The deceased had passed, and the living remained. The street seemed no longer a place to linger. Chun Sun and the great black bull were too extraordinary, attracting an increasing number of visitors, and the blacksmith shop was forgotten. The next day dawned, a tranquil morning where silence reigned, and the biting cold wind rustled the old trees lining the street, now tinged with yellow. The sound of a door closing was faint as Chun Sun and the great black bull departed. Chun Sun cast one last glance at the street, inadvertently marking time with deep impressions. They were like travelers through time, hurrying past, with no one knowing where they had gone. The blacksmith shop would never open its doors again, and the neighbors would say that Chun Sun had likely perished far from home. Remembered only as a once boisterous blacksmith a month later, in the night, in the western city of Panning. This was the most prosperous area of the city, where those who resided in the west were either wealthy or nobility. A piece of land here commanded a staggering price, leaving the common folk in awe and the dogs in disbelief that a group strolled through this bustling street, the men exuding confidence, the women strikingly beautiful. Their eyes filled with wonder, yet their demeanor bore an ethereal grace. Indeed, the world of mortals is captivating, one girl remarked, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, lamenting her time spent in the sect, limited to playing with the spiritual beasts of the mountains. Junior Sister Yi, you are mistaken. Allow me to clarify. A stern-faced young man interjected, shaking his head slightly. You have yet to witness the cities of cultivators. Panning City is but a drop in the ocean. The vastness of heaven and earth far exceeds your imagination. Ah, brother you, is that truly the case? Junior Sister Ye's excitement was palpable, her cheeks flushed. Have you really been there? Brother Yu's expression turned serious, his already stern face growing even more rigid. I have not. The group exchanged looks of incredulity. Hey, what is that? Junior Sister Yi suddenly exclaimed, rushing towards something extraordinary, prompting the others to follow, only to be taken aback by what they swit was a small house perched on 4 iron wheels, adorned with a sign reading Sunway Snacks. Though it resembled a shop, it also bore the traits of a street vendor. Occupying a considerable space and surrounded by a throng of eager patrons, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The proprietor was working hard, sweat glistening as he wielded a large pot. Flames leaping high, occasionally adding unexpected spices that delighted the diners. A window opened from the small house, revealing a black bull's head with its hooves deftly collecting coins and providing change. Outside, numerous skewers were displayed, their aroma wafting through the air, enticing the group and making their stomachs grumble. Such a bustling stall naturally drew jealousy from fellow vendors. Yet the proprietor, adorned with 3 hefty battle axes, revealed an impressive physique, his casually exposed abs garnering camaraderie among the onlookers. Boss, I want to eat this. Junior Sister Yi exclaimed joyfully, eager to sample everything. Young lady, patience is key. You must wait your turn and pay first. The proprietor replied straightforwardly, earning appreciative murmurs from those waiting, who found satisfaction in the process. Brother you, hurry and pay, Junior Sister Yi urged, bouncing on her toes, intoxicated by the delicious scents. Brother you felt somewhat out of place as he navigated through the crowd to the window, retrieving a silver coin and locking eyes with the great black bull, their gazes lingering. Brother you was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. Why is it a bull? The great black bull was equally bewildered, exhaling a breath, confused by the abundance of coins, unable to compute. Moo, the great black bull called to Chun Sun. Coming, Chun Sun replied, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the silver, sensing a lucrative opportunity. He smiled at Brother Yu, saying, Young master, my old bull has never seen silver. Please don't mind. Not at all, Brother Yu blinked in surprise, still a bit dazed as he accepted the coins. Standing outside the crowd, his fellow disciples had already rushed to indulge in the food. And he frowned slightly at the great black bull, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. The immortal body, no issues whatsoever, Brother Yu murmured, glancing back at the vendor. Also immortal, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Chun Sun paused momentarily in his cooking, sensing someone probing him, a ripple of energy coursing through him, though obscured by the essence of all things. There are cultivators here, Chun Sun thought, his demeanor remaining carefree as he called out that the food was ready. Scanning the crowd with a smile, the little girl called out to Brother Yu, and Chun Sun silently resolved not to provoke them. He continued his work without haste, welcoming everyone with a smile. As midnight approached, the nearby residents began to return home, the streets becoming sparse, and Chun Sun prepared to close up shop. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, we shall be closing for the night. It is time for rest, Chun Sun announced in astonishment, realizing the crowd had dined there all evening, nearly depleting his supplies, yet he had earned a considerable profit. Junior Sister Yi huffed playfully, "Boss, keep cooking. We have plenty of silver." "Indeed, your flavors are truly remarkable," Brother Yu added unexpectedly, tasting the food and finding it hard to stop. "Yes, boss, we're not stingy with our silver," others chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration that we're out of ingredients. "Everyone," Chun Sun exclaimed, his pupils widening, "were cultivators truly this voracious?" The secret lay in his special seasonings, infused with the precious herbs they had nurtured. Ordinary folk could not match this prowess. You set up here every night?" Sister Yi chuckled with joy, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I last savored something so delectable." "Not necessarily," replied Chun Sun. "My stall is mobile." "Mobile?" she inquired. "It means I go wherever the winds take me." "Settling wherever I please," Chun Sun elucidated. "Staying in one place for too long isn't ideal. Why not come work as a chef in our sect?" "Qingling," Brother Yu interjected sternly, "we must leave now. Speak no more, or I shall send you back." Upon hearing this, Sister Ye's hair stood on end, and the surrounding junior disciples were similarly startled. Brother Yu was indeed angry. "Safe travels, everyone." Chun Sun smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Finally bidding adieu to this group of imposing figures, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "Old ox, let us be on our way, moo." The great black ox bounded out from the small dwelling, and together they began to push onward with ease, soon halting on a patch of unoccupied grass. "Old ox, how much did we earn today?" Chun Sun wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. "Uve worked hard." "Moo moo." The black ox nuzzled Chun Sun, feeling somewhat underappreciated. "Let us earn a bit more to save. All the money we've made these past years has gone to arranging our friends' affairs." "Moo." The black ox nodded. Life was pleasant now, free from the need to socialize and meet new faces, lest they vanish from his sight. He had many friends, after all, as the neighbors often sought him out for a chat, confiding their troubles. They believed the great black ox could not comprehend their words, yet he understood perfectly, cherishing their sincere companionship and delighting in their stories. "Old ox," Chun Sun suddenly smacked the ox's head, causing it to cry out in surprise, "Moo moo," and gaze at him with puzzled eyes. "You ought to cheer up. Why the solemn demeanor?" Chun Sun feigned anger, for it had been a month since he last glimpsed the ox's jovial face, and he wondered why it still lingered in gloom. "Moo," the black ox murmured softly, lying in the small abode, licking its hooves with a sorrowful gaze, still unable to recover. "All the things we do are for merit. Keep that in mind, and bestow the merit upon our friends. In their next lives, they shall surely thrive, living splendidly every day." Chun Sun said with a hint of irritation, wielding his ultimate argument, that heaven and the Buddha would surely bless them. "Moo." A glimmer of excitement sparked in the black ox's eyes. The talk of merit invigorated him, for he held a deep belief in its power. "Moo moo moo. Indeed, I've already given it. Do I appear like you otherwise?" Chun Sun asserted earnestly, with conviction. The black ox immediately sat up cross-legged, emitting a series of moo sounds, seemingly lost in a chant. Chun Sun shook his head with a smile, letting out a gentle sigh. His mindset was gradually transforming, and this mobile dwelling had become his first step. The longer one stays in one place, the more entangled they become. They were not heartless beings, after all, and ultimately, they did not belong to the mortal realm. Moo, is it all done? Moo. The black ox pressed closer to Chen Sun, grinning widely, having given all its merit to its friends, preparing to start accumulating again. Chen Sun chuckled, patting the black ox, and they leaned against each other. Gradually drifting into slumber in the days that followed, they found solace in Panning City, wandering about, exploring, selling snacks in the evenings, and sourcing supplies together during the day, purchasing anything that caught their fancy. A year later, Chen Sun's wandering little house had indeed gained considerable fame in Panning City, attracting numerous visitors who praised its delectable offerings. Finally, on a bright and sunny morning, as they were out to procure supplies, their mobile dwelling was stolen at that moment. Chen Sun was bearing 2 bags of meat, gazing at the desolate patch of grass, the bags slipping from his shoulders and landing heavily on the ground, echoing the weight in their hearts. "Where's our house? Moo moo moo." The black ox cried out in distress, scurrying about the grass, desperately seeking their dwelling. Both man and beast knelt before the grassy expanse, their gazes hollow, devoid of hope. Home, once again, was lost. Cursed be it! Cursed be it! Chen Sun's face twisted in rage, his forehead veins bulging. How could such a large house be stolen? The black ox trembled with fury, snorting defiantly at the ground, the grass flying about. It was utterly despicable, outrageously so. Undoubtedly a gang was responsible. Chen Sun spat angrily, observing the tracks on the grass. Damn it, today we shall unleash our wrath. All our pots and pans are inside. After all these years with us, moo. The black ox rose, muscles rippling, eyeing the direction of the wheels. It was improbable they could move quickly, even they required considerable effort. Chen Sun retrieved a long-lost bandit mask from his clothes, unfastening his garments to reveal a chiseled torso, then slowly drawing 2 mountain axes from his waist, the black ox standing silently at his side. Their gazes fixed on a singular direction, Chen Sun's chest heaving. Old ox, pursue moo. The 2 figures transformed into whirlwinds, their eyes bloodshot with fury, chasing fiercely. Today, they would not rest until the world was turned upside down and the sun and moon obscured. None shall escape. The thieves of their home must perish. Over the grass, across the bridge, they spotted their little house. Chen Sun let out a furious roar, leaping high and far. With a thud, he landed squarely atop the mobile dwelling, exuding an undeniable presence, coldly declaring, in broad daylight, under this clear sky, "What is your intention?" He slowly turned, his gaze falling to the ground, pupils constricting. How could it be filled with soldiers? Injustice! Moo moo. Once more, Chen Sun and the black ox found themselves imprisoned. The reason being that their stall was excessively large, encroaching upon the space of ordinary citizens. Others needed to make a living, and the prime locations were limited. Countless vendors reported them to the authorities, claiming Chen Sun's little house was quite out of order, making survival difficult for all. 10 days later, Chen Sun and the black ox emerged from their dismal confinement. Life within those walls was unbearable. They looked up at the sky, smiling. Freedom was truly delightful. However, the government was reasonable, returning their pots and pans, yet ordering the dismantling of their little house, cautioning them against such actions in the future. Chen Sun, filled with gratitude, wept bitterly, proclaiming his respect for the law, vowing never to disrupt others again, acknowledging their wrongdoing. This year's longevity points were still added to the essence of all things, with a single drop of green liquid capable of accelerating growth by 8 months. Their current longevity points: strength, 21, speed, 21. Essence of all things. Chen Sun's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his clothes were in disarray as he and the black ox embarked on a life of wandering, often playing with stray dogs along the roadside. Their laughter echoing. 2 months later, they gradually made their way to the southern city, where Chen Sun heard troubling news. Dr. Ning was nearing his end. He personally visited, delivering a century-old mountain ginseng to his master's wife before departing immediately. A month later, Ning Si passed away, countless citizens mourning him, their eyes filled with tears. The Pingtai Medical Hall had benefited innumerable people. The Ning family was substantial, with many in attendance, all wearing white headbands. Chen Sun silently stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling somewhat superfluous. The frost-laden wind howled, brushing against the edges of Chen Sun's memories, leaving only the gradually fading fragrance in the air, forever lost. Now, three individuals stood as the most significant in Chen Sun's life. The first was the old village chief, who remembered them during their direst times, willing to offer a meal. The second was Old Sun, who had given them their first home upon their arrival in Panning City, when they were utterly destitute. The third was Master Ning, who imparted wisdom and guidance, teaching him countless truths for navigating the world. As if the art of healing had become secondary, it seemed they had all departed. Chen Sun seemed unable to maintain his composure any longer. His lips trembled incessantly, and he even dared not cast a final glance at Master Ning. The great black bull merely nudged against Chen Sun, who tightly embraced its massive head with one hand. They followed the crowd, as if hoping the slower pace would compel Ning's sea to linger a moment longer. The setting sun bled crimson hues across the southern city, and distant calls reminiscent of returning wild geese echoed from beyond the mountains, leaving only their fleeting silhouettes against the vast sky. The Ning family, bearing the coffin, receded further away, gradually vanishing through the city gates, while Chen Sun stood motionless for a long while, two streams of tears flowing down his cheeks. Countless townsfolk rushed out, their figures brushing past, each pair of eyes revealing profound sorrow. Chen Sun, leading the great black bull, walked towards them with heavy, slow steps, his gaze devoid of both joy and sorrow. They departed, completely leaving Panning City behind, that a year whisked by in haste. Within Panning City, countless wish lanterns soared in the sky, as the mountain breeze swept by. Chen Sun and the great black bull perched atop the peak, silently making their wishes. The essence of longevity accumulated once more in the myriad spirits of nature, a matter of utmost significance to them. "Come along, old bull." Chen Sun smiled faintly, now noticeably more mature, his demeanor imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom. "Fat brother is still waiting for us." Moo. The great black bull nodded, reluctantly gazing at the distant wish lanterns, which they had once released annually in the city. Even returning to Ningyan Mountain at year-end, two figures slowly descended the mountain, their expressions imbued with an indescribable meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a plump young man, his eyes sharp and astute, clad in luxurious brocade robes, appeared to be awaiting someone. "Fat brother," a voice called from afar. It was Chen Sun, leading the great black bull, his lips curling into a smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. "Brother Sun." The plump young man clasped his hands in greeting, his tone seasoned. The road of cultivation is long. One should not become overly enamored with the mortal realm. The young man, at the third level of Qi refinement, was a well-known intermediary among the scattered cultivators of the Ning-Yun mountain range, guiding them to the annual Ascension Conference, reaping substantial rewards, and building excellent rapport. "Fat brother speaks wisely," Chen Sun replied cheerfully. Though internally he scoffed, "If you are not greedy, then why were you swayed by some precious herbs? You look like you belong to the mortal world." However, he understood, if intermediaries did not speak in such a manner, who would still attend the Ascension Conference? "Brother Sun, are you truly bringing a bull along?" The plump young man frowned slightly. It would incur an additional fee. If entering the immortal sect, it would be prudent to deal with this black bull in advance. "Fat brother, you jest. With my qualifications, how could I simply enter? I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Your temperament is commendable. No wonder you have managed to cultivate to the second level of Qi refinement at such a young age. Does fat brother not see that I am merely a herbalist? A few years ago, I stumbled upon a spirit herb and accidentally consumed it." Chen Sun spoke boldly, clearly a youth with little worldly experience. They had now mastered the art of concealing their internal powers with the essence of all things, rendering their true strength undetectable to outsiders, a definitive method for ensuring their survival and prosperity. "I see." The plump young man's eyes flashed with understanding, dispelling some of his initial doubts. "Brother Sun, do you know why the major sects hold the Ascension Conference?" As he continued to lead Chen Sun and the great black bull deeper in the mountains, they encountered several scattered cultivators, startling Chen Sun momentarily. However, these individuals maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, seemingly acquainted with the plump young man. After sizing up Chen Sun, they continued on their way. I hope Fat Brother can enlighten me. Chen Sun inquired humbly, and the plump young man appeared quite pleased with this. Aside from the disciples sent by each sect to recruit, there are numerous scattered cultivators who roam about. Many of them have embarked on the path to immortality due to various unforeseen circumstances, including those with extraordinary talents. Fat Brother speaks the truth. If they are overlooked, it would indeed be a loss for the major sections. Indeed, in my years of experience, the number of scattered cultivators increases each year, akin to fish crossing the river. The plump young man sighed, reflecting on how this represented a golden opportunity for the sects to expand their strength. Who would not wish to advance further? Ultimately, it is people like Fat Brother who make it possible. Otherwise, how would we scattered cultivators have any opportunities? Chen Sun's words rang genuine, resonating deeply with him. Suddenly, the plump young man patted Chen Sun's shoulder. His gaze filled with an approving glimmer. He had initially considered asking for more money, but thought better of it. Having witnessed too many scattered cultivators meet untimely ends, he had become more open-minded, believing that if foundational cultivation was unattainable, one should instead relish the pleasures of the mortal realm. Brother Sun, allow me to impart another piece of advice. Please, Fat Brother, do share. The major sects have exceedingly high standards for cultivation qualifications. If one does not have the opportunity, it is wise to maintain a level-headed perspective and not be disturbed by inner demons. The plump young man sincerely conveyed, having never encountered such an insightful scattered cultivator before. The others he had met often fancied themselves as heavenly beings. Once they enter the Ascension Conference, they often realize the cruel realities, sometimes succumbing to madness and committing unpredictable acts. Fat Brother's word shall be remembered. Chen Sun paused, solemnly clasping his hands in respect. Very well, let us proceed. The plump young man smiled, leading the way as they gradually approached a valley, shrouded in thick mist, obscuring all visibility. Brother Sun, this is it, the 9-Star Valley. The plump young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the fog. This formation was established through the combined efforts of various sects. If a mortal were to inadvertently enter, they would become lost and subsequently expelled. It as simple as just walking in. Chen Sun instinctively asked, astonished that such dense fog was part of a formation, altering the very heavens. Indeed, the formation could discern the internal powers of cultivators. The plump young man chuckled. Well then, Brother Sun, I shall take my leave. I have other scattered cultivators to guide. Thank you, Fat Brother. Chen Sun clasped his hands, eyes gleaming with gratitude. The plump young man nodded, turning to depart with an elegant flourish. Old Bull, we have arrived. The realm of cultivators. Moo. Chen Sun and the great black bull stood outside, trembling as they did on their first day in Panning City, their hearts racing with even greater excitement. However, Chen Sun did not enter immediately. Instead, he led the great black bull aside, as the Ascension Conference would not officially commence for several days, and it was currently the time for scattered cultivators to enter. He quietly observed the throng of scattered cultivators, each adorned in diverse attire. Some wore conical hats, while others donned masks, exuding an air of mystery. They all ventured into the mist, disappearing from sight, and suddenly, enlightenment struck Chen Sun. Moo! The great black bull seemed impatient, eager to enter. Let us go, Chen Sun shouted, pulling out a bandit scarf from his pocket and donning it over his head, leading the great black bull into the thick fog. A low hum resonated, and the mist gradually parted, revealing an entirely new world before their eyes. The 9-Star Valley was far larger than he had imagined, stretching endlessly, with countless scattered cultivators traversing its expanse. Murmurs of conversation filling the air. Surrounding them were stalls laden with wares, yet the air was devoid of any hawkers. The items displayed were unfamiliar to Chen Sun. He could not even name them. In the distance, several pavilions stood, serving as residences for smaller sects that came annually to procure items from scattered cultivators. Impressive. Moo! Chen Sun, leading the great black bull, strolled through the valley, keeping a distance from the vendors. Standing still to observe. The transactions involved not gold or silver, but rather hexagonal crystals known as spirit stones. Many scattered cultivators exchanged pills for goods, and Chun Sun's throat grew dry, his eyes widening in astonishment. The great black bull, bewildered, wondered what all this was. How had they acquired such items? Having lived for so long, he had never encountered anything like it. Old bull, we are truly just country bumpkins here. Chun Sun swallowed hard, his heart racing frantically, feeling like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, utterly out of place. The great black bull nodded repeatedly, its large, bell-like eyes widening further, nudging Chun Sun and directing its gaze toward a particular spot. Wow, is that a spirit herb? Chun Sun gazed in that direction, his feet involuntarily carrying him to the stall of the youthful maiden, where he beheld 3 vibrant spiritual herbs, glistening with freshness and exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. These were unlike any ordinary medicinal materials. Both their intricate patterns and fragrant essence marked them as belonging to an entirely different realm. The maiden was bent over, arranging her wares, when she suddenly noticed 2 legs and 4 hoofs. "Are you a fellow cultivator?" she inquired, slowly lifting her head with a smile, only for her expression to shift dramatically. "What is that shape? What do you intend to do?" "Do not misunderstand, dear maiden. We are benign." Chun Sun replied with a gentle smile that we merely wish to observe. The maiden broke into a cold sweat. The smile beneath that veil felt disquietingly sinister, suggesting that this individual was no ordinary person, perhaps a brigand with a history of misdeeds. "Very well, look as you wish." She stepped back cautiously, her demeanor tense, as the oppressive presence of the veil loomed over her. "How does one discern the age of these spiritual herbs, my lady? I once encountered. Are you here to purchase?" She interrupted, her tone tinged with irritation. "I currently lack spiritual stones that you possess any elixirs for enhancing cultivation. I could offer an exchange." "Not at the moment." "Then why inquire?" The maiden retorted, her patience wearing thin, already shaken and now subjected to further mockery. "Apologies for the disturbance," Chun Sun said, somewhat embarrassed, leading the hefty black bull away. The ways of cultivators in business were entirely different from those of mortals. He realized he must adapt his mindset. They merely needed to observe others standing before stalls, listening intently as they elucidated the names and properties of various items. Through this process, he had indeed gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge about talismans, seal brushes, danshas, and elixirs, his understanding growing ever so slightly. "Old bull, I have committed all to memory. Soon, I shall be able to boast with some substance," Chun Sun thought cheerfully, feeling pleased with his newfound insights. "Let us explore that over there." "Moo." The black bull responded joyfully, having also taken note of the information. Beside another stall, a spirited old man with a white beard was passionately addressing a crowd of scattered cultivators, proclaiming, "This is a chi-boosting elixir. Long-term consumption can enhance one's cultivation level by an entire tier. It took me 49 days to refine this, and even those at the 5th tier of chi refinement will find it effective. Only 3 low-grade spiritual stones. No deception here." Upon finishing, he opened a vial, and a wave of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, causing many scattered cultivators to become intrigued, eager to retrieve their spiritual stones. "That old charlatan is at it again, swindling during the Ascension Conference." Suddenly, several booming voices echoed from afar, filled with an imposing fervor. "Friends, a sudden inspiration strikes me. Perhaps my cultivation has advanced. I shall return tomorrow." The old man's countenance shifted, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the throng of people, his movements displaying a practiced ease, suggesting he had engaged in such unscrupulous deeds before. "Esteemed friends, do not trust this man. Those elixirs are all counterfeit. Consuming them yields no results." The newcomers hastily clasped their hands in thanks to those around them, their eyes filled with a fierce intensity, revealing that they had likely been deceived many times before. The surrounding cultivators expressed their gratitude, a wave of relief washing over them. They had narrowly escaped a scam, entirely oblivious to any flaws in the elixirs. Once the crowd dispersed, Chun Sun remarked, "Old bull, see? There are indeed swindlers in the cultivation world, no different from us mere mortals." "Moo." The black bull nodded solemnly, its pupils quivering. It too had been momentarily swayed by the old man's tall tales. Chun Sun continued his stroll with the Black Bull, eavesdropping on others' conversations to gather information, his behavior decidedly furtive, though he remained unaware of it. The Ascension Conference was merely 3 days away, and all 10 great sects of the Qin Kingdom would be gathering. If he could gain entry, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. We should not entertain such thoughts. Merely entering an ordinary sect will be quite the achievement for us. The 10 great sects are beyond the reach of our mediocre talents. True, yet the desire to seize the opportunity lingers in our hearts. Each of the 10 great sects had 5 formidable trials set in the heart of the valley. Without great wisdom and fortitude, one should refrain from attempting to pass. It was said that every year there were numerous casualties. Those below the 7th tier of Qi refinement ought to think twice before venturing forth. Alas, a few scattered cultivators shook their heads in despair as they passed by Chun Sun, who was reminded that the path to ascension resembled a treacherous bridge amidst a sea of adversaries. Fraught with challenges, unlike those prodigies who were whisked away at birth in the valley's heart, where the 10 great sects resided, Chun Sun and the Black Bull absorbed these crucial details, exchanging glances and smiling. Feeling enriched by their discoveries, Old Bull, let us head over there. It appears they are selling weapons. Chun Sun exclaimed excitedly, as he was quite the expert in metallurgy, leading the Black Bull towards the bustling crowd. However, to Chun Sun's disappointment, the stall did not feature weapons but rather magical artifacts, which were not crafted through mere forging but a plethora of flying swords and various peculiar items lay before them, all requiring magical prowess to wield. Truly remarkable. Chun Sun lamented, tears of envy welling at the corners of his eyes. If he could forge his mountain-splitting axe into a magical artifact, it might indeed cleave mountains in the future. Oh, the Black Bull drooled, contemplating the possibility of transforming its horns into a magical artifact. Who could withstand the charge of such a formidable bull? The man and bull seemed to share mutual understanding, each lost in their fantasies, saliva pooling as they gazed upon the wonders, drawing furrowed brows from the surrounding cultivators, who regarded them as mere country bumpkins, even the bull appearing equally foolish, unfazed by the judgments of others. They soon spotted yet another stall. Old Bull, it's all skills, no spells, Chun Sun stammered, tugging the Black Bull closer. The large cultivator manning the stall was taken aback, thinking, what the hell? Even bandits practice cultivation. Spells such as object manipulation, fireball technique, concealment spell, and binding technique were laid out in splendid array upon the ground. Chun Sun and the Black Bull swallowed in eager anticipation, each desiring to acquire them, yet feeling the sting of lacking spiritual stones. Fellow cultivator, do you fancy anything here? Big brother, where did you acquire these spells? There are so many. What do you mean? The burly man furrowed his brow, suspecting that this person intended to revert to his old ways. He discreetly retrieved a talisman, prepared a signal for aid. Big brother, do not misunderstand. I shall return a purchase once I have spiritual stones. Chun Sun hurriedly waved his hands, flustered, dragging the Black Bull away as his heart raced with excitement. What a peculiar fellow, the burly man muttered, returning the talisman to his pocket, casting a menacing glare at Chun Sun's retreating figure. Moo! The Black Bull nuzzled against Chun Sun, its eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Is this truly the world of cultivators? How exhilarating! Old Bull! Oh, Old Bull! Chun Sun exclaimed, cradling the Black Bull's head, his lips quivering. We have lived for so long, and yet, how foolishly we have existed. Moo! The Black Bull nudged him playfully. In agreement, Chun Sun muttered in awe, marveling at how a single stall could captivate them for an entire day, realizing this was merely the tip of the iceberg within the realm of cultivation. As night fell, they found a secluded spot, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, gradually drifting into a light slumber, wary not to fall into a deep sleep. The valley was maintained in order by disciples from various sects, preventing chaos. While personal grievances were settled outside the valley point 3 days later, countless scattered cultivators converged within the valley, jostling for space, their eyes ablaze with ambition, each wielding shimmering magical artifacts, all determined to ascend. Such a lively scene, Chun Sun remarked, leading the Black Bull to the edge of the crowd, gazing towards the valley's center where 10 towering platforms stood. their exquisite carvings gleaming with a material far beyond mere iron. The black bull raised its head, sensing the formidable aura emanating from these structures, unlike anything they had encountered in the mortal realm. A resounding hum filled the air as a colossal vessel approached, gliding gracefully, upon which stood several ethereal figures, their presence almost otherworldly, a banner billowing in the fierce wind. The Qingyang sect has arrived. One of the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom. The sound of the air being rent asunder stirred a cacophony of gasps and exclamations among the gathered cultivators, who recognized the vessel. Chun Sun and the Black Bull could only mutter in astonishment. Chirp, chirp. 4 massive crimson spiritual beasts soared across the sky, trumpeting loudly, their backs carrying riders who surveyed the 9-star valley from above. One of the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom, the Ziyun sect. It is said to be home to countless breathtaking celestial maidens. If only one could bask in their grace, such beauty as Honglin Yuan could only be nurtured by a sect of this caliber. Once again, a cacophony of clamorous sounds erupted. Even the spirit beasts were summoned, truly a display of immense wealth and power, intensifying the yearning of the scattered cultivators. The small sects within the valley felt a pang of bitterness. When would they ever shine as brightly as the 10 great sects? Each year, they could only hope to glean the remnants left behind, seemingly trapped in a vicious cycle. One by one, the 10 great sects made their appearances. The skies above the valley reverberating with a continuous roar, each more extravagant than the last. It seemed as if they were in a competition, each eager to showcase their sect's prowess to the scattered cultivators. The scattered cultivators were stirred, breathless and flushed, their hearts racing with excitement. A chance to ascend to the heavens lay before them. Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo had already knelt, their bodies drenched in sweat, more exaggerated than even these scattered cultivators, muttering exclamations of disbelief. This was far more extravagant than when that cultivator had recruited disciples in the mountain village. This was what true cultivation was. If given another chance, if a cultivator from the 10 great sects were to invite me to be a menial worker, Chun Sun gazed longingly at the high platform, uttering dreamily, I would say, I am willing. And if there were a time limit, I hope it would be 10,000 years. Moo moo. Dahe Nyo nodded vigorously. It could also assist, working diligently, and even plowing fields on the 10 high platforms. Cultivators from various sects stood before them, both male and female, hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes sharp, exerting pressure from their foundation establishment realm onto the scattered cultivators. The faces of all present shifted, their hearts calming significantly as they turned their attention to the high platforms. The rules remained unchanged. Those under 40 years of age had the opportunity to pass 5 trials and enter the immortal gates. An elder stood at the forefront, channeling his magical energy, proclaiming loudly, those interested, step forward. The valley will close in 7 days. Roars echoed as the scattered cultivators' eyes reddened, glancing towards the sects they were interested in. Stepping forth, some sects had arenas, others had spiritual root tests, each distinct in their methods, all aimed at selecting the finest disciples from amongst the scattered cultivators. Every year, countless scattered cultivators would perish, yet no one would abandon their pursuit. In the Qian kingdom, the foundation establishment pill was exceedingly rare. Only available within the grand sections, elders from various smaller sects roamed about, discreetly observing the unsuccessful cultivators, inviting those they favored. This was an unspoken agreement among the 10 great sects, always leaving some opportunities for others. Old Nyo, let us not go, Moo. There's no opportunity. We wouldn't even pass the spiritual root test, let alone our strength. Chun Sun shot a glance at Dahe Nyo. We're not going to court death, I just discover a way to make money, Moo. Dahe Nyo perked up. They were in dire need of spirit stones. Chun Sun quietly took out a small booklet, glancing around as he spoke. Let us memorize the trials of the major sects and analyze their pros and cons, Moo. Didn't he say the rules remain unchanged? If we understand the general strength of these trials and compile it into a booklet, we can sell it to the new scattered cultivators. Chun Sun patted Dahe Nyo. Think of how much time and casualties we could save. Do you understand? Mulmul, Dahe Nyo nujit, Shane Shumisitedli. You read truly brilliant. Let us go. A sly grin crept across Chun Sun's face as they first headed to the arena, diligently recording the strengths of various scattered cultivators, assessing which strengths would likely secure victory. He categorized and analyzed the trials of each major sect, determining which cultivators were more suited for each. 7 days swiftly passed, leaving Chun Sun and Attains bewildered. How could time have flown so quickly when they had yet to complete their analysis? The 10 great sects departed, each accompanied by a dozen scattered cultivators, while the elders of the smaller sects returned satisfied, leaving countless scattered cultivators disheartened. The deceased scattered cultivators from the trials were dealt with by the smaller sect members, who took responsibility for maintaining the valley. I shouldn't have gone to the Ziyun sect's trial. It was a tremendous waste of time and energy, utterly unsuitable for me, one scattered cultivator lamented, pounding his chest in frustration, having squandered yet another year. How many more years could one have? Once past 40, there would be no further opportunity. At least the Ziyun sect's trials were the safest. Right? Just take it easy. Zhou Daoist is no longer among us. Such is the way of things. Cultivators passed by Chun Sun, their gazes filled with despondency and self-doubt. Some even descended into madness, slain by the sect cultivators within the valley. Others came to terms with their circumstances, realizing that the path of cultivation was not meant for them, retreating to the mundane world, never to return. Yet, the struggle seemed only to have just begun. As some seasoned cultivators over 40 arrived at the Ascension Conference to scout for prey. Outside the valley, numerous brutal battles ensued, and Chun Sun, accompanied by Attains, ran for their lives. Fortunately, their poverty kept them off the radar. Old Nyo, let us head to the outskirts of the mountains. Moo! Chun Sun and Attains fled frantically. It was a matter of survival, and the dark side of the cultivation world had only just begun to unfold. Another year passed swiftly, and they lived a life of hardship at the outskirts of the Ningyun Mountains, no longer daring to scavenge for bones. Their cultivation had progressed slightly, still stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. But they had accumulated longevity points in the essence of all things and cultivated a century-old medicinal herb. They continued to search for spiritual herbs of the mountain's fringes, seeing not even a shadow. For they dared not venture deeper into the mountains. There, not only were there demonic beasts, but also small sects, posing great danger. Yet another year of the Ascension Conference arrived, and Chun Sun and Attains were present as promised. Their spirits lifted as if returning home. Besides the pots and pans hanging from Attains' sides, they had also printed numerous booklets in the city. Chun Sun began to gain notoriety at the Ascension Conference, earning the moniker the Ascension Stubborn. Penniless yet accompanied only by a large black C.O.W., and no one knew his face or name. He remained a mystery. However, it was rumored that this man was not particularly bright, always wearing a black headscarf, dreaming of becoming a bandit in the cultivation world. It was said that vendors should be cautious of him, for he often lingered around their stalls without a single spirit stone to his name, seemingly scouting for something. But these were merely idle gossip among scattered cultivators, no one paying Chun Sun any mind, viewing him as nothing more than a fool. Each year, new faces appeared while the old ones departed, all eager for a taste of immortality. In the Jiuxing Valley, Big Brother. This is the culmination of years of hard work, containing the trials and precautions of each major sect. Chun Sun bent slightly, smiling as he eagerly promoted, I guarantee your success rate for entering the immortal gates will soar. Oh. A few scattered cultivators paused, their interest piqued. May we take a look? However, upon seeing Chun Sun's rugged appearance, they were taken aback, realizing he was no ordinary fellow. Of course, if we find it satisfactory, we will pay. Chun Sun smiled and remarked, these individuals appear quite unfamiliar. They must be newcomers to the Ascension Conference, significantly increasing the likelihood of sales. Brother Zhang, this indeed seems promising, he added, his enthusiasm shining through. The scattered cultivators brightened at the sight, eager to share their insights, even discussing the type of disciples sought by the top 10 sections. Indeed, yet we cannot ascertain the truth of it, one remarked. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential significance of the information. Rest assured, my elder brother, I am here every year. Should any issues arise, you may approach me directly. Chun Sun assured, patting his chest earnestly. One inferior spirit stone will suffice. There is no risk in this transaction. Even if it merely enhances our odds by 10%, is that not a profit? Excellent, a man bellowed, his gaze still fixed on the booklet. This companion struck Chun Sun as remarkably straightforward. I shall make the purchase. Your discernment is commendable. You shall undoubtedly succeed in entering the immortal gates this year. Chun Sun flattered, gleefully accepting the inferior spirit stone, overwhelmed with joy. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart. The man replied, clearly appreciative of Chun Sun's flattery, recognizing the value in the spirit stone. Safe travels, brothers, Moo. Chun Sun and the great black ox called after them, their faces beaming with delight, having finally secured their first pot of gold. Old bull, let us go. Moo moo. Chun Sun exclaimed, filled with ambition. They had not resorted to theft or deception. The spirit stone was earned honestly and felt utterly gratifying. The great black ox was so overwhelmed with excitement that it nearly shed tears, nuzzling against Chun Sun, both of them aware of the immense effort they had invested. This particular elder brother appeared remarkably distinguished, possessing extraordinary talent. It was likely he was here to compete for a position among the 10 great sections. What brings you here, fellow cultivator? A young man paused, astonished at how evident his excellence had become. Damn it, has it truly been discerned so easily? Chun Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising him. Yet, my dear brother, you seem to be missing something vital. The young man scrutinized Chun Sun in return, albeit clad in a headscarf. His keen eyes betrayed his wisdom. Coupled with a great black ox tethered behind him, adorned with pots and pans, it added an air of sagacity to his presence. This person was indeed remarkable. Please, do speak candidly, the young man said politely. Chun Sun produced 3 booklets from behind him, spreading one open with a single hand, and earnestly proclaimed, if you wish to attain immortality, you must first peruse this booklet. What? The young man gasped, hastily accepting it. Could this possibly be the legendary? The trials of the 10 great sects are all contained within this booklet. It remains to be seen whether my brother recognizes its worth, Chun Sun said cryptically, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His discerning eye had sharpened over the years. He could effortlessly identify who possessed spirit stones and who did not. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing the contents of the booklet were invaluable, far surpassing mere hearsay. Fellow cultivator, this must require quite a number of spirit stones. Yes? 1 inferior spirit stone will suffice. No, that is far too low. The young man vehemently shook his head. Chun Sun's expression shifted. He had miscalculated. I believe it should be at least 2. The young man insisted, retrieving spirit stones from his storage pouch. Brother, there is no need. This is the standard price. Chun Sun frowned, disliking the idea of raising the price arbitrarily. It is but 1. 2 stones. 1 stone. Are you refusing to give me face? The young man's demeanor suddenly turned sharp, as if he had transformed entirely. Chun Sun was taken aback and quickly amended. Very well. Let be 2 stones. My brother is indeed no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression softened, a smile gracing his lips. You too are no ordinary individual. I am quite fond of this booklet. I shall accept it. Safe travels, brother, Chun Sun called, shaken by the encounter. In that fleeting moment, the depth of the young man's magical power had dwarfed his own several times over. Moreover, he possessed the fabled storage pouch, indicating a significant background. Such a person was best kept at a distance. Moo. The great black ox nudged Chun Sun, questioning his sudden stillness. All is well, old bull. Let us continue selling the booklets. Moo. 1 man and 1 ox busily bowed and smiled as they promoted their wares. Some dismissed them as frauds, scoffing as they departed, but Chun Sun remained unperturbed, recognizing such reactions were commonplace. Yet the day's yield was remarkably gratifying. They sold 50 booklets, amassing 51 inferior spirit stones. However, he had heard whispers of medium spirit stones, which are commonly valued at 100 to 1. Yet, in reality, one could easily exchange a medium spirit stone for approximately 120 inferior spirit stones. He and the great black ox concealed themselves in a secluded corner, scanning their surroundings, one hand tightly gripping the mountain-splitting axe. Old bull, we are about to strike it rich. Chun Sun whispered excitedly. Moo, the great black ox replied softly, its head resting against Chun Sun's shoulder, its eyes gleaming with joy. The primary function of inferior spirit stones was for cultivation, as their pure spiritual energy far surpassed that of the natural spiritual aura. Cultivators often had to refine the impurities within the spiritual energy they absorbed. However, that was the practice of the affluent in the realm of cultivation. Ordinary practitioners merely utilized them for trade. While elixirs offered superior effects, they often came with resistance. Only those who could consume elixirs to the point of developing resistance could be deemed truly wealthy, a consideration far beyond the realm of ordinary cultivators. On the following day, they resumed their sales, ultimately gathering a total of 100 inferior spirit stones. Chun Sun trembled with excitement, while the great black ox mooed incessantly, circling around him. Old bull, we must proceed with utmost discretion. Chun Sun cautioned in hushed tones, feeling as though others might attempt to seize their spirit stones. Moo, moo. The great black ox agreed, understanding the gravity of the situation that on the third day, they did not sell booklets again. Instead, they wandered through various stalls. Suddenly, Chun Sun's eyes lit up as he spotted a familiar face. Young lady, is that you? The maiden's appearance had hardly changed. She remained as she was, standing before her stall adorned with several spiritual herbs and elixirs. Her expression shifted in surprise, recognizing the familiar legs and the four sturdy legs of the black ox. Thoughts raced through her mind. Why is this bandit here with his ox again? Hee, it is indeed you. The young lady managed a strained smile, the sight of him having left a lasting impression that was hard to forget. We have come to purchase items. We possess spirit stones. Excellent. What would you like to buy? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, relieved as long as he was not here to mock her. Could you introduce me to these 3 spiritual herbs? Chun Sun inquired, squatting down with an awkward smile. Having studied medicine, he could discern some details in the midst of her astonishment. Chun Sun produced several spirit stones from his pocket, proving he genuinely possessed them. Very well, the young lady faltered, her gaze dropping as she pointed to one of the herbs. This is water cloud grass, aged 20 years. It is a material for the gathering chi elixir. This is frost maple grass, only 10 years old, a material for the heavy feather elixir. Lastly, this is divine meeting grass, aged 30 years. It is also a material for the heavy feather elixir. The young lady explained each herb, recognizing that although their ages were not particularly high, it was already commendable for a scattered cultivator to gather such a variety. Had their ages been greater, they would likely have attracted the attention of many spirit beasts and fierce competitors. Young lady, how many spirit stones for all of them? I will take them all, Chun Sun said, licking his lips, his gaze fixed upon the herbs, which appeared to match his expectations perfectly. Point 20, the young lady said after a moment's consideration. What? Chun Sun exclaimed, rising in shock. The shrill sound made the young lady frown, and she replied with a delicate tone. How much are you offering? 8 stones. What? It was now the young lady's turn to be astonished. There's such a thing as bargaining like this. Why not just steal them? Chun Sun displayed a pained expression, reaching into his pocket with difficulty to extract several spirit stones, stating, 10 spirit stones, that is all I possess. The young lady's chest rose and fell slightly as she scrutinized Chun Sun's expression. But she could glean nothing conclusive. Only his nose, eyes, and mouth were exposed. Very well, we have a deal, the young lady nodded firmly. But you must also provide me with 3 boxes. I have nothing to carry them in. Chun Sun gazed longingly at the boxes behind her, realizing that this was indeed the hallmark of a professional seller of spiritual herbs. The young lady widened her eyes, recognizing the bandit's cunning nature. However, she still gifted it to him, ultimately bestowing a sweet smile upon Chun Sun. Old cow, you ought to be frugal when necessary, yet spend wisely when the occasion calls for it. Do you understand? Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun in dissatisfaction. Having spent considerable time in the mortal realm, they had long since grasped this principle. Brother, how much is the fireball spell? Chun Sun approached a stall selling spells. His gaze as calm as a tranquil well that a middle-aged man glanced at Chun Sun, his pupils slightly widening. For low-grade spirit stones. Chun Sun's expression faltered, indecision flickering in his eyes, while the great black bull urged him on. Let us go. Let's go. Hold on, fellow cultivator. The middle-aged man scrutinized Chun Sun and then the great black bull. Do you genuinely desire it? While there's a slight sincerity, Chun Sun nodded. Take 2 spirit stones. Brother, you are quite straightforward, Chun Sun complimented, retrieving 2 spirit stones from his pocket and promptly leaving with the spell in hand, all accomplished in one fluid motion. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Pulling out another fireball spell from beneath the stall, a common spell, he could print countless copies. Chun Sun and the great black bull purchased a spell from each stall, resolutely refraining from excess. They acquired foundational spells for object manipulation, basic alchemy, a compendium of spirit herbs, and the luminous technique, even splurging on a bag of spirit herb seeds, swiftly depleting 100 spirit stones as Chun Sun and the great black bull traversed the valley. Their hearts raced with excitement, feeling as if they possessed an immense fortune, as if countless loose cultivators sought to rob them. Old Kalmu. The pair exchanged a profound glance, their pace hastening as they dashed out of the valley, subsequently vanishing from sight. This time, the 10 great sects had yet to make their appearance before they fled out on the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range. They occupied a wild beast den, a massive stone sealing the cave entrance. Immovable by mere mortals, the stone was overrun with dense vines, nearly undetectable unless one were to actively seek it out. Crack. A spark ignited, illuminating the entire cave. Chun Sun's face flushed, while the great black bull galloped about in a frenzy. Old cow, conceal your wealth. Maintain your composure. Chun Sun chuckled with a tremor in his voice. Look at you. When will you ever be able to act like me? Moo. The great black bull continuously rubbed against Chun Sun. Utterly elated, moo moo. Our essence energy totals 15 points, which sums to 30, allowing for more than 2 years acceleration in the growth of spirit herbs within just 1 day. The more Chun Sun spoke, the more exhilarated he became, spitting words in his excitement. Old cow, can you do arithmetic? How many years does a month equate to? Moo moo. The great black bull bleated twice, picking up a stone to scribble on the ground. Beginning its calculations, 75 years, Chun Sun exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the great black bull, 100-year spirit herb in a month. My goodness! Moo, moo moo. The great black bull was suddenly taken aback, dropping the stone. They had inquired before. An 100-year spirit herb typically fetched between 100 to 200 low-grade spirit stones. They also had spirit herb seeds, which could be sold and repurchased, creating an infinite loop, who in the realm of cultivation could rival their wealth in spirit stones. Do not get ahead of yourself. We lack the strength to ensure bulk sales. Chun Sun observed the great black bull's expression and knew what it was pondering. Exchanging one thing for another would not draw attention. And besides, they needed to refine their own elixirs. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded incessantly, its eyes wide with astonishment, nearly floating away. First, let us cultivate the 3 spirit herbs in the herb box to 100 years. We'll take the spirit herb seeds one by one. Chun Sun spoke calmly. Planting a 100-year spirit herb outside will attract attention from many demonic beasts and spirit beasts due to its unique fragrance. This herb box not only preserved the medicinal properties, but also masked the scent. They would need to acquire more in the future. Chun Sun contemplated. Moo. The great black bull responded earnestly. Old cow. Let us get to work. Chun Sun smiled. We still need to practice our spells. Moo. The great black bull's eyes lit up. It had long been looking forward to the fireball spell, a trick that street performers often showcased. They began daily cultivation of spirit herbs, practicing spells and breathing techniques, hunting in the mountains whenever hunger or thirst struck, leading an exceedingly pleasant life. Months later, the atmosphere in the cave turned tense, filled with an ominous wind. Shaman Black Bull, I never imagined that in such a short time you would reach the 4th layer of chi refinement. It seems today you cannot remain. Chun Sun's expression turned stern, his fingers continuously clashing in a gesture, his internal energy surging. Observe my object manipulation technique. Moo. The great black bull, with a vigilant expression, suddenly felt a stone moving behind it, attempting a sneak attack. Moo moo moo. It stood on its hind legs, eyes widening, as its hooves, empowered by magical energy, launched a small fireball at the stone. Sizzle. The entire cave filled with a wave of heat, watching as the small stone was reduced to ashes. The great black bull grinned. This is nothing. Strength that can topple mountains, and a spirit that commands the world. Moo! The great black bull exclaimed in surprise as Chun Sun burst into laughter, lifting the great black bull above his head. This move never failed. After some playful moments, Chun Sun and the great black bull sat on the ground, their confidence soaring, finally armed with spells. However, the great black bull astonished Chun Sun. Having learned about the Ascension Conference over the years, he knew that spirit beasts were fundamentally different from humans. Generally, spirit beasts could not cultivate human techniques or spells. Yet, the great black bull could master them all. Having completely transcended the limitations of a spirit beast, regardless of what the great black bull truly was, it would forever be his family. Chun Sun smiled warmly, patting the still mooing great black bull. Another year passed, and the Ascension Conference approached. Chun Sun led the great black bull forward, their solitary journey imbued with profound tranquility. Many loose cultivators glanced at them, shaking their heads in silence. These are the most unfortunate individuals in the realm of cultivation. Lacking talent and unable to see beyond their circumstances, ultimately destined to fade away in this desolate wilderness. Yet they no longer bore any mockery. Such individuals commanded respect, a stark reflection of the lives of many. Encapsulating a poignant sense of sorrow, some seasoned practitioners squinted slightly. Compared to this person, they felt inadequate. If this individual did not arrive, their hearts would feel oddly empty. Chun Sun was never considered a target for their murderous schemes. He was far too impoverished, and his pure desire for transcendence rendered him almost foolhardy. Within a sex pavilion in the valley, Chun Sun's expression had lost its calmness, desperately exclaiming, "Senior, just a little more. I've lived half a lifetime and have only stumbled upon this one." The elder furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the 100-year divine meeting herb, hesitating inwardly. "Senior, look at the quality of this 100-year spirit herb. It has not lost any of its medicinal properties, freshly picked and brought to you." Chun Sun strained to squeeze out 2 drops of joyful tears, just a bit more, and it will be yours. Then add 10 more stones. The medicinal properties are indeed commendable. Good. Chun Sun's expression immediately turned solemn, determined not to budge an inch. The elder observed Chun Sun's sudden change of demeanor, his expression twitching. Did he think he could act this way in front of him? "Senior, I would like to purchase a few more herb boxes. My old cow is quite fond of them." Chun Sun grinned. 120 spirit stones in hand. If I find more, I can bring them to you as well. Huh. 5 for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Take them yourself. The elder shook his head with a smile. Glancing at the great black bull outside the pavilion, it's not so fortunate to come across a 100-year spirit herb. As the elder expressed his astonishment, Chun Sun promptly bought 30 boxes in one go, stowing them away in the great black bull's pockets, disappearing from sight. Truly a lad who has never seen the world, the elder murmured. Even the herb box with the spirit herb in his hands was taken back. Deep within the Ningyun mountain range, crane spirit trees were abundant. These herb boxes were crafted from crane spirit trees, requiring little effort. Yet, many years later, Chun Sun would learn of this, banging his chest in frustration. Feeling as if ants were crawling all over him, swinging an axe at every crane spirit tree he encountered. They now arrived at a Dan refining pavilion, where the elixirs sold were much pricier than those offered by loose cultivators outside. But their quality was assured. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, do you have any items of interest?" A sect disciple approached to greet Chun Sun, as the interior was filled with an array of goods, Dan refining furnaces, spirit herbs, elixirs, and all manner of alchemical techniques available. Having encountered too many peculiar individuals among loose cultivators, this man, clad in a black mask, failed to stir any ripples within him. "How much is this Dan refining furnace?" Chun Sun cleared his throat, feigning an air of expertise. "This is a low-grade alchemy furnace of a yellow tier, priced at merely 20 low-grade spirit stones," a disciple of the sect cheerfully explained, gesturing toward a small furnace. "This larger one as well." "I'll take this one," Chun Sun thought, his heart quaking at the steep price. Why is it so expensive? He couldn't help but inquire. "Friend, I noticed that the loose cultivators are selling furnaces for only 10 low-grade spirit stones." Most of those are substandard alchemy furnaces or have suffered considerable damage. The disciple patiently elucidated. Such flaws severely impact the success rate of alchemy and the quality of the elixirs. How professional. Chun Sun praised, realizing that purchasing such artifacts necessitated dealing with reputable merchants. He then exchanged spirit stones and departed. In this world of cultivation, items were generally classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although there were higher tiers, they were beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like them. Moo, the big black bull, expressed its fondness for the small furnace, persistently urging Chun Sun to show it. Wealth, companions, law, and land, the ancients do not deceive me, Chun Sun mused inwardly. Even immortality could not escape this L&W-T-O remain in one place. Cultivating until the end of time was a mere fantasy. One's cultivation would stagnate. They continued selling their pamphlets, which had garnered remarkable responses last year, selling over 100 spirit stones in a single day, in a dim corner. Chun Sun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer, devoid of any sense of triumph. Old bull, if we sell this year, let's not sell again, Moo. The big black bull replied, perplexed. Isn't it selling quite well? Such pamphlets are easily replicated and attract too much attention. What we need is merely a first bucket of gold. Moo. The big black bull suddenly understood, its mind growing sharper, grasping Chun Sun's intentions with just a glance, and of course, it was less perceptive of the intentions of others. My friend, so you are here, an elderly man in flowing white approached with a smile, as if he had been searching for them for some time. What is it? Chun Sun's gaze sharpened, recognizing him as the old con man from before. I have a fortune related to your pamphlet. I wonder if you might be interested. The old man smiled, hands clasped behind his back, having observed Chun Sun for quite a while, coming every year but never daring to take risks, believing he would eventually bite the bait. Chun Sun silently shook his head, remaining wordless, leading the big black bull directly onto the street, showing no interest whatsoever. The old man stood there, stunned, muttering, so he truly is a fool, a blockhead out on the street. Chun Sun instructed, Old bull, remember this. We shall never harm others nor covet any gains, but do not believe that any good fortune will simply fall into our laps. His gaze was profound, each word deliberate. This may cause us to miss numerous opportunities, but we shall never suffer loss. Moo moo. The big black bull continuously nudged Chun Sun, having committed it to memory. They resumed their search for spiritual herb seeds. Such herbs were hard to come by, but seeds were abundant. Chun Sun purchased several bags, only to find that over half contained dead seeds, a mixture of genuine and false. Chun Sun was immediately incensed. Having reached the 4th level of chi refining and possessing the fireball technique, did they truly think him easy to bully? I clearly paid for a bag of spirit stones. You only give me half a bag of seeds? Chun Sun's brow furrowed, though no one noticed. Moo moo. The big black bull also bellowed angrily at the stall. What's this? Spiritual herb seeds are inherently like this. Are you looking for trouble? The man scoffed, raising a yellow talisman into the air, drawing a line with his fingers to unleash a burst of light that vanished in an instant, provocatively gazing at Chun Sun. This fool with a bull and a black scarf. Anyone who has done business here for a few years knows he is merely at the 3rd level of chi refining. Without support, but a glimmer of insight flashed in Chun Sun's eyes. This man was actually at the 4th level of chi refining and appeared quite affluent. Liao brother, who dares to cause trouble here? A few individuals rushed from behind the crowd, dressed in similar attire, likely from certain cultivation family. All were at least at the 4th level of chi refining, with one even at the 5th level. Numerous loose cultivators gathered around, watching Chun Sun with mocking indifference. What? Do many bully the few? Chun Sun smirked coldly, his eyes devoid of fear. This is not how business is conducted at IC. It's the fool bandit, a round-faced man scoffed. Brother, let me handle this. Very well. The man nodded slightly. In the valley, do not act recklessly. Be mindful. Fool. Kneel and count out to my brother. Apologize, and this matter will be forgotten today. The round-faced man looked down at Chun Sun, nostrils flaring. I want to see you at the next Immortal Ascension Conference. These individuals clearly aimed to humiliate him. The more discontented one was with life, the more they relished tormenting the weaker. If Chun Sun did not assert himself, these loose cultivators would undoubtedly feel empowered to trample over him. "What are you, looking like a rotten watermelon?" Chun Sun calmly retorted, standing his ground. "You dare to bark before me?" The round-faced man was enraged. This fool actually dared to insult him. He stepped forward, a faint glow emanating from his hand. The diamond fist unleashing a fierce wind as it crashed towards Chun Sun. Bang! Chun Sun stepped back slightly, delivering an unremarkable punch that collided with the round-faced man's fist. The latter's expression changed dramatically, pain flickering across his face as he suddenly cried out, "Ah!" The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the round-faced man was sent flying, gazing at Chun Sun with fear. What monstrous strength is this? The Liao family's diamond fist was actually broken. This person is truly remarkable. Ha ha. I didn't expect this foolish friend to possess such strength. A wave of commotion erupted around them, the onlookers' gazes shifting significantly. It turned out this individual was no fool. The Liao family, is it? Chun Sun nodded slightly, turning to the furious individuals and stating, "Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual herb seeds." "Be careful outside the 9-Star Valley, my friend," the man supporting the round-faced fellow said with a sinister smile. "Knowing a few techniques does not decide anything. Oh," Chun Sun smiled, enhanced by his hood, his grin more sinister and terrifying, causing the Liao family members to shudder. The onlooking loose cultivators gasped inwardly, realizing the oppressive aura of the hood was indeed formidable. Chun Sun led the big black bull away, a member of the Liao family trailing behind them. However, their pace quickened, growing faster. After 3 sharp turns, they burst out of the 9-Star Valley, disappearing from sight, leaving the Liao family member bewildered. Where did they go? On the road, Chun Sun reflected, "Old bull, I acted impulsively this time, that if I had not cared about that half bag of spiritual herb seeds, we would not have made an enemy." His eyes carried an apologetic glint. Over the years, they had heard many rumors, but chose to let them pass without concern. Moo moo. The big black bull seemed unconcerned, noting that they had been deliberately bullied. In life, not everything can be allowed. For now, we shall avoid the Immortal Ascension Conference. That Liao family member is sure to block us. Chun Sun spoke softly. We must first enhance our strength. We are without allies, and this realm of cultivation is far more ruthless than the mortal world. Moo. The big black bull responded, sensing that the Liao family member clearly harbored murderous intent. Upon returning to the cave at the mountain's edge, Chun Sun continually chastised himself, realizing that having spent too long in the mortal realm, he still clung to fleeting emotions here, which could lead to fatal consequences. "Old bull, should we encounter such matters again, we must endure. Once we have sufficient strength, we will reclaim what was lost." Chun Sun muttered a curse under his breath, words the big black bull could not comprehend. "Damn it, those little rascals." Moo moo moo. The big black bull nudged Chun Sun, understanding that their mindset had yet to reach a point where they could dismiss everything. They still needed to experience more. "Old bull, it's all right." Chun Sun embraced the big black bull. "You go procure some spiritual herbs. I will study the art of alchemy." Moo. The great black bull was remarkably obedient, promptly rushing over in an attempt to bring a smile to Chun Sun's face. Chun Sun perused the fundamentals of alchemy, recognizing that the first step was to condense the alchemical fire within his body, followed by the gradual refinement of the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs, culminating in their fusion into a pill. However, the alchemical fire was exceedingly taxing on one's magical energy. A single misstep could result in the complete ruin of an entire batch of elixirs. A true master of alchemy would undoubtedly have countless spiritual herbs amassed for their craft. Nonetheless, the art of alchemy also mentioned that the fire from the earth's veins could serve as a substitute for the alchemical fire. Such locations, however, were typically occupied by celestial sects, leaving ordinary cultivators with little hope of access. Chun Sun was thoroughly engrossed. Having studied medicine previously, he found many concepts to be interconnected. The most common elixirs during the qi refining stage were the featherweight pill and the qi boosting pill, both esteemed for enhancing one's cultivation, with their formulas being widespread knowledge. Spiritual herbs, aged 20 years or more, could be utilized for concoction. Chun Sun mused, of course, the older the herb, the better. However, herbs of greater age were generally reserved for producing superior elixirs. Time flew by, and a year had passed before he knew it. They had missed the Ascension Conference this time, and the Liao family had long been waiting outside the valley, only to be left empty-handed. It seemed that the fool had become somewhat clever, realizing that he had offended a significant figure and retreating like a turtle. This year, a few individuals had indeed appeared, selling pamphlets similar to Chen Sun's, which had proven quite popular and lucrative. Within the cave, Chen Sun continued to infuse the essence of longevity into the vital energies of all things. Today, Chen Sun sat in serene meditation on the ground, while the great black bull stood beside him, eagerly massaging his shoulders, its breath heavy with excitement. The auspicious hour had arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Sun favor. Mooing excitedly, the great black bull echoed his sentiments from behind. Chen Sun, his eyes gently closed, suddenly opened them wide, revealing an alchemical furnace before him. He pointed, and the furnace spiraled upwards, aligning with his line of sight. Surrounding them were dozens of 30-year-old spiritual herbs prepared for the featherweight pill, all accumulated over the past 2 years. Go. Chen Sun bellowed, causing a spiritual herb to soar into the furnace. The alchemical fire erupted from his palm, consuming his magical energy, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The fire danced under Chen Sun's control, fluctuating in intensity, while the great black bull's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Hardly daring to breathe, spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace amidst a fragrant cloud of medicinal aroma, causing the great black bull's eyes to widen in astonishment. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a bursting bubble echoed. An entire batch of featherweight pill ingredients was obliterated, turning into pools of wasted elixir. Panting heavily, Chen Sun produced a blank booklet, meticulously recording the sensations he had just experienced and the appropriate heat for each herb. Aware that theory and practice were entirely different realms, Moo. The great black bull continued to massage his shoulders, acknowledging that such delicate tasks were beyond its capabilities. It's all right, old bull. I need to recuperate for a few days to restore my magical energy. Moo. The great black bull replied. You could take years, and it wouldn't matter. 3 more days passed before Chen Sun had fully regained his depleted magical energy. Today, invigorated and in high spirits, he proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Sun a favor." Moo, 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 moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled upwards once more, and spiritual herbs continued to soar into the furnace. Before long, another batch had turned to pools of wasted elixir. 3 days later, with his magical energy restored, Chen Sun sat cross-legged, veins bulging in his arms, and roared, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Sun a favor." Moo, 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 moo. The alchemical furnace ascended once again, with herbs continuing to fly into it. Before long, yet another batch was lost to waste. A month later, Chen Sun's fingers trembled slightly, and his lips quivered as he murmured, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Sun a favor." Moo. The alchemical furnace spiraled skyward, and one herb after another was sent into the furnace. Soon, yet another batch met the same unfortunate fate. Another month elapsed, and the great black bull appeared listless, while Chen Sun's eyes were sunken, his hair disheveled. He trembled as he said, "The auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me and grant Chen Sun a favor." Moo. The alchemical furnace ascended once more, with herbs continuing to enter, but this time, the delightful aroma of success filled the air, for Chen Sun had finally grasped the essence of the process. The great black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement as it slowly rose to its feet, yearning to utter the words incredible, yet finding itself unable to express them. "Old bull, it's done. I've succeeded. Ha ha!" Chen Sun laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot as if he wished to devour the alchemical furnace itself. So many spiritual herbs had been consumed, equating to countless spirit stones lost. Indeed, in a world of cultivation, even dogs would not deign to be alchemists. Only those backed by celestial sects had any hope. Moo moo. The great black bull was ecstatic, watching the dozen or so pure white pills, continually massaging Chun Sun's shoulders. The fragrant aroma permeated the entire cave, a wondrous delight that I must record this. It is all valuable experience. Chun Sun nearly lost himself in euphoria. Realizing the significance of the moment, he began to jot down notes in his booklet, reviewing the lessons learned, for time was the one resource he had in abundance. Old Bull, let's test the effects. Moo. They each took a pill, and as it slid smoothly into their mouths, Chun Sun and the great black bull felt a surge of pure medicinal power radiate within them. The sensation was akin to swimming in the vast ocean, an exhilarating freedom that brought the utmost pleasure. How delightful! Chun Sun exclaimed, and as the medicinal power coursed through him, he sensed his bottleneck loosening. Another featherweight pill followed, and he continued to refine the essence. The great black bull emitted joyful mooing sounds, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Incredible! Moo! Upon consuming the third pill, the previously stuck bottleneck burst open like a dam, allowing Chun Sun to instantly break through to the fifth layer of chi refining. Both he and the great black bull leaped in jubilant celebration, relieved to avoid stagnation at a certain realm. For the next month, let's refrain from alchemy and focus on stabilizing our cultivation, Chun Sun declared. Then we shall find a river for a refreshing bath, and next month, we will commence the alchemical process. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, acknowledging that every beginning is challenging. In the days that followed, they led a simple life, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, nurturing seeds, refining pills, and cultivating. Another year swiftly passed, and the Ascension Conference commenced as scheduled, though the troublesome bandit was nowhere to be seen. The Liao family was enraged, having once again set an ambush in vain, their strength rendered useless. No one knew the bandit's appearance, nor did they understand its origins, as if it had evaporated from the mortal realm. Within the cave, Chun Sun infused the essence of longevity into the vital energies of all things once more. In the latter half of the year, he successfully concocted 3 more batches, consuming the pills while solidifying his cultivation, remaining humble and patient. For Chun Sun and the great black bull, time was the most invaluable commodity. The most crucial aspect was to take steady steps, and they had now broken through to the 6th layer of chi refining, an astonishing feat, although the growth conditions for these spiritual herbs were exceedingly stringent. It appeared that their vital essence could overcome any obstacle. Chun Sun and the great black bull opened another entrance within the cave, which they filled with spiritual herbs, all aged over several decades. Having perused the compendium of spiritual herbs, Chun Sun understood that these herbs required cultivation in spiritual soil, not mere ordinary earth. Moo. The great black bull gazed upon their flourishing domain, beaming with joy, as the aura of spirituality enveloped them during their cultivation. However, the alchemical furnace seemed to be wearing down. Chun Sun furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss with the furnace. It appeared that a replacement would be necessary in due time. The great black bull nodded in agreement, expressing that it did not quite understand the intricacies of alchemy, but could feel that the furnace's exterior had become somewhat compromised in the following year. Although Chun Sun did not engage in alchemy, he remained incredibly busy, diligently studying the compendium of spiritual herbs, reciting and delving into it daily. The great black bull managed the spiritual herbs, harvesting them when the time was right and placing them into storage. Life passed peacefully, devoid of the usual disturbances. Another year rolled around for the Ascension Conference, bringing forth many unfamiliar faces, ambitious and full of aspirations, eager to ascend. Some familiar faces shook their heads, lamenting the days when they mocked the humble cultivator pulling the ox. Now, I find myself as a hooded figure, with opportunities lying before me, and it is only natural that I feel a pang of discontent within. They look down upon the mortal realm, preferring to wither away in this 9-star valley rather than return in shame, while the depths of the Ningyun mountain range conceal countless forgotten bones. Meanwhile, those selling pamphlets are overjoyed as the increasing number of competitors calls for fresh blood. However, most remain oblivious to the fact that such ascension gatherings are plentiful. The 10 great sects do not convene solely in this one location. The Liao family has also completely relinquished their hopes, carrying on with their business in 9-Star Valley. deeming it a trivial matter. Not wishing to be ridiculed for their parsimony, they speculate that the bandit has likely been devoured by some ferocious beast, leaving no trace behind. Within the cave, Chun Sun adds longevity, points to the essence of all things. Beginning to calm his mind and gather energy in preparation for alchemy, the great black bull has prepared the spiritual herbs, acting as a cheerleader by massaging Chun Sun's shoulders and back. Now that my powers have greatly increased, I wish to open the furnace for alchemy. May the celestial beings grant me favor. Chun Sun's gaze sharpens, his robes fluttering without wind, his black hair billowing behind him. The atmosphere imbued with a sense of ritual. Moo! The great black bull lets out a resounding call. Chun Sun deftly places each spiritual herb into the furnace, the process proceeding smoothly. Initially, it took 3 days to refine a batch of elixirs. But now it requires only 2. Time swiftly passes, and after more than half a year, a sudden explosion erupts from the alchemy furnace. Chun Sun is engulfed in a cloud of black smoke. His expression bewildered, his hair resembling a Mediterranean style, with a patch in the center completely blown away. Mo! The great black bull, eyes wide with panic, exhales heavily and rushes over to check, relieved to find Chun Sun unharmed. In an instant, its legs weaken, eyes turning crescent-shaped, taking small steps back, its belly convulsing as it struggles to control its breath, overwhelmed by the explosion. The furnace has indeed exploded. Chun Sun furrows his brow. Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, it seems that this magical tool is subject to wear and tear. Why does my head feel so chilly? Chun Sun suddenly feels a wave of unease, running his hands over his scalp, his features twisting in horror. Where is my hair? A roar akin to that of a lion reverberates through the cave, shaking loose stones from above. Gaga! The great black bull is nearing its limit, emitting strange cries, having never seen Chun Sun in such a state. Chun Sun silently dons a bandit-esque scarf, his blood-red eyes fixed upon the great black bull. Old cow, perish for me. Mo! A heart-wrenching scream echoes through the cave, reminiscent of a slaughter during a festive season. The year passes slowly amidst the echoes of Chun Sun's exploded furnace, as they have successfully added longevity points to the essence of all things. Totaling 19, a heavy snow begins to fall upon the Ningyun mountain range, blanketing the ground in silver white, merging heaven and earth into a singular line, obscuring boundaries and blurring horizons. This year, the Qin kingdom seems to be in turmoil. Rumors circulate of battles at the borders, as countless righteous souls embark on their journeys to defend the nation's gates. The snow falls heavily, families bid their loved ones farewell, footprints scattered across the snow. Laden with worries, countless families of these righteous souls linger, standing until dusk. Yet the dusk snow is profound, as if woven with myriad emotions, surging like the sea, capable of engulfing all, regardless of what transpires in the mortal world. It seems nothing can deter the countless wandering cultivators from their quest for transcendence. The Ascension Conference proceeds, as usual, and the hooded cultivator leading the oxen has not returned, gradually fading from memory. However, a significant event occurs within the valley. Hundreds of sect cultivators personally descend to capture those selling pamphlets. While no blood is shed, their possessions are entirely confiscated. Such pamphlets have severely impacted the interests of the various sects. Initially, competition was fair, but with the emergence of such guides, the number of wandering cultivators attempting challenges has evidently increased. Furthermore, some promising talents have been snatched away, attributed to these pamphlets, leading many astray. The 10 great sects unite against this common threat, vowing to eradicate such scourges, declaring that should this occur again, those involved will meet their demise in the Ningyun mountain range, on the outskirts, within a cave. They have now exhausted their stock of spiritual herb seeds. And with the alchemy furnace destroyed, Chun Sun begins to contemplate the next steps. The great black bull sits nearby, grinding herbs, its hooves applying tremendous force, as they prepare the seasonings for their meals. Old cow, let us first finish the remaining elixirs. We shall reserve the other spiritual herbs. Moo. The great black bull replies half-heartedly, filling bottles with the powdered herbs before continuing its grinding, eyes filled with earnestness. Chun Sun hoists 2 water barrels, which also contain clothing, and smiles. Old cow, Are you coming to fetch water? Moo. The great black bull responds anxiously, hastily arranging the stone mill, following Chun Sun wherever he goes. The great black bull effortlessly moves aside the massive stone blocking the cave entrance. And once Chun Sun steps outside, it covers the entrance again, checking for any gaps. Outside, snowflakes dance in the air, and the bitter wind howls. Chun Sun wears only a thin garment, yet feels no chill whatsoever. They arrive at a stream, chiseling ice holes everywhere. Chun Sun holds one barrel aloft to collect water, while the great black bull stands joyfully in the middle of the stream with another barrel. During their merriment, the great black bull, in its excitement, slips on the ice and falls in, but Chun Sun swiftly pulls it back up. Once they fill the barrels, they sit together to wash their clothes, engage in a light-hearted exchange filled with laughter. Snowflakes whirl through the sky as they sit amidst a snowdrift several feet deep, as if in a world where only the young man and the great black bull exist. Time flows gently, and they bask in the moment. Before long, the sound of branches snapping underfoot is heard, accompanied by the heavy crunch of snow. Though distant, their keen hearing has already detected it. Chun Sun and the great black bull glance toward the snow-laden woods, where a large group approaches, garbed in tattered robes, wielding wooden staffs. Their faces are grimy, red from the cold, and there are at least 100 individuals of all ages among them. Each face bears expressions of astonishment, witnessing such heavy snowfall while washing clothes. And a great black bull sitting upright, holding garments and soap pods in its hooves. "Good sirs, have you lost your way?" Chun Sun casually inquires, his caution gradually fading as he realizes they are mere mortals. The great black bull merely glances at them, sensing no threat, and resumes its laundry. "Young hero, we have fled from Dansong City." An elderly man stumbles forward, clearly a martial practitioner, robust and unafraid of the bitter cold. "Dansong City? That is quite far. It must be on the other side of the Ningyun mountain range." Chun Sun remarks in surprise. He has heard of Dansong City, adjacent to Panning City, but the journey is long. "Are you heading to Panning City?" Yes, the elder nods, his eyes lighting up with hope. "Good sir, what has transpired? This Ningyun mountain range seems perilous, yet you dare cross it." "You misunderstand, young hero. We traveled the outskirts." Taking a detour, the elder shakes his head, sighing deeply. The Qin kingdom is in turmoil, with chaos erupting everywhere. Even the lord of Dansong City has been slain. Chun Sun exclaims in shock, instantly comprehending their plight. He too is on the run. If they approach Panning City from the southeast, they've merely taken the longer route. "Thank you, young hero," the elder bows, having merely sought directions amidst his lengthy explanation. "It's nothing. Nothing." Chun Sun waves his hand. "Observing these refugees, be careful on your journey. There are many wild beasts about." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, big brother," a little girl chirps sweetly, igniting hope in their eyes as they realize they are nearing Panning City, a grand city known for its stability. Chun Sun smiles faintly, watching the crowd depart, and the great black bull lets out a soft moo in farewell. "Old cow, let me tell you, regardless of the world, wherever there is a nation, it is bound to be engulfed in flames of war. And the common folk will suffer." Chun Sun reflects, recalling the painful history of his previous nation, a tale of relentless warfare etched into the blood of every citizen. "Moo! Moo! The great black bull became animated, ceasing all activity with its hooves, and continuously rubbed its body against Chun Sun, urging him to speak. Thus, Chun Sun began his solemn narration from the era of the Xia dynasty. The great black bull's eyes widened in rapt attention, utterly entranced, even noting down a few names. After the passage of half an hour, they had completed their laundry and were now seated, admiring the snow-laden scenery, while Chun Sun continued to recount history to the great black bull. Lost in his own reverie, "Oh no, what transpires next? Please await the forthcoming installment." Chun Sun patted the great black bull, which seemed reluctant to part from the tail, and glanced at the freshly washed garments, exclaiming, "Our clothes have turned into blocks of ice." "Moo!" The great black bull suddenly snapped back to reality, and indeed, it was true. "Let us move. Thankfully, we have the fireball technique." Chun Sun rose, shouldering the water jug and carrying the clothes. leading the great black bull towards the cave. With the aid of magic, drying them would be a breeze. As they journeyed, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. Amidst the wind and snow, a distinct scent of blood wafted through the air. "Old bull," Chun Sun whispered, pulling a hood from his cloak and placing it over his head. Be cautious." "Moo." The great black bull responded quietly, its eyes betraying a sense of alertness, for its sense of smell was remarkably acute. In the distance, beneath a tree, lay several corpses, their blood staining the snow, gradually being concealed by the falling flakes. Chun Sun's brow furrowed deeply as he slowed his pace, noticing that every half-mile or so, there were more bodies, each marked with wounds from blades, and evidently, they had not been dead for long, their footprints scattered and chaotic. "Moo." The great black bull gazed at Chun Sun, recognizing a few faces that bore resemblance to the villagers they had encountered earlier. Chun Sun cautiously approached, inspecting the bodies, discovering a woman who fiercely clutched a small girl. Yet, both had succumbed to their injuries, their wounds beginning to freeze over. Chun Sun recalled the little girl's voice. "Thank you, big brother." Echoing in his mind, a shiver ran through him as he murmured, "What depravity, to spare not even a child." "Moo moo." The great black bull nudged the bodies, attempting to rouse them. They were not cultivators, but rather vile bandits. Chun Sun crouched, gazing into the distance, realizing that all the corpses were of the elderly, women, and children. The assailants were likely still pursuing the remaining villagers. The water jugs and clothes were left in place as two axes began to spin slowly, slicing through the falling snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, the thick snow beneath them trembled, the air resonating with a violent sound, as they seemed to tread upon a sea of snow, sending up waves of snow behind them. Their presence formidable. In the distance, a group of mountain bandits erupted into boisterous laughter, their large knives dripping with blood. The city of Panning was engulfed in turmoil, as many warriors were conscripted into service. "Who could rein them in, brother? More and more refugees are flocking to Panning City." One bandit cackled with malevolence. "We come with all our possessions. A single raid will yield us ample spoils." "This is the life." The leader brandished his knife, laughing maniacally. "At last, we have claimed our dominion. Boys, kill for me." The bandits raised their knives in unison, their laughter growing louder, as behind them lay a multitude of corpses. They reveled in murder and plundering, finding bliss in the chaos, for previously they had been hunted by the officers, but now they were off to war. Life had become comfortable. The wails of the helpless filled the air as more villagers fell victim to their onslaught, their eyes reflecting profound despair, unable to close in death, for they had been so close to safety. The bandits laughed even louder, scavenging the gold and silver trinkets from the villagers' garments, as those fleeing often carried such riches. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind them, drawing the attention of all the bandits, their eyes narrowing in suspicion, wondering why the snow was being flung so high. "What the hell?" The leader spat, clad in animal skins, standing at the forefront, obscured by the heavy snowfall. Something's running. Goodness, brother, something feels off. That is a person? Or a black bull? Bad news, run." The leader's pupils constricted sharply, his voice erupting in a panicked roar, and by the time they discerned the figure's identity, it was too late. Chun Sun's foot struck the ground, gaining speed. The sound of the air splitting rang out, approaching rapidly. At that moment, the leader's mind went blank. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon him, and the gaze he met was the coldest he had ever seen. Swish! The leader's head flew skyward, his eyes seemingly unable to process the suddenness, as blood gushed forth, spilling profusely as he toppled forward. The great black bull charged into the throng of bandits, unleashing a furious bellow, causing them to writhe in agony as if struck by a mountain, being trampled to death beneath the great black bull's might. A chorus of despairing screams erupted, and they perished without ever knowing who had slain them. Smoke billowed as dozens of bandits were incinerated by the fireball technique, and the silhouettes of Chun Sun and the great black bull gradually vanished amidst the swirling snow. Within the cave, Chun Sun and the great black bull returned with the water jugs and clothes, a heavy silence enveloping them, as they reflected on how their well-intentioned actions had led to unintended consequences. The bodies lay unburied beneath a thick blanket of snow, many having already disappeared without a trace. Had Chen Sun not offered directions, perhaps they would not have encountered such a band of ruthless brigands. Old bull, some matters are beyond our control. Chen Sun sighed softly, patting the great black bull. The state of the world and our circumstances are not for us to dictate or alter. Moo. The great black bull rested its head against Chen Sun's chest. The only thing we can govern is ourselves, striving to remain true to our conscience. Chen Sun gazed at the great black bull, offering a faint smile, recognizing that such events occur relentlessly in this world. And one must learn to let go. Moo. The great black bull nodded, feeling a deep disdain for that group of people who robbed and slaughtered without remorse. Old bull, let us commence our cultivation. We have yet to finish the heavy feather pills. Chen Sun's expression shifted. He cast aside his earlier discontent, looking ahead, for there remained much to be accomplished. Moo moo. The great black bull's pupils widened. Invigorated by the prospect, they consumed the pills at a deliberate pace, having initially taken several at once. Now, they took one and meditated for several days, gradually refining the medicinal power and familiarizing themselves with the increase in their magical energy. As time slipped by amidst their steady consumption. Another year passed, seemingly without snowfall this time. They had now ascended to the 7th level of chi refinement, having completely consumed the heavy feather pills, yet they had preserved 7 stalks of century-old spiritual herbs. Preparing for future prosperity, Chen Sun had finally reached a point of 20 in the essence of all things, and they planned to begin augmenting their magical energy in the coming year. To see if their internal powers would grow, as more and more refugees fled from the other side of the Ningyan mountain range, some perished from starvation, becoming prey for vultures. Others were slain by wild beasts, while some fell victim to the bandits. Many individuals passed by outside their cave, indicating that the world beyond was increasingly unstable. Observing the numerous hungry and cold villagers, Chen Sun and the great black bull would discreetly offer them some dried meat. However, they refrained from further interaction, for who could truly discern the causes and effects in this world? In such turbulent times, the yearning for strength among the wandering cultivators grew more fervent. They strained their minds to gain entry into the 10 great sects, seeking to escape their mundane existence. In contrast to the dire conditions outside, the Ascension Conference was in full swing, more fervent than in previous years, as they aspired for a broader realm of cultivation. Within the cave, one man and one bull remained unperturbed by worldly affairs, each engaged in their own pursuits, the tumult of the external world holding no sway over them. Old bull, I shall attend the Ascension Conference. You stay here and await my return. This time, Chen Sun did not intend to don his hood nor bring the great black bull, considering it a more prudent approach. Moo moo. The great black bull clutched Chen Sun tightly with its mouth. They had never been apart. That I shall return a day. If I do not, come find me, moo. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? I shall be back in half a day at most. Chen Sun chuckled, acknowledging their lack of spiritual herbs and an alchemy furnace, making this trip necessary. Moo. The great black bull nodded, moving to shift the massive stone blocking the cave entrance, then settled down to wait for Chen Sun. With a swift leap, Chen Sun dashed out, armed with 4 medicinal boxes containing 4 stalks of century-old spiritual herbs, and he did not obscure his cultivation level with the essence of all things this time. The great black bull hesitated briefly before pursuing him, accompanying Chen Sun for a considerable distance, only parting ways as he neared the depths of the mountain range, continuously mooing in farewell. Chen Sun glanced back multiple times, ensuring the great black bull had vanished from sight before quickening his pace. The number of people had indeed swelled significantly on the road of Chen Sun. He encountered numerous scattered cultivators, upon seeing his mastery at the 7th level of chi refinement. They all exhibited a respectful demeanor, acknowledging his seniority. In a world where strength reigns supreme, it is always the accomplished who take precedence. Chen Sun, however, remained exceedingly low-key, drawing no attention from anyone. Once inside the 9-Star Valley, he navigated the surroundings with great familiarity and heard whispers about the sale of scrolls. Chen Sun merely smiled faintly, a hint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. The number of scattered cultivators selling goods within the valley had increased significantly. all engaging in barter to enhance their chances of success in trials. He ventured into a small sex pavilion, adjusting his emotions as he stepped inside with a sorrowful expression. Senior, that night of tempestuous winds and rain, I painstakingly harvested this spiritual herb from the peak of a cliff. Chen Sun felt himself on the verge of collapse. Tears welled in his eyes that I sustained severe injuries just to deliver it to you as swiftly as possible. The sect elder, after a moment's hesitation, rewarded Chen Sun with 10 spirit stones, though he was still somewhat bewildered by the display. Senior, your discerning eye is unparalleled, Chen Sun exclaimed with exuberance, as though he had never encountered spirit stones before. The elder, upon inspecting Chen Sun, was taken aback, such a young individual at the 7th level of Qi refinement. In awe, Chen Sun proceeded to purchase 30 medicinal boxes, all packed in a snakeskin pouch. Is this truly a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement? The elder pondered for a long while, utterly confounded by Chen Sun's demeanor, which betrayed none of the qualities expected of someone of his rank. Instead resembling that of an ordinary townsfolk, stooping slightly, Chen Sun ambled through various stalls within the valley, haggling for a considerable duration before acquiring 3 bags of spiritual herb seeds. This time, however, he meticulously examined the spirit stones before handing them over. He remained inconspicuous, especially with the tattered snakeskin pouch. The empty boxes that inadvertently peeked out caused the seasoned cultivators to feel quite vexed. After wandering around some more, he entered another sex pavilion, spinning yet another tale. Though his words bore no trace of embarrassment, an air of awkwardness pervaded, and Chen Sun's back seemed further stooped under the weight of the snakeskin pouch. His sorrowful expression remained unchanged, akin to a family mourning the loss of a beloved cow, as he argued fervently over a mere difference in price for a spirit stone at a stall in the alchemy pavilion. He purchased a superior alchemical furnace for 50 inferior spirit stones and inquired about the risks of an explosion to that's how it is. Chen Sun mused as he walked along, realizing that the alchemical furnace also required nurturing with spiritual power, an oversight he had previously neglected. Every hour, he visited different sect pavilions to sell century-old spiritual herbs, quickly selling out 4 specimens. The snakeskin pouch now contained over a dozen bags of spiritual herb seeds. However, these seeds were all suitable only for alchemical materials used in the Qi refinement stage, and he could not procure anything superior. With a leisurely demeanor, he scoured the area, and upon observing his 7th level of Qi refinement, many scattered cultivators treated him with considerable courtesy, wary of trying to deceive him. Chen Sun then quickened his pace, a slight smile gracing his lips as he vanished from the 9-star valley, returning to his cave without incident. Old cow, I'm back, Chen Sun exclaimed as he moved aside the massive stone, a dark shadow darting out as the big black cow rushed towards him. Mooing excitedly. Haha, let us go inside and talk. Embracing the cow's head, he glanced around before sealing the cave with a boulder and stepping inside. Moo moo, the big black cow circled around Chen Sun, eyes brimming with joy, and kept nudging him with its snout. All right, just this once. I promise I won't leave you behind again. Chen Sun cheerfully said, turning to the snakeskin pouch. Let us see the treasures inside. Moo. The big black cow's eyes sparkled as it seemed to catch the scent of the spiritual herb seeds, hastily inspecting the contents and becoming utterly astonished. Moo. The big black cow gazed at Chen Sun in shock, realizing there were over 20 bags. What a bounty! Haha, old cow, these are yours to tend to. There are plenty of energy-boosting herbs in there as well. Chen Sun then turned his attention to the alchemical furnace, cherishing the treasure he had obtained, vowing to take good care of it. Moo moo. The big black cow's eyes gleamed with excitement as it stood up and carried the bags to another cave, relishing the prospect of cultivating spiritual herbs. Together, their essence had amassed to 40. In just a month, they could nurture 3 herbs over 30 years old. Old cow, time to work. Moo. Both man and cow brimmed with enthusiasm for the future, immersing themselves in their tasks with unyielding determination. As the clouds drifted lazily and time sped by, another year of spring and autumn passed. Life is fleeting, filled with countless past events and memories. Old cow, make sure to store the medicinal boxes properly and nurture them with spiritual power. Don't let pests gnaw at them. Moo moo. Old cow, remember to categorize the spiritual herbs. Don't be hasty in your work. If you don't cultivate good habits now, what will happen in the future? Moo Moo. On the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, within a certain cave, even two immortals were diligently striving, making the most of their time to engage in meaningful endeavors, with far fewer sighs and lamentations. This year, the Qin kingdom seemed even more tumultuous, with even cultivators committing malevolent acts against mortals. The 10 great sects dispatched large numbers of disciples, vowing to restore order among mortals. For this was the source of countless disciples. Could they afford to let future generations be unprepared? Cultivators revealing their might among mortals ignited excitement among the populace, leading many to burn incense and pray for protection. As the 10 great sects personally intervened, the Qin kingdom appeared to descend further into chaos, with even monsters and demons making their presence known. More mortals flocked to the Ningyun mountain range seeking enlightenment, while the beasts deeper within the mountains grew more exuberant, leaving countless corpses in their wake, turning the ascension gathering into a chaotic affair. Within the cave, a chime echoed. Ding! The host may now allocate points. The voice of the longevity system resonated within Chun Sun's mind, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Old cow, this year we can finally test our spiritual power. Chun Sun called out to the big black cow. With hopes of a significant breakthrough, Moo! The big black cow, with its large eyes, hurried over, its entire body dark as coal. Were it not for its prominent horns, one might not recognize it as a cow. Come, I'm ready to ascend. Moo Moo, with excitement in their eyes, Chun Sun and the big black cow sat cross-legged on the ground and began allocating points. Currently, their longevity points stood at Spiritual Power 1, Strength 21, Speed 21. Essence of all things 20. A surge of warmth coursed through their bodies, and both Chun Sun and the big black cow grew increasingly tense, their eyes closing slightly as they focused on sensing their inner spiritual power. Half an hour passed. What? It's gone. Moo! Chun Sun was bewildered, as was the big black cow, feeling no change. They remained at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The cave remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by candlelight, with a gentle breeze whispering through the slight crack in the massive stone. Perhaps the points added were too few? Moo! The big black cow nodded in agreement, suggesting that the more points one allocated, the better the effect. Let us see next year. For now, let us get back to work. It's busy. Chun Sun shrugged nonchalantly, and the big black cow nodded, trotting off to the herb field, unconcerned. 2 months later. Chun Sun and the big black cow were using fireball spells to dry their clothes when suddenly, the cave was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing. Holy cow! Quickly, gather everything! Moo! They shouted in alarm, but while the fireball spell was extinguished, their clothes were completely incinerated. The big black cow hurriedly pushed the massive stone aside, while Chun Sun emerged wearing only his shorts, his expression devoid of hope. What on earth happened? Chun Sun muttered numbly, slowly turning to the big black cow. I was using fireball spells. Moo Moo. The big black cow shook its head, eyes wide with disbelief. Looking at Chun Sun with suspicion, you didn't secretly learn some other spell? Did you? This is a fireball spell? Moo. The big black cow nudged Chun Sun aside, standing up to demonstrate what a fireball spell truly looked like, as if you were trying to fool the old cow. Chun Sun stared blankly at the big black cow, still unable to comprehend. Moo! The big black cow bellowed, focusing intently on the distance, as power surged from its hooves, conjuring an enormous fireball that soared into the sky. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted in all directions, incinerating countless dry branches and leaves, sending thick smoke billowing upwards. Old cow! Quickly gather! We need to put out the fire! Chun Sun exclaimed in horror. They hadn't even learned water-based spells yet. This was akin to setting the mountain ablaze. Moo, 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 moo. The great black bull gazed in disbelief at its own masterpiece, only to be abruptly pulled away by Chun Sun, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. An hour later, the inferno was finally extinguished. Chun Sun appeared disheveled, his trousers nearly singed away, his hair a chaotic mess, looking more wretched than the fleeing commoners. They returned to their cave, sitting across from each other. Old bull, I comprehend now. It turns out this magical power is not derived from within us. Chun Sun swallowed hard, belching forth a cloud of black smoke. This power serves as an enhancement to our spells. The great black bull understood, its eyes wide with astonishment. Truly remarkable, especially considering the minimal consumption of magical energy. Chun Sun's mouth fell agape. The energy expenditure of the fireball technique had diminished to less than 50% of its original cost. The crucial point was revealed. Old bull, step aside. Chun Sun's gaze sharpened as he spread his palm. Let me test the Dan fire. The great black bull hastily retreated, finding refuge in the cave, where spiritual herbs were cultivated, peeking out with half its head. So pure. A small flame flickered into existence in Chun Sun's palm. He meticulously controlled the magical energy within him, causing the flame to grow larger and larger until it matched the original Dan fire. Indeed, Chun Sun smiled slightly, continuously manipulating the Dan fire, marveling at the slow drain of his internal energy. Over time, he would master the Dan fire with exquisite precision. The great black bull cautiously approached, observing the Dan fire. Although it resembled the previous version, it seemed even more lively. Chun Sun clenched his palm, drawing the Dan fire back into his body, and turned to the great black bull. Old bull, we must begin to refine our magical energy. Why? Chun Sun retorted, because I don't want to be left with nothing but my undergarments. Understood. The great black bull grinned, grasping the implication that in the days that followed, they continuously adapted to the magical energy within them, ultimately discovering the key to mastery, allowing them to summon and dismiss it at will. During this period, Chun Sun prepared several batches of elixirs, witnessing a significant increase in the success rate of his concoctions, alongside a decrease in energy consumption. Many alchemists had fallen victim to the trials of the Dan fire, for a mere fluctuation in their internal energy could ruin an entire batch. Thus, they opted for the safer option of using the fire from the earth's veins. Together, man and bull exchanged crooked smiles within the cave, their silhouettes ominous against the flickering candlelight. The heavens can be mended, the seas can be filled, and the southern mountains can be relocated. The sun and moon continue their course, never to be reclaimed. 5 fleeting years have passed in the blink of an EYAT, the borders of the Qian kingdom. War looms as the crown prince officially ascends to the throne, the court engulfed in bloodshed. With the cries of the populace echoing in despair, the Wu kingdom, brimming with ambition, amassed troops at the borders, while the Qian kingdom teetered on the brink of chaos. The 10 great sects began to intervene in the national conflict. Naturally, the Wu kingdom's sects refused to yield, igniting a new wave of strife. Under the tumultuous tides of the world, no one could remain unscathed. In the Ningyun mountain range's outskirts, a figure clad in the garb of a bandit led a great black bull deeper into the mountains. As they traversed a forest, a group of mountain bandits sprang forth from the trees, licking their lips as they gazed hungrily at the pair below, their blades glinting ominously. This individual, leading a bull, was surely not a significant figure. Even bandits possess a discerning eye, and not everyone is worth the trouble. Attack, they cackled, leave the bull behind. Kill him, ha. A dozen bandits leaped into the air, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Killing was a source of joy, especially relishing the final, desperate screams of their prey. Yet, the figure with the bull seemed oblivious, continuing forward. The bandits grew more excited. Truly, what a fool. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Powerful gusts of wind swirled around the bull's handler, unleashing a volley of stones that soared into the air, striking like arrows. Their speed and ferocity exceeded the limits of human perception. The forest echoed with horrified screams, startling countless birds into flight. A dozen bandits collapsed helplessly to the ground, their skulls shattered by the stones, blood pooling around them. The great black bull let out a soft call, and flames ignited in the forest, leaving the bandits' bodies utterly obliterated. Yet not a blade of grass around them was scorched. Man and bull continued forward, their eyes reflecting an unfathomable calm, untouched by the chaos they had just witnessed. Old bull, this world is increasingly unstable. Chun Sun commented serenely, gazing ahead into the chaotic Ningyun mountain range. We must prepare to depart, but M.O. The great black bull responded with a heavy tone, a hint of ferocity in its gaze. after 5 years of trials. They had witnessed far too much. The world was not as idyllic as they had once imagined. Desperate souls resorted to cannibalism. Entire families migrated only to be reduced to a single survivor, only to fall victim to bandits. Some sought the path to immortality, only to perish at the jaws of beasts, while others harbored ill intentions, repaying kindness with malice, ultimately meeting a ruthless end. Having endured these experiences, a hint of indifference emerged in the eyes of Chun Sun and the great black bull. They were merely a transient group of passers-by, nameless and forgotten. Chun Sun's lips curled slightly. Old bull, let us not allow their plight to tarnish our spirits. Our realm remains vast. OMO, the great black bull nudged Chun Sun playfully, grinning widely. Together, they pressed onward, their 5 years of longevity now concentrated within their magical energy. Their skills reaching a level of mastery that had resulted in a qualitative transformation. They no longer dared to unleash their full powers without caution. Even a simple manipulation spell had become terrifyingly potent, enabling them to strike down enemies from 1,000 miles away with ease, standing on the ground, anything within their line of sight. Even low-flying birds could be taken down, and the fireball technique had grown even more formidable. Furthermore, the elixirs they produced now carried an inexplicable potency, feeling far more powerful than any previous concoction, rendering their alchemical furnace nearly inoperable. However, with the ingestion of numerous elixirs, they had surpassed the 10th level of chi refinement. The rejuvenation pill and vitality pill could no longer elevate their cultivation. An unmistakably thin barrier now stood within them. Their dantian solidified like an iron fortress, impenetrable. Today, the sun blazed fiercely, though the northern winds blew. A warmth lingered in the as they ventured deep into the Ningyun mountain range. An unknown floral fragrance wafted through the air, but on the rugged mountain path, they encountered a group descending the mountain. The woman at the forefront paused, her gaze lingering on Chun Sun. Is that you? Chun Sun and the great black bull exchanged puzzled glances. Who was this? A case of mistaken identity. Even those beside the woman looked bewildered. How could she recognize someone in a bandit's mask? Nearly a decade had passed, yet here she was again. The woman suddenly smiled, a faint scent wafting from her. I remember your mask and the bull. Chun Sun frowned. Her smile seemed to evoke the memory of a frightened girl from years past. Merging with this woman, her voice had matured, her face no longer that of a youthful maiden, now rich with stories and gravitas. It's you. Chun Sun recalled, inquiring, isn't the Immortal Ascension Conference underway? Aren't you selling spiritual herbs anymore? I'm not selling anymore. My cultivation aptitude is limited, and I'm preparing to return home. The woman replied with a smile. My family has arranged a marriage. Congratulations. I'm actually well-versed in matters of weddings. Chun Sun said earnestly. Gesturing with his hands, I observe that you possess a fortunate countenance. Surely, you shall find success in all your endeavors. Then I shall rely on your kind words. The woman nodded slightly, casting a deep glance toward the direction of the Immortal Ascension Conference. I wish you great success in your endeavors as well. Safe travels, fellow cultivator. Chun Sun took a step back, leading the great black ox. The young woman turned around, gazing at Chun Sun, and once again revealed that sweet smile from long ago, before departing with the crowd. Chun Sun continued on his path, two individuals moving towards each other, heading towards different futures. Brushing past, suddenly, he halted and looked back at the group below. A mountain breeze swept through, causing the sea of flowers to sway. The woman's dark hair dancing in the wind. Chun Sun smiled faintly and turned to leave. Within the 9-Star Valley, as Chun Sun entered, he was met with a multitude of unfamiliar faces. They scattered in every direction, the wandering cultivators hurrying along, their eyes filled with a thirst for PowerPoint. 3 days later, representatives from the 10 great sects arrived, and a cacophony erupted. Chun Sun and the great black ox silently observed the high platform. Each year, the 10 great sects sent different individuals, yet they were all foundational stage cultivators. Old ox, moo. Let us break through. Chun Sun led the great black ox toward the high platform of Xian sect, drawing astonished looks from the scattered cultivators, for he dared to bring a mundane ox to face the trials. A rather amusing sight, indeed. the top of the platform. 3 women stood with their hands behind their backs, their gazes sharp as they focused on the oxen bearer, a flicker of interest flashing in their eyes. The first trial involved puppet beasts, 10 mechanical puppets of the 5th level of Qi refinement. To advance to the next level, one must evade their attacks, and many wandering cultivators were drawn to Chun Sun. He was indeed a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Chun Sun stepped forward. The puppet beasts glowed red, forming an array as they launched an assault on him without fear of death. Chun Sun's feet suddenly trembled, leaving a residual shadow in place. With one hand, he lifted the great black ox, swiftly dodging several spells, and in an instant, he appeared behind one of the puppet beasts. With his palm engulfed in flames, the creature's back melted like lava, revealing a crystal, rendering it immobile. Methodically, Chun Sun executed his moves, swift, precise, and ruthless, until all 10 puppet beasts lay defeated, seemingly without much effort. What kind of technique did this person just employ? The puppets of Ziyun's sect were effortlessly dismantled by him, and one must understand that the materials for such puppets are rather valuable. Truly an eye-opening experience. When we break through, we merely evade, yet this individual annihilated all the puppets. What terrifying strength! A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below the high platform. They had never heard of someone dragging a black ox while simultaneously defeating 10 puppet beasts. At the top of the platform, the 3 women exchanged looks of shock. Sister Yun, this wandering cultivator is rather excessive. Isnt. One of the women remarked indignantly, he has completely destroyed Ziyun's sect's property. Interesting, Sister Yun replied, her lips parting slightly, her demeanor nonchalant. I am curious to see what his true potential is. Her words fell. All 3 women took out a token. The second trial tested bone age and aptitude. Chun Sun entered a grand hall with a great black ox. The hall was filled with dazzling colors, and at its center lay an array, into which he stepped directly. Bone, age 20. The woman examined her token, her voice trembling, a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements. What a pity, yet he can still be considered a notable figure among wandering cultivators. Sister Yun expressed a slight regret. This wandering cultivator clearly did not exert his full strength in the first trial. Yet Ziyun's sect is stringent in its assessment of aptitude. Combat strength during the Qi refinement stage holds little significance to them. Inside the hall, Chun Sun smiled faintly. Having achieved his objective, Ziyun's sect valued aptitude above all else, and there was no need for him to continue facing trials. The first trial merely served to give everyone hope. Having observed for several years, he had already seen through Ziyun's sect's methods. Old ox, let us go, moo. Chun Sun exited through another door, opting not to continue with the trials, seemingly aware that his aptitude was lacking. Sister Yun merely cast a deep glance at Chun Sun before turning her attention elsewhere. Ziyun's sect dispatched several disciples, releasing puppet beasts from their storage bags, and a new round of trials commenced. Fellow cultivator, please hold. A middle-aged man dressed in blue called out to Chun Sun from outside another door, his eyes warm and friendly. Chun Sun looked at him, puzzled. What is it, fellow cultivator? I am Yin Jun, a disciple of Weiyun's sect from Jiang Prefecture. The middle-aged man introduced himself, letting out a slight sigh. I just witnessed your impressive combat prowess, yet it's regrettable that you are limited by your aptitude. The Qian Kingdom comprises 9 prefectures, and the Ningyun mountain range lies far away in Yongquan Prefecture. It would take at least half a year to reach by foot. Weiyun sect is also a prominent sect in Jiang Prefecture. Although not on par with the 10 great sects, it is nevertheless a well-known name in the cultivation world of Qian Kingdom. This relationship with Ziyun's sect is also quite favorable, which is why Yin Jun is here to seek opportunities. So you are a disciple of Weiyun's sect. It's an honor, Chun Sun replied with a cupped fist, a look of understanding dawning upon him as he awaited further words from a man who was actually a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Do you have any intention of joining Weiyun's sect? Yin Jun asked with a smile. Yongquan Prefecture lacks major sects, and the resources for cultivation are relatively scarce. In the past, wandering cultivators were honored to receive such invitations without question. How can you prove that you are a disciple of Weiyun's sect? It cannot simply be based on your word, Chun Sun countered. I've been observing for some time. I understand why certain sects favor those with stronger combat abilities over aptitude. Please enlighten me. Once you join Wu Yun's sect, what would be expected of you? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I understand that principle. And most importantly, may I bring my ancestral great black ox with me? Chun Sun stated solemnly. These inquiries had lingered in his mind for quite a while, and they constituted his primary hesitation in joining any of the 10 great sects. The disciples of these mid-tier sects might still engage in reasonable discourse. But those foundational stage seniors would not hesitate to pressurize him, compelling him to part ways with his great black ox. When he first arrived, that chubby boy had advised him to handle the great black ox, suggesting that it would be better to get rid of it than to keep it. Jun was left speechless, his mouth agape, wondering if this person had some considerable childhood trauma. This is the Wu Yun sect's disciple token. Please take a look, Jun said, producing a green token from a storage bag, inscribed with the word Wu Yun and adorned with mysterious patterns. Clearly not an ordinary item. If activated, this token would allow disciples of Wu Yun's sect within 100 miles to sense its signal for assistance. Jun was slightly speechless. If not for the advantages of recruiting a qualified disciple, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. Well then, why not activate it? Please don't mind, as a wandering cultivator. I'm not as esteemed as your sect's disciples. During the valley's closure, I shall activate it, at which point you can discern its authenticity. All right, Chun Sun nodded with a smile, his gaze expectant. Jun took a deep breath and blinked, stating it's not a great secret. It pertains to the lifeblood of lower-tier cultivators in Qian Kingdom. Please elaborate. Chun Sun urged. It concerns the spiritual herbs for foundation establishment pills. Jun began slowly. It turns out that there exists a secret realm in Qian Kingdom known as Nanda Mountain, which opens once every 20 years. This is a place sealed by hundreds of great cultivators from thousands of years ago, solely for the purpose of ensuring the continuation of cultivation in Qian Kingdom. Within it lies countless spiritual herbs, among which the herbs for foundation establishment pills are the most precious. However, they have already been divided and guarded by the various great sects, with limited quotas. Moreover, entry to the secret realm has strict requirements regarding cultivation level. Only Qi refinement cultivators may enter, and the competition every 20 years is exceedingly fierce, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Apart from the 10 great sects possessing methods to cultivate foundation establishment pill herbs, no other sects have such capabilities, which starkly highlights the fundamental disparity between the sections relying on natural methods to establish a foundation. Not only waste time, but also risks going astray. Qi refinement cultivators have a mere 100 years of lifespan, and reaching the 10th level consumes a vast amount of time. Even gaining just an additional year can lead to fierce competition. Furthermore, foundation establishment herbs from the outside world have long been exhausted, leading to an oversupply of Qi refinement cultivators and a shortage of resources that I see now. Chun Sun understood. This is essentially asking them to act as enforcers or even cannon fodder. Naturally, if one were to gather 3 primary flavor herbs, the sect's elders would concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills, and those who contributed would receive their share. Jun added, then shifted the topic. Wu Yun's sect has never forced its disciples to participate, so you need not worry. After hearing Chun Sun's words, he chuckled softly without responding, but inwardly he scoffed. What is there to force? Those of lesser talent, upon realizing their futile attempts at foundation establishment, should simply seek help. Once one joins the Wu Yun sect, one may choose their own duties, as long as they meet the contribution requirements each year. Jun, with one hand behind his back, spoke in a calm manner. For instance, I am an outer sect steward, and contributions can be exchanged for techniques, spells, and the like. Each year, there's also a grand competition within the sect. If an elder takes a liking to you and takes you under their wing, you could soar to great heights and become an inner sect disciple. But what if one fails to meet the contribution requirements? They may make up for it the following year. However, if one fails to meet the standards for 3 consecutive years, they will be expelled from the sect. To this point, a flicker of fear crossed Jun's eyes. Being expelled from the sect entailed the loss of one's cultivation. Outer sect disciples face such consequences, but inner sect disciples do not, and of course, those in the foundation establishment phase are exempt from this. Thank you for clarifying, my friend. However, regarding this bull, Injun glanced at the large black bull, his brow slightly furrowing. The sect only accepts spirit beasts. That could not be better. Chun Sun patted the large black bull. Moo! The large black bull stepped forward, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from within, startling Injun. He had not realized it was at the second layer of chi refinement. That poses no problem then. Injun took a step back and said, "Spirit beasts are indeed a significant asset for cultivators. One of the 10 great sects, the Beastmaster sect, specializes in spirit beasts, boasting formidable strength among low-tier cultivators. Well, then, I, Chun Sun, am willing to join the Wuyun sect." Chun Sun solemnly clasped his hands together, locking gazes with Injun. "Please accept this token from me." A gleam of joy flashed in Injun's eyes. Another contribution was secured. "You have yet to officially enter the sect, so we cannot yet refer to each other as brothers. Thank you." Chun Sun accepted a small, azure token, slightly smaller than the previous one. Feeling a surge of excitement within it on the day of the valley's closure, the master uncle will activate the token. You will know where to meet at that time. Very well, I shall not impose further. Chun Sun smiled, leading the large black bull away. Injun nodded, turning his gaze once more toward the trial grounds of the Xian sect. He too held a token similar to those of the 3 women. On the streets, the large black bull looked excited, occasionally nudging Chun Sun. "Old bull, we are leaving this place." The smile graced Chun Sun's lips, feeling a sense of urgency, as if he had grasped much, yet simultaneously lost much, like sand slipping through his fingers. However, joining the Wuyun sect had long been part of Chun Sun's plans. He had inquired about the sect's strength within the valley, finding it to be a suitable match for their psychological expectations. The disciples of the Wuyun sect lingered each year near the heights of the Xian sect. Though the nature of their connection remained unclear, attracting attention was all that mattered, displaying extraordinary strength in the first trial of the Xian sect. Even if defeated in the second, the Wuyun sect members would naturally seek them out. They had brought all their possessions this time. Dingling that a crisp sound rang out as the large black bull shifted its body. Looking at Chun Sun paused, walking to the side of the large black bull, observing their cooking pots and utensils, which had turned yellow and rusted from use. "We shall polish them well. They are treasures indeed." Moo! Chun Sun and the large black bull ambled through Jiuxing Valley, their pace no longer hurried. Gradually, they approached the valley's exit, their bodies accelerating with a resounding thud. At the waist of a grand mountain peak stood a solitary grave. They arrived before the tomb of Sun Kale, tending to the weeds and lighting a few incense sticks. "Master Sun, we are departing for a distant place, uncertain of when we shall return." Chun Sun's voice was soft as he plucked at the weeds. Chuckling, "We have yet to venture to such far-off lands." Moo! The large black bull murmured beside him, expressing its own sentiments. The mountain wind blew, producing a tinkling sound from the large black bull. The 2 figures departed. A faint sigh carried away by the breeze. Half a day later, Chun Sun arrived at Ningxi's tomb, beside which stood the gravestone of Ningxi's wife. "Master, mistress." Chun Sun's voice trembled slightly as he bowed, their faces and smiles seeming to linger as if it were just yesterday. "Though you are not the most gifted, I firmly believe you shall become the foremost in medical arts. This child is indeed remarkable, possessing commendable character and a kind heart." The 2 seemed to sit before the tomb, still gazing at Chun Sun with smiles filled with pride. "We are leaving now. We came to bid farewell to master and mistress." Chun Sun's expression grew solemn as he bowed deeply, the large black bull mirroring his actions with utmost care. He patted the large black bull and turned to leave, but suddenly his foot slipped as if pushed by an unseen force. Chun Sun's pupils constricted violently, his gaze trembling. "Moo, old bull, it's nothing. Let us go." A faint smile graced Chun Sun's lips as he did not turn back, leading the large black bull away at that moment. A gentle breeze swept by, and countless floating seeds suddenly soared into the sky. Without confusion or hesitation, the 2 figures ventured further away. A colossal full moon hung high in the sky, the early winter moon, both clear and cold, casting an icy silver light from the west. Outside Jiuxing Valley, numerous wandering cultivators began to depart, for the valley would close tomorrow, leaving them without hope. In the distance, amidst a patch of grass, Anguished roars echoed, blood dripping upon the grass, where 7 or 8 figures stood scattered, sneering. The cold wind howled, causing the grass to sway violently, resembling waves surging in the ocean, an impressive sight indeed. Those who dare provoke the Liao family shall meet their fate. The middle-aged man who had once sold Chun Sun the spirit herb seeds crushed a wandering cultivator's skull beneath his foot, his eyes filled with a chilling gaze, surrounded by flying swords. "Brother, the hooded fool has appeared." The round-faced man grinned wickedly. He had never forgotten the grudge from that single punch, and now, unexpectedly, he had returned. The Liao family had long operated in Jiuxing Valley, with many cultivators in their ranks. Although they lacked a foundation establishment cultivator to oversee them, they were not to be trifled with by mere wanderers. Humph! Having hidden for so long, this time he shall not escape. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, the surrounding flying swords growing increasingly menacing. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation washed over them, and the Liao family members froze, gazing up at the heights of the grassland in horror. Beneath the full moon, a hooded figure stood alongside the large black bull, their robes billowing in the wind, 3 great axes and the bull's horns illuminated by the silver light, appearing even more chilling. Liao family members. It has been a while. The hooded figure slightly tilted their head, a cold smile gracing their lips, gazing down at the crowd. "I hear you've been looking for me." A calm voice struck the Liao family members like a hammer, leaving them bewildered. When had this person and bull appeared, they felt nothing at all. "You brat, I never expected you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." The round-faced man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clutched a talisman, a faint glow emanating from it as he bellowed, "Freeze!" Whoosh! Chun Sun moved, a tempest erupting. The grass flattened beneath a colossal pressure, his cultivation surging upward. Qi refinement level 5, Qi refinement level 6, Qi refinement level 10. Every Liao family member felt their scalps tingle, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, as the round-faced man's pupils quivered. For Chun Sun had already appeared before him, disrupting his spell casting. Too slow, Chun Sun effortlessly lifted the round-faced man, who trembled violently, his lips quivering, the talisman slipping from his grasp and landing on the grass. Moo! The large black bull roared furiously, a swirling vortex of flames enveloping them. In an instant, an inferno erupted, engulfing the sky in flames, towering walls of fire enclosing the Liao family members. Countless waves of searing heat surged forth, the flames radiating with intense magical fluctuations, concealing a visible fury. What in the world is happening? A foundation establishment elder. It's over. The remaining members of the Liao family were rendered weak and trembling, their hairs standing on end, quaking with fear as their eyes glowed with a fiery intensity, feeling the heat seeping into their very skin. The middle-aged man was in a daze, his gaze fixated on Chun Sun, who was advancing towards him, dragging the burly man by the collar. Instinctively, he attempted to manipulate his flying sword. Crack, crack! The flying sword was seized in Chun Sun's grip, crushed inch by inch, much like the heart of the middle-aged man at that moment. His legs buckled beneath him, and he quavered, "Senior, we were blind to the majesty of Mount Tai. Where are my half-bag of spirit herb seeds?" Here. The middle-aged man fumbled at his storage bag, hastily presenting several bags of seeds to Chun Sun. Chun Sun accepted only half a bag of the spirit herb seeds, his gaze abruptly icy. "However, I shall never spare those who harbor murderous intent against us, you. Dao brother." "No." Within the fiery walls, anguished cries echoed as Chun Sun and the great black bull, with stern expressions, made their way towards Jiuxing Valley. They had learned that the Liao family had been lying in wait for them for several years. The following day, the sun shone brightly. The token in Chun Sun's hand emitted a faint glow as he infused it with a burst of spiritual energy and gazed in a particular direction. "Old bull, let us go." "Moo moo," the great black bull replied. In a clearing within the valley, a flying vessel stood still, surrounded by a dozen individuals, some clad in uniform attire, respectfully gazing at a tall man. This individual was none other than one of the outer gate elders, Ao Gu, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment. "Elder Ao, there are a few more coming." Jun spoke respectfully. No worries, this year's disciples are quite impressive. Ao Gu stroked his beard, adding, I've heard there are several loose cultivators with remarkably young bone ages. One of them is merely 20 years old and has already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, single-handedly defeating 10 puppets from the Ziyun sect. That a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yin Jun's eyes. Moreover, he possesses a spirit beast at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, albeit with mixed spiritual roots. Oh, such a person exists. If he ventures to other sects for trials, it'll be our turn to miss out. Ogu nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Such individuals were undoubtedly the backbone of the Nando Mountain secret realm. And it was fortunate that Yin Jun had found them that moment. Chun Sun, leading the great black bull, arrived, appearing travel-worn, the clanking of pots and pans resonating around them. Dao friend Chun, allow me to introduce you. Yin Jun stepped forward with a smile. This is Elder Ao of the Wuyun sect. He then turned to Ao Gu. Elder Ao, this is the person I mentioned earlier. Greetings, Elder Ao. I apologize for my tardiness. Chun Sun clasped his hands and bowed, hastily removing his headgear to reveal a handsome face, exuding an air of innocence. Very good, very good. Ao Gu remarked, eyeing Chun Sun and the great black bull with a slight smile. He appreciated juniors who understood proper etiquette. Please, proceed to the back. Yes. Chun Sun promptly led the great black bull to join the other loose cultivators, engaging in cheerful greetings. After half an hour, everyone had gathered, standing before the flying vessel, with Chun Sun and the great black bull's hearts racing with excitement. The vessel was massive, over 10 zhang long, devoid of masts or sails, its entire structure resembling wood, capable of accommodating over 100 people. Although it could not compare to the 10 major sects, it was still a formidable sect in its own right. Let us depart. Ao Gu stepped onto the vessel, clapping his hands together, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that resonated like a thunderclap. Yin Jun led the loose cultivators aboard, while Chun Sun and the great black bull explored their surroundings. Noting the extraordinary materials from which the vessel was constructed, this vessel is enormous. Chun Sun marveled, this being his first close encounter with such a flying ship. Old bull, jump a couple of times. Moo moo. The great black bull complied, leaping twice without a sound, solid as a rock. The other loose cultivators echoed Chun Sun's astonishment, their eyes gleaming with delight. Another resounding boom reverberated as the vessel slowly ascended, causing Chun Sun and the others to stagger momentarily, quickly leaning over the edge to gaze at the ground below. Old bull, we're taking off? Moo moo. A frigid wind howled, causing Chun Sun and the great black bull to shiver. As Jiuxing Valley grew increasingly clear, Ao Gu sat cross-legged, surrounded by array flags, his fingers dancing as the entire vessel was enveloped in a transparent shield, blocking the fierce winds. Incredible! Chun Sun gazed at the shimmering barrier, swallowing hard as he clutched the great black bull tightly at The great black bull felt a pang of anxiety, realizing it had developed a slight fear of heights and instinctively nestled closer to Chun Sun. The entire expanse of Jiuxing Valley unfolded before Chun Sun's eyes, leaving him in a stupor. He had not realized it was so vast, adorned with wondrous flora scattered throughout. The figures on the ground gradually diminished, the outlines of mountains, rivers, and valleys becoming distinctly visible as the vessel completed its ascent and surged forward at full speed. Old bull, we're truly leaving, Chun Sun exclaimed excitedly, gripping the edge of the vessel, his eyes wide with wonder. Ningyun Mountain Range, moo. The great black bull also leaned forward, gazing at the Ningyun Mountain Range, the place they had called home for so long, now truly departing. Look, old bull, Panning City. It's enormous. Chun Sun pointed towards a colossal city that appeared on the horizon, where countless figures moved about, marking their first glimpse from above. Moo, moo moo. The great black bull seemed to be searching for something. Peering downwards, the vessel soared through clouds and mist, navigating over towering peaks. The mountain of Elder Sun, Chun Sun shouted, his eyes alight with recognition, and the great black bull echoed his excitement, despite the wisps of cloud obscuring their view. Chun Sun felt moisture welling in his eyes, perhaps from the wind, or perhaps from the dust that had blown into his eyes as he caught sight of the resting place of his master and mistress. Weary leaving, he murmured, as the world below grew increasingly small and blurred, the vessel speeding away, the grandeur of Pan Ning's city fading, the Ningyun mountain range disappearing from view until it was no longer visible. Man and bull continued to gaze in that direction, where countless cherished memories lingered. The vessel soared across the sky, scattering clouds in its wake as their thoughts drifted far away. Farewell to the little mountain village. Farewell to Pan Ning City. Farewell to the Ningyun mountain range. The vastness of the heavens unfolded above them. Countless birds soared through the sky, harmonizing with the blue sky and white clouds, flying alongside the vessel before being left far behind. Chun Sun and the great black bull had stepped back from the edge of the vessel, their gazes resolutely fixed ahead. Winding mountain ranges receded into the distance as the vessel adjusted its course multiple times, heading directly towards Zhejiang Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom, embarking on an epic journey that was about to begin. On board the vessel, Elder Ao surveyed the crowd, noting that their emotions had settled. Elder Ao, the loose cultivators bowed respectfully, feeling the weight of his gaze. The sect had expended considerable resources to employ the flying vessel for their transport, hoping that everyone would maintain a sense of accountability. There are some harsh truths that must be spoken up front, Ao Gu stated solemnly. Regardless of the size of sects in the cultivation world, every individual contributes to its success, that I hope you all refrain from squandering your time and adhere to the sect's regulations. We shall heed Elder Ao's teachings. The loose cultivators felt a shiver run through them. The ruthless realities of seizing treasures and eliminating rivals would not apply within the sect. Chun Sun's eyes flickered with realization. The sect was not a place for idleness, but rather a platform for those willing to contribute. As they had ascended to their current status as loose cultivators, none among them were fools. Ao Gu scrutinized the crowd, nodding slightly. Although these loose cultivators possessed modest talents, they were the backbone of the Nandong Mountain's secret realm every 20 years, daring and resourceful, employing various tactics. The elders of the sect were reluctant to risk their promising disciples in dangerous endeavors. This was why every sect, despite the costs, sought to recruit formidable loose cultivators, paving the way for those with potential. Well done, Ao Gu nodded expressionlessly, then fell silent, sitting cross-legged at the forefront as several disciples of the Weiyun sect took their places behind him to begin their cultivation. This Dao friend, a slender, monkey-like man, approached Chun Sun. His face fair and his features remarkably handsome, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Chun Sun, seated at the stern of the boat alongside the great black bull, looked towards this prospective senior brother and smiled in acknowledgement. I am Ji-kun, and from this day forth, we shall be fellow disciples, that I hope you do not mind my intrusion, Ji-kun said. Clasping his hands together with a smile, he surveyed the surroundings. The other wandering cultivators were either highly accomplished or aloof, making this one appear more amiable. I am Chinexu, you, our brother Ji. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please take a seat, Chun Sun replied, gesturing grandly to the space before him. He then turned to the great black bull. This is my ancestral great black bull. At the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Moo, the great black bull rose from its crouched position and called out to Ji-kun. A spirit beast. Greetings, brother bull, Ji-kun replied, sitting cross-legged with a smile. He was not very familiar with the sect's customs, so he spoke casually. However, hearing Chun Sun refer to him as senior brother filled him with an inexplicable sense of elation. After being a wandering cultivator for so long, he had finally entered an organized group. Moo, the great black bull, pleased to be addressed as junior brother, called out again. May I ask which hall Brother Chen wishes to join? The 5 Elements sect is vast and has many factions. However, while the sect's regulations may be ambiguous, we must choose our paths in life wisely. Does Brother Ji possess some insider information? I have no knowledge of the 5 Elements sect, Chun Sun remarked, eyeing Ji-kun with curiosity, realizing he seemed well connected within the sect. You are overthinking it, Brother Chundet. I merely inquired about the 5 Elements disciples who invited me. It is nothing significant. Ji-kun hastily waved his hand, a smile creeping to his lips. Is there a large number of people in the Five Elements sect? Chun Sun asked, puzzled. As he had only seen around 1,000 in the various sections, Ji Kuan extended his palm, mysteriously forming A5 with his fingers. 5,000. Chun Sun exclaimed, glancing at the great black bull, who looked equally astonished. Such a multitude of cultivators. In all their years, they had encountered far fewer. Haha, Ji Kuan chuckled at Chun Sun's expression. Feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him, he shook his head. 500 is a bit too few. Chun Sun's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. No, Brother Chun, it is over 50,000, Ji Kuan said, taking a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Chun Sun's eyes rolled back in shock. Brother Chun? Moo! After a brief moment, Chun Sun regained his composure, a storm of emotions brewing within him as he exclaimed, Brother Ji, 50,000 cultivators? Indeed, when I first heard, my reaction was quite similar to yours, Ji Kuan replied. The 10 great sects of the Qian Kingdom are not to be trifled with. Not just the Qian Kingdom. I have heard that cultivators from other nations also belong to the 10 great sects, Ji Kuan said with a sense of wonder, explaining that all the notable cultivators from the Qian Kingdom were gathered within the 10 great sects, leaving Chun Sun curious about the wonders that awaited there. Old Bull, did you hear Brother Ji's words? This is what it means to have vision, Chun Sun said, extending a hand. The great black bull, having been rendered speechless, nodded repeatedly, having previously thought that the 9-star valley was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. However, for outer disciples like us without a background, joining the outer hall of elders is the best choice, Ji Kuan said solemnly. Though it may involve executing some perilous tasks, the rewards are substantial. 1 can obtain numerous treasures and enhance practical experience, rapidly improving one's cultivation. Chun Sun understood. Ji Kuan had shared so much with him to recruit him into their ranks, forming alliances swiftly. Very well, I shall certainly consider your words, Brother Ji. If I decide to join the outer hall of elders, you shall be the first I seek out, Chun Sun said earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Excellent. I shall not disturb you further, Brother Chun. And Brother Bull, Ji Kuan replied with a smile, clasping his hands before departing to seek more companions. Moo, the great black bull called out to Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Chun Sun's expression turned contemplative. He would not make any decisions based solely on Ji Kuan's words, especially since the outer hall of elders conflicted with his own ideals. He and the great black bull had no desire for conflict within the sect. Having finally found a place of order, they simply wished to live peacefully. Nevertheless, all matters would wait until they arrived at the Five Elements sect. The entire flying vessel continued its journey through the skies, the hearts of all wandering cultivators aboard growing increasingly anxious. Jiang Prefecture, situated in the northern borders of the Qian Kingdom, is characterized by expansive plains and rivers, teeming with wildlife and a populace known for their bravery, often home to chivalrous individuals. Yet within the Jiang Prefecture lie several magnificent mountain ranges, shrouded in mystery, with the Yu Bamboo mountain range ranking second among them. Situated on the western side of the prefecture, the most grandiose mountain range, the Han Cloud Mountain Range, lies to the east. The Yu Bamboo mountain range stretches for miles, disappearing into the distance, perpetually enveloped in thick fog. Countless villagers have lost their way within, returning with tales of celestial sightings. Although the mountains are vast, they are rarely trodden by human feet, giving rise to numerous folk legends. Even the local authorities have issued proclamations forbidding commoners from entry. Within these mountains, steep cliffs rise and fall. Shrouded in clouds and mist, ancient trees tower overhead, and the interplay of mountains and waters adds layers of intrigue. Little do the inhabitants of the prefecture know. This is the very location of the esteemed Five Elements sect, an expansive and fantastical array of formations, continuously enhanced by generations of Five Elements sect elders, has long concealed its presence from the mortal realm. Within the formation, pavilions and towers have been erected amidst the mountains, alongside dozens of magnificent halls atop various peaks, overlooking the entire Yu Bamboo mountain range. Among the towering mountains, numerous caves, the landscape, and the occasional radiant divine light emanates from within, suffused with potent spiritual energy. Swish, swish! Countless disciples of the Five Elements sect clad in uniform attire, soared through the air on flying swords, their expressions tense and appearing quite busy, racing against time in their fleeting lives. Above, several flying vessels glided by, and after a month of travel, Chun Sun and the others finally arrived. Chun Sun and the great black bull leaned against the side of the vessel, their mouths agape in awe, feeling a wave of weakness wash over them from the sheer shock. Old bull, this is the true world of cultivation. What was the 9-star valley in comparison? Chun Sun stammered, gazing down at the ground, where the architecture was entirely unlike that of the mortal realm. Elegant, grand, and sophisticated. Moo. The great black bull's eyes glistened, its voice elongated, for there were many cultivators below. Buzzing, several massive vessels came to a steady halt on the ground, revealing an open-air platform that resembled a vast square, where hundreds of disciples stood before them, holding robes and magical artifacts. The elders aboard the vessels gracefully descended on their respective artifacts, conversing and laughing along the way. Only about 40 wandering cultivators disembarked from the vessels, glancing nervously at the sect disciples, unsure of what to do next. Chun Sun, holding onto the great black bull, stood at the edge of the group, looking around, wondering why there was no formal initiation ceremony. Esteemed guests, Jun proclaimed, standing at the forefront, his demeanor transformed entirely from his time in the 9-star valley. Come forward to collect your sect items. From this moment on, we shall be brothers. As his words fell, the disciples behind him stepped forward, and the wandering cultivators hurriedly approached to receive their robes and tokens. The techniques of dust removing and sword control, along with the 5-element sutra, were among the sect's regulations, and there were even storage bags. Chun Sun couldn't contain his joy, chuckling to himself as he observed the disciples in front of him. One disciple frowned slightly, clearly not fond of wandering cultivators, and coldly remarked, "Upon receiving your items, proceed to the main hall of the sect to select your respective duties. Your contribution points will determine your future within the sect." Thank you, Chun Sun replied with a smile, nodding eagerly as he quickly donned the blue robes, his demeanor transformed. May I ask? Before he could finish, the disciple turned away, clearly uninterested in engaging further with Chun Sun. How aloof! Chun Sun raised an eyebrow. Pondering how to find the main hall, he glanced back at the great black bull, turning in a circle. Old bull, don't I look like a celestial being now? Moo moo, the great black bull exclaimed, marveling at the transformation, for indeed, clothes can make a man, and Chun Sun appeared far more radiant than before. However, we shouldn't discard our old clothes. Chun Sun carefully tucked his burlap attire away, placing it in the pockets on either side of the great black bull, as he had stitched it himself with great care and quality. Moo. The great black bull nodded, its eyes sparkling with joy, for the spiritual energy within the sect was far superior to that of the Ningyun mountain range. Brother Chun, Ji Kuan had also changed into his attire, fastening the token around his waist. Shall we head to the main hall of the sect? He suggested. Observing Chun Sun's flustered demeanor, it was apparent that he had not inquired about the way. The disciples of the sect appeared rather proud, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. Very well. Thank you, Senior Brother Ji, for guiding me, Chun Sun replied, leading the large black ox in tow behind Ji Kuan as they descended towards the elevated platform. Junior Brother Chun, you are too polite. We have all come from the 9-star valley, so it is only natural that we look out for one another, Ji Kuan said with a hearty tone, exuding an elder brother's charm. Chun Sun nodded, feeling an involuntary fondness for Ji Kuan. Despite his appearance resembling that of a lanky monkey and occasionally bearing a somewhat sullen expression, he was undeniably a man of integrity. The main hall of the 5-element sect was constructed halfway up the mountainside, bustling with the voices of its disciples coming and going. The hall itself was ancient yet elegant, impressively grand, making Chun Sun and the large black ox feel like mere ants, insignificant in comparison. Forced to look up in awe, the imposing black pillars outside the hall were intricately carved with unknown spiritual beasts, their scales and claws seemingly alive, as if ready to soar into the sky, vibrant and lifelike. Junior brother, I shall enter first, Ji Kuan said, noticing that Chun Sun was still in a state of shock. However, do give some thought to what I have said, of course. I will, Senior Brother Ji. Please go ahead. Chun Sun quickly regained his composure and cupped his hands in respect. Ji Kun said no more, turning to stride towards the main hall, his eyes glimmering with hope and excitement, as if a long-held wish was finally being realized. Old Ox, just look at this architecture. This is the foundation of a great sect. Chun Sun marveled, approaching slowly and even reaching out to touch it, an artifact for refining. Moo, the large black ox, seemed intrigued, nudging the structure with its head, enchanted by the cool sensation. Compared to the other disciples, their ambition seemed somewhat diminished, and they began to admire the main hall, offering comments and critiques. Chun Sun and the large black ox's horizons expanded, their eyes filled with delight as they continued to explore. Touching this and that the continuous stream of disciples flowed in and out of the hall, yet Chun Sun and the large black ox remained, circling the structure. Junior brother, a man with a righteous demeanor, approached, exuding a strong presence. What are you doing here with that cow? Startled, Chun Sun looked at the newcomer. Realizing he was a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother. We are admiring the main hall of the sect." Admiring the main hall? The man paused, glancing at the grand pillars. Junior brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is fleeting. It is unwise to waste it on such trivial matters. Thank you for your guidance. Chun Sun replied, sweating profusely. Indeed, you are quite the good person, Dada. You are a new disciple of the Five Elements sect. Are you not? The man smiled gently, noticing that Chun Sun's sect token was not only worn incorrectly, but that he also clutched a storage pouch in his hand. The large black ox was similarly adorned with various items. Clearly a newcomer to the sect. Senior brother, you have a keen eye. Chun Sun felt a bit uneasy. Come, I will accompany you into the hall and introduce you to the various divisions of the sect. The man offered, appearing quite affable, like a warm-hearted elder brother, pulling Chun Sun along with one hand while holding the ox's lead with the other. Okay, but please go slowly, senior brother. Moo. The large black ox let out a sound of surprise as they were enthusiastically dragged into the main hall of the sect. The kind-hearted senior brother was quite talkative, having spent years guiding countless junior disciples back to the right path. It was said that he had brought many to tears, begging for forgiveness. His name was Lu Feng, a capable member of the law enforcement hall, highly regarded and beloved by his peers. For outer disciples, the main hall of the sect offered a plethora of choices. The Alchemy Hall, the Artifact Refining Hall, the Talismans Hall, the Spiritual Beasts Hall, and the Law Enforcement Hall. The outer sect's administrative system was particularly vast, encompassing various tasks such as subduing demons, managing external markets, and recruiting disciples. However, one area was particularly unpopular: the management of the sect's medicinal herb garden. Deemed the most thankless of tasks, cultivating spiritual herbs was a laborious endeavor, requiring daily irrigation with spiritual water and the removal of weeds, not to mention the annual quota of herbs that needed to be submitted from the managed spiritual fields. Initially, all disciples thought it would be an easy task, only to discover that they had no time for cultivation and could not meet the herb quotas. Rather than earning contributions, they ended up receiving scathing reprimands. Cultivating spiritual herbs was an intricate skill. Without ample time to hone it, disciples at the Qi refinement stage were ill-equipped. Even with increased contributions, only a handful would undertake this task, often requiring the sect to assign experienced elders to assist. Senior brother Lu, that's it. I want to cultivate spiritual herbs. Chun Sun exclaimed excitedly. That IT aligns perfectly with my interests. What? Junior brother Chun, I have warned you about the downsides. Lu Feng frowned, strongly advising against new disciples venturing into the herb garden, viewing it as an irresponsible choice for both the sect and the individual. Rest assured, senior brother M.Y. family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs. Chun Sun stated earnestly, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Senior brother Le, I will manage the herb garden well. Though Lu Feng might seem meddlesome to outsiders, Chun Sun did not perceive it that way. Lu Feng had provided invaluable assistance, a kindness he would remember. Very well, junior brother Chun. Since you are new to the sect, if you have any questions, feel free to come to my cave for assistance, Lu Feng said with a gentle smile, reassured now that it was a family specialty. He then produced a talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Chun Sun that if you encounter any issues, activate this talisman. Sun cautiously accepted it, a glimmer of unspoken meaning in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. Junior brother Chun, be sure to cultivate diligently and do not squander your time. That I shall take my leave now. Yes, senior brother Lu Mu. Sun and the large black ox watched Lu Feng depart. Both unable to suppress smiles, reminiscent of their days back in the small mountain village, he approached a high platform within the hall and stated, Master Uncle, I wish to manage the medicinal herb garden. Of course, replied an elderly man, seemingly frail as if he might topple over with a gust of wind. He produced a jade pendant and a booklet. Thank you, Master Uncle. Sun exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the jade pendant, which served as a key to a specific herb garden. Without it, entry would be forbidden, and trespassing would be treated as an invasion of the sect. Young man, managing the herb garden is no simple task. The elder said, his eyes half closed, appearing either to be napping or meditating. You are merely required to come here annually to submit your harvested spiritual herbs. Understood, Sun replied, filled with ambition as he nodded in agreement. This little ox is quite impressive, full of spirit, the elder remarked, glancing at the large black ox behind Sun with a hint of interest. Moo, Master Uncle, this is my family's ancestral black ox. Young man, go on now, what are you daydreaming about? The elder seemed to regain some vitality, as if Sun's gaze was causing him to feel possessive over the chi refinement level spiritual beast. I shall not disturb you any further, Master Uncle, Sun said, a bit embarrassed, realizing his thoughts had strayed. After all, this was a sect of immortal cultivation. What spiritual beasts were lacking here? This was not the 9-Star Valley. Old ox, let's go, moo, Sun said happily, leading the large black ox with a lightened step, finally free from the anxiety and intrigue of his previous life. Life in the sect of immortal cultivation was indeed much better. As they walked, they encountered fellow disciples and made way for them, their faces filled with friendliness, refraining from initiating conversations. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrived at a secluded valley, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants previously unseen. With a refreshing aura that invigorated the spirit, in the distance, a grand waterfall cascaded, churning with white foam, splashing water droplets that sparkled like jade and silver into the pool below, accompanied by a dazzling display of multicolored light. The sound roared like spring thunder, powerful and majestic. It was a veritable paradise. Old ox, don't wander off, Sun admonished as he momentarily lost focus. But the large black ox had already taken off, sniffing the fragrant flowers and chasing after fluttering butterflies. Moo. The large black ox was entranced, quickly returning to Sun, its eyes brimming with joy. Huh. Sun laughed, embracing the ox's head as he gazed upward at a formation in operation. He channeled his energy into the jade pendant, and the formation instantly opened a passage. Let us go. Sun tugged at the large black ox, constantly sighing in his heart. The 5-element sect is truly vast. The entire mountain range serves as the sect's residence. Within, several expansive spirit fields were teeming with an array of bizarre herbs, surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees and lush grass, the air thick with a fragrant aroma, exuding a vibrant vitality. Sun and the black ox were dazzled by the sight, unable to recognize many of the spirit herbs. Deep within, there stood a thatched cottage, outside of which an elderly man with disheveled hair gazed longingly at Sun, as if seeing his father. You have come, he exclaimed. I have arrived, Sun replied. Moo. The black ox expressed its surprise. A sense of dread arose within them. It felt as though the old man was on the brink of madness. After 10 years, someone had finally arrived. Ha ha, the heavens have eyes. The old man knelt, arms outstretched, looking up to the sky and letting forth a deep sigh, tears streaming down his weathered face. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of chi refinement, he was indeed a master. Sun regarded him with confusion, wondering how he had ended up in such a state, appearing worse off than they had in the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother, I have gone to report for duty. I leave this place to you. The old man's expression was filled with excitement as he unleashed a wave of earthy magical energy, stepping onto a flying sword and passing by Sun. Seemingly unwilling to linger for even a moment, his eyes brimmed with tears. 10 years prior, he had been forcibly assigned to this place by the sect, living a life in the company of spirit herbs. Not only had his cultivation progressed slowly, but the loneliness and solitude were beyond anyone's comprehension. Chun Sun glanced at the old man's retreating figure, then turned to the black ox. The black ox, too, failed to comprehend the man's actions. He was oblivious to the fortune he possessed. They entered the thatched cottage, which housed numerous books, all detailing the insights on cultivating spirit herbs. Chun Sun eagerly collected them all. He then led the black ox to the edge of a waterfall, where the ox set down its belongings and plunged into the water with a splash. Sitting nearby, Chun Sun began to peruse the small booklet, which contained various types of spirit herbs and the rules governing their cultivation. For instance, one could not privately consume spirit herbs, as each plant was meticulously recorded, with disciples from the alchemy hall coming every 5 years to verify the counts. Each year, a certain quota of herbs was to be submitted, encompassing all varieties, and Chun Sun diligently absorbed every detail into his memory. The black ox's voice rang out from the water, showing no concern for the growth of the spirit herbs. It had discovered that their essence could be diluted with water. Moreover, it found great joy in cultivating spirit herbs, far surpassing the pleasure of tilling fields. Old ox, we cannot use that thatched cottage. Let us carve out a few caves for ourselves. Chun Sun surveyed the area, noting the steep cliffs, which were quite suitable for establishing a cave dwelling. The black ox agreed, as they were accustomed to living in caves. And they needed to cultivate the spirit herbs themselves. Sword control technique. Chun Sun retrieved a spell from his storage pouch, but alas, he had no sword. This would require contributions to exchange for one, as the Five Elements sect had its own set of rules. Furthermore, within the sect, there was a particularly popular elixir among the lower-ranked disciples, the essence-breaking pill, which could sustain one for a month without the need for relief. There were indeed many treasures within the sect, but also numerous regulations. Chun Sun continued to study the sect's rules, discovering prohibitions against private duels, with severe consequences of being sent to the law enforcement hall for punishment if caught. Any grievances had to be formally requested for resolution, and dueling could only occur in designated arenas. Except for disciples sent on missions, one could not descend the mountain without permission. However, each year allowed for 2 descents, each lasting a month, which could also be accumulated. Once one reached the foundation establishment stage, the regulations became less cumbersome, as those at this level were considered the backbone of the sect, akin to elders. The Five Elements sect is larger than a city, with everything one could need. There is no necessity to descend the mountain. Chun Sun muttered, contemplating that if he wished to exchange for spirit herbs, a descent might be worthwhile. The 2 annual opportunities were sufficient to avoid drawing too much attention within the sect. Old ox The black ox, soaked and running over, gazed intently at Chun Sun, as if still eager to play. Our first step is to establish a cave dwelling, then begin cultivating these spirit herbs without aging them prematurely. The second step is to accumulate contributions within the sect, if we submit enough spirit herbs. Our contributions will far exceed those of ordinary disciples. The third step involves exchanging our amassed contributions for flying sword. I have observed a secluded area behind the waterfall, where we can establish our cave as a spirit herb cultivation site. The fourth step is to gather intelligence on foundation establishment pills within the sect. The dangers of the southern Dipper Mountain secret realm are excessive, and there's no need to risk our lives there. Chun Sun articulated his plan systematically, while the black ox listened intently, its admiration for Chun Sun deepening. Most importantly was the annual sect competition. They could enjoy the spectacle. Laughter erupted near the waterfall as Chun Sun shed his clothing, revealing a chiseled six-pack, and dove into the water with a splash. What bliss! Under the vast blue sky and a gentle breeze, Chun Sun and the black ox busily commenced their endeavors. The valley echoed with the sound of booming activity as Chun Sun wielded a mountain axe against the cliff face, sending shards of rock flying and dust swirling. The black ox fetched a water bucket from the thatched cottage, repeatedly drawing water from the waterfall, eager to practice a spell known as the water spirit technique. This technique was designed to imbue water with spiritual energy, albeit considered somewhat trivial, primarily used for irrigating spirit fields. Yet it was divided into 3 tiers, which delighted the black ox. it could learn something new. On the long path of immortality, nothing invigorated it more than acquiring new knowledge. Both it and Chen Sun held this belief, brimming with enthusiasm for the future. Old ox, take your time, fetching water. Don T drown, for I one T save you. Haha. Chen Sun was covered in dust. Even his hair was affected as he turned to the black ox, reminiscing about their days of carving ice. Moo! The black ox was incensed. It would never stumble into the water again. The last time had merely been an accident. However, unbeknownst to them, the water spirit technique was quite challenging to cultivate, with most disciples managing only the first tier. After generations of refinement, this minor spell truly required time to master. With no shortcuts available, it was unclear who had authored it, but every sect utilized the water spirit technique, as none could find a superior alternative. In this meritocratic world of cultivation, only those who were well-fed would waste time practicing such minor techniques, which contributed to the scarcity of herb farmers. Yet among the 10 great sects, there were indeed such miraculous individuals. But they were treasured secrets, never revealing themselves publicly. Force split the Mount Hua. Chen Sun gritted his teeth and struck the cliff with great force. What the heck, Moo? The black ox, neglecting its bucket, rushed over to Chen Sun. Was it really that hard? Chen Sun's eyes widened, his eyebrows dusted with debris. Old ox, the mountain axe is chipped. Moo. The black ox gazed in disbelief. The stone wall of the Ningyan mountain range had been cleaved effortlessly by Chen Sun's mountain axe. After such a prolonged effort here, he had managed to damage the axe. It's fine. I'll just sharpen it again. This is merely ordinary iron. Chen Sun sighed, glancing forlornly at his beloved mountain axe. A product of his craftsmanship at the blacksmith shop. Perhaps the stones in this mountain range were simply harder. Moo, old ox, you go on. Don't mind me. Chen Sun sat down, finding a stone to begin sharpening the axe. The black ox nodded and returned to fetching water. 2 days later, Chen Sun finally completed the establishment of their cave dwelling, placing pots and pans inside, then began to gather wood to craft various tools. Chen Sun was remarkably skilled at handiwork. He crafted wooden tables and chairs in no time at all. Old ox, let us arrange everything. This will be our home from now on. Chen Sun smiled with sentiment as he took out the wooden carvings and other items. Placing them around, Moo. The black ox also scurried about, dragging items here and there. Dust removal technique. Chen Sun cast a spell, and a refreshing breeze swept through, rejuvenating his entire being. Moo. The black ox was astonished. This was even cleaner than a bath. Old ox, do not underestimate these minor spells. Chen Sun marveled in astonishment as he discovered that each minor spell was adeptly saving them time, even the likes of the fasting elixir. Moo. The great black ox grinned, beginning to sit cross-legged and practice the water spirit technique. This evening, the night was as tranquil as water, with the sky adorned with countless twinkling stars. Chen Sun quietly stepped out of the cave, gazing up at the starry expanse alone. What kind of world is the realm of cultivation? He pondered. A faint smile graced Chen Sun's lips, his eyes dreamy. He recalled hearing Jikoan boast while aboard the flying vessel, claiming to have read in ancient texts about a true civilization of cultivators in some infinitely distant place, while they were merely in a backward land. Like a primitive man, Chen Sun scoffed. Filled with disbelief, was this not the most orthodox realm of cultivation? Cultivation civilization. Chen Sun murmured softly, leaning against the cave entrance as he gradually drifted into slumber. Why, old ox, and I shall surely go there. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun began to rise, Chen Sun cast aside all distractions and busied himself with the great black ox. Old ox, let us hunt in the wild. Moo. With an axe slung over his shoulder, Chen Sun ventured into the mountains alongside the great black ox, where beasts roamed plentifully and the sect would not intervene. Time flowed on, a trickle of clear spring water emerging. And before long, half a year had passed in the medicinal valley. Spiritual herbs flourished, permeating the air with their fragrant aroma, their growth quite promising. Chen Sun and the great black ox sat cross-legged amidst the greenery. Waves of water rippled around them, transforming into vivid water orbs, brimming with spiritual energy and magical power. Pop, pop. One by one, the water orbs burst in the air, and as Chun Sun and the Great Black Ox slowly opened their eyes, they declared, second layer of the water spirit technique. Achieved. It did not seem too difficult. Chun Sun furrowed his brow slightly, yet internally he relished the thought. Even the old ox had reached the second layer. Moo! Moo! The Great Black Ox blinked, puzzled. It was progressing slowly in cultivation, but mastering the technique swiftly. However, the cultivation at this chi refinement stage could indeed be a grind. Chun Sun contemplated for a moment and continued. This Dantian transformation into liquid, perhaps after 100 years of refinement, it might just succeed. Moo! The Great Black Ox's pupils contracted, nudging Chun Sun. Oh, what a misfortune we are! Ha! Just teasing you. Chun Sun laughed heartily, patting the Great Black Ox. Everything is proceeding as planned. Let us act. Moo! The Great Black Ox happily bellowed, quickly following behind Chun Sun. Within the medicinal valley, Chun Sun fashioned a straw hat for himself and wove a larger one for the Great Black Ox, which delighted it immensely. It even wore it to sleep. Under the sun, the pair, one man and one ox, donned their straw hats and busily toiled in the medicinal fields, their eyes filled with joy. Uninterrupted by anyone, seasons changed, and today, with the sun shining just right, marked the first year since their arrival at Wuyun's sect. They decided to continue investing their longevity points in a magical power. The restrictions of the medicinal valley opened a passage, and Chun Sun, leading the Great Black Ox with an exuberant demeanor, exited, carrying a substantial amount of spiritual herbs in a storage bag, all of which were their required contributions, not a single item less. They navigated the sect's grand hall with familiarity, standing outside for a while before finally encountering no trouble with senior brother Lu, lest he deliver another lecture. Inside the hall sat the same elder, and Chun Sun, wearing a straw hat, respectfully announced, "Uncle Master, I have come to submit the spiritual herbs." The elder replied, seemingly perpetually half asleep, responding languidly on the platform. Chun Sun laid out all the spiritual herb from a storage bag. No more. No less. Releasing a fragrant aura. The elder's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly began to count, producing a token and unleashing a surge of magical power, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Not bad. You, young man, are the first disciple to enter the sect and cultivate in the medicinal garden, and to submit the required spiritual herbs in your first year. What you may not know, Uncle Master, is that my family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs. I possess some insights. Quite impressive, the elder remarked, his words more abundant today. He produced a Bagua token. This is your contribution value for the year. It is now yours. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chun Sun rejoiced, respectfully accepting the token and clutching it tightly in his hand. Simply drop some blood on it to acknowledge ownership, and you may go. Understood. Chun Sun led the Great Black Ox away, for he had long familiarized himself with the location of the contribution hall. Old Ox, we've struck it rich. Moo moo. The Great Black Ox bellowed excitedly as they rushed past. Nearby disciples frowned, wondering about the hat-wearing fellow making such a commotion. Upon reaching the hall's exterior, Chun Sun sought a secluded spot, quickly dropping blood to acknowledge ownership. Upon checking, he found the contribution value had reached an astonishing 200. Woo! Chun Sun jumped in excitement, turning to the Great Black Ox. Old Ox, we have 200 contributions. Moo! The Great Black Ox was taken aback, standing upright and leaning on Chun Sun, while eagerly gazing at the Bagua token. It was worth noting that the sect only required a minimum contribution of 100 from outer disciples each year. They had exceeded it by more than double. Let us head to the contribution hall. Today we shall indulge in a spending spree. Moo! The pair began sprinting, ready to raid the contribution hall. Half a day later, Chun Sun and the Great Black Ox emerged from the contribution hall with glum expressions. Chun Sun held a long sword in his hands, his gaze vacant, utterly disenchanted. Damn that black hall, Chun Sun muttered under his breath, his lips moving as he incessantly murmured, Black hall. Moo! The Great Black Ox's eyes were equally dazed. Their contribution value had been entirely depleted, that a single sword cost 50 contribution points. A low-grade yellow-tier magical item. A pill furnace cost 100 contribution points, a mid-grade yellow-tier magical item. The fasting elixir recipe was 50 contribution points, Chen Sun stared blankly at the great black ox, his voice rising from a whisper to a shout. Our contribution value is gone. Just like that. Moo! The great black ox bellowed angrily. Let us return to the valley until the spiritual fields and save up a few thousand contribution points. Old ox. Back to the valley. We shall farm. Can we not deal with a contribution hall? Chen Sun exclaimed furiously, filled with ambition. Let's farm for a few hundred years and empty that contribution hall. Moo! The great black ox stood tall, letting out a mighty roar, its muscles bulging. What are you making noise for? No ruckus allowed outside the hall. Came several sharp reprimands from within. Moo moo. Let us go. Let us go. Chen Sun chuckled awkwardly, leading the great black ox as they hurriedly made their exit, their movements furtive, only to be checked for identification by the enforcement hall disciples a few times along the way. As they traveled, they encountered numerous disciples of Weiyun's sect in groups, animatedly exchanging words, clearly excited. The sect's grand competition was about to commence again, and they heard that senior brother Baishur had emerged from seclusion. Heavens, he is the pillar of our outer disciples. The master has praised him for possessing the potential for foundation establishment, that if he wins this year, it is rumored that he will be directly rewarded with a foundation establishment pill for the journey to Nanshan in 4 years. Winning the championship is something our outer disciples can only dream of, as it has long been monopolized by the inner disciples. However, we can still participate to earn some contribution points and bolster our strength. A few disciples passed by Chen Sun, their enthusiasm palpable, completely unaware of the straw, hat-wearing oxer beside them. Brothers, wait a moment. Chen Sun cleared his throat gently, approaching while leading the great black ox. How many contribution points are needed to participate in the sect's grand competition? The group was startled, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the straw hat-wearing figure, who bore an air of a humble farmer. Haha, this younger brother must be new to the sect, right? Yes, indeed, I would appreciate it if the senior brothers could enlighten me. Chen Sun inadvertently placed 3 low-grade spiritual stones into their hands. Oh, the 3 exchanged glances. Astonished by such a generous newcomer, one of them casually resting a hand behind his back, laughing heartily. We are all fellow disciples. Indeed, we are brothers. Chen Sun responded with a smile. What you may not know. Junior brother, the trio began, their demeanor warming significantly, is that only Qi refinement stage disciples can participate in the sect's grand competition, that if one places in the top 500, they will receive 500 contribution points. If one places in the top 100, they will receive 1,000 contribution points, along with the possibility of being taken under the wing of various elders. Should one place in the top 10, they will be awarded 2,000 contribution points, directly elevating them to inner disciple status, with the freedom to select a master. However, if one places in the top 3, that would be extraordinary. Not only will there be various magical item rewards, but also some unknown treasures that a few individuals revealed faint smiles, their eyes betraying a glimmer of aspiration. Should they manage to secure a place among the top 100, their fortunes would surely flourish. How many people are participating? Chen Sun casually inquired, his heart stirring with a mix of excitement and trepidation. With that 500 contribution points, he could make a significant leap that he had just observed that the formula for a foundation establishment pill required 3,000 contribution points, necessitating 15 years of labor, and even then, nothing could be exchanged. Generally speaking, around 30,000 participants that's so many. Chen Sun exclaimed in surprise, recalling that in his previous life, he had never managed to place among the top 500 out of a mere 1,000 in an examination. Naturally, this contest was not solely populated by inner-sect disciples. Many descendants of elders were also in attendance. The others slightly shook their heads and sighed, for those individuals possessed high-grade yellow-tier magical artifacts and various spells at their disposal, making the competition utterly unfair. Furrowing his brow, Chen Sun mused on the inequity of it all. Wielding a kitchen knife against someone brandishing a Gatling gun was no contest at all. The sect would certainly consider their interests. And inner disciples also had their own competitions, participating only in the contest for the top 100. Yet, that seemed insufficient. Wasn't this merely a form of entertainment for the inner disciples? Chen Sun shook his head, lamenting the stark imbalance in resources for cultivation. My junior brother has it all wrong. We outer sect disciples are also quite talented, Just look at our senior brother Baishur, at the 10th level of chi refinement. Who can rival him? The others boasted, as if Baishur were one of their own. Hee, indeed. I shall not disturb you any further, dear brothers. Chun Sun led the great black bull away at a leisurely pace, his mind deep in contemplation as disciples rushed past him. Some soaring on flying swords, a whirlwind of activity. Come, old bull, let us join the festivities, Moo. Chun Sun quickened his pace alongside the great black bull, following the throngs of people. The venue for the grand set competition lay atop another lofty peak. A considerable distance away, as they approached the mountain where the competition would take place, the number of disciples from the Five Elements sect increased exponentially, rendering Chun Sun and the great black bull almost inconspicuous. Among the spirited senior brothers and the charming junior sisters, whose laughter echoed incessantly, many disciples found themselves swallowing hard in a the peak stood an expansive plaza encircled by 9 stone pillars, with a dozen elders seated atop them, casting their discerning gazes upon the multitude of disciples, exuding an air of unmatched dignity. Wow! Chun Sun strolled about with the great black bull, observing the countless disciples scattered throughout, each taking out their golden tokens to register. The plaza buzzed with noise, brimming with activity, yet did not feel crowded. Wisps of mist floated by, creating an ethereal ambience. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun, questioning why they weren't signing up. This year, I wish to observe the situation first. There is no need to rush, Chun Sun replied with a smile, eager to gauge the caliber of those in the top 500. The great black bull nodded, stretching its head to survey the cultivators around them, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. 3 days later, radiant lights erupted from the main peaks of the Five Elements sect, and a resounding bell tolled loudly, echoing across the mountains, accompanied by the low roars of disciples. Boom, boom, boom. 9 strikes rang out in succession, the reverberations lingering in the jade bamboo mountains, while a few individuals soared into the sky, their bodies enveloped in escaping light, devoid of any magical artifacts beneath their feet. The annual sect competition officially commenced, presenting a rare opportunity for many disciples to witness the prominent figures of the sect. As the mist cleared from a towering peak, all the disciples respectfully ascended the mountain, daring not to fly on their swords. Gazing down the slope, they saw a dense throng of people, a sight that could send shivers down one's spine. Chun Sun trailed at the back, not daring to breathe loudly, for he had seen someone walking through the air. The sheer magnitude of that individual's overwhelming magical energy made both him and the great black bull feel as if a mere glance could obliterate them. Atop the great peak, darkened viewing platforms were established in various locations, overlooking over 100 combat arenas, each guarded by a Foundation establishment elder. They remained serene, sitting cross-legged, patiently awaiting the younger generation. All disciples bowed in respect, their powerful voices resonating around them. As the clouds swirled and the atmosphere surged on the viewing platform, 13 esteemed figures rose, their expressions and attire diverse, surveying the throngs of disciples before them. Their transcendent presence was impossible to overlook. One could easily spot them amidst the crowd. Beware the youth, for the Five Elements sect's great competition has officially begun. The sect leader, Yi Yuanhua, bore a slight smile as his robes danced without wind, his resonant voice carrying far and wide, making every disciple feel as though they were under his watchful gaze. Without further ado, every disciple's face flushed with excitement, their gazes darting toward the various combat arenas as their magical energy surged within them. The eyes of the Foundation establishment elders sparkled with intensity as a jade slip unfurled into the air. In this sect competition, life and death are fated, should one find themselves at a disadvantage on stage. They may concede. The Foundation establishment elders stepped onto their magical artifacts, soaring into the air, though they refrained from surpassing the viewing platform. With impassive expressions, they regarded the disciples, channeling their magical energy into the jade slip. Commence. As the words fell, the symbols in the hands of countless registered disciples glowed faintly, their opponents chosen entirely at random, making the first battle a matter of chance. Below the viewing platform, over 100 inner disciples stood at the forefront. Clad in white robes, their eyes gleaming with determination as they focused on the various combat arenas. The gaze of the 13 esteemed figures also swept across the scene. These juniors represented the future of the sect, and they were determined not to let their talents be obscured. As their gaze fell upon the arenas, the battles erupted into a fervent intensity, each participant striving to showcase their abilities with all their might. On one particular arena, two disciples in blue robes faced each other. One broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing as he realized who he was up against. "Senior brother Bashir, I hope to learn from you." Though he was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement with limited strength, he still possessed the capability to fight back, unwilling to be underestimated. Should you lose, do not be disheartened, for there will be opportunities in the coming years. Bashir bore a warm smile, emanating a gentle aura that, coupled with his chiseled features, rendered him nearly perfect. The crowd erupted with cheers, countless female disciples entranced by his presence, calling out for senior brother Bai. Many younger male disciples gathered around the arena, cheering for their senior brother, inadvertently placing immense pressure on his opponent. "Goodness," Chun Sun muttered, leading the great black bull to a shaded area, casting an eye at the junior sisters and exclaiming in awe. "Such handsome looks and strength. He would be adored in any world." "Moo moo." The great black bull shook its head, nudging Chun Sun, believing Chun Sun to be the most handsome, despite his tendency to neglect his appearance. Leaning against the shade, Chun Sun fanned himself with a straw hat, occasionally picking his nose, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle before him. On the arena, Bashir's expression suddenly sharpened, his feet imbued with a gust of wind as he leaped onto the stage. Causing the ground to tremble, waves of magical energy rippled outward, a suffocating aura bearing down on his opponent as a slender sword materialized in his hand. The opposing disciple was not to be outdone. Activating a talisman, several beams of white light flashed, suddenly appearing beneath Bashir's feet. "Earth-spike talisman. My junior brother is quite extravagant," Bashir remarked with a slight smile, his body twisting with uncanny grace as he effortlessly evaded the spikes. His demeanor relaxed. "What?" The battling disciple could hardly believe his eyes. Not even Bashir's robes had been grazed. Clang! Bashir unleashed a sword strike charged with magical energy, and the disciple took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth to withstand the blow, stumbling back a few steps, the metallic taste filled his mouth, forcing him to swallow the blood that threatened to spill. Yet he steadied himself, bloodshot eyes narrowing as he activated another talisman. Power talisman. The disciple's eyes brimmed with determination. If he could not match Bashir in magical prowess, he would rely on physical strength. His muscles swelled, an aura of ferocity radiating from him as he roared. Charging forward with his sword raised, Bashir's eyes glinted with seriousness as he patted his storage pouch, summoning another flying sword that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Yet it halted just half a foot from the disciple. A golden barrier preventing the blade's advance, he chuckled softly. Diamond talisman. Under the shade, Chun Sun and the great black bull watched in astonishment. While others battled with magical energy, this disciple relied on spirit stones. What a wealthy disciple. Chun Sun blinked, glancing at the great black bull. When will we be able to amass such spirit stones? The talismans clattered as they struck the ground, inciting Bashir's growing frustration. Moo! The great black bull let out a perfunctory call, its eyes wide with amazement at the myriad of unique combat styles on display. Overwhelmed by the spectacle, "Oh, what agility!" Chun Sun was invigorated. He indeed yearned to master a form of agility, thus enabling him to harness his speed to the fullest. In the arena, Bashir refrained from engaging his opponent head-on, continuously evading with deft maneuvers. Once the effect of the powerful talisman waned, the disciple became noticeably fatigued. Unsurprisingly, Bashir emerged victorious. However, this did not reflect his true prowess, as his adversaries were formidable inner disciples. Sister Guxuang. Sister Guxuang. A gathering of male disciples encircled the particular arena, fervently cheering and shouting, their spittle flying unchecked, splattering the faces of many. Upon the stage stood a woman, her countenance icy and her form graceful, wielding a long sword that gleamed with an icy radiance. Her swordplay was reminiscent of a dance performed by a skilled performer, captivating to behold. Chun Sun chuckled, glancing toward Guxuang, affirming that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Old Bull, isn't she stunning? Moo. The great black bull nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed, yet unwilling to divert its gaze from the spectacle. Alas, how did he lose? I had high hopes for him. Moo, it lamented. Oh dear, look at that junior sister. She's been brought to tears. How amusing. Moo, 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 the bull exclaimed. What is up with that short fellow? Did someone steal your rice? Moo. Chin Sun urged. Look over there, a spirit beast. Incredible. Moo. Beneath the shade of a tree, the duo, one man and one bull, intermittently erupted into laughter and curses. Suddenly, Chun Sun's expression shifted, and he struck the ground forcefully. Moo. The great black bull was startled, puzzled by Chun Sun's sudden change in demeanor. Old Bull, do you sense that something is amiss? Moo, moo. The bull shook its head, then nodded, feeling that something was indeed lacking, causing a sense of discomfort. Sunflower seeds, Chun Sun exclaimed, striking his palm in realization. He had forgotten such a vital item. Moo moo. The bull nudged Chun Sun with its hoof, reproaching him for neglecting to bring the seeds, which explained the lingering sense of unease. Alas, Chun Sun's face clouded with regret. This year, we must plant sunflower seeds. I shall roast them and add a secret blend of seasonings. Moo moo. The bull nudged Chun Sun affectionately, its expression conveying approval. During the sex grand competition, after the first battle, disciples had the option to continue fighting or to rest for a day, with victories being the measure of success. Naturally, those lacking confidence in their strength preferred to continue, for the intensity of the following day would not match that of the present. The strong, however, remained unperturbed, taking time to recuperate and ensuring they returned to peak condition for the next bout. Sparing no effort, the sex grand competition grew increasingly intense, and even Chun Sun and the great black bull drew closer, no longer content to observe from afar. On the fifth day, the inner disciples officially entered the fray, elevating the competition to its zenith, with Chun Sun and the bull joining the ranks of enthusiastic supporters. Who else but us outer disciples? Go by sure. You are the best. Chun Sun raised a wooden placard and bellowed, drawing the attention of countless disciples, who responded with enthusiastic thumbs up, signaling their approval. Isn't Sister Guxuang also one of our outer disciples? A few individuals approached with a fierce demeanor, only to find that Sister Guxuang's presence was suddenly overshadowed. What a joke! Chun Sun scoffed at the newcomers, patting the great black bull. The bull, understanding, lifted a placard that read, Go Sister Guxuang, let the sword embody the 5 elements. The group was taken aback, a shiver running down their spines as they instinctively raised their thumbs. Their gazes towards Chun Sun revealed but 2 words. Impressive! Chun Sun smirked coolly and continued to shout alongside the great black bull, their enthusiasm at an all-time high. Across various arenas, the white-clad inner disciples soared gracefully, their sleeves billowing as they regarded their opponents with steely gazes. A faint aura of killing intent wafted across the arenas. The ancient trees shivering in the chilling wind, a few yellow leaves drifting slowly to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena, while the prominent figures in the stands bore expressions of anticipation. The collective gasp arose from the disciples. For these individuals were the true future titans of Wu Yun's sect, destined to lead the sect forward. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Even the disciples below the arena wore solemn expressions, overwhelmed by an imposing sense of pressure. How exhilarating! Moo! Chun Sun murmured, his heart racing with excitement, echoed by the great black bull's low bellow, both captivated by the spectacle. Yet a flicker of disappointment crossed Chun Sun's eyes. He had hoped to witness some verbal sparring, a war of words that a bell tolled, reverberating through the peaks, signaling the official commencement of the grand duel. Whoosh, whoosh, countless piercing sounds sliced through the air as all present on the stage widened their eyes, their weapons and internal energies igniting in a dazzling display. Boom, boom! Each arena erupted into chaos. Some unleashed a torrent of flying swords, enveloping the stage in a cloud of dust. Others conjured misty spells, obscuring the scene, the clashing of metal echoing the ferocity of battle. Some disciples commanded formation flags, unleashing puppets to hold their ground, igniting the conflict. Everywhere, beams of sword light flashed, and the sounds of unleashed magical energies filled the air as everyone laid bare their full strength. No longer holding back, a fierce whirlwind swept through, compelling nearby disciples to muster their energies in defense. By heavens! Chun Sun's pupils constricted sharply, shaking his head in disbelief. The power displayed by these chi refinement disciples was in an entirely different league compared to loose cultivators. Moo. The great black bull mirrored Chun Sun's astonishment, its head shaking in bewilderment at the dazzling array of spells. The climactic battle raged on for 2 days and nights, with Chun Sun and the great black bull seated on the ground, utterly engrossed, snacking on flatbreads whenever hunger struck. Bai Shi and Gu Shuang ultimately reached the top 100, prompting a collective sigh from the outer disciples. The depth of the inner disciples' capabilities was simply beyond their reach. Finally, as the sect elders distributed rewards and encouraged the disciples, they offered a few platitudes. With the departure of the prominent figures and elders of Wu Yun's sect, this year's grand competition drew to a close. On the descent from the mountain, Chun Sun and the great black bull erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth unabashed. Old Bull, that inner disciple, was a bit sinister, targeting the vital points. Chun Sun chuckled at the sight of the bull's rear, unable to suppress his amusement, especially since the opponent had indeed been hit. What a disaster! Moo. The bull grinned widely, relishing in the recollection. Next year, we shall also participate and aim for the top 500 of the sect, garnering some contributions. Moo. Off we go, back to planting sunflower seeds. Moo. The pair trotted along, their laughter resonating joyfully through the mountains. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, they began tending to the herb fields, stealthily harvesting several stalks of the spirit herbs for the pill of abandonment, nurturing the seeds before returning them. Old Bull, the spirit herbs are in your capable hooves. I shall delve into the study of sword control. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun firmly, its expertise in nurturing spirit herbs unquestionable. Chun Sun nodded, assuredly making his way to the cave abode, where he opened the tome on sword control and retrieved a celestial sword from his storage bag, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The moment of truth has arrived. Can we soar? Chun Sun steadied himself and began to cultivate that. A month later, on a serene morning, the medicinal valley was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Exuding tranquility, Chun Sun and the great black bull stood in an open space, with a celestial sword before them and a backpack on Chun Sun's back. He had crafted 2 parachutes, ensuring safety above all else. With the sword, we shall ride the winds and roam the heavens. Chun Sun struck a peculiar pose, channeling his murky energy into the celestial sword. Rise! The sword gently ascended, hovering half a meter above the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moo. The great black bull leapt with excitement, repeatedly calling out in glee. Old Bull, let S board. No, let S mount the sword. Chun Sun's voice trembled, his heart racing with exhilaration as he envisioned them soaring through the magnificent landscapes. Moo. The bull stood, its expression tense, as it crouched behind Chun Sun, hooves clutching his shoulders. They firmly stepped onto the celestial sword, beads of sweat forming on their brows as Chun Sun's veins bulged. Fingers poised upwards with a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Take flight!" Moo. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind erupted, and the celestial sword whistled forth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! 2 figures crashed down heavily, abruptly tasting the earth's dust. Where's the celestial sword? My sword! Chun Sun cried out in anguish, his pupils bloodshot, a mouthful of dirt escaping his lips. Moo. The great black bull, also shaken and disoriented, suddenly spotted the celestial sword gleaming in the distance, embedded in a rocky wall. Before long, Chun Sun and the great black bull retrieved the celestial sword. Old Bull, our spells have been enhanced. They feel different. Chun Sun inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Moo. The great black bull nodded, acknowledging the sword's remarkable speed. And oh worries, we shall adapt and practice gradually. Moo. The great black bull grasped the celestial sword with its mouth and headed straight for the waterfall, shaking its head vigorously at Chun Sun. Clever old bull, Chun Sun exclaimed, realizing that the water might provide considerable resistance. making it ideal for practice. Let's get started. A month slipped by, and Chen Sun had completely mastered the art of sword control. On another clear morning, in the same spot, he murmured, riding the sword on the winds, unrestrained in the vastness of heaven and earth, channeling his magical energy. The celestial sword rose steadily, and he stepped onto it. Old bull, no time to explain. Hurry! Moo moo. The great black bull leapt up, balancing firmly on the celestial sword, lying down behind Chen Sun, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. Lift off for me. Moo, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind howled as the celestial sword finally took flight. The relentless gales whipping against Chen Sun's face as they soared higher, his heart racing as if ready to leap from his throat. The great black bull slowly opened its eyes, the scenery around them transformed, and it cautiously glanced down, its pupils constricting. Moo! Old bull! Old bull! What the hell? Chen Sun gasped, shocked to see the old bull had fainted. He quickly steadied the great black bull with one hand. Halting the celestial sword mid-air, his own eyes struggling to stay open, he too glanced down at the medicinal valley, now nearly 10 zhang above the ground, the sound of his rapid breathing filling the silence. Flying on the celestial sword felt utterly different from riding a flying boat. He sensed a profound emptiness, as if he might plummet at any moment. Hoo! Hoo! The chilling wind howled past, and the great black bull regained consciousness, its legs trembling as it looked down. Moo! It's all right, old bull. The celestial sword is firmly beneath our feet. Last time was just an accident, Chen Sun reassured, though the great black bull clung on even tighter, its eyes sparkling with exhilaration. They had truly ascended to the skies, a faint magical aura enveloped them, and the howling wind subsided, bringing a sense of tranquility. Old bull, let us take our time to adapt. There's no rush, Chen Sun smiled, resuming their flight, albeit at a slower pace, growing more adept with each moment. Moo! The great black bull began to feel increasingly at ease, gradually relaxing its grip. However, Chen Sun furrowed his brow. The magical shield felt somewhat constricting, lacking the thrill of the wind in his face, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. Let us go, Chen Sun shouted exuberantly, spiraling above the valley. Woohoo! His voice echoed in the air, mingling with the great black bull's cries of distress. Yet, the thrill was undeniable. The great black bull was caught between pain and pleasure, after half an hour of exhilarating flight. Chen Sun felt an urge to put his ideas into action. Old bull, I have some business to attend to, and I'll gather some materials, he declared, heading toward the cave with his mountain axe. Moo! The great black bull remained sprawled in the water, taking its time to recover. Another month passed, and an orange sun rested between the dark mountains, casting a vibrant glow across the sky. Laughter echoed from the cave in the medicinal valley, accompanied by exclamations of I did it! I did it! Moo moo! The great black bull glanced at the sky. It was time for the wind-in-the-face experience that Chen Sun had mentioned, repeatedly calling out at the cave entrance. Old bull! Chen Sun emerged from the shadows, and the great black bull's eyes widened in shock at his unusual appearance. Had Chen Sun crafted some magical artifact? He wore a massive pair of goggles, holding another that shimmered in the sunset's light. Moo, moo! The great black bull hurried forward, inquiring about the peculiar item, as Chen Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Old bull, we must embrace nature and truly savor the joy of the wind. What use is a magical shield? Chen Sun laughed heartily, quickly fitting the goggles onto the great black bull's head, specially tailored for it. Moo! The great black bull swayed its head, bouncing in delight at the marvelous sensation. With these, we need not fear the wind and sand in our eyes. Ha ha! Chen Sun exclaimed triumphantly, bellowing, Old bull, let us go for a ride. Moo moo! The great black bull was ecstatic. It now relished the evening jaunts. The scenery breathtaking. Whoosh, whoosh! The celestial sword soared, and a portal opened in the medicinal valley. As Chen Sun ascended rapidly, countless towering peaks unfolding before him, he shouted to the heavens. Air Force One. Chen Sun, ready for takeoff. Moo moo moo! The great black bull echoed, leaning against Chen Sun, reveling in the sensation of freedom. The fierce wind whipped against their faces, yet it no longer intruded upon their eyes. At last, it felt right. This was the true joy of flying. They sped toward the setting sun, leaving behind ancient trees and majestic peaks. Witnessing beasts scampering below in pursuit of their prey, the colossal sun hung high in the sky, and disciples flew on their swords below. But their speed paled in comparison. Perhaps this was the difference between a Ferrari and an electric car, Chen Sun mused. Ahead, a junior sister at the 5th level of Qi refinement was soaring on her sword. Her path coinciding with theirs, whoosh. The junior sister, her long braids trailing, was taken aback to see a person and a bull standing on a celestial sword, gazing at her with expressions of unidentifiable intrigue. This senior brother, she stammered, her mouth agape in growing astonishment. Suddenly, the pair raised their fingers and hoofs to their foreheads, then pointed at her, their lips curving into mischievous grins. The celestial sword accelerated dramatically, hurtling toward the sunset, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, exuding an air of nonchalance. What the hell? The junior sister was stunned, wondering if even bulls could be so carefree now. However, the speed of that celestial sword was astonishing. She could only speculate about its grade. Many disciples were left in awe, marveling at the swift swordsmanship and the stylish appearance. The howling wind rushed by, and the great black bull grinned widely, watching the disciples left far behind. Old bull, see what it means to cultivate immortality, to truly live. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, admiring the scenery beneath them, reveling in the joy of the ride. Woohoo! The skies echoed with their jubilant cries, mingling with the sounds of bovine calls. Time flowed onward, and soon the year's end arrived, with Chun Sun's cultivation continuing to flourish, leading the great black bull. He brought along medicinal herbs to the sect's grand hall, securing a steady contribution of 200 points. Old bull, let us save it. No spending now. We'll participate in the sect's grand competition. Chun Sun carefully placed the 8 trigrams talisman into his storage bag. Moo! The great black bull was overjoyed. Chun Sun registered for the event, now possessing a talisman, which would reveal the location of the martial arts arena in due time. Days later, the bell tolled, signaling the grand competition atop the mountain, bustling with activity, just as lively as in previous years. However, this time, Guxuang and Baishur did not participate, rumored to have been taken under the wing of an elder as inner disciples. The sect's grand competition officially commenced. A resounding voice echoed everywhere. As Chun Sun's talisman activated, he immediately turned toward a particular arena, leading the great black bull with eager anticipation on the stage. Before him stood a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, named Zhang Song, who was taken aback to see Chun Sun. Also at the 8th level of Qi refinement, accompanied by a spirit beast that it seemed they were in for a fierce battle, I kindly asked for mercy. Senior brother, I've just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Chun Sun chuckled, his eyes brimming with vigilance. These disciples employed peculiar tactics and possessed a multitude of spells, so he could not afford to be careless. After a year of observation, he had discerned that those at the 8th layer of Qi refinement who ranked within the top 500 were relatively stable and would not attract undue attention. Naturally, the sect competition would be limited and would not endanger the lives of his junior brothers. Zhang Song wore a somewhat perplexed expression. The sight of a person accompanied by a cow and donning a straw hat was indeed amusing and odd. Brother, shall we begin? Indeed. Zhang Song felt a slight sense of exasperation. This individual, adorned with 3 crude axes, was clearly made of common iron and was not even a magical artifact. However, he could not underestimate him. His gaze sharpened, and his fingers suddenly flicked in rapid succession, causing streams of water vapor to coalesce into crystalline ice, resembling flowing clouds and waters, generating countless afterimages. Ice needles shot towards Chun Sun, while the large black cow, merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, was merely a diversion. His true target was his master. For to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Impressive, Chun Sun exclaimed, evading with great agility, fleeing in a most disheveled manner. Truly, he was no match for his elder brother. Each ice needle nearly struck him, yet with a deft movement of his feet, he narrowly escaped. The spirit beast trailing closely behind. Perhaps it would be prudent for my junior brother to cease evasion. Zhang Song remained still, his finger movements accelerating, and the angles of the ice needles became increasingly formidable. Chun Sun drew forth an axe, cleaving through the air, and resumed his evasive maneuvers, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with trepidation. "Junior brother, how long do you intend to avoid this?" Zhang Song's expression turned impatient. Why was he unable to land a hit? His internal energy was already dwindling, and he would not hold back any longer. As his words fell, a few veins bulged on Zhang Song's forehead. And with a clash of palms and fingers, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. At that moment, several ice blades appeared out of thin air, slicing towards Chun Sun without warning. Zhang Song, wielding his sword, leaped forward, sealing all of Chun Sun's escape routes. Terrifying, Chun Sun and the large black cow shrank their forms, vanishing from sight. Zhang Song's pupils constricted as his spells missed their mark. "Fireball technique," Chun Sun shouted, several small fireballs hurtling towards Zhang Song. He narrowed his gaze and waved his hand backward, summoning ice needles into existence that a large puddle of water formed at the center of the arena. And Zhang Song realized that this opponent was indeed troublesome, likely impossible to defeat with mere spells. The two engaged in a fierce struggle on the arena, their clash intensifying. Zhang Song's heart raced with urgency. Why couldn't he land a hit? Meanwhile, the large black cow watched from the sidelines, mooing incessantly, seemingly cheering him on, while others in the arena had already secured 2 victories. After nearly half an hour of entanglement, Zhang Song was drenched in sweat. And Chun Sun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, as if on the verge of collapse. That it seemed he would have to resort to his trump card. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in the first round of the competition. Zhang Song hesitated, but unwilling to waste any more time, he slapped his storage bag, and several formation flags settled into position. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and before Zhang Song could react, 2 of his formation flags were whisked away. A sneak attack! A shadow darted in, and the large black cow charged fiercely, sending Zhang Song soaring through the air, his expression one of bewilderment as he crashed heavily outside the arena. "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" Zhang Song cried out in pain, his eyes still filled with confusion as he gazed at Chun Sun, a large question mark hovering above him. "Brother, I concede. Chun Sun stumbled off the stage, returning the formation flags with a sheepish smile. "Junior brother, your speed is truly remarkable." Zhang Song stepped back, accepting the flags, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Could such speed truly interrupt spellcasting? How crafty! If it were not for the constraints of this arena, his junior brother would surely not stand a chance against him. Heh, junior brother is being modest. Zhang Song shook his head, astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Chun Sun struggled to approach a referee at the arena, respectfully declaring, "Uncle Master, I wish to continue." Indeed, the Uncle Master replied nonchalantly, a surge of energy directed at Chun Sun's yellow talisman, allowing him to battle the victor of the first round once more. In the second round, he faced a stoic disciple named Lu Tao, who was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. "Junior brother, if you wish to concede, now is still the time to avoid any injuries." Lu Tao gazed impassively at Chun Sun and the large black cow, whose state was evidently poor. "I humbly request your guidance, brother." Chun Sun forced a smile, even sitting cross-legged, as if to recover his energy. Ungrateful. Lu Tao waved his hand, summoning a massive black ring that expanded as it spun in midair, a fierce wind howling as it seemed to lock onto Chun Sun. The black ring suddenly surged forward, hurtling towards Chun Sun, an intermediate-grade killing magical artifact of the yellow tier. Chun Sun's eyes flashed with determination as he left an afterimage in his wake, yet the ring seemed to possess an innate tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing him. "Junior brother, if you cannot endure, now is still the time to concede." Lu Tao smirked coldly, observing Chun Sun's desperate escape, his movements unfaltering. Raising his right hand, he waved, and the ring gleamed with golden light, growing even larger as it descended upon Chun Sun. Truly impressive for a brother the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Chun Sun couldn't help but commend, suddenly unleashing a punch that struck the ring with tremendous force. At that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A deafening crash echoed as the ring dimmed under the impact of his blow, and seizing the momentary pause, Chen Sun fled once more. Lu Tao's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in utter shock, while to an outsider, the artifact appeared unscathed. He could distinctly hear the internal reverberations. His demeanor grew solemn. Despite Chen Sun's apparent exhaustion, he could not afford to underestimate him. Fireball technique. Chen Sun formed a seal, launching several small fireballs at Lu Tao. Lu Tao regarded him with disdain. How dare he wield such a lowly spell in his presence? He opened his mouth wide. Flame technique. A surge of flames erupted on the arena, instantly extinguishing the fireballs. Chen Sun burst forth from the inferno, wielding an axe aimed at Lu Tao. Lu Tao snorted coldly, conjuring a sword as the arena descended into chaos once more. Lu Tao pressing forward, forcing Chen Sun into a retreat. Half an hour later, Lu Tao was drenched in sweat, his magical energy waning significantly as he glared furiously. "Junior brother, can you not endure any longer?" "Still, holding on," Chen Sun replied weakly, as if on the verge of collapse. Lu Tao's magical energy was depleted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pondered why Chen Sun always seemed to step faster than him. His spirit waning. Finally, at the moment they clashed, the spirit beast he had overlooked sprang into action. Moo. A surprise attack. A shadow darted from the side with unparalleled speed. Chen Sun had ensnared him, leaving him no time to react. "Ah, damn it." Lu Tao's expression morphed into one of despair, utterly humiliated as he was toppled off the arena by the large black cow. Chen Sun appeared to be on the brink of collapse, leaning against the large black cow. Lu Tao, witnessing this scene from below, was momentarily stunned, secretly admiring Chen Sun's formidable willpower. "Brother, I concede." Chen Sun weakly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. "Junior brother, you should tend to your injuries first. We can spar again next year." Lu Tao clasped his hands, acknowledging Chen Sun's strength. This battle had been exhilarating, and he had garnered some insights. Agreed. Chen Sun struggled to return the gesture, being escorted down from the arena by the large black cow. Lu Tao even approached to offer him a healing pill. Chen Sun, moved to tears, grasped Lu Tao's hand tightly. Lu Tao was taken aback, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he pondered whether he had been too harsh. The surrounding disciples cast peculiar glances at Lu Tao, as if it were Chen Sun who had emerged victorious. Startled, Lu Tao quickly made his exit, shaking his head repeatedly. After half an hour, Chen Sun led the large black cow to the foundation building elder. Bowing respectfully, "Elder, I wish to continue battling. Given your current state, are you certain you can compete?" The elder furrowed his brow slightly. This disciple wore a straw hat riddled with holes, his disheveled hair spilling out. His face dusty and smeared with blood. "It is possible." Chen Sun lowered his head with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. "Since you are so insistent, I shall not dissuade you." The elder nodded slightly. Such determined disciples were not uncommon, often stubborn to a fault. Yet it was they who ultimately suffered, but a surge of energy activated Chen Sun's yellow talisman, shimmering with faint light as he glanced towards another arena, the second contender. Stumbling onto the stage, he startled his opponent, who was at the 8th layer of chi refinement, fearing he might inadvertently strike him down. An hour later, the arena reverberated with a voice filled with fury. "Junior brother, can you not endure any longer? Come on, senior brother." Chen Sun bellowed, his steps unsteady, a large hole in his straw hat emitting smoke. The disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "You can still hold on, but I'm about to reach my limit. Who among us in the chi refinement stage has fought for an hour? Who possesses such profound magical energy?" Moo, the great black bull, sensing the opportune moment, revealed a sly glint in its eyes and charged forth. "What? A sneak attack?" The man screamed in shock, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily outside the arena. Chen Sun secured his third victory. The great black bull carried Chen Sun away towards the shade of a tree as he appeared gravely injured, seemingly on the brink of death, under the tree. Chen Sun regained consciousness, swaying slightly against the trunk and managing a smile. Moo, the great black bull lay beside him, its large mouth quivering. It's all right, don't rush. Chun Sun reassured, removing his straw hat, revealing a wild mop of hair and numerous wounds adorning his body. The great black bull licked Chun Sun's injuries incessantly, to which he responded by patting its head and retrieving healing ointment from his storage bag. It's merely superficial wounds. They won't hinder me. Moo. The great black bull gazed at Chun Sun with concern. Although they frequently endured injuries during their time in the small mountain village, this was a battle. One misstep could cost a life. Hee hee. I've learned quite a bit of medical knowledge from Master Ning. Such minor injuries are nothing. Chun Sun replied nonchalantly, confident that as long as he avoided internal injuries and applied the ointment, he would recover within days without scarring. They lack the magical energy to exhaust us. If we truly unleashed our spells, they wouldn't survive. Chun Sun smiled faintly, cherishing his junior disciples. Moo. The great black bull nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the sheer terror of their opponent's spells, should they be employed, it would lead to either death or injury. Winning 6 matches should suffice. If we secure 3 more victories tomorrow, we shall obtain those 500 contribution points. Moo. The great black bull nuzzled Chun Sun, its eyes shining with delight. Chun Sun produced some sunflower seeds from his storage bag, and together they munched while observing the bustling battle arenas, the air filled with the sounds of fierce combat. On the following day, Chun Sun felt invigorated, yet his opponents grew increasingly formidable. However, no matter how flamboyant their spells, they all required magical energy to sustain them. Thus began Chun Sun's arduous path of torment. Battles on the arena, each lasting an hour, where no mercy was shown, only relentless suffering. The surrounding disciples, initially eager to spectate, soon found themselves drowsy and hastily migrated to other arenas where the action was far more thrilling. "Junior brother, I can't hold on any longer." A cry of despair erupted, his features contorted in agony as he looked at Chun Sun with a glimmer of fear. "Senior brother, hold on." Chun Sun roared encouragingly. "I'm still fine, Moo." The black bull launched a surprise attack, forcing him off the arena, a look of relief crossing his face as he finally found respite. Chun Sun successfully claimed his 4th victory. An hour later, "Junior brother, I implore you, give up. Surrender. Impossible. As cultivators, how can we lack pride? Senior brother, let us battle for one more day, Moo." The black bull charged again, its tail whipping through the air. The senior brother, feeling utterly despondent, gazed skyward, collapsing outside the arena, his magical energy utterly depleted. Chun Sun acquired his 5th victory an hour later. "Junior brother, I still have countless talismans left unactivated. You cannot withstand this. Senior brother, unleash your attacks upon me." Half an hour later, the senior brother trembled, his eyes quaking, having exhausted all his talismans. "Moo." A surprise attack. The black bull charged. "Ah!" The senior brother shrieked in agony, his body soaring through the air, tears streaming down his face. "My possessions." Chun Sun secured his 6th victory, but his legs trembled. He was assisted onto the arena by the great black bull. Though Chun Sun was unremarkable, his indomitable spirit left several Foundation establishment elders profoundly astonished, their gazes fixated upon him in the arena. "Junior brother." The senior brother observed Chun Sun's unstable stance, his brow furrowed, uncertain of how to proceed. Chun Sun's hair flew wildly, bloodshot eyes glistening. He bent forward, hands resting on his knees, slowly raising his head to declare, "Senior brother, let us battle. I shall certainly respect your wishes, junior brother." The senior brother replied solemnly, his gaze filled with astonishment and admiration. Moments later, with a mighty roar, Chun Sun charged forward, fists raised, his body riddled with vulnerabilities. The senior brother merely shifted slightly, a sense of nostalgia filling his eyes as a gust of cold wind swept through. And Chun Sun could no longer endure, collapsing upon the arena as if a pillar of iron. "Junior brother, Moo." They rushed forward to check on him. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Even a Foundation establishment elder approached to assess the situation. "He is fine. He has merely endured relentless battles, suffering physical and mental fatigue that a few days of recuperation will suffice." "Thank you, Uncle Master." The senior brother bowed in gratitude. The elder nodded, a hint of emotion in his gaze, recognizing that this individual likely hailed from a wandering cultivator's background. Those like him often bore such traits. This was a reflection of their frustration with their own talents and their unyielding spirit against fate. Even if it meant fighting until the last drop of blood, they would never concede defeat. However, in reality, no great figures cast their gaze upon him. Such individuals were far too commonplace. Their indomitable will was merely a manifestation of impotent rage, failing to alter their cultivation aptitude. Chun Sun was dragged down the mountain by the great black bull. Old Bull, sequence 478, were set 500 contributions. 2 days' work surpasses what we've accomplished in 2 years. Chun Sun reclined upon the great black bull's back, examining the yellow talisman in his hand, which would not be confiscated by the sect after the competition, as it was to be kept as a memento for the disciples. Chun Jr. Brother. A familiar voice called from behind, and Chun Sun's face lit up with joy, realizing it was indeed him. Senior Brother Ji, Chun Sun exclaimed, his expression brightening as he beheld Ji Kun, whose face had taken on a more resolute demeanor. Though he still resembled a lanky monkey, Chun Sun couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Even within the same sect, it had taken them 2 full years to encounter one another by chance. Did Chun Jr. Brother not take up the position of outer sect steward? I went to manage the herb garden. My family used to do this. They found a secluded spot beneath a tree to reminisce, with the great black bull lying down beside them. Chun Jr. Brother, the herb garden is not a favorable place. It is often referred to as the land of lost ideals. Ji Kun expressed his frustration, advising, it is filled with sect elders who have resigned themselves to a life without the hope of foundation establishment. We still have ample time ahead. We must not become complacent. Senior Brother Ji, I appreciate your good intentions, but I genuinely dislike violence and bloodshed. Chun Sun replied, his expression troubled. He understood Ji Kun's intentions. The outer sect steward position had many opportunities and would undoubtedly enhance his strength. Ah, Chun Jr. Brother, you are unaware of how the disciples within the sect perceive us wandering cultivators, are you? Ji Kun's face was etched with indignation, one hand resting behind his back while the other clenched into a tight fist. Indeed, I am at a loss. Chun Sun shook his head, feeling that his senior and junior disciples were rather amiable and had not experienced discrimination. They say we are stepping stones, and even the foundation establishment elders look down on us. For the past 2 years, Ji Kun had served as a steward in the outer sect, where factions were numerous and intrigue was rampant. At times, contributions were even embezzled. Senior Ji, what do you mean? Chun Sun inquired calmly. In the past, he would have brandished 3 mountain-splitting axes and caused a ruckus. There are still 3 years until the South Dipper Mountain secret realm opens, but most of those who go are rogue cultivators. Yes, I'm aware. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to enter the sect? Do you know how many can go every 20 years and how many survive? Ji Kun took a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone. 700, with fewer than 100 returning. That if one fails to obtain foundation establishment spear herbs, one gains nothing. Is it truly that grim? Chun Sun exclaimed, although he had already known they were merely cannon fodder. He had not realized the extent of the darkness. Of course, we are merely the remaining rogue cultivators sifted through by the 10 great sections on the surface. It seems equal, but which elder truly regards us? Ji Kun's eyes dimmed, as many illusions had shattered over the past 2 years, leaving him more somber. Those rogue cultivators with the potential for foundation establishment had long been taken by the 10 great sects. If they wished to establish their foundations, they could only tread the bloody path. Does Senior Ji mean to venture into the South Dipper Mountain secret realm? Chun Sun scrutinized him for a moment. Currently, Ji Kun was only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, perhaps lacking in strength. Indeed, Ji Kun nodded emphatically. I have accumulated enough contributions and am preparing to enter seclusion for rigorous training. If I can break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, my chances of survival will increase. Senior Ji, you could wait for the next 20 years. You are still so young, and it would be prudent to first enhance your strength. Junior Chun, in 23 years, my vitality will wane and my strength will diminish. What will I fight with? Ji Kun's clenched fist tightened further, his eyes betraying a sense of unwillingness. He truly could not accept this fate. This statement struck Chun Sun's heart, for indeed, the Qi refinement stage lasts but a century, fleeting in the grand scheme of time, and how many cultivators experience even a dozen 20-year spans. Junior Chun. Today is a splendid day under the sun, A fitting day for farewells. Ji Kun smiled serenely. He held a fondness for Chen Sun, feeling that he bore no malice, and their interactions were always lighthearted. After 2 years of service in the outer sect steward hall, he realized that friends like Chen Sun were indeed rare, perhaps indicating that his choice to venture into the medicinal garden was the right one. Senior Ji, please wait a moment. Chen Sun hurriedly retrieved a storage bag, producing 2 heavy feather pills and a vial of spirit-nourishing pills. Senior Ji, these heavy feather pills were purchased by me at the 9-Star Valley. There are still 2 left, and their medicinal properties remain intact. He now understood the principle that great kindness could be as significant as great enmity and dared not present too much, lest he jeopardize their friendship. Heavy feather pills, Ji Kun exclaimed in astonishment. These are precious pills for the chi refinement stage. Quite costly. Junior Chun, I have no ulterior motives. I implore you to take them back. You need them as much as I do. Senior Ji, take them. You need them more than I do. We manage the medicinal garden quite well. We earn considerable contributions each year. Chun Sun replied earnestly, promptly placing the pills into Ji Kun's hands. Such heartfelt generosity is overwhelming, but I will only accept 1 heavy feather pill. The rest you must take back. Ji Kun solemnly accepted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ah, very well. Chun Sun sighed softly, returning the remaining items to his storage bag. Junior Chun, Brother Nyo, I shall take my leave now. Do take care. Ji Kun clasped his hands in farewell, glancing toward the great black bull, which promptly stood on all 4s, letting out a low moo. Beneath the trees, Ji Kun departed, while Chen Sun and the great black bull watched his solitary yet resolute figure recede into the distance. Senior Ji will surely establish his foundation. Don't you think so, old bull? Chen Sun murmured. Moo. The great black bull nodded in agreement, for within the sect, only Ji Kun regarded it as a junior brother. The merit it possessed would surely protect him. Let us go, old bull. We must return. The straw hat is yet to be woven. Moo. The pair made their way back to the medicinal valley, a gentle breeze rustling the countless fallen leaves beneath the trees, creating a picturesque scene. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had flown by. Many new disciples had arrived at the sect, their eyes brimming with passion and dreams for the future. The sect's grand competition had birthed numerous rising stars, one formidable contender after another, each one a black horse that stood tall among the throngs. Yet, one disciple had become a nightmare of countless others. This individual donned a straw hat and led a black bull spirit beast, earning the title of a bane in the grand competition. Should one encounter this person, failing to eliminate them in one blow would necessitate preparing for a battle lasting an hour. Many watching disciples awoke in the night, plagued by nightmares, their blankets filled with visions of straw hats. Those who faced this individual lamented, with even a 9th-level chi refinement brother surrendering outright, showcasing the ferocity of this contender. However, due to the prolonged nature of their battles, they often found themselves exhausted, failing to rank within the top 500 each year, much to the dismay of spectators. Yet, such tales were merely the gossip of lower-tier disciples. The discussion surrounding the top 100 rankings each year sparked the fervor of countless cultivators. This was the true aim of the Weiyun sect, to use inner disciples to spur these black horses onward, though the true rewards for claiming the crown remained a mystery, as outer disciples could not attain them. Only with a continuous influx of fresh blood could the longevity of the sect be assured, as each year's grand competition allowed many disciples to break through in their battles, in the Yuzhu mountain range. At a low altitude, a man and a bull stealthily approached the sect's grand hall, flying at a measured pace. Old bull, a full 3,000 contribution points. Chen Sun licked his lips, whispering, Moo. The great black bull stiffened, trembling with excitement. It wondered how many fine treasures could be exchanged for this. Yet, a hint of melancholy crossed its visage, for most of these contribution points were earned through Chen Sun's numerous injuries. What are you thinking, old bull? We'll exchange those points for Foundation Establishment pill formulas. Moo. Celestial swords whizzed past them at low altitude. They dared not ascend too high that if they collided with a certain elder or high-ranking cultivator, they would be in serious trouble. Chen Sun had calculated the safe altitude for flying. Inside the contribution hall, there was a high platform that was nearly unoccupied, designated for the Foundation Establishment elders, where the Foundation Establishment pill formulas were also located. I beseech you, Uncle Master, I have come to exchange for the Foundation Establishment pill formula. Chun Sun bowed his head and clasped his hands, presenting the Bagua token to the emaciated man on the platform, whose face resembled that of a zombie, with protruding bones. His expression was icy, gazing at Chun Sun with an unsettling intensity. As a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, your contribution points are indeed 3,000. But this formula is meant for Foundation Establishment cultivators. What use do you have for it? Moreover, the sect lacks the spirit herbs necessary for exchange, the emaciated man questioned, his penetrating gaze unyielding. Even Qi refinement disciples cannot refine it. You had best provide me with a reason. This Foundation Establishment pill formula was merely a token hanging in the sect, a mere thought for those in the Qi refinement stage. A comfort for themselves that I wish to journey to the South Dipper Mountain. This object represents my aspiration. Seeing it is akin to seeing Foundation Establishment within reach. Chun Sun's voice trembled, his head bowing ever lower, as the tattered straw hat seemed to narrate the unfairness of fate. Very well, the emaciated man nodded, adding, but consider this carefully. The journey to the South Dipper Mountain in 6 months will not be easy. Chun Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected this zombie-like Uncle Master to possess a warm heart. I shall not regret it, he declared solemnly. The emaciated man scrutinized Chun Sun deeply before producing a pill formula. The contribution points from the Bagua token vanishing entirely. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chun Sun received the token with both hands, turning to lead the great black bull away. They soared on their swords and soon returned to the medicinal valley, where the great black bull had set up various traps in numerous locations. Should any intruder arrive, every detail would change. Moo! The great black bull called to Chun Sun, signaling that no one had come. Let us go. With joy shimmering in his eyes, Chun Sun dashed into the cave dwelling, hastily retrieving the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill. Heavenly fruit, moonlit fruit, silver staff flower, iced duckweed, cold spirit grass, he murmured, his eyes widening with each name. He had neither heard of nor seen these ingredients before, with only a few spirit herbs being somewhat familiar to him. The Foundation Establishment pill required a total of 27 auxiliary herbs and 3 primary ones: earth spirit vine, sun ginseng lotus, and nanmo leaves. Moo! The great black bull extended its head to observe closely, but none of the spirit herbs were present in their medicinal valley. Foundation Establishment, where the Dantian transforms into liquid, giving birth to divine consciousness, and the endless wonders that follow. Chun Sun sighed, feeling a pang of envy, wishing to experience what divine consciousness felt like, reputed to be more formidable than the senses. Moo! If it truly took 100 years to establish a foundation, the Wuyun sect would have no place for us. Chun Sun articulated deliberately, turning to the great black bull, his gaze firm. Half a year from now, we shall venture to the Southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm. Moo! The great black bull rose with a thunderous spirit, its eyes ablaze with determination. All the cultivation sects in the Qian kingdom would send disciples. Marking the true battlefield, we must gather intelligence daily and commence our preparations, Chun Sun declared, for they were wholly ignorant of the Southern Dipper Mountain's whereabouts. One man and one bull slowly gazed toward the cave's entrance, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in their eyes, signaling that it was time to take real action. Half a year later, the sound of bells reverberated through the Wuyun sect, with figures soaring on swords from every peak, their expressions frosty, exuding an indomitable aura as they made their way to the sect leader peak. The long-awaited Southern Dipper Mountain Secret Realm event, occurring every 20 years in the Qian Kingdom, was finally upon them, with elders and disciples alike harboring hopeful expressions. Should they reap abundant rewards, it would undoubtedly elevate the sect to new heights. Indeed, many smaller sects had risen to prominence due to their ventures to the Southern Dipper Mountain. This year, the number of applicants was overwhelming, totaling several thousand. However, only the top 2,000, based on the sect's grand competition rankings, had a chance. Many elders wore downcast expressions, realizing their hopes had dwindled. They packed their belongings and slowly descended the mountain, where numerous market stalls established by the Wuyun sect serve as a hub for many cultivators to exchange information. The outer sect service hall would assign them roles, awaiting the passage of time, eventually fading into dust. Perhaps never to have their names remembered. Yet, within the inner sect, an unwritten rule prevailed. None were permitted to participate in the Southern Dipper Mountain expedition, for they would naturally receive Foundation establishment pills. Within a certain medicinal valley of the Wuyun sect, in a cave dwelling, the walls were riddled with cracks, and the ground was piled with a pit, upon which a large black pot simmered, emitting thick clouds of medicinal aroma. Remnants of charcoal crackled within, yet the cave was devoid of any occupants. Today, the sky was a clear azure, unmarred by clouds, distant mountains cloaked in a deep hue, and a gentle breeze carried warmth. Chun Sun and the great black bull emerged from the medicinal valley, their expressions stoic as they mounted their swords, heading toward the sect leader peak. The longevity points accumulated over the past 3 years have been added to their magical prowess, resulting in their current stats: Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magic Power 11. However, upon seeing the numerous disciples, a warm smile graced his face, appearing harmless beneath his straw hat. Chun Sun led the great black bull to the outskirts of the disciples, scanning the crowd for a familiar figure, Ji Kuan. Having broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he radiated confidence, surrounded by admirers like stars circling the moon, their chatter incessant. Chun Sun smiled faintly, opting not to disturb him, his gaze shifting toward the sect leader's great hall, which deeply captivated him and the great black bull. That a steady stream of individuals approached the great hall, with a total of 700 Qi refinement disciples. And Chun Sun, holding the great black bull, stood at the back, blending into the background. Several figures soared from behind the great hall, traversing the air with a commanding presence, their forms shimmering with ethereal light. Golden core stage cultivators. Chun Sun's heart raced. He now understood the realm above Foundation establishment. Golden core stage, where one could live for a millennium, true ancient beings. Before the hall, all disciples stood in solemnity. Silence so profound that a falling needle could be heard, standing straight and rigid, not daring to act out of line. The great black bull, too, was gripped by fear, its body tensing, cold sweat breaking out. Its spiritual awareness surpassed all others, recognizing the lethal prowess of these formidable cultivators. Sect leader Yu Yuanhua floated above, addressing all present with a resonant voice. The journey to the Southern Dipper Mountain presents a rare opportunity. I hope all disciples will uphold the prestige of the Wuyun sect. With a calm demeanor, he surveyed the crowd, gesturing grandly as ethereal sounds echoed, and from the distant valleys came the piercing cries of eagles. This expedition would be led by Wei Shan, the peak master of Wei, a golden core stage cultivator, underscoring the sect's emphasis on its disciples. S's words resonated. Astonished gasps arose from the 700 disciples. The sect was dispatching a golden core peak master for their protection, igniting fervor within their hearts to contribute to the sect's honor. Wei Shan, with flowing white hair, yet no sign of age, possessed an ageless charm that captivated the female disciples. We humbly accept the sect leader's command and salute Peak Master Wei. The disciples bowed in respect, acknowledging both his seniority and strength. You need not bow. Wei Shan's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, devoid of any airs of superiority. The disciples felt a gentle force lifting their spirits, leaving Chun Sun awestruck, his body momentarily losing control. Suddenly, a series of piercing cries shattered the air, as 5 massive spirit beasts swooped down from the distant sky, casting a shadow over the entire great hall, causing Chun Sun and the great black bull to feel a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled with the sounds of impact as the 5 colossal spirit beasts landed before the hall, their sharp eyes keen and their feathers harder than Chun Sun's mountain-splitting axe. These were Qingya eagles, with mid-foundation establishment cultivation. No cause for concern. Wei Shan smiled faintly, stepping onto the back of the central Qingya eagle. Everyone come aboard. Chun Sun hurriedly led the great black bull to the edge of the Qingya eagle, awestruck by its immense size, feeling like a diminutive figure in comparison. Old bull, ready your sword. Let us fly up. Chun Sun retrieved his immortal sword from his storage pouch, and with a swift motion, soared up alongside the great black bull. Unexpectedly, the Qingya eagle turned its head to glance at the great black bull, its eyes gleaming with a teasing glint, as if regarding a potential prey. The great black bull bristled with anger. Had Qin Sun not restrained it, it would have kicked out in defiance. "What, do you take me for food?" "Old bull, calm down, give me some face," Qin Sun quickly soothed, whispering, "It can't possibly outlive you. I'll just steal its egg later, and it'll be heartbroken, moo." The great black bull responded fiercely, conceding to Qin Sun's request, while Qin Sun continued to hold the great black bull. The other disciples sat in meditation, gathering their energy, yet their expressions were tinged with anxiety. Wei Shan merely gestured, enveloping the 5 Qingya eagles in a faint blue magical shield. He bid farewell to the sect leader's great hall, and the others present nodded with smiles. "Safe travels," resonated the sect leader's voice in the ears of all disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Qingya eagles spread their wings, emitting high-pitched cries, stirring up dust and debris from the ground as the scenery shrank beneath them. And even Qin Sun felt a flutter of nerves. The Qingya eagles soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the depths of the mountains, while countless disciples on the ground gasped in awe, marveling at the 700 warriors of the Wuyun sect. "Old bull, this time we truly are heading to a grand spectacle," Qin Sun said, excitement evident on his face, gazing at the surrounding clouds and the unfamiliar towering peaks piercing the sky, swiftly passing beneath the Qingya eagles. "This speed is astonishing," Qin Sun marveled, far surpassing the speed of the earlier flying boats. Moo moo. The great black bull was invigorated. They had finally left their small mountain village, embarking on a journey to witness the vast world outside. Qin Sun's gaze shifted toward the horizon. They had prepared themselves to face whatever awaited them. Over the past half-year, they had gathered considerable knowledge about the Southern Dipper Mountain secret realm. The 10 great sects had each dispatched 1,500 disciples, their strength formidable and their numbers vast, poised to be the true victors of the Southern Dipper Mountain. However, the Southern Dipper Mountain, the grandest peak in the Qian Kingdom, required not just strength but also luck to navigate its depths. Many smaller sects, though sending fewer than 100, often stumbled upon great fortunes, returning with countless spirit herbs. "Old bull, we must remain vigilant against the demonic and spirit beasts within. They're not known for their friendliness toward humans." Qin Sun spoke softly. The spiritual energy of Nanda Mountain is suppressed, causing these demon beasts and spirit beasts to be unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Their tempers have become exceedingly irritable, attacking anyone they encounter. This was also something he had heard from the elders in his sect. These demon and spirit beasts had even surpassed the strength of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, existing between the realms of Qi, condensation, and foundation establishment. Moo. The great black bull nodded heavily, understanding the gravity of the situation. Over the past 6 months, they had heard countless rumors, and many disciples had lost their lives due to these demon and spirit beasts, which guarded the foundation establishment spiritual herbs nearby. Gradually, Qin Sun and the great black bull began to meditate deeply, refraining from idle chatter. The Qingya eagle traversed one region after another, occasionally beset by other demon beasts. However, Wei Shan merely released his aura, causing the flying demon beasts to flee in terror. After half a month, the speed of the Qingya eagle began to slow, revealing Nanda Mountain, a majestic range of 19 peaks that intertwined like a colossal dragon. Soaring into the sky, it stood like a giant amidst the myriad mountains, ruthlessly gazing down upon the earth and the approaching cultivators, rendering even the Qingya eagle a mere speck in comparison. "My heavens, how can such a breathtaking sight exist in this world?" Qin Sun exclaimed, overwhelmed by the grandeur. The great black bull was equally stunned, standing motionless, realizing just how insignificant they were in the distance. Peculiar mountains jutted upward, a continuous range of verdant peaks shrouded in mist and clouds, enveloped by a formidable formation. Qin Sun marveled repeatedly, realizing that only countless powerful cultivators could seal this place. Even Elder Wei might not be sufficient to comprehend it, not knowing what kind of extraordinary cultivators had performed such feats. 5 Qingya eagles descended upon a clearing, surrounded by disciples from various sects, their gazes laden with hostility directed at Wuyun sect before they quickly averted their eyes. To the north of the clearing lay the realm of Nanda Mountain, filled with towering ancient trees that stood for millennia, casting a shadowy and silent ambience, imbued with an ancient aura that instilled reverence. This is the residence of Wu Yun's sect. Do not wander aimlessly, Wei Shan stated, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, eliciting gasps of surprise as many quickly retracted their audacious stares. The imposing presence of sect leader Wei was evident. Chun Sun silently praised, grateful for the protection of a formidable ally. Wei Shan withheld further words, waiting for the 10 great immortal sects, for the key to the Nanda Mountain secret realm rested in their hands. At that moment, the heavens reverberated with thunderous booms as enormous flying vessels and colossal birds tore through the sky, their overwhelming auras palpable. Shadows swept across the ground in waves, resembling a demonstration of power or a proclamation of sovereignty. Banners of each sect fluttered gloriously, with countless figures standing atop them, their cold gazes surveying the earth, and the disciples of various sections. Wei Shan remained calm and composed, though internally he bore the weight of concern. For the 10 great immortal sects loomed over all cultivators in the Qian kingdom like 10 massive mountains. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull shook their heads in disbelief, asserting that this spectacle far surpassed the extravagance of the Nine-Star Valley. All they could utter was a simple, impressive, wow. Chun Sun pointed to the distant sky. Old Bull, look! Several massive vessels hovered above, from which countless women in purple garments soared into the sky, stepping upon lotus leaf artifacts as they descended gracefully. Their figures danced in midair, creating a sea of purple, and Chun Sun felt as though he could almost smell their fragrance. The gazes of the disciples from various sects were irresistibly drawn toward them, captivated by the celestial maidens of the Ziyun sect. If only I could form a Tao partner with one of them. That would be truly enchanting, he mused. Moo. The Great Black Bull nudged Chun Sun. Unimpressed. Old Bull, do you think if a man joined the sect, he would also don purple robes and step upon lotus leaves, delivering a quip during battles? Chun Sun playfully imitated, slapping the Great Black Bull on the back, adopting a high-pitched voice that you'd be annoying if you kept that up. Ha! Moo moo moo. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull laughed uncontrollably, with Chun Sun occasionally imitating the scene, making the Great Black Bull nearly laugh itself into stitches. Hey, is that you, Chun Shitty? Ji Kuan exclaimed, spotting the duo rolling on the ground. Chun Shitty, what brings you here? Ji Shi Xiao, ha. Chun Sun laughed until tears brimmed in his eyes. Come here, I have a hilarious story to tell you. Oh, Ji Kuan's interest peaked as he hurried over. After a while, Chun Sun began to mimic the scene with exaggerated flair. Ha! Ji Kuan shook his head, laughing heartily. This Chun Shitty has truly reached a point of life and death yet still finds joy. I wonder if he is simply too carefree or perpetually optimistic. We came to see and seek opportunities, and I believe Ji Shi Xiao was right from the start, Chun Sun said, standing up seriously. Rest assured, Ji Shi Xiao, the Great Bull, and I will not hold you back. Chun Shitty, where are your thoughts wandering? Ji Kuan's expression darkened as he placed a hand on Chun Sun's shoulder. If it comes to a confrontation, flee if you can. Your life is paramount. Thank you, Ji Shi Xiao, for your concern. The Great Bull, and I will not engage recklessly, Chun Sun replied with a smile. This transmission is quite random, with at most 3 people in a group. I didn't know you were... Ji Shi Xiao, do not worry about us. I know you have your group, so I did not wish to disturb you, Chun Sun said with a grin, as he and the Great Black Bull were not particularly outstanding in strength or social connections, leading few to invite them. Ji Kuan's expression soured. He wished to keep Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull close, so that if trouble arose, he could lend them a hand. Ji Shi Xiao, please do not overthink it. Just go with peace of mind. We have our trump cards, Chun Sun reassured, patting the hand on his shoulder. Over these 3 years, I have also practiced a technique for 2.5 years. But, Ji Shi Xiao, if you consider me a friend, go without worry. The Great Bull and I will surely return alive, Chun Sun stated earnestly, feeling profoundly moved. Ji Kuan's eyes bore a trace of regret as he forcefully withdrew his hand and turned away without uttering another word. Moo. The Great Black Bull glanced at Ji Kuan's retreating figure, then back at Chen Xun. Oh, not worry. Ji Shi Xiang is merely concerned about our strength. Chun Sun smiled, also watching Ji Kuan's back. Moo. The Great Black Bull nodded, contemplating. In truth, They are quite powerful, truly powerful. Ji Xiang need not worry about them. Suddenly, the sounds of beastly roars echoed in all directions as a gigantic serpent descended from the sky, upon which stood thousands of disciples from the beast-taming sect, clad in gray robes adorned with unknown spirit beasts. Many of the disciples atop the serpent displayed bloodthirsty smiles, accompanied by various spirit beasts, while others had spiders and small snakes coiling around them. Disciples from one of the 10 great immortal sects, the beast-taming sect, had arrived, and these spirit beasts were indeed formidable. It was said that every 20 years in the Nanda Mountain secret realm, the beast-taming sect suffered the least losses while reaping the greatest benefits. Lower-tier cultivators could hardly match the combat prowess of the beast-taming sect disciples. The ground erupted with the sounds of countless sect disciples chattering, filled with envy, for spirit beasts were not easily nurtured. However, if one were to succeed in raising them, they would become invaluable allies. Yet, the great black bull was an exception. These disciples had never encountered a master with such a significant disparity in cultivation with their spirit beasts. Old bull, if these spirit beasts were to confront you, what would be the outcome? Chun Sun squatted on the ground, tossing pebbles. Moo! The great black bull let out a roar, scratching a tin in the dirt. Impressive, Chun Sun clapped the great black bull on the back, praising, I believe in your abilities since childhood. The great black bull raised its head proudly. A day later, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects arrived in succession, engaging in pleasantries at their respective encampments, seemingly disregarding the other sects entirely. Wei Shan appeared increasingly strained, his expression darkening. Yet under the eaves of others, one must bow their head, hoping that these disciples would prove themselves capable. On the highest plateau, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as colorful spiritual lights shot into the sky, gradually forming a beam of light, accompanied by waves of spiritual pressure. And oh worries, the 10 great immortal sects are breaking the restrictions of Nanda Mountain to activate the teleportation array. Wei Shan explained to his visibly pained disciples. Yes, sect leader. The crowd bowed in unison, eager to avoid embarrassing themselves before Wei Shan. Boom, boom, boom. Each sect's encampment unveiled a massive 7-star array teleportation formation, with the leaders of each sect inserting ancient tokens into the slots. Time is of the essence. The teleportation array will only remain active for half a day. Wei Shan bellowed, as his magical power continuously surged forth. The might of the Weiyun sect's token allowing for a maximum of 700 individuals to be transported within. They formed groups of 3, each pairing with their respective comrades before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chun Sun and the great black bull stood alone at the periphery, and once all others had been teleported away, they slowly advanced, stepping into the teleportation array. The 7 stars array lost its brilliance and subsequently disappeared. Wei Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the southern Dome Mountain. As dusk fell, the realm of the southern Dome Mountain was shrouded in tranquility, devoid of the roars of wild beasts. Silent and eerily still, as if death itself had taken hold. The area was rife with miasma, poisonous insects, and toxic flora that a moment's carelessness could result in the miasma infiltrating one's body, leaving them on the brink of death. Tens of thousands had been teleported inside, yet they seemed like a mere drop in the ocean, unable to locate their fellow sect members, and even the sect token failed to resonate, indicating a significant distance between them. Perched upon an ancient tree, a man and a bull observed their surroundings with a certain wariness. The great black bull recalled Chun Sun's words, "Safety is paramount when venturing outside." Old bull, consume the miasma-repelling pill and the insect-repelling pill. Chun Sun instructed, producing 2 pills and swallowing one before offering the other 2 to the great black bull. With a low moo, the great black bull complied, its tongue deftly curling to receive the pill, which they had purchased with spirit stones from their sect. What a peculiar place, Chun Sun murmured, noting the stark contrast to the vibrant forest they were accustomed to. Here, life seemed utterly absent, though spiritual energy was abundant. The great black bull, with its large eyes wide open, remained vigilant, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Old bull, the secret realm of the southern Dome Mountain lasts for 6 months. We need not rush. Let us observe for now. Chun Sun retracted his head, retrieving a long-lost bandit mask from his pocket, slowly donning it. The sensation and aura it imparted were utterly transformed. "Hey," the great black bull nudged Chun Sun. "What about my mask?" "Here, put it on," Chun Sun replied with a grin, recalling the gear they had taken from Old Wang's family during their bloody escapade. The great black bull trembled with excitement. The feelings surged back to it. Chun Sun then slowly removed the robes of the Wuyun sect disciple, which to outsiders appeared as a protective talisman. To Chun Sun, however, it represented a revelation of identity. What if they needed to settle scores later? He donned a hand-stitched garment made of coarse cloth, feeling light and unencumbered, as if shackles had been lifted from his being. "Old bull, stay low," Chun Sun whispered, cradling the bull's head. They were well concealed beneath a dense canopy of leaves. The great black bull responded with a low moo, fully understanding Chun Sun's intent, remaining composed as the sun and moon continued their celestial dance, while disciples from various sects tirelessly sought spirit herbs. This man and bull remained perched in silence upon the tree for an entire day, motionless. "Old bull, it seems safe here. Let us make some clothes." "Hey," the great black bull inquired, watching as Chun Sun descended from the ancient tree. Stealthily gathering fallen leaves. "Watch closely. I learned a technique from Aunt Wang." Chun Sun chuckled, reminiscing about the small mountain village he vowed to revisit one day. The great black bull nodded, hastening to assist in the endeavor. After half a day, their work was complete. Chun Sun surveyed the many dried leaves transformed into a camouflage suit and donned it with immense satisfaction. "Hey," the great black bull exclaimed in astonishment, noticing Chun Sun sprawled on the ground. He appeared nearly invisible, utterly undetectable. "Ha ha." Chun Sun chuckled softly, rising to his feet as the leaves rustled around him, swiftly draping another set over the great black bull. Aside from its eyes, nothing else was visible. Even its horns were concealed. "Hey," the great black bull regarded Chun Sun with a singular expression, pure admiration. "Come on, old bull, let us move." Chun Sun grinned, the mask casting an ominous shadow over his features. Two figures, clad in foliage, subtly traversed the ancient trees with remarkable agility. They continued onward, unexpectedly encountering spirit herbs. This marked their first sighting of such herbs in the wild, yet they refrained from harvesting, deeming them of little use. They suddenly halted atop the ancient tree, gazing ahead at a vast lake shimmering under the light, surrounded by an abundance of spirit herbs, the spiritual energy palpable. However, the lake emanated a chilling aura, its surface shrouded in mist, exuding an enchanting mystery. The great black bull extended its hoof, halting Chun Sun, sensing danger within the waters. "Old bull, are you instructing me? That as common sense. Only a fool would venture in." Chun Sun chuckled, impressed by the great black bull's perceptive instincts. "Hey," the great black bull nudged Chun Sun, eyes gleaming with a hint of defiance, as if to say it had been the one to make the discovery. "Ice-swallowing grass, cold spirit grass. Indeed, they are here," Chun Sun observed from a distance, recognizing two auxiliary herbs for the foundation-building pill, their properties etched into his memory from the past 6 months of diligent research. Before he could finish speaking, several sounds pierced the air from another thicket, revealing a trio of disciples, their sect affiliation indiscernible. "Old bull, look, there are indeed fools among them," Chun Sun remarked, shaking his head, anticipating that something dreadful might emerge from the lake at any moment. "Hey," the great black bull nodded in agreement, sensing that these individuals were even less capable than itself. Yet, something about the unfolding events felt amiss. What on earth? "Hey," both Chun Sun and the great black bull peered over. Disbelief etched on their faces as they watched the trio comfortably gathering spirit herbs, with no sign of any water monsters. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Chun Sun clenched the tree trunk tightly, causing the bark to splinter beneath his grip. The great black bull shook its head repeatedly, baffled by the situation. The trio, taking only what they needed, exhibited restraint and soon departed, clearly seasoned veterans aware of when to retreat. Suddenly, chaos erupted. From both sides of the thicket charged a group of sect disciples, their attires suggesting they belonged to the same faction, cries of anger and commands filling the air as battle ensued. "Goodness, old Lu, Chun Sun widened his eyes, realizing that the true danger lay not in beasts, but in humans. Hey, the great black bull pondered, confused as to why they would risk confrontation when so many spirit herbs lay unclaimed by the lakeside. Such is the treachery of human nature, Chun Sun lamented, reflecting on their own earlier misfortunes at the hands of 3 individuals. Hey, the great black bull's pupils constricted, understanding dawning. After years of companionship with Chun Sun, it had witnessed its fair share of absurdities. Suddenly, another disturbance rippled through the air. The lake began to bubble ominously, and both Chun Sun and the great black bull leaned forward, eyes fixated on the lake's surface. Was the fabled water monster finally emerging? Large black fish leaped playfully from the water, only to return moments later. Exchanging glances, both Chun Sun and the great black bull felt a surge of frustration as they could only observe the distant skirmish. Devoid of excitement, suddenly, yet another disturbance unfolded. A roar erupted beneath their tree, a fierce wind sweeping through, causing their camouflage suits to flutter wildly, and they found themselves spattered with dust. A crimson figure darted forth. Resembling a lion with a fiery coat, its elongated fangs gleaming menacingly, it boasted a length of over 10 feet, its front claws radiating a fierce red light as it lunged at the combatants. A formidable beast of the 10th level of chi refinement, truly a force to be reckoned with. Chun Sun remained unfazed, adjusting his camouflage suit with nonchalance, remarking, "This should be interesting." Hey, the great black bull, eyes gleaming with combativeness, prepared for action. The distant clamor of panic echoed as the red-coated lion relentlessly pursued the disciples, harvesting spirit herbs, wreaking havoc and chaos. Blood splattered as they were forced to abandon their harvest, tossing herbs into the air as they fled in all directions. "Old bull, shall we? I'll collect a few herbs, and then we can leave." Hey! The 2 figures gracefully descended from the tree, their demeanor calm and unruffled. One swiftly darting towards the lake. Roar, the red-coated lion, incensed, realized that intruders had entered its territory. 2 peculiar figures clad in leaves, it regarded them with confusion, questioning what manner of creatures they were, having never encountered anything like them before. Just as it intended to intercept the intruders, a massive silhouette obstructed its path. Hey! The great black bull stood tall, its hooves striking the ground with thunderous force, launching a swift assault to the lion's astonishment. Its fiery spells were effortlessly dispelled, its fangs ensnared by a powerful hoof, rendering it powerless to escape. With a mighty heave, the great black bull lifted the red-coated lion and slammed it into the ground. The lion's expression twisted in agony, terror igniting in its eyes as it felt its very essence threatened. The great black bull swung fiercely once more, causing the crimson-skinned lion to doubt its very existence. A spray of blood erupted from its throat as its internal powers faltered. "Moo!" The great black bull roared in fury, its hooves continuing their relentless assault. The crimson-skinned lion's tongue was forced out, emitting a series of pitiful whimpers. "Brother, I implore you, spare me." Chun Sun collected 2 specimens of the ice orchid and cold spirit grass, their bodies as pure as jade, exuding an aura of chill. He carefully placed them in his medicinal box for preservation. He then called out to another lakeside, "Old bull, we are ready to depart." "Moo!" The great black bull promptly dragged the crimson-skinned lion to Chun Sun, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. "Old bull, you truly are remarkable." Chun Sun marveled, "I nearly crushed this lion to death." "Moo moo." The great black bull grinned, while the crimson-skinned lion, lacking in discernment, began to fantasize about its fate, whether it would be braised or steamed. The whimpering crimson-skinned lion, devoid of spirit, surrendered utterly. Alas, what a tragedy! Chun Sun sighed. "Brother, take care of your wounds. Should you encounter others, they would flay your skin and refine your bones." Chun Sun hoisted the crimson-skinned lion and, accompanied by the great black bull, ventured into the thicket. Were it not for the consumption of the fasting elixir, they would have dared not kindle a fire in this remote area, yet they had long been ready to feast. They discarded the crimson-skinned lion in a concealed spot, allowing it to fend for itself. After all, it would be unable to move for the next 6 months, lest it be discovered by its peers. The whimpering crimson-skinned lion weakly called out, "Brother, I truly thank you. Old Bull, let us make our escape. Chun Sun and the great black bull ascended the trees, vanishing without a trace. They departed, but left behind a profound shadow in the life of the crimson-skinned lion, which would later tremble and weep at the sight of a pile of withered leaves, reminiscing about the errors of its existence. Old Bull, consult the map that on the ancient tree. Chun Sun unfurled a rudimentary map. Many areas left unmarked. Is that lake we just visited depicted here. This map had been forged through the relentless efforts of countless disciples of the Five Elements sect, a treasure earned with their very lives. And Chun Sun treasured it immensely. Mu, the great black bull, pointed to several large lakes on the map, each bearing a resemblance to their recent location. Chun Sun found himself perplexed. The teleportation was far too random. Although they were all transported to the outskirts of Nando Mountain, the distances were absurdly vast, making it impossible to discern direction. Let us proceed step by step. We shall discover our location in due course. Chun Sun remarked nonchalantly. Mu. The great black bull nodded, playfully nudging Chun Sun with its hoof, eliciting a laugh from the latter. They continued deeper into the woods, where they stumbled upon a foundational spirit herb, causing Chun Sun and the great black bull to soar with delight, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to the heavens for the blessings bestowed upon them. 3 days later, Chun Sun and the great black bull found themselves dumbfounded. They finally accepted the harsh reality. They were lost. The east, west, south, and north all appeared identical, dominated by towering ancient trees. They could not even ascertain if they were merely circling in place. Old Bull, bravely forge ahead. Chun Sun sang a tune to the great black bull, which bore a pained expression, frequently lowing and blocking its ears with its hooves. Within the forest, darkness reigned, and visibility was utterly obscured. The tree trunks were exceedingly wide, providing ample space for them to rest without feeling cramped. At tea times, they could not even discern whether it was night or day, as the dense canopy shrouded the sky. Suddenly, a venomous serpent appeared stealthily, flicking its tongue, its eyes gleaming with malice. It sensed warmth, two potential prey, and prepared to unleash its venomous mist. Chun Sun, lost in contemplation, seemed oblivious to the imminent danger. In an instant, his hand moved with the speed of the wind, yanking the serpent towards him. He ensnared it with a deft twist, rendering it lifeless with a brutal tug, sending it to meet the king of ghosts. Little creature, a faint flicker of fire ignited, prompting the great black bull to swiftly rise and obscure the light, as the serpent's remains disintegrated into ash. After a brief respite, they were abruptly awakened by the sounds of a struggle occurring directly beneath their perch. A group of men faced off against a group of women, with the current predicament revealing 3 women surrounding 3 men. Chun Sun and the great black bull remained motionless, their gazes directed downwards. They appear to be disciples from the 10 great sects, likely members of the Danding sect and the Ziyun sect. Dear junior brothers, it would be wise not to flee. One of the Ziyun sect women giggled, her eyes glimmering seductively. Senior sister, we are willing to surrender our spirit herbs. Please spare our lives. The 3 beleaguered disciples of the Danding sect pleaded, blood streaming from their mouths and their garments tattered from relentless pursuit. That simply cannot be. Another woman chimed in, her laughter tinged with malice, as if toying with them. Suddenly, one of the women's expression shifted. The Silicon Valley bird in her hand began to alert her of nearby presence. There were others. The 3 women of the Ziyun sect, relying on the bird, had managed to track down the disciples of the Danding sect. The 3 Danding sect disciples, sensing a glimmer of hope, rejoiced at the sight of their reaction. Fellow cultivators, do not hide any longer. We have discovered your presence. The 3 women called out from various directions, yet even the Silicon Valley bird could not pinpoint their exact location, suggesting that the hidden figures were well concealed. Chun Sun and the great black bull scoffed at their antics, remaining utterly still above them. The women of the Ziyun sect exchanged glances, unable to locate the hidden individuals, and resolved to swiftly eliminate the Danding sect disciples before the situation became dire. Attack! The 3 unleashed their respective magical artifacts, charging towards their foes with ferocity. Junior brothers, let us fight to the end. The Danding sect disciples, driven to desperation, mustered their strength for a bloody confrontation. The forest floor reverberated with magical energy as Chun Sun and the great black bull stood resolute, unyielding as gusts of wind swept past. However, the disciples of the Dan Ding sect were already at a disadvantage. Coupled with their exhaustion, a few icy flashes later, their heads soared into the air, their bodies cleaved in two at what a vicious group of women. Chun Sun mused darkly, his gaze piercing. They formed a tight circle, weaving their magical energies together, their eyes scanning their surroundings, remaining ever vigilant. Chirp, chirp, the Silicon Valley bird flapped excitedly, confirming the position of the hidden figures. What? The three women were incredulous, their hair standing on end as they realized someone was concealed directly above them, unbeknownst to their presence. Furrowing his brow, Chun Sun thought, why must this bird be so bothersome? Do you truly believe you are the only disciples of the 10 great sects with tricks up your sleeve? Who goes there? A woman shouted, launching herself into the air with her magical artifact. Her sword slicing through the tree trunk with a thunderous crack. 2 clusters of withered leaves suddenly fell before them, obscuring their vision in an eerie fashion. Humph! An 8th-layer chi refinement cultivator dares to act so brazenly. A woman from the Ziyun sect cried out, leveling her sword at them. Now that we have seen you, you shall not escape. Chun Sun remained as calm as a placid lake, uttering not a word of nonsense. He fixed his gaze upon the flapping Silicon Valley bird, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he seized the bird in his grasp, crushing it with his bare hands. Blood staining his palms, the swiftness of his movement left the three women in shock, their anger boiling over as they witnessed the death of the Silicon Valley bird before their eyes. "Impudent, you seek death!" they exclaimed, their icy glares piercing as they unleashed their magical energies in 3 directions. Chun Sun's eyes deepened, with the great black bull standing solidly in front of him, its body unwavering. With a powerful thrust of its hoof, a circle of flames erupted like ripples, transforming into countless fiery rings. Boom! Massive fireballs surged forth from the fiery rings, accompanied by a tempest of magical energy that cascaded downwards. Igniting a sea of flames that engulfed the area, as the inferno erupted, the expressions of the 3 women shifted drastically, their faces displaying disbelief. What is this? A wave of life-or-death crisis surged through their hearts, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies, resonating like a thunderous roar in their minds. The firestorm echoed with the anguished cries of the 3 women, their eyes wide with profound terror as their magical energies were devoured, leaving them powerless to resist the consuming flames. The cries of the 3 women faded, gradually diminishing to mere whispers, until the firestorm swallowed their final sounds. "Old bull, do your work." Chun Sun surveyed the surroundings, taking to the sky on his sword, hovering mid-air. However, the quality of their storage bags was woefully inadequate. These storage bags could not withstand their magical powers, often shattering within the void, causing their contents to vanish along with them. Yet atop the storage bags, there remained storage rings, which he noted were worn by the prominent figures. However, they were still far from obtaining such treasures. The great black bull nodded, its hooves forming the water spirit technique. Countless droplets of moisture dispersed into the air, transforming into waves of mist that swiftly engulfed the sea of flames. Over the years, they had diligently cultivated the water spirit technique to its 3rd level. Encountering no obstacles, Chun Sun and the great black bull obliterated any trace of their presence, swiftly seizing the storage bags of 3 disciples from the Dan Ding sect before turning to leave. Wasting not a moment of precious time. "Old bull, do not let your head swell too much. Can we truly contend with a multitude of cultivators, let alone hundreds or thousands?" Chun Sun remarked as he and the great black bull darted through the ancient trees. He continued, "Caution is paramount. We must avoid drawing attention to ourselves and becoming targets." "Moo," the great black bull replied earnestly, acknowledging its slight sense of superiority. However, it was most obedient to Chun Sun's words, quickly suppressing such feelings and engaging in self-reflection. They paused atop a towering ancient tree, having distanced themselves significantly from their previous location. Surrounded by dense foliage, they immersed themselves in the environment, their dark, glistening eyes scanning for any signs of movement. Indeed, there was a map. Chun Sun's eyes sparkled as he retrieved an identical map from the 3 storage bags, far more detailed than that of the Wu Yun sect. The Great Black Bull also picked up a map, its eyes widening in astonishment. Not only did it mark various locations, but it also indicated the growth areas of various spiritual herbs. Old Bull. That should be the Baihun Lake. The map provides an introduction, Chun Sun stated, examining the details. The greatest advantage of cultivating immortality is the clarity of perception. Even in such dim surroundings, everything was distinctly visible. Thus, we are likely here that he circled a small area on the map, confirming that they remained on the outskirts, with the 3 major foundational spiritual herbs clearly marked with large red dots deep within Nando Mountain. Moo. The Great Black Bull nodded, its mind finally becoming clearer. The disciples of the 10 great sects were undoubtedly rushing towards these 3 locations, and they would surely arrive before them. Chun Sun pondered, his gaze contemplative. Let us not compete for the first tier. The competition there will be fierce. Instead, we should gather the supplementary spiritual herbs first. He continued to point out various locations, the route in his mind growing increasingly clear. Moo Moo. The Great Black Bull nodded repeatedly. Aware that this area was filled with towering mountains and dense ancient forests, a misstep could lead to dire consequences that we will leave the spiritual stones and herbs behind. And also leave 1 storage bag. Destroy the other artifacts and techniques. Chun Sun inspected the 3 storage bags, his desire palpable, yet he understood the necessity of eradicating any potential threats. These were the disciples of the 10 great sects. After all, Moo. The Great Black Bull complied, its eyes revealing no sense of loss. As they were never theirs to begin with upon their arrival, they had already prepared an escape plan. The Great Black Bull would swallow a storage bag, and with the essence of all things concealing their presence, they would return to the medicinal valley and regurgitate it later. Astonishing. Over 400 low-grade spiritual stones. Truly, the disciples of the 10 great sects do not disappoint. Chun Sun praised, hastily storing them in his own bag. Old Bull. Our means of concealment seem rather limited. They even brought along probing spiritual beasts, and such individuals may be numerous. Moo. The Great Black Bull exhaled heavily. Indeed, taken aback, for they had never encountered such a situation before. Ha! Old Bull, how could I lack countermeasures? Chun Sun sneered, initially believing that once he entered the sect, such tactics would be unnecessary. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a 9-star valley talisman, 5 low-grade spiritual stones, and the concealment technique. A surge of dread enveloped the Great Black Bull as it gazed at Chun Sun in awe. Big brother, you are incredible. They had also realized that aside from techniques like these, their mastery of minor spells came effortlessly, demonstrating remarkable comprehension. Let us dispose of the evidence and change locations. We shall cultivate the concealment technique. Moo. The 2 acted swiftly. The Great Black Bull swallowed 1 storage bag, while the other 2 were destroyed with spells, leaving not a trace behind as they vanished into the boundless darkness. Their seamless actions resembled a well-rehearsed performance, executing the art of the bandit to perfection. Half a month later, within a hollow of an ancient tree trunk, a man and a bull sat cross-legged, not a whisper of breath escaping them. Occasionally, poisonous insects and snakes slithered across the withered leaves, yet they remained undetected, truly blending into the depths of Nando Mountain. Old Bull, it's time to act, Moo. The man and the bull slowly opened their eyes, their breaths barely perceptible, as sparks of fire danced around them. Crackling without scorching the surrounding leaves, 2 clusters of leaves shot out from the hollow, moving purposefully in a specific direction. Their objective was a great river. Half a day later, they arrived. The man and the bull donned another set of camouflage attire. The area was lush with greenery, dotted with hills, and amid the undulations lay a long river, the sound of rushing water faintly audible in the distance. Vibrant flowers grew along the riverbank, among them the prominent staff flower, standing noticeably taller than the others, evoking a sense of elegance. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull disguised themselves as a clump of grass, employing the concealment technique, remaining utterly still as they began to observe their surroundings. Several decapitated corpses lay by the riverbank, their surrounding flora seemingly siphoning nutrients from the bodies, rendering them shriveled and unrecognizable in their demise. They cautiously maneuvered closer, just as a large group of disciples approached from behind, numbering in the dozens. The two clusters of grass became motionless, a gentle breeze rustling the blades, enveloping everything in tranquility. Brother Dew, it is here. Those tallest red flowers are the staff flowers. Oh, not be careless. These peculiar flowers possess strange abilities. If we approach too closely, they will attack immediately. Brother Dew narrowed his eyes slightly, examining the corpses by the riverbank where not a trace of blood could be found. Suddenly, he turned to a visibly nervous eighth-layer Chi Refinement Junior. You go and test it. The junior trembled, his lips quivering, casting a pleading glance at Brother Dew. Was he being sent to his doom? Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Several voices from the crowd shouted, urging the junior onward. His eyes reddened, and with a cry, he charged forward, aiming directly at a staff flower. Yet the moment he touched it, countless vines erupted from the ground, sharp thorns shooting forth with lethal intent, instantly piercing through his protective spell. His mind jolted, and as he attempted to retreat, the vines ensnared his legs tightly. His pupils dilated, reflecting countless sharp thorns. SSS? No. Save me. Brother Dew. The junior's face paled, terror radiating from his eyes, his voice filled with desperation as he trembled uncontrollably, striving to resist. But before he could react, his head was pierced by numerous thorns, yet no blood splattered forth. The thorns plunged into his flesh, voraciously consuming him, his body visibly shriveling at an alarming rate. This horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of those watching from a distance, including Brother Dew, who was at the 10th layer of Chi Refinement. We need to clear those ground vines. Do not engage in close combat. Brother Dew discerned their weakness at a glance. Their attack range was limited. He formed a spell with his hands, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that swiftly sliced through the vines. Yes, Brother Dew. The crowd's eyes brightened as they realized the efficacy of his approach, eagerly launching their spells to cut down the man-eating vines, their expressions filled with joy. Humph! Which minor sect disciples dare covet the staff flower? From atop a hill, a voice of disdain rang out, accompanied by a dozen figures, all exuding a murderous aura, their spiritual beasts standing beside them, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Brother Dew was taken aback, turning around. He discovered it was the disciples of the Beastmaster sect from the 10 great sects. It seemed that as time passed, everyone was beginning to form alliances in the Nando Mountain secret realm. Everyone relies on their own abilities. Do you still wish to establish a hierarchy? Brother Dew's face darkened. A dozen individuals dared to act so arrogantly, for there were no elders from their sect present. This Nando Mountain is the territory of my 10 great sects. What do you think you are? One individual stepped forward from the hill, a scornful expression on his face as he declared, You have 3 breaths. Either leave or die. As soon as the words fell, the morale of Brother Dew's group was completely crushed, their expressions betraying a hint of panic, utterly unaware of their numerical advantage. It seems we shall have to see what skills you possess. Senior Brother Dew spoke calmly, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering anger as he cast a glance behind him. There were merely a few dozen of them, all at the Chi Refinement stage. So what was there to fear? Seeking death. The crowd atop the hill glared down, descending like ferocious tigers. Charge! Senior Brother Dew bellowed, leading the charge with the disciples closely following, their hearts burning with indignation and humiliation. Today, they would surely slay their foes here. The battle was imminent, and within moments, dozens clashed, the air filled with the sounds of thunderous roars and anguished cries. As dirt flew in every direction, 2 patches of grass began to shift slowly, unnoticed by anyone. They grasped a stalk of a silver staff flower, and as the ground vines reacted, Chun Sun and the great black bull moved even quicker. A fireball spell ignited, scorching the vines and releasing a plume of black smoke. Old bull, unleash the sword. Moo! Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed was astonishing, skimming the ground, like a fleeting glimmer of cold light, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. What was that? What is happening? Both sides shouted in anger. hastily parting as they turned to the faint glow by the riverbank. Exchanging wary glances, two stalks of the silver stafflower were unmistakably plucked. Roots and all. But where were the culprits? The Beast Control Sect's members were infuriated. How dare someone steal right under their noses? They shifted their ire towards Senior Brother Du's group, intensifying the conflict. Deep within the jungle echoed the strange laughter of a man and a bull, ruthless hands at play. Old bull, this cultivation world is fraught with peril. Even plants can kill. I truly have expanded my knowledge. Perched in the trees, Chun Sun shook his head with a sigh, realizing he had overlooked something odd once again. Moo Moo, the great black bull, exhaled, now wary of everything, even inspecting the ancient trees. At this moment, Chun Sun scrutinized the map, suddenly pointing to a location. Smoke Valley. Old bull, let us go here. There are 2 foundational herbs. Moo, the great black bull grinned, reveling in the thrill. Let us move. 2 figures darted from the ancient trees towards Smoke Valley, aware that the herbs did not have fixed growing locations and required careful searching. Within Smoke Valley, a mist swirled and poisonous vapors thickened the air, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, accompanied by eerie low growls. Numerous corpses littered the valley, some slain by others, while the fate of others remained a mystery. Chun Sun and the great black bull crawled forward, unhurried, concealing their presence to the utmost. That moment, 5 individuals approached through the dim light, their expressions alert, moving in unison, producing not a single sound, their waist tokens emitting a faint glow. Ahead, the clinking of metal echoed. Yet the miasma obscured their vision, causing their steps to falter as they exchanged knowing glances, uttering not a single word. The 5 formed a formation, one at the rear, releasing several silver threads from his hand, which trembled slightly against the ground. Meanwhile, a large group was engaged in a magical duel nearby, surrounded by a dozen glowing emerald grasses. Unlike ordinary grass, these bore intricate patterns, exuding an air of indestructibility. This was also one of the objectives of their expedition to Smoke Valley, the glowing heart grass. The other 4 remained composed, one raising a palm downward, triggering a talisman, as they refrained from joining the battle. Enveloped in smoke and disappearing in an instant, the figure crouched at the back remained undetected, the fine threads beneath his palm seemingly extending further. Their goal was to acquire the medicinal herbs, not to engage in combat. In no time, 3 glowing heart grasses were drawn back by the fine threads, and the 4 seemed yet to return. Acquired, the figure at the back smiled faintly, viewing the disciples of the major sects as mere trifles. Easily manipulated at their whim, he carefully stowed the 3 herbs in a medicine box, awaiting the return of the 4. Suddenly, the 2 patches of grass beside him stirred. Huh, what is that? Startled, the figure's eyes widened in shock, a chilling sensation washing over him. Brother, accept my gift. A voice as calm as still water resonated, as 2 fists the size of sandbags struck, his mouth firmly covered, plunging him into unconsciousness. After a while, he sensed someone calling him, a pill being fed into his mouth. Senior Brother Lu, what has happened to you? Senior Brother Lu, where's the glowing heart grass? The 4 called out incessantly, their eyes filled with urgency. Even his storage pouch had vanished. What on earth transpired? Where's the glowing heart grass? Senior Brother Lu murmured, confusion flashing in his eyes. A spark of realization flickered through his mind, and his eyes gradually turned bloodshot as he leapt up in fury, exclaiming, "Someone has ambushed me!" Who ambushed you? Senior Brother Lu? The 4 queried hastily, united in outrage. Those talismans were precious, and to think the glowing heart grass had been intercepted. They could no longer tolerate this. Their faces radiated murderous intent. Even disciples of the 10 great sects would find themselves capable of uniting to kill. Senior Brother Lu regarded the 4, his expression grim. Stammering, "I don't know." The 4 gaped, taken aback. Senior Brother Lu had always been prudent, adept in the arts of ambush and concealment. Was there truly someone more ruthless than him? Elsewhere, Chun Sun and the great black bull were busy dealing with a massive python in the valley, which hissed lowly, its pinprick pupils reflecting sheer terror. How audacious! Resorting to ambush at the 10th level of chi refinement, are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Moo, with so many clear light vines around, Do you think we could just take a few? Do you own them? Moo. Chun Sun held the python's head firmly, while the great black bull clutched its tail tightly. As they cursed, they swung it into the air and smashed it down violently. The creature's insides were nearly shattered. Hiss! Hiss! The python's mouth emitted pleas for mercy, having never encountered such ferocious human cultivators. A single punch had almost sent it back to its home, and it was utterly crushed in their magical clash. Old bull, gather the goods. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, cracking the ground beneath them, as Chun Sun pressed the python into the earth, a cloud of dust rising, the ground stained with blood. It truly wished to cease its resistance. Moo! The great black bull released its grip and hurried to harvest the clear light vines. Chun Sun snorted, clapping his hands as he and the great black bull made their way out of the valley. They had secured the medicinal herbs within Smoke Valley and were ready to continue to their next destination. A day later, many more arrived, witnessing the scene with great joy. The silver shadow python had indeed been injured, quickly rushing to gather the clear light vines. Who could have inflicted such harm? How could it be so severely wounded? A few were taken aback, their composure returning. Could there be a presence even stronger than the silver shadow python lurking nearby? They recalled warnings from their sex about this python's ferocity. During the last expedition to the southern mountains, numerous cultivators had perished in its jaws. Hiss! Hiss! The silver shadow python roared, its head bursting forth from the ground. Furious at the audacity of these humans, daring to provoke, be cautious. It was feigning death. Junior sister, quickly hide behind me. Panic ensued as everyone summoned their magical artifacts, hastily retreating, their faces pale with trepidation. Hiss! The silver shadow python slithered forward with incredible speed, and the crowd unleashed their spells, refusing to yield, as the battle erupted fiercely within the valley. A month later, Chun Sun and the great black bull had been in the southern Dipper Mountains' secret realm for 2 months. Appearing increasingly adept, fully unleashing the essence of their cunning, countless disciples of various sects faced calamity. Herbs lay before them, yet vanished without a trace. Those who had quietly ambushed found themselves slipping and fainting, awakening in a daze. What beasts, what spirit beasts quivered in fear, weeping at the sight of a withered leaf or a green leaf, endlessly repenting. Was this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? This might just be the ultimate cunning. Moo! 2 green leaves stood at the center of an ancient tree, nearly merging into one, accompanied by soft sighs. The great black bull beamed with joy, nuzzling Chun Sun. For they had harvested numerous medicinal herbs, many of which were unseen in the Medicine Valley. Indeed, a bull does not grow wealthy without unexpected fortune, nor does a horse prosper without night forage. Old bull, remain composed. Look at you, acting as if you've never seen the world before. Chun Sun's eyes had transformed into the shape of elixirs as he retrieved his treasured tome, inscribing within it the sights and experiences he had encountered, wisdom gleaned from his invaluable journey alongside the mighty black bull. Moo! The black bull grinned widely. Their expedition to Nanda Mountain had indeed been thrilling. Next, we shall venture to the true battlefield, the 3 ancient temples, where a few rare medicinal herbs also reside, Chun Sun stated solemnly, unfurling a map and pointing at 3 prominent red dots, each marking the location of the most precious primary medicinal herbs. Moo! The black bull listened intently, aware that within lay beasts and spirit creatures surpassing the 10th level of chi refinement. Though they had never laid eyes on them, it was highly likely that these entities possessed certain characteristics of the Foundation establishment stage, necessitating utmost caution. Chun Sun inhaled deeply, contemplating the leap in life stages that Foundation establishment represented. Compared to chi refinement, it was an existence of an entirely different dimension. Moo moo. The black bull nodded earnestly, nuzzling against Chun Sun. Let us proceed. Chun Sun smiled, patting the bull's head. In an instant, their figures vanished from the ancient tree, making their way towards one of the 3 ancient temples, the Wangyue Temple, where the Yangshan lotus flourished. The Wangyue Temple exuded an ancient aura, standing in the center of a desolate mountain, its origins long forgotten. However, most of the Yangshan lotus, now extinct in the Qian kingdom, could still be found here. The temple was grand and antiquated, resembling a dilapidated sect hall from afar. imbued with the inevitability of time. Although the 10 great sects possessed methods for cultivating foundation establishment herbs, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. Especially for primary medicinal herbs, the environmental requirements were exceedingly stringent, and even they had managed to cultivate very few. The area outside the temple was drenched in blood, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, including instances of sect members turning on one another, their lifeless bodies entwined in a final embrace, unable to close their eyes in death. Inside the temple, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly, spells clashing in a cacophony of chaos. From a vantage point, Chun Sun and the Black Bull observed with furrowed brows. "Damn it, old bull. This situation makes it difficult for us to take advantage." Chun Sun murmured, noting the many disciples of the 10 great sects, all traversing a path drenched in blood. "Moo." The Black Bull nodded, aware that fresh reinforcements were continually arriving, and the slaughter was relentless. While others like themselves remained at a distance, observing the unfolding scenario. "Old bull, let us not rush. We must assess the situation." "Moo." The man and his bull crouched in the shadows, motionless as they gazed upon the Wangyue temple. Even before they could begin harvesting the medicinal herbs, a multitude had already perished. Such insatiable greed. 3 days later, a sudden roar erupted from within the ancient temple. Roar, roar. The sound was formidable, akin to a mountain torrent, reverberating for miles, leaving both Chun Sun and the Black Bull momentarily stunned by the ringing in their ears. The white shale leopard had emerged. "Retreat! We must restrain this spirit beast." How infuriating! We were so close. Countless disciples surged forth from the temple, their shouts of alarm echoing that moment. A snow-white spirit beast, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, burst forth from the rear. Its presence was overwhelming. Its long white fur danced violently in the wind, its body stretching an intimidating 2 meters long as it opened its massive jaws, surveying the intruders. The sharp claws of the white shale leopard dripped with fresh blood, its piercing gaze predicting the movements of the cultivators, eliminating them with preemptive strikes. Behind it lay the torn remnants of those it had slain, their eyes still wide with terror, as if they had died in an instant. Roar, roar! Another deafening roar shook the desolate mountain. As the white shale leopard paced before the temple entrance, casting its gaze in all directions, its aura of malevolence shrouding the area, the number of its victims unknown. This ancient temple was vast, and the disciples poured out like loaves of bread. Chun Sun marveled inwardly at the overwhelming presence of the white shale leopard, which instilled a sense of uncertainty even in him. Yet, it seemed the opportune moment had arrived. Disciples from various sects began to assemble, strategizing. A direct assault was futile, and they could only divert its attention. The Wangyue temple had fallen eerily silent, save for the intermittent roars of the white shale leopard, which continued to intimidate those with ulterior motives lurking nearby. As the sun dipped below the horizon, no one dared to assault the temple any longer. Each individual had but one life, and it was a race to see who would be the first to perish. Chun Sun and the Black Bull slowly retreated, returning to the safety of the forest. "Old bull, let us dig a tunnel," Chun Sun said resignedly. Their greatest advantage lay in their strength and endurance. "I brought the tools, and we shall tunnel directly beneath the ancient temple." "Moo," the Black Bull exclaimed, its eyes widening in surprise. Perhaps this was indeed feasible for them, having spent years excavating in the Ningyi mountain range. It was their forte. "I'll mark the spot and measure the distance." Chun Sun cleared his throat softly, gazing into the distance, then leaped down from the tree, scooping up a handful of soil to ponder. "Old bull, let us begin. It will work?" "Moo." The man and his bull commenced digging beneath the ancient tree, their speed astonishing and enough to leave onlookers agape. The several storage bags filled with soil collected over the month were swiftly filled. "Old bull, you handle the entrance. I will continue digging." "Moo." The Black Bull scurried out to cover the tunnel entrance, executing the task with familiar ease, relying solely on years of experience. Days passed, and under the guidance of the 10 great sects, a fierce battle erupted outside the temple once more. They needed to keep the white shale leopard occupied, allowing others to enter and harvest. Yet, the white shale leopard was not oblivious to the intentions of the human cultivators. It staunchly guarded the temple's entrance, Anyone who dared to charge him was met with a gruesome fate, and many were deterred, retreating in fear. The disciples of the 10 great sects and those from other sects exhibited a fade of camaraderie while harboring mutual distrust, unwilling to unleash their full power, each wary of the other. Unbeknownst to them, beneath their feet, a man and a bull were tirelessly digging a tunnel, completely oblivious to the distance they had yet to cover. 10 days later, within the tunnel, "Old bull, it's getting tough to dig. Let me measure the distance," Chun Sun said. Moo. The black bull sat in the earthen pit, panting heavily. For the first time, it felt the fatigue of digging. Chun Sun retrieved his immortal sword from the storage bag. Soaring through the tunnel, as a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he calculated the distance using time and speed. The problem was manageable for now. He approached the tunnel entrance, measuring twice more before calling out to the black bull, "Old bull, it's right above us." Boom, moo. The black bull stood up, its muscles bulging, and with a powerful kick, it sent large chunks of debris tumbling down. Chun Sun summoned all his strength, striking the ground with punch after punch. Their garments were soon caked in mud and dust. After half an hour of relentless effort, they finally broke through. A sliver of light pierced the darkness, revealing the temple's ceiling, and 2 heads timidly emerged. "This ground is remarkably hard. We've been hammering away for half an hour. If a spirit beast were to endure this, it would have perished countless times over," Chun Sun murmured, his gaze scanning the area, taking note of the numerous corpses. "Old bull, let us go." Chun Sun clambered out from the ground, pulling the black bull up alongside him, both eyes gleaming with delight. "Moo!" The black bull's hooves danced with excitement as it gazed deep into the temple, where a pond lay. However, the water appeared remarkably viscous, with a dozen Yangshan lotuses flourishing within, accompanied by several other rare medicinal herbs. Truly a marvel to behold. Meanwhile, outside, the battle raged on, the participants engaged in a relentless war of attrition against the white shale leopard, both sides thoroughly exhausted. Chun Sun glanced at the unfolding chaos outside, a smile creeping across his lips. "Old bull, let's take just 2 plants. We cannot afford to damage our merits." "Moo moo," the black bull exclaimed, having never encountered the notion of extinction of medicinal herbs during its journey. Chun Sun was merely teasing in a fit of irritation. It nudged Chun Sun and dashed to the pond's edge, retrieving the medicine box to harvest the primary and supplementary medicinal herbs, while Chun Sun stood by to ensure their safety. "Moo!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun Sun let out a mischievous shriek, pulling the black bull into the tunnel, his feet gliding on the immortal sword as they made their escape. The black bull hurriedly tossed soil from its storage bag behind them. The man and his bull departed swiftly, as quietly as they had come, leaving no trace behind. Within the Wanyue temple, the white shale leopard seemed to sense something amiss. With a swipe of its claws, it repelled the crowd and hurried into the temple. However, it was left bewildered. Roar! Roar! The white shale leopard became increasingly frenzied, its bloodlust intensifying as it slowly turned to face the human cultivators, its fury boiling over. Today they would all perish. What is happening? The white shale leopard had gone berserk. Retreat, retreat. The air was filled with countless cries of alarm and anger. The spirit beast, tormented beyond measure, had gone completely berserk, engaging in a ruthless exchange of injury for life, leaving no survivors that a few among them cursed under their breath, lamenting the arduousness of their journey to South Dipper Mountain, for they had never heard of spirit beasts going mad in their previous expedition. Outside the ancient hall of Mount Wanyue, a fierce battle erupted anew, as many who had come to take advantage of the chaos began to stir, sensing that the moment was ripe with the spirit beast now bereft of reason. Nestled within an ancient forest was the Chilua Hall, surrounded by a multitude of monstrous beasts, the sounds of combat perpetually echoing, the air thick with the stench of blood. Here grew the once extinct Nanmu leaves, while the hall's entrance was nearly obstructed by countless corpses. Standing outside were 3 monstrous beasts at the 10th level of Qi refinement, their bodies marred with injuries and stained with blood. Behind them loomed an even more terrifying beast, highlighting that every 20 years, the journey to South Dipper Mountain was a matter of life and death, a relentless endeavor to wear these beasts down until exhaustion set in. In such dire circumstances, a wise man would not stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, Chen Sun and the big black bull refrained from charging forth, opting instead to remain within the safety of the tunnel. They resumed their excavation, one digging and the other scraping. Half a month later, the ground within the hall trembled violently, and two furtive heads emerged, their eyes betraying exhaustion. Old Bull, fetch the spirit herbs, quickly, with a sudden leap. The big black bull surged forth towards the Namu leaves. The beast, reacting far quicker than the white shale leopard, immediately sensed the disturbance and turned to charge into the hall. Fireball technique, Chun Sun exclaimed, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes as he unleashed massive fireballs that converged into a colossal wall of flames, blocking the beast's advance. The creature emitted agonized cries, its eyes growing increasingly blood-red, while a strange shield slowly isolated the inferno. Damn it! Chun Sun's pupils constricted as he continued to cast spells, turning his head to shout, Old Bull, are you ready? Moo! Suddenly, the beast burst forth from the sea of flames, baring its teeth and lunging at Chun Sun. With terrifying speed, IT raised a massive paw, poised to crush him into fragments. Abruptly, a gigantic figure leapt out, pulling Chun Sun back into the tunnel. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the tunnel, deafening and accompanied by the beast's furious roars. Hurry, Old Bull! Chun Sun and the big black bull broke out in a cold sweat as they navigated through the collapsing tunnel. The beast's overwhelming power evident. Once they escaped into a safe location, Chun Sun seethed with indignation, muttering, Damn it, if it weren't for that horde of cultivators outside, I would have dealt with that beast myself. The big black bull grinned, nudging Chun Sun with his hoof, emphasizing that safety was paramount. Just as they continued to discuss the spirit beast, the time within the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain had already surpassed the halfway mark, and the scent of blood thickened ominously by a small stream. A dozen women carefully harvested spirit herbs. Suddenly, a throng of individuals appeared, all wearing sly smiles. They were disciples from one of the 10 great sects. The Sanhai sect, startled, the leading woman exclaimed, We weren't aware of your presence, fellow cultivators. We shall take our leave and not claim a single spirit herb. With an air of confidence, she bowed, her eyes glinting with determination. Who decides whether you leave or we of the Sanhai sect? One disciple retorted coldly, exuding an air of arrogance. You are disciples of a major sect. Please do not make things difficult for us. Haha, but we are feeling rather restless. We hope you ladies can entertain us. You! The leading woman cried out in anger, her companions brimming with fury, grasping their magical implements tightly. Kill! One shouted, revealing a cruel smile. As the command echoed, chaos erupted by the stream, blood flowing freely and mingling with the water. In a distant mountain, a lone rogue from another sect clad in black stood over the bodies of several disciples from the 10 great sects. Their fates grim and tragic, in a vast marsh. Countless corpses drifted as a disciple of the Beast Tamer sect remained unfazed, commanding a swarm of venomous insects. The slaughter within South Dipper Mountain persisted, with murder and treasure-seeking rampant in this lawless land, as all drew closer to the center, danger encroaching with each passing moment. Time slipped away, and soon Chun Sun and the big black bull found themselves in the 4th month of their journey. They had grown markedly more composed, having witnessed too many instances of murder for treasure and betrayal among fellow disciples, revealing the dark underbelly of the cultivation world when stripped of rules. Leaning against a tree to rest, they suddenly perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. 2 figures fled desperately, their eyes filled with fierce resentment and hatred. Stop. If you keep running, she might not survive. Are you really going to watch your sister perish? Laughter echoed behind them. Mocking their plight, one of the fleeing individuals hesitated, while the other merely shot him a glance before continuing onward, valuing his own life above all. Brother G, I'm sorry, a woman said weakly, bound in silver ropes that were clearly a magical tool. Chun Sun and the big black bull were taken aback, quickly looking over. Indeed, it was a disciple from the Wuyin sect, and notably Ji Kuan, the Thunderstorm sect. How disgraceful for one of the 10 great sects to resort to such despicable means. Ji Kuan trembled with rage, recognizing that many present were at the 10th level of chi refinement, and he was no match for them. I can hand over the spear herbs. Just release her first. In the cultivation world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Small sects are but small sects, and they do not grasp this truth. The Thunderstorm sect disciples laughed heartily. Among them, a man named Chao Chun stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura as he coldly declared, "Hand over the Yang participation lotus. How bold of you to steal beneath our noses." "Release her!" Ji Kuin's voice was firm, as his sister struggled against her bindings, crying out in desperation. A slap resounded, sending his sister reeling, blood spilling from her mouth as her hair fell in disarray. Ji Kun, clutching the Yang participation lotus, spoke with icy resolve. "Let her go, or you'll get nothing. I can destroy it in an instant." Threatening us? Chao Chun narrowed his eyes, his magical energy surging. "How many lives do you think you have?" Suddenly, chaos erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 gusts of wind tore through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound that sent shivers down the spines of the Thunderstorm sect disciples. What on earth? Chao Chin's expression shifted dramatically as a figure, clad in a black hood, appeared before him, their faces almost touching, the gaze piercingly cold. Boom! A gigantic hand came crashing down, and Chao Chun spewed blood, his neck pinned to the ground, the earth fracturing beneath him, scattering stones and dirt. Ah! Chao Chin's muffled scream echoed as his eyes bulged, feeling his insides tearing apart, blood gushing from his orifices. The blazing wall of fire separated Ji Kun and the Thunderstorm sect disciples. As the flames rose, his sister was flung over. "Brother, sister!" Ji Kun caught her, but she wept uncontrollably in his arms. However, he had no energy left to savor this moment of tenderness on the other side of the inferno. The situation became obscured, but Ji Kun's heart raced with shock as he realized that an inconceivable powerhouse existed even at the Qi refinement stage. As the wall of fire slowly dissipated, the scene became clear. Ji Kun's eyes trembled, a chill running down his spine as his sister ceased her cries, collapsing weakly to the ground. Their fear was not due to the intensity of the battle, but rather the unsettling calmness. Apart from the cracked earth, there was no trace of a fight, not even a body in sight. The disciples from the 10 great sects had been annihilated in an instant, gasping for breath. Ji Kun realized the vastness of the world. He was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. "Sister, let us depart." "Senior brother, who are they?" The junior sister hesitated to speak, sensing that they appeared to be here to rescue someone. "I don't recognize them, and we should not harbor any illusions. This time, it's merely a stroke of good fortune on our part." That Ji Kun shook his head, pondering how he could possibly know such extraordinary individuals. The two supported each other as they moved towards another location, seeking a place to swiftly regain their magical energy. Perched upon an ancient tree, Chun Sun scoffed, "These disciples from the 10 immortal sects are nothing but a bunch of arrogant fools." Strutting around as if they are our superiors, he leaned against the trunk, chuckling, "I still believe our 5-element sect is far better. Don't you agree, old bull?" "Moo," the big black bull responded, acknowledging the sentiment. These disciples were increasingly presumptuous. One could only imagine how they would be treated upon entering the 10 immortal sects. It was fortunate they had not gone there, with our mixed spiritual roots. "Old bull, have you heard of the sect's brutality?" "Moo." The constant ridicule would lead to moments of retaliation, only to be met with more derision, an endless cycle where even a dog would bark at us. "Moo," the big black bull exclaimed in shock. "Wouldn't that make us the ultimate victims? Only a fool would engage in such endeavors. Moreover, our strength could incite enmity, drawing forth continuous plots and schemes against us. Don't you think our longevity is wasted on such trivial pursuits?" "Moo." The big black bull, teary-eyed, enlightened. "It must be you, Sun Ge, my dear brother." Chun Sun grinned, resting his hands behind his head, ready to leave the troubles behind and remain hidden in his accomplishments. With only a 2-word mantra in his mind. Sheer brilliance. "Old bull, let us rest for a few days. Digging tunnels is quite exhausting." "Moo." The man and the bull began to snore, entirely out of sync with the oppressive atmosphere of the Southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm. And it seemed no one could truly challenge them that a month later, countless purple lightnings streaked across the sky above Southern Dipper Mountain, accompanied by booming thunder that filled the entire secret realm with a heavy sense of foreboding. The earth spirit vine, known to grow in the ancient hall by the lakeside, was acknowledged to be the most elusive spiritual herb. This grand hall rested in the center of the immense Xinyuan Lake. A body of water saturated with the power of metal ascend to the lakeside hall. One must overcome this force. And within the hall, spiritual beasts stood guard, making each step perilous. Another rumble of thunder echoed, and the long-anticipated storm began to stir. Sparse raindrops soon transformed into a torrential downpour. Figures gathered by Xinyuan Lake wore grim expressions, and several floating corpses marred the waters, their bodies riddled with wounds, presenting a gruesome sight. Many had already decided to withdraw, deeming the risk of harvesting the earth spirit vine unnecessary given the abundance of spiritual herbs throughout southern Dipper Mountain. Moreover, the three foundational spiritual herbs were not exclusive to these three ancient halls. With some effort, one might stumble upon them by sheer luck. As thoughts swirled among the crowd, the heavens erupted with a deafening clap of thunder, momentarily blinding the world in white. Simultaneously, two figures stood resolutely at the edge of a cliff, their calm gazes fixated on the distant Xinyuan Lake. The rain poured relentlessly upon them, yet they remained undeterred. "Old Bull, do you have confidence?" "Moo moo." They have been lying in wait here for half a month. Witnessing countless individuals rush into the lakeside hall, many succumbing to the harmful energy of the metal and perishing in the lake. However, a significant flaw existed at Xinyuan Lake. Height and speed of flight could perfectly evade the harmful energy. Yet fulfilling both criteria simultaneously was exceedingly challenging. Damn it, it's time to showcase true skill. Chun Sun inhaled deeply, rainwater flooding his nostrils, causing him to cough violently. A celestial sword hovered gently at the cliff's edge as Chun Sun declared solemnly, "Old Bull, this time it's truly a matter of speed and passion. Our future rests in your hands." "Moo, moo, moo." The big black bull's eyes widened, its mouth bellowing in excitement, ready for action. The wind howled wildly. The downpour intensified, and a protective barrier of magical energy arose as the celestial sword emitted a faint white glow. Air Force One. Chun Sun did a barely audible voice echoed as his features contorted with tension. Roaring out, "Ready! Moo moo moo." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of swift slicing through the air morphed into a sharp scream as the celestial sword, carrying both man and bull, plunged towards the lakeside hall. The rapid heartbeat seemed to resonate in their ears. A beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, relentlessly racing towards the lakeside hall, its speed breathtaking. Look, someone is flying on a sword at this moment. What astounding speed! Who is it? What? The harmful energy of metal has been evaded. The countless onlookers by the lake gasped in disbelief. The celestial sword moved with such speed that it twisted at impossible angles to dodge the onslaught of harmful energy, even causing the energy to slow down momentarily. My heavens, they were dumbfounded. What sorcery was this? In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword had breached the lakeside hall, where thunderous roars and the astonished cries of hundreds resounded in the torrential downpour and darkness. It was impossible to discern who stood above. Even if one could see, they would only perceive two clusters of withered leaves, and upon closer inspection, just two black hoods. Who are these scoundrels? I swear I shall slay your entire family. What audacity! State your name, you cowardly wretches. Where do you think you're running off to? Scoundrels! Roars echoed from within the lakeside hall as everyone, including the spiritual beasts, surged forth, their feet propelled by magical artifacts. Faces contorted with rage. These two individuals had dared to burst into the hall before everyone, brazenly snatching away two earth spirit vines and fleeing on their swords, not even leaving a single word behind. Stop them! Which sect do these beasts belong to? Don't let us catch you. Is running away so impressive? The shouts and scorn chased after them. Even a woman's shrill reprimand joined in. They had never endured such a humiliating disgrace, feeling as if they had been trampled upon while being forced to clean up afterward. Watching the disciples of various sects fade into the distance, Chun Sun and the big black bull exchanged sly smiles. Apologies, but speed truly affords one the liberty to act as they please. Whoosh! The celestial sword lowered its altitude, darting into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. From this day forth, they acquired a new nickname, the Sword God of Xinyuan Lake. Yet, they remained elusive, with even the celestial sword being a common artifact, leaving no trace to follow, as if they had evaporated from existence. They gradually became an enigmatic legend among the lower-ranked disciples of various sects, with whispers suggesting they might not even be human, though perhaps they were half right. Old Bull, I can't hold on any longer. Quickly, find a place to recover our magical energy Moo. The big black bull, carrying Chun Sun, searched for a secluded hollow among the trees. At last, a glimmer sparked in the bull's eyes. It had found one. Chun Sun, drenched in sweat and depleted of magical energy, reluctantly produced a few low-grade spirit stones. Forcing a smile, I suppose I must indulge this once, Moo. The big black bull nudged Chun Sun, its eyes filled with concern. Old Bull, keep an eye on our surroundings. I'll be fine. Chun Sun settled down, regulating his breathing as the low-grade spirit stones in his hands gradually crumbled, infusing his body with spiritual energy, slowly restoring his depleted magical power. Moo, the big black bull responded, promptly extending its head and executing a technique to conceal its presence. Remaining perfectly still, the battle had been exhilarating. Its heart had nearly leapt into its throat several times, as the spiritual beast had come perilously close to attacking them, only for Chun Sun to twist and evade. The big black bull glanced back at the meditating Chun Sun, eyes brimming with admiration. It had only now comprehended what it meant to be bold yet meticulous, without losing one's composure. For 5 consecutive days, Chun Sun focused on recovering his magical energy, replenishing his strength. This time, the expenditure had truly drained him, and it took until now to recuperate. Old Bull, Chun Sun's lips curled into a gentle smile as he opened his eyes. Moo, the big black bull, elated, leapt forward, nearly suffocating Chun Sun. Old Bull, are you trying to kill me? Moo, the big black bull chuckled, quickly retreating. This place is unsafe. We're too close to the center, where many cultivators gather. Let us move towards the outskirts. Moo. The 2 figures dashed forth, clutching their fortunes, their eyes devoid of any trace of arrogance. Instead, they became increasingly vigilant, continuously traversing among the ancient trees, straying ever further from the center. They had been running for several days, with less than a month remaining before the valley closed, yet they had distanced themselves from the clamor of conflict. Old Bull, this storage bag is entrusted to you. Chun Sun said, his gaze intense as it fixed upon the bag in his hand, which contained all the spiritual herbs necessary for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Moo, the great black bull, solemnly accepted it, swallowing it whole. When the time comes, we shall nurture it slowly. Chun Sun murmured, we must be steady, at least for around 2 years before we commence. We are not pressed for time. Moo, the great black bull nodded, understanding completely, its heart devoid of any impatience. This storage bag would be submitted to the sect. Chun Sun gazed at the bag, which contained 3 primary spiritual herbs and several other varieties. It was said that the 10 great sects only needed to submit 70%. Moo, although the great black bull was aware, it did not fully grasp why their sect demanded everything, especially since without 3 primary spiritual herbs, not even a single Foundation Establishment Pill could be obtained. Old Bull, we are but cannon fodder and enforcers. We cannot compare to the precious disciples of those 10 great sects. Chun Sun chuckled nonchalantly, yet we must not harbor resentment towards the sect. This path was of our own choosing, and we blame no one. Moo, the great black bull nodded. Indeed, without the Wuyin sect, they would not even have had the chance to come here. Let us await the transmission. Chun Sun smiled slightly, feeling that this journey had indeed been fruitful. Naturally, there would be a force of transmission pulling them back, without the need to go to a specific location. Moo, the great black bull surveyed the surroundings, impressed by the formidable array, and it resolved to learn from it in the future. Old Bull, come, let us devise plans for what lies ahead. We are busy. Chun Sun patted the great black bull. Even if one were to attain immortality, what of it? To languish, to become a mere bystander, to lose faith in life, to empathize with the world's suffering, such thoughts were non-existent. Those who are immortal are quite busy, with ideals and pursuits of their own. Having witnessed too many partings filled with regret, they were instead filled with enthusiasm and passion for life, acutely aware of the preciousness of time, and thus cherished the present moment. Moo Moo, the great black bull, eagerly leaned its head against Chun Sun, its eyes shimmering with fervor. The journey to South Dipper Mountain had ignited within it a desire to learn many things. Whether it was Chun Sun's gossamer attire, their mining techniques, or the exquisite sword-flying skills displayed that day, it all stemmed from years of accumulated experience and hard work, merely applied to practical scenarios. Each step they took was grounded and fulfilling. Time passed amid Chun Sun's scribbles and sketches, invigorating the great black bull each day. They were merely at the beginning of their journey. Today, South Dipper Mountain suddenly trembled. Akin to a great earthquake, Chun Sun and the great black bull's gossamer attire had been destroyed, and they had not brought anything like the Danding sex map. Both were gravely injured, supporting each other, appearing as if on the brink of death. Old bull, let us go home. Moo. Chun Sun clung tightly to the great black bull as beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping both in a cocoon of brilliance. Their expressions bore traces of pain as a force of spatial tugging emerged, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from that place. The journey to South Dipper Mountain had thus come to a definitive end. At each sex residence, disciples continued to arrive, some with expressions of joy, others filled with rage, some lost and disheartened, while others bore grievous wounds and disabilities. As time passed, the wails and cries of anguish echoed through the major residences. The vibrant spirits of half a year prior extinguished, replaced with a sense of relief at having survived disaster. This expedition to South Dipper Mountain had proven to be devastating for the 10 great sects, marking their most significant losses in years, rumored to be due to a great upheaval within South Dipper Mountain. Wei Shan stood at the Weiyun sex residence, counting the survivors, astonished to find over 100 had made it back. In the open space, Chun Sun and the great black bull sat together, their bodies marred with wounds, still bleeding profusely. Chun Sun's gaze turned toward a certain direction. Ji Kuan had emerged alive, and a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. However, Ji Kuan's expression was heavy, merely glancing at Chun Sun before shifting his gaze to the distance, burdened with unspoken thoughts. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us recuperate on the Qingya Eagle, Wei Shan said, producing several vials of elixirs and distributing them among the injured disciples, even giving one to Chun Sun. Upon receiving the elixir, the depth of feeling in his eyes spoke of loyalty and dedication to the sect, prompting Wei Shan to glance at him with renewed interest. Wei Shan would not idly instruct the disciples to present their spiritual herbs only to engage in comparisons with nearby sects. This was the sole respect he could offer to these sacrificed disciples, not only within the Weiyun sect, but even among the golden core cultivators of the 10 great sects. No one was concerned with the quantity of spiritual herbs, but rather the casualties among their own disciples. Within the Weiyun sect's residence, all stood upon their magical artifacts, silently boarding the Qingya Eagle. The group spoke little, each radiating an aura of malice, their eyes reflecting a sense of strangeness and wariness, as if they had yet to recover from the ordeal of South Dipper Mountain, maintaining considerable distance from one another. The Qingya Eagle soared into the sky, gliding toward the Weiyun sect. Previously, 5 Qingya Eagles had been filled to capacity, everyone filled with ambition and vigor, engaging in lively conversation. Yet now, it seemed a single Qingya Eagle sufficed to bring them back. Familiar faces had vanished, fallen to the beasts or the hands of other sect disciples, and the atmosphere on the Qingya Eagle was steeped in gloom. Chun Sun frowned slightly, the joy within him completely dissipated. He did not wish to lament, for no amount of lamentation could alter this cruel reality. Moo, the great black bull, softly called out, leaning closer to Chun Sun. Chun Sun held the great black bull's head, continuously whispering words of comfort. Simply place the spiritual herbs before me. I shall record them. Wei Shan spoke matter-of-factly. Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples will perish, while the other half may rise from the ashes. Yes, Peak Master, the crowd responded, all reaching for their storage bags, but the sect only required the spiritual herbs. Everything else was their own gain. Should they harvest 3 primary spiritual herbs, aside from the contribution value, the sect would grant them an additional foundation establishment pill in the next batch. This is a rule you must surely be aware of, and I can assure you of it. Wei Shan remained calm, showing no inclination to probe further into their affairs, his eyes radiating trust. As soon as he finished speaking, several individuals produced 3 primary spiritual herbs, causing the eyes of the crowd, including Chun Sun, to widen in astonishment. Such strength! Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that the primary spiritual herbs were likely not limited to just the 3 ancient halls. However, they had chosen the most secure location with hellish difficulty. Ji Kuan's expression was pained, producing only 1 primary spiritual herb. Without the intervention of a mysterious benefactor, he might have perished on South Dipper Mountain. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull also presented all the spiritual herbs from their storage bag, harboring no secrets. If they had not obtained 3 primary spiritual herbs, there was no need for dismay. They could accumulate for the next occasion, and naturally, there would also be contributions to the sect. Wei Shan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he discreetly scanned the crowd. "I shall record everything," he assured them. "The sect will not let you down." His words, "the sect will not let you down," reignited a spark of hope in many eyes, stirring excitement within their hearts. This time they had gained experience. In another 20 years, they would have another opportunity. Yet, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull trembled slightly, for while Wei Shan claimed he would not probe, he had just conducted a thorough scan of them under the perception of the essence of all things. Fortunately, no one dared to be greedy. They were all honest individuals. He and the Great Black Bull were the most straightforward, having contributed the most to the sect, while the others clearly had not sensed the probing and were still attentively listening to Wei Shan's words. "Present your gossip contribution tokens," Wei Shan said lightly, his fingers weaving through his spiritual power, collecting all the spiritual herbs from everyone into his storage ring. Once the sect confirmed them, the contribution values would naturally be translated into reality. "Yes," the crowd responded, bowing as they presented their sect contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already estimated the values based on the types and ages of the spiritual herbs brought forth by the crowd. Over 100 individuals found a virtual figure appearing in their sect contribution tokens, while Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull's pupils nearly constricted into pinpricks. Their contribution value was an astonishing 6666. However, most of the spiritual herbs they had gathered were at the cusp of becoming medicinal, under 300 years old. Otherwise, they could have garnered even more. Ding! The host may now allocate points. On the Qingya Eagle. Chun Sun suddenly heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind, and a resounding cry of an eagle echoed across the vast sky as Chun Sun continued to augment his magical prowess, propelling them towards the direction of Weiyun's sect, where they vanished in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, a weary group returned to Weiyun's sect, and many among them finally relaxed their vigilant demeanor. It was as if they had returned from a different world. Chun Sun, cradling the Great Black Bull, gazed at the majestic mountains below, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. At last he was home. Before the main hall of the sect leader, the same few individuals awaited their return, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After the arrival of Qingya, who offered words of encouragement to the group, he entered the grand hall alongside Wei Shan and others. Seemingly indifferent to their presence, that a sense of emptiness lingered in everyone's hearts, as if their significance had diminished. Guided down the mountain by a few senior uncles, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull brought up the rear. Marveling at the scenery of the sect leader's peak, their attention entirely captivated by the breathtaking vistas, without a care in the world. However, upon Ji Kuan's return, he exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor, growing distant from Chun Sun, who chose not to intrude, acknowledging that each path was unique. Once they descended the mountain, the group began to soar through the skies on their swords, each heading to their respective abodes without exchanging a single word. "Old Bull, let us be off," Chun Sun chuckled, summoning his immortal sword from his storage pouch, carrying the Great Black Bull towards the Medicine Valley. In the valley, a young girl with a countenance as radiant as dawn meticulously tended to the spiritual herbs. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, donned in a green robe, her smile as bright as a flower, with her lips pursed, her brows resembling inked strokes, and her gaze as serene as autumn waters. She gazed happily at the butterflies flitting about the valley, her eyes filled with innocence and purity. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall, who had been brought into Yun's sect at a young age to oversee the spiritual herbs. Now possessing a cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement, junior sister Lu Yuan, we have returned. Ha! A loud, piercing laugh echoed, bringing Lu Yuan immense joy as she quickly turned around and exclaimed, "Senior brother Chen Sun, Black Bull, you are back." Chen Sun and the great Black Bull grinned widely, their teeth gleaming as they approached her. "Junior sister Lu Yuan, you have worked hard these past 6 months. But as we agreed, here are 30 low-grade spirit stones." Chen Sun stated earnestly he had met Lu Yuan 2 years prior while inspecting the quantity of spiritual herbs in the valley, and her knowledge of herbs was profound. Naturally, they did not wish to abandon this place, entrusting its care to Lu Yuan, who had indeed met their expectations regarding the herb's growth. "Senior brother, you have managed the valley so well that I hardly contributed. 10 low-grade spirit stones would suffice," Lu Yuan replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fearing to accept so much, believing that Chen Sun had merely jested at the time. Mu, the great Black Bull, nudged her hand, encouraging her to accept the payment. "Junior sister, time is fleeting. 30 spirit stones for 6 months is hardly a loss for me," Chen Sun insisted, producing 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. Lu Yuan's expression tightened with anxiety. Her small fists clenched. She merely visited daily to tend to the herbs and water them with the spirit water technique. She felt unworthy of such a substantial sum. The foundation here was simply too solid. "Senior brother Chen Sun, if we leave next time, will you return?" she asked, her tone pleading. "This time, please accept it as a token of gratitude." "Very well," Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, resolving never to discuss spirit stones with Chen Sun again. "You go on and attend to your tasks while we tidy up," Chen Sun said with a smile, his heart feeling light as he gazed at the Medicine Valley. "All right, I shall take my leave, senior brother." Lu Yuan's laughter rang like silver bells, returning the jade pendant of the valley to them before waving goodbye to Chen Sun and the great Black Bull. "Ah, what a relief," Chen Sun sighed, finally feeling a sense of ease. "Old Bull, let us begin our work." "Moo, the great Black Bull exclaimed cheerfully. They had yet to submit their contributions from this year's Medicine Valley. And Chen Sun had always said, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Although they had amassed a significant contribution value of 6,000, it could not be squandered. With a whoosh, Chen Sun soared through the air on his sword, arriving at the center of a waterfall, the torrent crashing down relentlessly, repelled by his magical barrier. How fierce! Chen Sun gazed upwards, feeling the force of the water as it struck his magical shield, his internal energy gradually depleting. Clang, clang. Chen Sun brandished his mountain-splitting axe, the rhythmic sound of stones splitting resonating in the air. However, the great Black Bull, far off in the distance, could not hear him, as the sound of the waterfall drowned everything else out. It busily trotted around the cave, tidying up and checking the spiritual herbs, preparing the share of herbs to be submitted for the year, and setting up its little traps. After 5 days, Chen Sun's contributions finally materialized into a tangible sum of 6,666. Eagerly, he took the great Black Bull to the sect's main hall to submit the herbs and receive an additional 200 contributions. "Old Bull, that place is utterly unyielding. I've dulled the edges of both my mountain-splitting axes." Chen Sun lamented, his expression grim, contemplating the chaos that might ensue if he attempted to strike it with his hands. Moo. The great Black Bull suggested they learn about weapon forging instead, as they had ample contribution points to exchange for materials. Iron essence was essential for crafting yellow-grade artifacts. As Chen Sun walked, he was lost in thought, realizing that without a master to guide him, he would have to self-study from books on forging, hoping not to waste any materials. Moo. The great Black Bull nodded, nudging Chen Sun. They had plenty of time to learn. What they feared was a lack of knowledge. Chen Sun smiled slightly, saying, "Old Bull, if I mess up the materials, we'll squander our contributions, so don't blame me." The great Black Bull looked at him disdainfully, unperturbed. Together, they made their way to the sect's contribution hall, entering with smiles on their faces. After all, they were nearing 7,000 contribution points. What could they not obtain in this world? But as they emerged, their smiles had faded, and they finally grasped a profound truth. Happiness does not vanish. It merely shifts to the faces of those elders in the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, quite impressive, A full 1,000 contribution points. One elder exclaimed, "Ah, it seems the junior is indeed a rising star, accumulating a total of 3,000 contribution points." Another chimed in, "Remarkable, the youth is formidable. 5,000 contribution points." Huh. Chun Sun's head spun with the accolades of the elders, lost in a haze of praise, leading him to exchange for a plethora of items. The great black bull huffed heavily, as Chun Sun was swept away like a nouveau riche. Had it not been for the bull giving him a solid nudge from behind, he might have spent it all. "Old bull, why the rush? I specifically exchanged for a comprehensive guide to basic formations for you," Chun Sun said, giving the bull a hearty pat on its head. He had yet to recover from the earlier excitement. "Moo, moo moo." The great black bull nuzzled Chun Sun, its eyes sparkling with delight, pleased with the exchange. A comprehensive guide to basic forging, basic 5-element evasion techniques, a complete guide to basic formations, a complete guide to basic talismans, and a complete guide to basic heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Chun Sun chuckled foolishly. Although these items were foundational, they were not available for purchase outside. They were treasures safeguarded by others, passed down through generations. And only the sect dared to provide them to disciples. Furthermore, he had procured 4 pieces of iron essence, a mid-grade yellow artifact forging cauldron, and a range of supplies for crafting talismans, including ink, paper, and brushes. The great black bull also envisioned a future where, after mastering formations, it could seal an entire mountain like those great cultivators. How delightful! Just as they became lost in their thoughts, a loud crash resonated. A large tree was violently shaken, its leaves rustling and falling, clearly suffering from a grievous blow. "Oh dear, what is wrong with this tree? Blocking the path in the middle of nowhere. Moo moo, old bull. Let it go. We shall not stoop to its level. Let us head home." "Moo." They heard 2 voices grumbling along the path. In their good spirits today, they chose not to engage further. Upon returning to the Medicine Valley, the great black bull immersed itself in the basic formation guide, while Chun Sun delved into the basics of forging. Opening the furnace for alchemy and the cauldron for forging bore similarities. Yet they were entirely distinct from the art of blacksmithing. The great black bull kept its distance from Chun Sun, repeatedly mooing. It recognized every character in the text, studying intently. Although basic, the knowledge was profound. Chun Sun, meanwhile, gasped in awe as he munched on sunflower seeds, realizing that the art of forging challenged everything he had learned about blacksmithing over the years, pushing the use of magical energy to its limits while neglecting physical strength. Demanding exceedingly high standards for materials, he gazed at the green-hued, double-eared cauldron before him. He gently caressed its surface and murmured, "Whether my mountain-splitting axe can once again shine in the world of cultivation relies on you, my precious treasure." With a low moo, the great black cow trotted over, its eyes betraying a hint of urgency as it pointed with its hoof at several flags depicted in the book. "You wish to purchase formation flags?" it seemed to ask. "Once you have mastered the basics, I shall procure them for you," came the response. Chun Sun leaned forward to take a glance, then opened his palm to seize a handful of sunflower seeds. "Moo moo," the great black cow rejoiced, dashing to a corner with its newfound treasure, its eyes brimming with seriousness and curiosity. The man and the cow gradually returned to their tranquil routine. It was said that the alchemy hall was quite satisfied with their herbal valley, remarking that Chun Sun possessed the demeanor of a dedicated herbalist, capable of enduring solitude. Furthermore, it was a significant contribution to the sect that others would refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to tend to the medicinal garden in peace. Time flowed like a relentless cold wind, sweeping away the vitality of all things. Yet perhaps accompanying it on this ceaseless journey would leave no regrets even in old age. Unbeknownst to them, a year had slipped by. Neither Chun Sun nor the great black cow seemed to perceive the passage of time, for there was much to accomplish, and they continued to infuse their spiritual energy with longevity points. Half a year prior, an elder from the alchemy hall personally delivered a gleaming black foundation pill, encouraging Chun Sun with words of praise, stating that the management of the herbal valley was commendable. The underlying message was clear. If he persevered here, the sect was in dire need of someone as earnest and resilient as he accepted the pill. A single tear fell unbidden, and he declared, The sect is my home. I shall not disappoint its expectations. The elder, thoroughly satisfied, casually imparted a few insights regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs. He painted a grand vision, suggesting that should Chun Sun successfully establish his foundation, he could gain access to the sect's true spiritual herb garden, a realm of boundless possibilities, grateful beyond measure. Chun Sun even played a tune on his swana to bid farewell to the elder as he departed the valley. Moreover, the Weiyun sect had never encountered any scandal involving disciples misappropriating foundation pills, allowing Chun Sun to completely set his mind at ease. After presenting this year's contributions, they did not proceed to the contribution hall. With 2,000 contribution points still in hand, they were reserved for emergencies. Even if the sect leader were to flatter him, it would be inconceivable for Chun Sun to squander his contributions. He was steadfast and unyielding, impervious to sweet words. The contribution hall. Chun Sun exclaimed. Unable to resist any longer, he had withstood external temptations, yet the great black cow's persistent pleas proved too much. Moo moo. It grinned, its tail swishing back and forth. Old cow, today you may indulge freely. With our 2,000 contributions, acquiring a few formation flags is a mere trifle. Moo. The cow queried, eager to know if there were any other items needed, suggesting a comprehensive exchange. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Sun replied, at present, I lack the time to delve into formations. I have heard that setting up formations requires considerable materials. Moo moo. The cow nuzzled against Chun Sun, its eyes crescent-shaped with glee. Let us not stand on ceremony. Come along. Chun Sun took the great black cow by the lead, heading towards the contribution hall. They exchanged a fair number of formation flags and foundational materials, which are not particularly expensive, amounting to just 1,000 contribution points. This year, he refrained from participating in the sect's grand competition, recognizing that continually challenging his junior disciples would not be prudent. Their objectives had already been achieved. Should discontent arise among a large number of disciples, they would become the target of scorn. Upon returning to the herbal valley, within the confines of their cave dwelling, Chun Sun remarked, Old cow, observe these items. They truly differ from the materials of the mortal realm. He squinted slightly, gazing at the various materials on the ground, each radiating a certain spiritual essence to eye in the future. Let us not overlook these encounters, Moo. The great black cow nodded solemnly, expressing its desire to explore the comprehensive compendium of fundamental heavenly materials and treasures after mastering formations. Go ahead. Old cow, I shall continue my work in forging. Moo, replied the cow, gathering the materials scattered about and dashing off. The art of forging was profound and intricate, and there were many challenges associated with refining materials. Chun Sun produced a new booklet to jot down notes and sketches. Having utilized many stones from the valley in his forging endeavors this past year, although he dared not touch the iron essence, but he proved through practice that diligence could indeed compensate for a lack of talent. With ample time, one could truly achieve anything. The man and the cow resumed their industrious activities within the herbal valley, with Chun Sun frequently shattering stones to bring back to the cave for forging, while the great black cow dedicated itself to nurturing the spiritual herbs and studying formations. However, the initiation into formations and forging was not something attainable through mere spells. They lacked any innate talent and diligently practiced day after day. Yet, the evening sunset escapades were an essential daily ritual, come rain or shine. Chun Sun skillfully controlled their flight altitude and speed, galloping through the world alongside the great black cow, reveling in the wonders of nature, and feeling a profound sense of liberation within his heart. However, one day their merriment was abruptly interrupted when they were apprehended by Brother Lu Feng from the law enforcement hall, who seized their celestial sword and lectured them sternly in a nearby grove, leaving Chun Sun and the great black cow on the verge of squatting down in submission. Fortunately, Chun Sun displayed a resolute attitude of contrition, exclaiming, I am guilty. I should not waste time on frivolities. Only then did Brother Lu Feng return their celestial sword. He continued to offer assistance for any cultivation inquiries, asserting that as a senior brother, he could provide guidance. Chun Sun indeed inquired about a few forging questions, all of which Brother Lu Feng answered, deeming them rather elementary, leading to yet another lecture on the futility of wasting time on forging. This encounter left both Chun Sun and the Great Black Cow with a slight headache, as they repeatedly admitted their faults until Brother Lu Feng finally let them off the hook. Thus, the year passed under the shadow of Brother Lu Feng, with longevity points steadily added to their spiritual energy, culminating in a steady acquisition of those 200 contributions from the sect's main hall in the Herbal Valley. Chun Sun and the Great Black Cow gathered around a pit in the ground, their eyes intently fixed on the flickering flames within it. It was noteworthy that there was no wind within the cave, yet a gentle breeze stirred about them. Old cow, you are a peerless genius. Truly, the heavens did not give birth to a being like me, the emperor of cows. The formations endure like an endless night, Chun Sun exclaimed, marveling at the formation stones positioned in the corners of the cave. The formation was indeed wondrous, capable of harnessing spiritual energy to resonate with the heavens and earth, achieving various effects that, in just a year, they had managed to deploy miniature formations, though the formation disciples might grasp the basics in days. In Chun Sun's eyes, the Great Black Cow was unparalleled. No matter how many extraordinary talents might arise, they could not compare to its brilliance. The Great Black Cow's tail nearly spun toward the heavens. The effects of the formation were indeed amplified by spiritual energy. Its eyes narrowed, and it released its power. Suddenly, a tempest raged within the cave, sending pots and pans flying in every direction. Old cow, you rascal, clean this mess up, bellowed a voice from outside the cave. Chun Sun crossed his arms and was swiftly swept away by the wind, the voice fading into the distance. Moo, moo. The Great Black Cow's pupils constricted, hastily ceasing its spell casting and rushing out, forgetting that it alone was immune to the formation's effects. Before long, Chun Sun found his footing, his once neatly groomed hair now tousled by the wind. With a raised brow, he unleashed a force that could topple mountains. The Great Black Cow was unceremoniously tossed into a nearby pond. Ha ha ha. Chun Sun relished the sight of the Great Black Cow's disheveled state. The Great Black Cow charged forward, splashing water all over Chun Sun in a fit of excitement. Let us head back and tidy up. I need to begin forging now. Chun Sun chuckled, shaking his head. He queried, isn't it time? Just a simple task of crafting a mountain-cleaving axe. Nothing too intricate is required. It continued, then we can excavate the cave behind the waterfall point. 2 years have passed, and no one pays us any mind. We can commence that plan. Chun Sun replied mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. Let us proceed discreetly. It surely cannot go awry. The Great Black Cow leaped with enthusiasm, hastening ahead to prepare the cave. The intricacies of formations were indeed remarkable. Chun Sun extolled, although these were merely minor formations, such as blowing winds or kindling fires. In the eyes of outsiders, they appear to be a frivolous waste of time, inferior to one's own spells. Yet, for them, this was a profound and intricate discipline, and they had only just begun to delve into its depths. No one could fathom their joy. The utilitarian mindset may have lost its significance for those seeking immortality, for they had no desire to draw attention to themselves, resulting instead in a cacophony of astonished gasps or derisive remarks wherever they went. Being a true invisible entity within the Wuyun sect was rather pleasant. There was no scrutiny and no myriad troubles seeking them out. Within the cavern of the Medicine Valley, Chun Sun officially commenced the alchemical process, while the Great Black Bull beside him scattered petals and mood. Today I shall open the cauldron for forging. Esteemed immortals, you may observe. Moo moo moo. Chun Sun flipped his palm, and suddenly a lump of silver iron essence emerged from his storage bag, rough and pockmarked. Shaped like an oval and roughly the size of a fist. Go. He formed hand seals, and the forging cauldron emitted a dull thud, igniting a roaring crimson flame around him. Given the limited conditions, he had to make do. However, Chun Sun's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had already tested that his alchemical fire could be enhanced by his magical power, and its intensity would surely suffice. The Great Black Bull, watched anxiously, only able to assist from the sidelines. It had attempted such delicate work before and found itself utterly incapable, leaving the endeavor to Chun Sun. With a flick of his fingers, the iron essence instantly sank into the cauldron. Chun Sun gently closed his eyes, observing as the alchemical fire danced within the vessel like a living entity. The forging cauldron was entirely different from the alchemical furnace, without the augmentation of magical power. Relying solely on the alchemical fire did not guarantee the dissolution of the materials. Within the cauldron, faint popping sounds echoed as Chun Sun unleashed another surge of magical energy, completely sealing the cauldron's opening. This was a grueling process. Due to his cultivation level in the chi refinement stage, he could not perceive the subtle changes within the cauldron and had to rely on intuition alone. Old Bull, add more material, moo. The great black bull focused its thoughts, igniting the alchemical fire further. The cauldron glowed an intense red as the popping intensified. Chun Sun's complexion paled, his breaths becoming labored. No one could imagine that someone would spend a full 2 years preparing to forge a mere lump of iron essence. Wasn't longevity enough? Open the cauldron, Chun Sun bellowed. Moo. The lid of the cauldron shot upwards, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, revealing a globule of iron, shimmering like mercury, suspended in the center of the cauldron by magical force. Old Bull, continue to apply the alchemical fire. Chun Sun instructed swiftly, his hands flying through incantations as the iron ore began to morph. Chun Sun's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. The tension and excitement were overwhelming. The mercury-like state of the iron orb confirmed their success in melting it down without wasting materials. After an hour, the task was complete. Old Bull, the mountain-splitting axe, is born. Chun Sun's veins bulged as he held a crooked silver axe. Its blade sharp and forged from pure iron essence, intended solely for hewing mountains and shattering stones. Moo Moo. The great black bull rejoiced beside him, leaping in celebration. Let us unveil our secret base. Chun Sun's face glowed with exhilaration as he cradled the mountain-splitting axe, which surely qualified as a magical artifact. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun with certainty, affirming it was undoubtedly of heavenly grade. Eliciting hearty laughter from Chun Sun, they soared through the skies on their swords, arriving at the heart of a waterfall. Chun Sun summoned all his strength and swung the axe down. Split the mountain. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and countless fragments of stone soared as they battered against the magical shield, cleaving a significant crack into the once impenetrable rock face. Moo! The great black bull exclaimed in astonishment, standing behind Chun Sun, thoroughly startled by the axe's might. Indeed, it was incomparable to ordinary iron. Old Bull, did you see that? Chun Sun exclaimed, his veins bulging with excitement. Our secret base is destined to flourish. The great black bull grinned widely, clapping its hooves in delight, as it too felt the thrill of what lay ahead. The foundational spiritual herbs would soon reside within. Let us forge 2 more. We still have 3 lumps of iron essence to penetrate. Moo. They returned to their subterranean abode to replenish their magical energy and continued forging in the days that followed. Chun Sun diligently excavated the cavern at the waterfall's center, while the great black bull tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced formations that it even began to polish a massive stone with the mountain-splitting axe that Chun Sun had gifted it. Preparing to seal the cave's entrance once their secret base was established, a month later, the cavern was finally completed. Chun Sun and the great black bull sat within the dimly lit space, listening to the soothing sound of the waterfall outside, their hearts brimming with joy. Old Bull, let us bring them forth. Chun Sun smiled, for they could finally commence the cultivation of foundational spiritual herbs. Moo, the great black bull exhaled heavily, retrieving a storage bag from within its body, filled with countless medicinal boxes. Their heartbeats quickened in anticipation. Within the cavern, another entrance remained, which they had filled with soil specifically for seed cultivation. The essence of all things condensed into a verdant liquid would allow them to cultivate spiritual herbs, rendering the environment inconsequential. Now, within a month, they could cultivate a century-old herb, truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Chun Sun slowly declared, Old Bull, let us embark on our grand endeavor. Today marked the official commencement of their plans, and he felt a surge of excitement and trepidation. The world of this narrative was vast. Merely the tip of the iceberg, so rest assured, there will be no convoluted plots or cliched tropes to disappoint the expectations of those who cherish this tale. Following the new book guidelines. Initial ratings were notably low, so he urged everyone to generously provide 5-star reviews. Those who had read this far clearly had some affection for the story, and he hoped they would not hesitate to spare a few seconds to offer their support. Readers could enjoy without expense. Merely offering some free gifts would greatly aid him. Watching 3 advertisements for 2 minutes could substantially increase his income. The author extended his gratitude to the readers, acknowledging that he had rambled on today, but promised to refrain from such distractions in the future. He wished everyone prosperity in their lives. He had yet to consume the foundational elixir. For those of mediocre aptitude, the risk of failure from a single elixir was considerable. Moo. The great black bull nodded solemnly. The day it had long anticipated had finally arrived, carrying the storage bag towards another entrance. Chun Sun squinted slightly, soaring forth on his sword. Passing through the waterfall, prepared to scout for any unforeseen circumstances, they plunged into a whirlwind of activity, with Chun Sun tirelessly studying alchemical techniques and manipulating the alchemical fire. It was well known that those in the chi refinement stage lacked the strength to refine herbs aged hundreds of years. The purity of the alchemical fire was insufficient, and the precious herbs could not be squandered. In just a century, the art of alchemy could consume a lifetime, an endeavor utterly unattainable at this stage. Time flew like a knife, relentless in its passage, and 6 years had slipped away. The sect announced numerous joyous tidings. Inner disciples had consumed foundational elixirs, successfully establishing their foundations. Moreover, there were prodigious talents who, without the aid of elixirs, broke through the 10th layer of chi refinement, achieving foundational success. It was said that a peak master, while traveling, encountered a girl with a heavenly, spiritual root, causing a stir throughout the Wuyun sect. Eminent figures emerged from seclusion to personally greet her, preparing a grand ceremony for her induction into the sect. However, these ordinary outer disciples remained oblivious to her, harboring only quiet envy. Those with heavenly roots could effortlessly ascend to the golden core stage, their future boundless, a true gem of the Wuyun sect. All elders and peak masters would safeguard her, ensuring she remained hidden from the public eye. Most individuals had never even seen her, for those who could cultivate to the golden core stage were far from foolish. Yet, such news was enough to invigorate countless disciples. The future of Wuyun's sect appeared promising, and their sense of belonging to the sect intensified. This was truly their home, in a humble corner of the Medicine Valley. One person and one bull toiled diligently, contributing silently to the sect year after year, without greed or rivalry. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Behind the waterfall in the Medicine Valley, a chicken coop was nestled, where Chun Sun fed the fowl while the great black bull held the feed bucket beside him. There were over 20 mountain chickens, along with numerous chicks, all plump and hearty, their eggs often double-yolked and delicious beyond compare. In Chun Sun's words, sustainable development was key. Constant hunting would eventually deplete the mountain's wild beasts, which would be detrimental to merit. Raising livestock was far more rewarding. Old Bull, our Wuyun sect has become even stronger. Life is growing ever better. Chun Sun joyfully exclaimed as he scattered the feed in his hands. Heavenly spirit root, to think that it could be encountered by the sect master. Who knows, with a few years of cultivation, one might become a formidable golden core practitioner. The great black bull also wagged its tail with delight. Wishing fervently for all heavenly spirit roots to come to the Wuyun sect, sharing in the glory to AS for the so-called innate talent. Many of his contemporaries might have already reached the golden core stage during their chi refining period. What concern was it of theirs? They harbored no enmity. Back in their small mountain village, it was entirely possible that someone had already reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. Comparing this to that only served to create unnecessary discomfort. They were not like Long Out Yin, who carried the burden of ridicule by nature. However, with great power comes great responsibility, and these predecessors bore considerable pressure as they forged ahead for the sake of our Wuyun sect. Chun Sun smiled calmly, having finally finished feeding. That I've heard that in recent years, some small sects have been wiped out, their mountain gates razed to the ground. Our sect has sent many to investigate. Moo. The great black bull nodded solemnly. It was not only in the mortal realm that strife abounded. The world of cultivation was rife with conflict as well, with many disciples of the outer sect perishing each year. Given their limited strength, They preferred not to seek the limelight, but instead to cultivate their spiritual fields steadily, contributing to the sect in their own way. Chun Sun's temperament had mellowed significantly. He was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. Now that the old bull has left, I shall prepare to refine pills today. Let us see who dares to disrespect me. Moo. Their spirits high. The great black bull thudded the feed down, sending the chickens in the coop scurrying in fright. Were they about to randomly select another lucky one? After 6 years, they had finally filled their mana points with longevity points. They now possessed a total of 20, and the enhancement to their spells had reached a rather astonishing level. They had previously tested it. If they unleashed the full power of the alchemical fire, the refining cauldron would melt away. Moreover, the alchemical fire of the chi refining stage was merely a small crimson flame. Yet if uncontrolled, their alchemical fire had begun to turn pale and cold, undergoing a qualitative transformation. The small fireball technique was even more remarkable. The previous year's thunderous roar had seen fireballs raining down like meteors. Had they not reined it in time, the restrictions of the medicinal valley would have sustained significant damage. Old bull, we can finally test that defense mechanism. Moo. Hee, could it be that we'll become impervious to blades and spears, able to crush boulders with our chests? Perhaps we possess the potential to be the kings of worldly antics. Ha ha. Moo. Laughter echoed through the air of the medicinal valley before they plunged into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Inside, another cavern was filled with formations laid out by the great black bull. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it could remotely control the array to destroy the spiritual herbs within without leaving a trace. Moreover, they had buried the seeds of the cultivated spiritual herbs in a remarkably concealed location. A contingency plan. Moo. The great black bull let out a low call, standing tall as it made a strange gesture with its hooves, revealing the full scope of the cave entrance, which was brimming with various foundation-building herbs, so abundant that it could drive one mad. Chun Sun stood at a considerable distance, his gaze continually scanning outside. He felt a bit apprehensive about the formations laid by the great black bull. Although this old bull appeared carefree, it possessed a depth of insight that had been passed down to him. Many areas within the medicinal valley had been arrayed, and he had endured considerable tribulations. Mood, they're coming. Chun Sun's eyes sparkled as he beheld the array of foundation-building herbs within the cave. The primary herbs were all over 300 years old. Translucent and radiating spiritual energy. Old bull, keep a watchful. I doubt you've learned sword control, and I will activate the sensing array if necessary, Moo. The great black bull nodded, patting its storage bag and producing a celestial sword that Chun Sun had traded for. Its eyes gleamed with immense appreciation as it took to the skies on its sword. A refining cauldron spiraled in the air as Chun Sun employed his telekinesis technique, while others in the chi refining stage could only manipulate one object. He could command hundreds with minimal mana expenditure. Heavenly fruit, moonlit fruit, Chun Sun murmured, summoning a flame of alchemy that began to split into 5. Were others to witness this, they would surely be astounded. Was it possible for alchemy fire to divide? Could it be played with in such a manner? Each spiritual herb exhibited unique properties, requiring different temperatures and techniques for refinement, lacking a master to impart experience. He could only rely on trial and error. Chun Sun's fingers danced gracefully as the heavenly fruit soared into the cauldron, transforming into a pool of useless medicinal liquid after an hour without fail. His face twitched, and he felt a pang of regret, jotting down the sensations he had just experienced in a small booklet, revising and reflecting in a composed manner. Several hours passed, yet the cauldron remained filled with waste liquid. With not a single success, still, Chun Sun remained calm and unhurried, entering a meditative state to analyze the situation. These heavenly herbs were indeed peculiar. The variation in age led to a significant disparity. Chun Sun mused that even a foundation-building auxiliary herb with merely a 10-year difference in age required an entirely different approach and technique. This was starkly different from his past experience in refining the heavy feather pill and the chi-enhancing pill, where he had not achieved such precision in controlling the timing. In a wonder those in the chi refining stage struggled with refinement. Such herbs likely require the legendary spiritual awareness to control fully, greatly enhancing the success rate of pill formation. However, What I lack most is spiritual herbs and time. A faint smile crept across Chun Sun's face as he found the situation amusing, feeling no despair despite the failures. Time passed as Chun Sun dedicated himself to alchemy, gradually refining no more than 5 herbs a month, recording experiences and sensations with each failure, continually introspecting on the feelings of the moment. Seasons changed, and another year swiftly slipped by. Within the medicinal valley, it seemed as if time had left no mark on Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull in their secret base. The Great Black Bull watched intently as the aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from Chun Sun's refining furnace, its nostrils twitching in delight. Moo! The Great Black Bull suddenly became agitated. This past year had been arduous for Chun Sun, and it felt powerless to assist, merely nurturing spiritual herbs by its side. At last, a single spiritual herb was successfully refined by Chun Sun, yet his eyes reflected only calmness, devoid of any ecstatic emotion. Everything is under my control. Chun Sun's eyes were like tranquil waters. Yet a crooked smile began to form. Foundation-building spiritual herbs were merely so easily grasped. Moo moo. The Great Black Bull circled around Chun Sun, exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly my elder brother. It feels just right now." Chun Sun slowly rose, exhaling a deep breath of stagnant air. "Old Bull, we have hope for foundation building." Moo! The Great Black Bull leaped onto Chun Sun, who finally could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. The hardest part is always the beginning, yet they had finally taken the first step. Ding! The host can now allocate points. Old Bull, it's time to allocate points. Finally, Chun Sun patted the Great Black Bull's head, eager to test their defenses. Moo! The Great Black Bull stood by, focused on Chun Sun, ready for action as they began to allocate points, directly enhancing their defense. A heavy force coursed through their bodies, and they simultaneously felt a sudden tightening within. Oh, not bad at all. Chun Sun raised an eyebrow, inspecting his arm. Although there was no visible change, he could distinctly feel a newfound sturdiness. Moo! The Great Black Bull swiveled its head, curiosity sparkling in its eyes. Old Bull, let us not harm ourselves. Let it unfold naturally. Chun Sun was startled, sensing the Old Bull's inclination to take risks. Moo! The Great Black Bull grinned widely, indeed harboring some thoughts of its own. Let us head to the sect's Grand Hall and collect our 200 contribution points. Then we can see the upcoming sect competition that I've heard that many impressive junior disciples have emerged. Afterwards, we shall continue our alchemical endeavors. With a resounding moo, a solitary figure accompanied by a Great Black Bull descended upon the waterfall, subsequently retrieving a generous quantity of roasted melon seeds from within a hidden cave and making their way towards the outskirts of the medicinal valley. In the years that followed, an individual clad in a straw hat would annually lead the Great Black Bull, also adorned with a straw hat, to the grand competition venue. They never participated in the sect's competitions. Instead, they sought refuge in the shade of trees, leisurely enjoying their seeds in solitude. They appeared remarkably content, seemingly devoid of ambition for power, vocally cheering for the strong. Once the competition concluded, they would quietly descend the mountain, embodying a gentle demeanor. Anyone who chanced upon them would be met with warm smiles, and they always made way for others as they walked, evoking a profound sense of affection in those around them. No one knew their name. They seemed disinclined towards socializing, possessing few friends within the sect, forever leading a solitary existence alongside the Black Bull, akin to a ghost in the world. Time passed swiftly, and upon reflection, the years had flown by, encompassing both hardships and joys. For over 20 years, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull had resided within the Wuyun sect, during which numerous significant events unfolded. The clashes between the Qian Kingdom's Celestial Sect and the Wu Kingdom's Celestial Sect had intensified markedly. The path of cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. One either advanced or fell behind. The Qian Kingdom possessed many resources coveted by the Wu Kingdom's cultivators, and conversely, the Wu Kingdom had resources that the Qian Kingdom sought. Within the medicinal valley, behind the waterfall in their secluded cave, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull were but mere pawns in the grand scheme of things, unable to influence the tide of events, only able to drift along with the current. Having invested a decade's worth of longevity points into fortification. Yet, it was rumored that although there was much heated discourse, No one had yet resorted to violence. However, the lower-ranking disciples harbored a different perspective. With rumors proliferating wildly, "Old Bull, it feels as though a confrontation is brewing," Chun Sun remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the great black bull. "What shall we do if conflict arises at Wuyun sect?" Moo. The great black bull appeared somewhat anxious, as these lower-ranking disciples incessantly spread alarmist tales, claiming that a cataclysmic battle among cultivators could erupt any millennium. "Damn it," Chun Sun muttered under his breath. The struggle for resources was a universal phenomenon, regardless of the world. The real concern was for the plight of the common folk. Victory would yield little benefit, while defeat could mean the obliteration of their sect. Moreover, the lower-ranking disciples were oblivious to the current state of affairs between the two kingdom celestial sections. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun, its head gesturing toward the horizon. "Flee. That won't do to the very least. We ought to assist the sect in vanquishing a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators." Chun Sun resolutely shook his head. "If we leave after consuming our fill, what does that make us? Unless Wuyun sect truly cannot withstand the pressure, we shall fight to the bitter end." His gaze sharpened. Wuyun sect was already their home, unless faced with an onslaught of 100 or more golden core cultivators. They were prepared to stand their ground fiercely. Moo moo. The great black bull leaped in agitation, attempting to convey its intentions, shaking its head vigorously, even picking up stones to write. Chun Sun squinted slightly, suddenly slapping his forehead as clarity dawned upon him. The great black bull was suggesting that the powerful figures from the Qian kingdom had yet to engage in conflict. Why should they fret unnecessarily? That makes sense that if a battle were to ensue, the foremost targets would be the 10 great celestial sects. We have received no news from Wuyun sect at all. Ha. 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 Chun Sun erupted into laughter, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Rumors were indeed harmful. He had almost been led to believe that Wuyun sect was the center of the universe. The great black bull rolled its eyes at Chun Sun, realizing that overthinking could lead to unintended consequences. "However, old bull, we must remain vigilant even in times of peace," Chun Sun cautioned, clearing his throat. Regardless of the contributions they could make to the sect, possessing the strength for self-preservation was paramount. Moo. The great black bull nodded solemnly, its eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. If conflict were to erupt, they would only act within their means, never overextending themselves. This was a principle instilled in it by Chun Sun. Chun Sun smiled slightly, acknowledging his own limitations. He did not consider himself a sage capable of explosive acts of valor for the sake of Wuyun sect. Their attention suddenly shifted downward towards the alchemical furnace, where 5 glistening white pills resided, each adorned with a leaf-like pattern. After a decade of toil, Chun Sun had finally refined all the spiritual herbs required for the foundation establishment pill. Yet more crucial than the outcome was the ease with which he had mastered the alchemical process. The result seemed almost secondary. What is this pill pattern? They were unsure, and the foundation establishment pill differed entirely from the one the elder had provided. The reason for this discrepancy eluded them. "Old bull, prepare for foundation establishment. Moo. I shall go first. If danger arises, I will notify you in advance. Moo. This time, you must heed my instructions. Without a master, we can only navigate this perilous path by feeling our way." Moo. The great black bull lowered its head, affectionately licking Chun Sun before retreating to a safe distance. Observing his serious demeanor, it understood the weight of his words. Chun Sun steadied his mind, raising a hand slightly. A foundation establishment pill slid down his throat, unleashing a torrent of potent energy within him. His eyes widened in astonishment, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. The great black bull, visibly tense, prepared to move, yet remained rooted in place, wary of disturbing the pivotal moment of breakthrough. That moment. Chun Sun felt his pores open, and a shimmering light enveloped his body as countless impurities surged forth. His expression fluctuated between agony and relief as he gradually closed his eyes. Within him, a formidable barrier was being dissolved by the potent energy. His dantian was undergoing a profound transformation, waves of energy crashing within. After a day and night, Chun Sun, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, staring incredulously at the great black bull. Moo. Moo. The great black bull cried out repeatedly, bewildered by the state of Chun Sun's breakthrough. Old bull, I assure you, I am well. You understand that foundation establishment involves transforming the dantian into liquid, leading to the birth of consciousness within the mud pill palace. This signifies successful establishment, Chun Sun explained. Shaken by the experience, however, I fear I have not entirely succeeded, Moo. The great black bull continued to leap in anxiety, unconcerned with the nuances, only worried about Chun Sun's current condition. This foundation establishment pill has indeed expanded my dantian. Chun Sun inhaled deeply. In simple terms, while others may store 1 unit of power, I can now store 2. Moo. The great black bull was astonished. However, the common understanding in the cultivation world was that dantian expansion was impossible, and cultivation methods could only enhance one's prowess, with differences arising solely from compatibility with one's constitution. For instance, a water-type spirit root would thrive with water-related techniques, while fire techniques could yield subpar results. They practiced widely available techniques, possessing mixed spirit roots, capable of cultivating any element. Yet the lack of enhancement to their innate abilities meant that the disparity in combat effectiveness would grow more pronounced with advancing realms. The mixed spirit roots absorb chaotic spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, necessitating considerable time to refine impurities that, in contrast, those with pure spirit roots soared, absorbing compatible energy directly, thus saving immense time in purification. Of course, this was merely their current perspective, largely based on hearsay. Old bull, prepare the spiritual herbs. Chun Sun declared, his gaze sharp. The 5 foundation establishment pills were far from sufficient, especially considering the great bull's share. Moo. The great black bull hurriedly dashed away, not daring to delay in the first month. Chun Sun simultaneously refined spiritual herbs and underwent his foundation establishment, with ever-increasing amounts of impurities expelled in the second month. Another batch of foundation establishment pills emerged, equally peculiar, standing in stark contrast to ordinary pills that a year passed in the midst of their foundation establishment efforts and spiritual herb cultivation, enveloping the medicinal valley in serene tranquility. Punctuated only by the crowing of roosters and the sound of cascading waterfalls. Today, the weather was splendid, the air fresh and clear, yet an oppressive atmosphere lingered within the medicinal valley, in several spiritual fields. The herbs swayed without wind, and the waterfall outside their secret base ceased to flow, as if severed, leaving only an opening through which the man and bull emerged, their eyes gleaming with determination. They exuded an aura of foundation establishment, their consciousness spreading far and wide, akin to possessing a divine perspective, surveying the entire medicinal valley, every rustle of grass and whisper of wind within their purview. Is this the scenery of the foundation establishment realm? Chun Sun mused, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Moo. The great black bull stood beside Chun Sun, its muscles rippling with latent power, an overwhelming force surging forth as the shackles of their previous longevity points were finally shattered, allowing them to continue their ascent. Gradually, they lifted their heads, adopting a stance of superiority, their expressions twisted into triumphant grins. By the heavens, old bull, we have finally broken through. Moo. 2 roars erupted, as if they had accumulated countless years, surging forth and causing the entire pool to ripple and tremble. The foundation building stage is divided into early, middle, and late phases, culminating in the final step of forming a golden core. Should they successfully break through, they could cultivate internally, traverse the void, and significantly enhance their magical power, potentially living for a millennium. However, the golden core stage remains distant, and they dared not entertain such thoughts for now, as they were quite content with the foundation building stage. Old bull, with a lifespan of 400 in the foundation building stage, we can continue our lives in the sect, free from the uncertainty of wandering and the perilous existence of survival, Chun Sun exclaimed. One hand cradling the head of the great black bull, make it last. We can have a stable home. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun affectionately, a glimmer of emotion in its eyes. They truly cherished stability, for it offered a sanctuary amidst their fatigue. Old bull, let us celebrate with some skewers, a grand festivity for ourselves. Moo. They leapt without the aid of swords, plunging into the pool with a thunderous splash. Chen Sun's lips quivered slightly as he submerged. Both he and the great black bull understood that their excitement stemmed not merely from breaking through the foundation-building stage. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Beneath the starry canopy, Chen Sun sang merrily while grilling meat over a blazing campfire. The great black bull danced alongside him, the tinkling of its bell harmonizing with Chen Sun's melody. Wandering and singing, Chen Sun nodded along, the skewers sizzling in his hands, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazed at the great black bull. His voice crescendoed, nearing a roar. We once traversed mountains and seas, and navigated through throngs of people. Moo! They laughed and cried, embodying the essence of the ordinary. Ha! Moo moo! Chen Sun and the great black bull erupted into hearty laughter, the campfire flickering with intense warmth. Illuminating their blissful faces, the night deepened. In the tranquil stillness, the man and the bull leaned against each other, gazing at the celestial tapestry above. After much contemplation, they resolved to allocate their longevity points to enhancing their magical power, as it would yield the greatest boost to their strength at this juncture, while also allowing them to ascertain the threshold of the foundation-building stage and whether they would encounter any hurdles. Their current longevity points stood at Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 21, Defense 11. But the following day, as the sun rose, its gentle rays cascaded down, imbued with a refreshing warmth. Chen Sun performed a cleansing spell for himself and the great black bull, smiling as he stepped onto the path outside the medicinal valley. According to the rules of the Five Elements sect, upon achieving the foundation-building stage, one must register at their respective hall, which for them was the Alchemy Hall. However, the great black bull had concealed its foundation-building cultivation, appearing as a mere seventh layer of chi refiner. Yet, as a spirit beast, it naturally possessed a longer lifespan than its fellow cultivators, leaving no one truly aware of its age. The Alchemy Hall was nestled atop a peak shrouded in mist, surrounded by lush greenery and ancient structures boasting exquisite eaves, the air infused with the fragrance of elixirs, soothing the weary hearts of countless disciples. Chen Sun and the great black bull ambled leisurely, taking in the picturesque scenery, for they had scarcely explored the many main peaks of the Five Elements sect. Chen Sun, senior brother. Chen Sun, senior brother. Two voices called from behind, one male and one female. Chen Sun smiled and turned to see Lu Wan and Shi Jing. Shi Jing, with his sleek black hair and strikingly handsome features, donned the white robe of an inner-sect disciple, radiating the charm of a young aristocrat. His face lit up with joy upon recognizing Chen Sun, for he was the only one in the sect leading a great black bull. Lu Wan, with her graceful smile, had blossomed into a poised young lady, though her demeanor still retained a hint of youthful innocence from years spent in the sect. Chen Sun, senior brother, what brings you to the Alchemy Hall? Shi Jing inquired with a smile, genuinely fond of Chen Sun, who always spoke with words that felt like a refreshing spring breeze during their inspections of medicinal herbs. Lu Wan gazed at Chen Sun in astonishment, her clear and bright eyes widening as she noted a subtle change in his aura, and his face bore no signs of aging. You are now inner-sect disciples. It is I who should address you as senior brother and senior sister. Chen Sun chuckled, looking at them warmly. That will not do. Shi Jing shook his head vigorously. Chen Sun, senior brother, do you have urgent matters to attend to at the Alchemy Hall? We can guide you. Lu Wan, startled, discreetly attempted to probe Chen Sun's cultivation level, only to find herself unable to ascertain anything. She clasped her mouth in shock, suddenly jumping in excitement. Chen Sun, senior brother, you have broken through. Ah? Shi Jing was taken aback. Having not focused on Chen Sun's cultivation level, and unlike Lu Wan, he noticed how youthful Chen Sun still appeared. As he probed further, he stood frozen, astonished at Chen Sun's transformation. The two were elated, bowing in respect, their hearts brimming with joy for Chen Sun. Indeed, I have broken through and am on my way to register at the Alchemy Hall, Chen Sun replied with a calm smile, exuding no airs of superiority as he used a surge of magical power to lift them gently. This scene stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, reminiscent of how he had once been elevated by Master Wei. Then we shall not disturb you, Master Uncle. Yes, Master Uncle Chin-sun, this is indeed a joyous occasion. The two exclaimed jubilantly, as if Chin-sun's breakthrough brought them greater joy than their own achievements. Harboring no ill intentions, I have some insights on cultivating in the qi refining stage to share with you, Chin-sun said with a smile, retrieving 2 small booklets from his storage bag. These contained his summarized experiences from his early cultivation days. Each breakthrough for him and the Great Black Bull had been steady and gradual, allowing them to identify various issues that in this realm of cultivation. Most individuals were driven by greed for swift success. When aided by elixirs, they would swallow them all at once, unlike them, who took the time to cultivate and reflect. Master Uncle, we cannot accept such a generous gift without merit, Lu Wan exclaimed, stepping back in shock, the first to object. Master Uncle Chun-sun, this is a treatment reserved for true apprentices that we truly cannot accept it. Please take it back, Shi Jing said earnestly, bowing deeply. Though they recognized that Chun-sun was not wealthy and his cultivation talent may not surpass theirs, they did not undervalue the significance of his insights. Moo, the Great Black Bull protested immediately, insisting they accept the insights, for its own experiences were also included. It seems I have not considered your feelings fully and have put you in a difficult position, Chun-sun sighed, shaking his head with a rueful smile as he reclaimed the booklets. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect adhered strictly to protocol, lacking the carefree nature of rogue cultivators. Moreover, these inner-sect disciples had their masters to guide them, and his unsolicited interference might cause them some trouble. Master Uncle, you are too humble, the two said, relieved upon seeing Chun-sun retract the offer. Please, go attend to your duties, the Great Bull, and I will wander a bit before heading up the mountain. Do not let us delay you, Chun-sun remarked, gazing at the distant scenery with a serene and peaceful demeanor. The two bowed and nodded at the Great Black Bull before leaving. Moo, let's go. Old Bull, I've suddenly discovered a splendid place. Moo, look at that high ground. If we pause to admire it, we can truly appreciate the scenery here on level ground. Hurry. Moo, their eyes sparkled with excitement as their pace quickened towards the elevated spot. Even the matter of registration taking a back seat to the allure of the view on the path. Lu Wan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading towards their master's cave dwelling. Shi brother, what kind of person do you think Master Uncle Chin-sun is? Lu Wan casually asked. Master Uncle Chin-sun. Shi Jing pondered for a moment before responding. He is easygoing and generous. Indeed, he nodded emphatically. Feeling increasingly convinced of his assessment, I feel that Master Uncle Chin-sun is someone who lacks any ulterior motives. Every time I accompany the junior sisters to check the medicinal valley, he is always found immersed in books. Lu Wan's voice chimed like a lark, imbued with an ethereal quality. Shi Jing paused for a second, then shook his head. When I went with the junior disciples, Master Uncle Chin-sun was out catching chickens with a Great Black Bull, claiming he wanted to make us a delicious meal. What? Huh? Lu Wan covered her face, laughing lightly. Master Uncle Chin-sun has always been such an amusing person. His character is quite endearing. Indeed. Shi Jing let out a deep sigh, observing that the elders and uncles within the sect seemed to have lived for far too long, each exhibiting peculiar temperaments that bordered on eccentricity. If one were to inadvertently offend them, one would certainly endure a severe reprimand. What are you two whispering about so furtively? A disheveled woman suddenly appeared behind them, moving without a sound. The two were startled, their faces paling as they stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down their backs. It was over. Master, why have you come out? What a disgraceful welcome. Shi Jing, if you do not establish your foundation within 5 years, there will be no place for you among the cooks of Weiyun's sect. The untidy woman effortlessly lifted Shi Jing as if he were a mere chick, dragging him towards the cave dwelling. Lu Yuan, you follow along. You won't fare much better. Are you, my dear girl, perhaps seeking a marriage proposal? Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson at the implication, and she hurriedly jogged to keep up behind them. Master, please spare me some dignity. There are so many people here, Shi Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror, as he was paraded through the daylight like a common fool. How could he ever show his face in Weiyun's sect again? Such is the fate of the weak. Dignity is reserved for the strong. The disheveled woman even slowed her pace, raising her delicate arms slightly, indicating that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, she might temporarily spare him. Shi Jing's cries grew ever more pitiful, losing all semblance of his former aristocratic demeanor as he was subjected to the curious gazes of onlookers, compelling him to break through. To break through madly. Thus, the trio ambled along, accompanied by Shi Jing's wails that were reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, evoking tears from listeners and sorrow from bystanders, while Lu Yuan trembled in fear, desperate to avoid being carried away as well. Within the alchemy hall, Chen Sun found himself surrounded by several elders of the foundation establishment stage, continuously bowing and smiling, eager to introduce himself. I never expected that junior brother Chen Sun would possess such fortune. A single foundation establishment pill could grant him breakthrough. Truly a blessing for our Wu Yun sect. The path of cultivation is indeed intertwined with fate. Old man Jing Huang, are you implying that junior brother Chen Sun is unworthy of breaking into the foundation establishment stage with just one pill? That was never my intention. Junior brother Chen Sun, do not heed the nonsensical words of that old rogue Ruanzheng. He has become obsessed with alchemy. You, old man Jing Huang, dare to slander me in front of our newly joined junior brother? Let's take this to the stage. Come, who fears whom? The atmosphere in the hall, once harmonious, now bristled with tension. Chen Sun, drenched in sweat, managed to pull the two apart with the help of several elders. And after much persuasion, they finally calmed down. Hanyo, feeling quite anxious, kept glancing at the two, bewildered by how a mere disagreement could escalate to such hostility. Silence. A cold-faced woman suddenly appeared atop the high platform of the hall, her frown commanding the attention of everyone present. The alchemy hall of Yun sect was notorious for its lack of order, with elders acting on whims. This was due not only to the hall's high standing within the sect, but also because of an unkempt peak master, resulting in a lack of discipline. As the deputy peak master had tirelessly worried over the alchemy hall's affairs, sisters. The crowd straightened, bowing respectfully, no longer daring to act out of line, evidently intimidated by her presence. Chen Sun followed suit, lowering his gaze and swallowing hard. The deputy peak master was at least a cultivator of the foundation establishment late stage. Yet, she was remarkably youthful, exuding an air of authority. Chen Sun, come with me. Graceful and poised, with hair cascading to her waist, turned and made her way to the side hall, hands clasped behind her back. Brothers, I shall take my leave. Chen Sun, leading to Hanyo, bowed farewell to the elders. Safe travels, junior brother Chen Sun. Sister Zua is quite amiable. Do not worry too much. Rest assured, junior brother Chen Sun, if it becomes inconvenient for you, we can look after this spiritual beast. They exchanged earnest reassurances, leaving Chen Sun feeling increasingly uneasy as he departed, frequently glancing back at their expressions, pondering their true intentions. In the side hall, Ying sat in the main seat, her gaze piercing and unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Chen Sun. Chen Sun forced a smile, alternating between raising and lowering his head, sensing that she was engaging in a psychological game of silence with him. Hanyo, undeterred, admired the layout of the side hall. Chen Sun, a native of Yongquan Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom, failed to pass the trials of the 9-Star Valley Ascension Conference and entered Wiyun sect, diligently cultivating spirit fields and participating in the sect's grand competition. Zhu Ying articulated each word carefully, her gaze never leaving Chen Sun. 20 years ago, I entered Nanda Mountain, securing 3 main foundation establishment spirit herbs for the sect, and subsequently began quietly cultivating spirit fields. Chen Sun felt a dryness in his throat upon hearing this. Their accomplishments were laid bare, yet they had also engaged in many other activities, enjoying leisurely outings, hunting, reading, and catching wild chickens, none of which seemed as monotonous as she described. Your background is quite clean. There are no issues. Ying continued, seemingly satisfied with Chen Sun. You appear to have a fondness for cultivating spirit herbs. Sisters Wa, to speak frankly, my family and I, including the Hanyo, are quite adept at cultivating spirit herbs and thoroughly enjoy it. Moo. The man and beast seemed to gain enthusiasm. Their spirits lifted as they struck a chord. Zhu Ying smiled slightly. Have you made any progress with the water spirit technique? Level 2. I am not particularly interested in fighting. Aside from my cultivation, I focus solely on practicing the water spirit technique. Chen Sun stepped forward, forming a hand seal that conjured a series of water bubbles floating in the air. Imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy, Ying stood up solemnly. Indeed, it is the second level of the water spirit technique. Our sect is currently in dire need of such talents, which is why I am personally here to welcome you. Each elder at the foundation establishment stage seeks breakthroughs and longevity. It is nearly impossible for them to devote extensive time to practicing the water spirit technique, which has consumed much of their lives. Only a handful within the sect have managed to reach the second level of the water spirit technique. The precious spirit herbs of Wu Yun's sect rely heavily on their cultivation, as they have essentially resigned themselves to the future, willingly dedicating themselves to the sect. They had even coerced foundation establishment loose cultivators into practicing the water spirit technique, yet none succeeded. This minor spell is akin to refining the mind. Even the slightest impatience can lead to failure, and the cultivation period is particularly lengthy and grueling. If there are individuals within the 10 great sects who have reached the third level of the water spirit technique. Swing suddenly shifted the topic that they're truly such a prodigy. I have expended much of my life reaching the second level, and my progress is now agonizingly slow, nearly stagnant. Chun Sun was taken aback, his brow furrowing at the mention of the third level. May I ask, Sister Zhua, is it genuinely achievable? Of course, the third level of the water spirit technique can nurture countless rare spirit herbs, enabling them to thrive under stringent growing conditions, including those of foundation establishment herbs. Ying confirmed, her tone serious. If anyone from our Wuyan sect were to cultivate the water spirit technique to the third level, we would mobilize the entire sect's resources, using countless pills and rare treasures to elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage. The implications of her statement sent a shockwave through Chun Sun, and he was relieved that he had not revealed his own cultivation at the third level. Otherwise, not only would the entire sect turn its gaze upon him, but other sects might secretly conspire against him as well. No, this is too ostentatious and perilous. I shall simply focus on cultivating spirit herbs. Chun Sun resolved inwardly, abandoning any ulterior motives. Sister Zhua, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the water spirit technique. I have no other hobbies aside from cultivating spirit herbs. Chun Sun bowed earnestly, expressing his sincerity. Though I may not be strong in combat alongside old Neo, I am more than willing to contribute to the sect. Ying nodded slightly, harboring a flicker of anticipation within her heart, hoping he would not be blinded by the fleeting lifespan of the foundation establishment stage. With 5 elemental roots, he could never hope to break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chen Sun. Zhua Ying's tone softened slightly. Please, sister, go ahead. Chen Sun instinctively took a half-step back. Zhua Ying's smile was radiant as she gently said, although it is challenging for those with 5 elemental roots to break through to the golden core stage, you still have over 300 years of lifespan ahead of you, allowing you to accomplish many meaningful endeavors. Of course, junior brother understands, she added. Chun Sun's heart sank, yet he maintained a beaming smile in response. Dahainyo, however, felt a flicker of anger within. Was this woman suggesting they had no hope and should simply toil away in the sect? The truth is that they all understand the reasoning. It is simply that this woman is excessively clever for her own good, leaving them no semblance of dignity. She has promised to diligently cultivate the spirit herbs, yet insists on complicating matters unnecessarily. Zhua Ying nodded, her expression shifting in an instant to regain her icy demeanor. She produced a set of garments from her hand, floating them before Chen Sun, stating to hold the position of elder. One must at least be in the mid-foundation stage. However, since you are already registered with the Alchemy Hall, you cannot don the attire of an outer sect disciple. Yes, senior Sister Zhua, Chun Sun replied with a bow. He had observed that the elders were all clad in gray-blue robes, exuding an aura of stability at first glance. Zhua Ying retrieved a gray-blue token from her storage bag, channeling her mana into it as she looked at Chen Sun. Junior brother Chun, may I borrow a drop of your essence blood? Chun Sun's gaze sharpened slightly, but without hesitation, he forced a drop of essence blood from his body, which shot through the air. The gray-blue token hovered momentarily before it devoured Chen Sun's essence blood, emanating a blue light as if it had recognized its master and flew directly into his hand. This token is the restriction token for the floating light profound matrix, granting access to the true spirit herb garden within the sect. I shall not elaborate on the rules further. Ling settled gracefully in her seat, exuding an air of elegance. Those who have cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer are inclined towards tranquility. Unless there are pressing matters, no one within the sect would dare to disturb them, nor would they be restricted in their freedoms. However, Ying's words were interrupted, just as Chen Sun was about to express his gratitude. A cold voice cut through, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water. The spirit herb garden is of great consequence. If one were to leave the sect for 20 years without returning, it would be deemed as treason, and all members of the Weiyun sect would be compelled to hunt them down. Ying slightly raised her head, looking down at Chen Sun. Though her words were harsh, the laws of a nation and the regulations of the sect are not directed at junior brother Chen alone. With a floating light, profound matrix safeguarding the spirit herb garden, it possesses inherent detection capabilities. Even those at the core formation stage cannot silently extract a single spirit herb seed from within, as this is one of the foundations of the Weiyun sect. The formation will also keep a record of the quantity of spirit herbs. Should any individual be found embezzling even a single plant, the prominent figures of the Weiyun sect would personally intervene. Naturally, these regulations apply to those within the spirit herb garden. They do not wish for these individuals to venture outside like the foundation-building disciples in search of opportunities. Many have been lost for a century, some even perishing in the outside world. These rules are also in place to ensure their safety. However, they must not be too stringent, lest it stifle their aspirations. If such a person truly exists, neither I nor the old Black Bull would spare them, Chen Sun declared resolutely, though his heart held no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Ying revealed a faint smile. Then, junior brother Chen, are you willing to enter the spirit herb garden? I shall not force you. Inside, Chen Sun silently scoffed at the depth of her scheme. The essence blood had already been infused into the restriction token, and now she was inquiring about his willingness. Senior sisters, I am naturally willing and hold no regrets. Chen Sun responded with a bow, though he hesitated, stammering, however, if my lifespan were to draw to a close, we still would not be able to break through. The sect will prepare for those who await such a fate, and they may also be commemorated on the sect's merit monument for future generations to admire. So Ying spoke slowly, yet with a slight sigh, but who can withstand the ravages of time? Wait, that's not what I meant. Chen Sun was taken aback, realizing that she was already preparing for his afterlife. He and the old Black Bull were destined for immortality. Observing Chen Sun's expression, Ying added, of course, after all matters are settled, you may also descend the mountain to resolve any lingering regrets. Senior sister, that would be most excellent, for I have yet to take a wife or father children. Chen Sun exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a newfound sense of reassurance. So Ying's expression twitched slightly. Senior sisters, Chen Sun prompted, is there any form of welfare in the spirit herb garden each year? He gazed at her with anticipation, having spent so long discussing matters without addressing the issue of compensation. They were not greedy. Even 300 contributions would suffice. Moo, the old Black Bull chimed in softly, looking at Ying with hopeful eyes. This was indeed the matter they were most concerned about. Welfare, Ying observed the eager expressions on both Chen Sun and the Black Bull spirit beast, her face betraying a hint of confusion. That is to say, an annual stipend. Chen Sun lowered his head, cupping his hands, and licked his lips. They were genuinely impoverished, and the time to trade spirit herbs had yet to arrive. Ying's eyes lit up with understanding, as she chuckled lightly. Naturally, registered foundation-building disciples are considered true members of the Weiyun sect, and the sect will never neglect its own. Registered disciples not only gain access to significant matters within the sect, but also receive 500 contributions annually. Those in positions may receive even more. The contribution hall will also offer additional items for registered disciples to exchange. Even the sect's major legacy items can be exchanged for if one achieves significant merits. However, registered disciples are typically individuals of clean backgrounds. Those who join the sect midway through their foundation-building journey do not enjoy such treatment, often serving as guest elders. So Ying elaborated, observing Chun Sun in the central hall, her expression slightly bemused. He was gazing at her with heartfelt admiration, and even the spirit beast seemed to share the sentiment. Their eyes glistened with emotion as Chun Sun proclaimed, "We shall serve the sect with utmost dedication." Moo moo moo. The old black bull also lowered its head, deeply moved. They could have simply stated this from the beginning without all the elaborate discussion. Suddenly, Sui Ying's demeanor became serious as she turned to the old black bull and retrieved a crystal-clear pill from her storage bag, saying, "This is a Foundation Establishment pill for spirit beasts. While not as precious as the Foundation Establishment pill for humans, it is still not easy to refine." Both Chun Sun and the old black bull were taken aback. "What does this mean?" "This is a congratulatory gift prepared by the Alchemy Hall to celebrate Junior Brother Chen's registration. However, your contribution for the next 10 years will be allocated to the hall." "Senior sister, this pill is incredibly important to us. I shall not refuse it," Chun Sun said earnestly, stepping forward to accept the pill from the air. With sincere gratitude, he bowed. "I shall never forget the kindness the Alchemy Hall has shown me." Moo moo. The old black bull also expressed its thanks, having troubled Chun Sun for quite some time. Every night, it watched him unable to sleep, even preparing for the worst. Ying nodded inwardly, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Chun Sun's words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. The sect would never skimp on resources for talent. Those managing the Spirit Herb Garden are often reclusive. Some raise turtles, others fish, and some even nurture spirit beasts, which seem to be their last form of spiritual solace, ensuring they do not drift aimlessly in the path of cultivation. Having endured countless years, the Wuyun sect has long since learned how to retain those who cultivate the water spirit technique. And the figures of the 10 major sects are even more formidable, with their descendants directly taught by grandmasters of the core formation stage. With a vast operational system, ancient sects must balance numerous aspects. They do not rely solely on combat and the strength of martial prowess. Junior brother Ruanzhong, Ying called softly, releasing a surge of mana, her consciousness spreading forth. Chun Sun and the old black bull suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. The power of her consciousness was astonishing, leagues beyond the foundational stage. This consciousness could easily dismantle various disguises. Even their headgear would be ineffective before it, unless one possessed items capable of shielding their consciousness. Nothing would escape her scrutiny. The more powerful the consciousness, the greater the advantage in battle. However, combat at the foundation stage is fierce, with vast amounts of mana, primarily utilizing area effect spells, while consciousness is often used for detection or support. Nevertheless, it is common knowledge in the cultivation world that consciousness cannot be trained to grow stronger. It only increases naturally with the advancement of one's cultivation level. For cultivators of equal level, the power of their consciousness is typically similar. Yet having undergone a leap in the level of life, those at the foundation stage have long surpassed the chi refinement stage. Whether it be the formidable mana shields or the enhancements to the body's fundamental capabilities during foundation establishment, they have entirely transcended the disciples of the chi refinement stage. To battle across a significant realm is a fool's errand. Chun Sun understood in his heart. Such a gap in cultivation levels only widens with each advancement. Senior Sister Zhua, Ruanzhong, approached leisurely, his hair and beard white and flowing, a rosy complexion adorning his face, a celestial sword strapped to his back, and dressed quite simply. "Please help Junior Brother Chun familiarize himself with the Alchemy Hall," Zhuing instructed, then turned to Chun Sun. "In 3 days, you may activate the restriction token and head to the Spirit Herb Garden. It will not hinder your duties in the sect's Great Hall." The two individuals clasped their hands in greeting and subsequently departed with a great black bull from the side hall. Outside the Alchemy Hall, countless disciples traversed back and forth, and upon seeing Chun Sun and Ruanzhong, they all bowed and addressed them as Shi Shu. Chun Sun relished the moment of being regarded as a senior, gazing enviously at the great black bull. "Chen Shidi, do you have an interest in the art of alchemy?" "Indeed, I have dabbled somewhat." "Ha, that's splendid. You must be aware of the foundational elixir for cultivation that I have heard a bit about it." Chun Sun chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat flustered. "Brother, I actually intend to visit the spiritual herb garden. I'm not preparing to practice alchemy. Ruanzhang's hand instinctively tightened around his white beard, his face a picture of astonishment. "Chen Shidi, You have only just made a breakthrough. Why would you go to that dismal spiritual herb garden? There is not a soul there, and how will you find the opportunity to advance in the sect? Brother Juan, to be candid, I have already cultivated the water spirit technique to the second layer. This is the only way I can contribute to the sect, Chen Sun replied with a gentle smile, fully appreciating Ruan Zheng's good intentions. Yet you must not give up. If you choose the path of alchemy, Ruan Zheng paused as a king emerged from behind them, casting a frosty glare at Ruan Zheng. Indeed, the spiritual herb garden is quite remarkable. It boasts a rich history, with spiritual veins underground, serving as the birthplace of countless spiritual herbs. It has undoubtedly benefited many disciples of our Wuyan sect. Ruan Zheng continued earnestly, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke slowly. It is also a place of elegance, which should greatly benefit your cultivation. Chen Shidi. Brother Ruan speaks wisely. Might I inquire what tasks are required? Chen Sun inquired with a smile and a bow. Ruan Zheng kept his gaze steady, yet his consciousness registered that Zhu Ying had departed. Suddenly, he felt a lack of enthusiasm. He had initially thought to enlist this newly inducted loose cultivator Shidi to assist him. In the foundation establishment phase, not only does one gain spiritual awareness, but the potency of alchemical fire also increases significantly, allowing him to refine some auxiliary herbs, thus saving him considerable time, far more useful than those disciples in the Qi refinement phase. Moreover, this Chen Sun, being a loose cultivator, appeared to have no significant backing within the sect. Persuading him to assist would be a simple task, and he might even feel grateful for the opportunity. At that point, Ruan Zheng could casually impart a few pointers to Chen Sun, effectively ensnaring him as a tool for his own use. How delightful that would be! This was the primary reason they had surrounded Chen Sun earlier. Exchanging flattering words, only to have their plans thwarted unexpectedly. The spiritual herb garden does not require annual submissions of herbs. If there is a need, someone will come to harvest them. It could be every 10 years, or perhaps even decades. Every 20 years, elders come to inspect the garden. If the precious herbs of the sect are damaged, Chen Sun Shidi would not fare well. So he must exercise caution. That a flicker of impatience crossed Ruan Zheng's eyes as he suddenly feigned surprise. Shidi, I have a furnace of elixirs yet to refine in my cave. I had completely forgotten. I must take my leave. Not at all. Please do not delay any important matters, Brother Ruan. Chen Sun smiled and bowed, stepping aside with a great black bull. Ruan Zheng nodded slightly and departed swiftly on his sword, as if hurrying to attend a family funeral. As they watched Ruan Zheng's retreating figure, they exchanged puzzled glances before heading towards the medicinal valley, preparing to pack their belongings. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples who greeted them respectfully, to which Chen Sun responded with a smile. Within the medicinal valley, the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Chen Sun sat before the waterfall with the great black bull, his expression serene. Moo. Not at all. If a person holds no value, what significance do they possess in this world? Chen Sun gazed deeply into the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old bull, do not ponder too much. Our sect has bestowed great kindness upon us, and that alone suffices. Moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Sun, acknowledging that they were indeed mere passers-by in each other's lives. With no need for overly dark thoughts, one must harbor no ill intentions towards others. Yet it is wise to be vigilant. The true spiritual herb garden of the sect requires careful observation. The old rules still apply. Moo, moo. The great black bull bellowed, its eyes gleaming with determination as it regarded Chen Sun, that one's potential should remain concealed, reveal merely a fraction of strength, and avoid seeking the limelight. Focus on living well. Chen Sun's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the great black bull, who nodded in agreement. They had many places yet to explore and much knowledge still to acquire. I plan to devise a cultivation plan for us, spanning over 300 years. There is much for us to learn. Moo moo. Old bull, gather our belongings. It's time to move. Moo. The great black bull stood up excitedly, exhaling a great puff of breath, and began to collect the formation flags and stones. Chen Sun also rushed into the ground cave, tidying up pots, pans, and their wooden carvings, becoming busy once more. Inside the cave, Chen Sun picked up a somewhat decayed wooden carving. Its broken tail had begun to darken. He sighed softly, handling it with care. This was a gift from the boss, after such a long time in this realm of cultivation. I doubt I will encounter anyone like that boss again. But a low murmur filled the cave as it was cleaned meticulously. The next disciple to arrive here would find it much more convenient. In the medicinal valley, Chun Sun's voice rang out. Old bull, little chick, be gentler. We need to take them with us. Moo moo, old bull, just tie their feet with hemp rope. I'll fetch our wild boar. We managed to catch it in the mountains 2 years ago, and now it has given birth. We must not be careless. Moo moo. Under the vast sky, the duo, one person and one bull, rushed about in the medicinal valley, while the cave behind the waterfall was destroyed, covered in countless fragments of stone. The spiritual herbs within were harvested and placed into medicinal boxes. The great black bull swiftly swallowed them into its storage pouch, prompting Chun Sun to exclaim in admiration and even sing, "Listen to me. Thank you for having you." The great black bull felt tense, beads of sweat forming on its brow as its ears twitched. Chun Sun's singing was truly off-key, and it resolved to find an opportunity to remind him in the future. The following day, under the radiant sun, they approached the edge of the pool, their expressions slightly tense. "Old bull, let us begin. I have extended my spiritual awareness. Everything is under my control," Chun Sun declared before walking toward the distance. Moo. The great black bull let out a call, its internal energy surging as its hooves waved. Bubbles began to erupt from the flowing water, and 2 formation flags suddenly shot up from the depths, while numerous boulders quietly emerged from the bottom of the pool. That a basic small-scale illusion formation. It can conceal a small area of rubble. With an enhancement from spiritual energy, it can obscure a large expanse of stones. Moo. The great black bull roared again, its expression serious. 3 unremarkable pieces of rubble suddenly stirred. No one could discern that they were formation stones. Bubbles began to rise from another part of the pool, and a faint glimmer flickered amidst the mud. A small whirlpool formed, and the great black bull, swift and alert, plunged into the water. Hidden within the mud was a medicinal box containing an ordinary century-old spiritual herb. The great black bull carefully retrieved it and cast a spell in the water, revealing 3 hidden formation flags from the mud. The bubbles in the water surged faster, the mud churning violently, growing increasingly murky. The great black bull grinned, extending its hooves to retrieve a bag of spiritual herb seeds wrapped in the formation. And in an instant it burst forth from the pool, swiftly swallowing the seeds. Moo. The great black bull called to Chun Sun, who sat joyously by the water's edge. This was a treasure trove of seeds for foundational elixirs. "Old bull, let us move," Chun Sun commanded from afar, hands clasped behind his back. Moo. The great black bull dashed forward. Today, an extraordinary scene unfolded at Wuyun's sect. A foundation establishment cultivator was leading 2 wild boars, followed by a troop of piglets, while carrying a basket of chirping chicks on his back. The black bull spirit beast beside him was adorned with mountain chickens tied at its feet, their eyes devoid of life, offering no resistance as they stared blankly at the sky. The great black bull even had 2 baskets of eggs hanging from its horns, despite the rugged mountain path. Their steps remained remarkably steady. Is this sure shoe heading down the mountain for market day? No, I believe he is preparing to practice some grand spell that requires them. One must not hastily speculate about sure shoe. The might of foundation establishment is beyond our comprehension as chi refinement disciples. Indeed, indeed. Passers-by among the disciples whispered among themselves, yet their eyes brimmed with respect. Such was the prowess of the elder. Everything they did was justified. Even if one were to perform the most menial tasks, they would be able to make it seem noble. The true spiritual herb garden of the sect lay in a remote and seldom visited location. It can be said that this place is a secluded forest deep within the mountains, where cultivators of the foundation establishment stage guard every corner with unwavering vigilance. The spiritual energy here is remarkably dense, truly a site of spiritual veins within the Yuzhu mountain range. Before even stepping in, Chun Sun felt a jolt in his heart. All around were caves and formations, with flashes of light occasionally darting through the air. Moo. The great black bull lowed softly, a hint of anxiety in its heart. This was undoubtedly the most perilous yet secure location of the Wuyun sect. Chirp, chirp. their wild boar and mountain chickens began to tremble, the primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls causing them to emit frantic cries. Silence. Chen Sun frowned, discontent with their fright at merely coming to witness the world. As soon as he spoke, the mountain boars and wild chickens were instantly drenched in cold sweat, falling silent. This individual exuded a more formidable presence. Old Bull, look, the Fuguang Xianin Great Formation. Moo. They gazed upward, stunned by what they beheld, a wondrous sight. Akin to the northern lights, a splendid and magnificent curtain of light, resembling a beautiful pillar rising into the heavens, which then transformed into a billowing canopy. It enveloped a mysterious realm, graceful and unfathomable. Instilling a sense of awe, the great black bull's heart surged with excitement. Its eyes widened like copper bells. This was the legendary Great Formation, and it would surely devise even stronger formations in the future. Suddenly, several streams of consciousness swept over unabashedly. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, holding the restrictive token and stating, "Old Bull, let's go." Point two mid-foundation establishment cultivators sat cross-legged before the Great Formation. Their eyes momentarily closed before they abruptly opened, fixating on several figures ahead. Astonishment etched upon their faces. This person bore an air of wisdom, reminiscent of a peculiar sage. Having met the two senior brothers, I have come to cultivate spiritual herbs and have already reported my duties in the sect's great hall. Chen Sun said with a calm smile, presenting the restrictive token. It turned out to be a junior from the alchemy hall. The two exchanged cautious glances, accepting the token with care, their consciousness probing within. There are no issues. The place you are assigned is at the Jinwei Huiquan stream. Within the spiritual herb garden point, one of them returned the token to Chen Sun, adding, "The herb garden is not to be trespassed. Each restrictive token only permits access to one location." "Thank you, senior brothers." Chen Sun expressed his gratitude, thinking that had the two brothers not appeared so ethereal, he might have offered one of the mountain chickens as a gift. "Go ahead, Chun Shitty," they replied calmly, then resumed their cultivation, taking their positions. Chen Sun squinted slightly, realizing they even knew his name. It seemed this restrictive token was not as simple as it appeared, serving as a reminder not to cause disturbances in the herb garden. He casually led the great black bull and the livestock into the depths, instantly vanishing within the Great Formation. "Old Bull, focus." Moo. The moment Chen Sun and the great black bull stepped inside, anomalies arose. Countless probing glances approached, and the essence of myriad beings within them incessantly warned. After a stick of incense burned, these probing eyes finally dissipated. Chen Sun gazed at the heavens, where streams of flowing light danced, as if encased within a kaleidoscopic glass dome, isolated from the world outside, rendering the exterior completely opaque to the unfolding events within. Surrounding them was a shroud of deep mist. Not even the slightest hint of consciousness could penetrate beyond half a mile, obscuring all visibility. Everything felt so serene and tranquil, yet the spiritual energy here was intoxicating. What rich spiritual energy, truly deserving of being a site of spiritual veins, Chen Sun exclaimed to the great black bull, marveling at their first encounter with such spiritual veins, yet uncertain of its grade. The spiritual veins in the cultivation world are classified into 9 grades, based on quality and size, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th the lowest, offering boundless utility, even potentially giving rise to accompanying spiritual stone veins. However, there are legends that suggest the existence of spiritual veins beyond the first grade. Yet, no one has ever witnessed them. Even the first-grade spiritual veins have faded into obscurity, making the search for those above them seem a futile endeavor. Moo moo moo. The great black bull rejoiced, indifferent to the grade, certain they had struck gold regardless. Indeed, Old Bull, I once read that the emergence of a 5th-grade spiritual vein could incite a great war in the cultivation world. Chen Sun said nonchalantly, pondering the truth of it, contemplating further research into these spiritual veins. Perhaps during their travels, they would stumble upon a 1st-grade spiritual vein. Moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Sun, lifting its head confidently. Of course, we have accrued so much merit. This spiritual vein not only hastens cultivation, but also possesses exceptionally pure spiritual energy, proving even more effective during breakthroughs. making it a coveted pursuit for countless cultivators and the root cause of numerous conflicts. Old Bull, let us proceed to Huiquan Stream. Let us find lodging. Moo Moo. Chun Sun infused his mana into the restrictive token, causing the surrounding mist to slowly recede, unveiling a narrow path that stretched endlessly before them. They began to walk leisurely, engaging in light-hearted banter, their strange laughter sending shivers down the spines of the wild boars trailing behind them. The spiritual herb garden at Huiquan Stream lay nestled within the great formation's core, enveloped in a misty white haze, obscuring all vision, even covering the paths they had traversed. Moo. The great black bull warily nudged Chun Sun, acutely aware that their orientation was shifting. Retracing their steps would undoubtedly lead to disorientation. Fear not. We are not here to do anything wrong. Relax, Chun Sun smiled, patting the great black bull, feeling a sense of comfort that his companion had grown to this extent after spending so much time together. Moo. The great black bull grinned, as if to agree. We are indeed good people. The restrictive token hovered in midair, seeming to meld into a thin membrane, revealing the expansive vista of Huiquan Stream before Chun Sun and the great black bull. Wow! Moo! Chirp! They all appeared momentarily frozen. Even the piglets widened their eyes, captivated by the astonishing spectacle. It felt as if they were merely wishing to carry the dreams of dawn, dragging the splendid sunlight through every corner of their souls, even warming the darkest recesses. The garden was dotted with numerous peculiar spiritual herbs, some nestled in the gently flowing mountain stream, others thriving in patches of fertile land. They trod upon the verdant grass, feeling as if they were submerged in an expansive green ocean. Though enveloped by formations, a refreshing breeze wafted over, causing Chun Sun to recline upon the ground. Lying here, I simply wish to quietly admire the blue sky and white clouds. The piglets began to frolic, disappearing into the grass, occasionally standing still, as if savoring boundless joy. The great black bull also began to run with a grin, even starting to graze on the grass. While the mountain chickens flanked him, clucking in a flurry, "Big brother, let us run too." The spiritual herb garden stretched beneath the boundless sky, a vast expanse of green, yet not overwhelming. Small hills dotted the garden, all draped in green. It resembled a grand painting unfurling across the heavens and the earth. The green was so pure, so distant, with an overwhelming sense of emptiness, akin to a tranquil sea. Atop the hills grew several silver-white flowers, emitting gentle glimmers of white light, while streams of emerald flowed throughout the garden, as if gently cascading into the clouds. The realm of the herb garden was shrouded in tranquility, a gentle breeze caressing the grass, causing waves to undulate, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. Chun Sun lay on the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze drifting toward the distant mountain stream winding through the verdant fields, flowing toward the unknown. Indeed, when the clouds arrive, the grassland is a deep green, the winds surge, and the green waves roll. As he pondered, Chun Sun and the great black bull shared a moment. Who dared to pull them away? He wanted to showcase the might of the fireball technique. Old bull, let us enjoy this sanctuary, a haven for cultivation. Chun Sun slowly rose, exhaling deeply. Moo! The great black bull called out from a distance, still chewing on grass. Old bull, let us get to work. We need to set up chicken coops and pig pens. This is of utmost importance. Moo. They hastily commenced the felling of trees. Although these ancient giants towered above, they were no match for Chun Sun's mighty axe. Meanwhile, the great black bull began dragging the timber in search of a feng shui treasure location. The mountainside bore not only a few caves, but also traces of cultivation, suggesting recent activity. This was to be expected. Managing a single medicinal garden was already a significant undertaking, let alone two. No one would willingly invite such trouble upon themselves. Chun Sun recognized all the rare spiritual herbs present here and was pleasantly surprised to discover two foundational elixirs accompanied by auxiliary herbs. With the mountain-cleaving axe in hand, he sighed deeply. The abundance of spiritual herbs here paled in comparison to that of the medicinal valley, making this endeavor both effortless and rewarding, and he found himself lost in a profound sense of glee. While they may not be prodigies of cultivation, Talent is always in demand, regardless of the realm. Hunger would not be their fate. Old bull, I entrust the spiritual herbs to you, Chun Sun called out. Pulling out a small booklet, I shall begin crafting our cultivation plan. Learning knows no bounds, haha. They had yet to embark on the basics of minor spells, formations, or talismanic inscriptions. Most importantly, they were without a cultivation method and would eventually need to acquire a foundational technique. Moo moo, the great black bull replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Chun Sun buried the restrictive token at the entrance of the Huaichuan Gorge to ward off any unwelcome entities. A touch of caution is never misplaced. However, the fact that this foundational elixir could indeed enhance their cultivation was remarkable. Had it not been for the absence of a proper technique, the enhancement would have yielded nothing but solitude. Had he and the old bull not been elevated to the heavens long ago? Damn it! Such elixirs should not be consumed recklessly. Without the correct cultivation route, the pure medicinal energy nearly ruptured their meridians. Fortunately, the defensive measures taken prevented any calamity. Henceforth, they could not afford to engage in such reckless antics. They had yet to attain the realm of self-created techniques. Chun Sun mused. The foundational elixir was already precious, surpassing many other foundational pills designed to enhance cultivation. He wondered how far the enhancement could take them. It would be ideal if it could continue indefinitely. He gazed skyward, observing the formations still in operation, though it no longer sought to probe them. Nevertheless, a sense of insecurity lingered. Patience was required. Some matters should not be exposed too readily. And careful observation was warranted, but a slight smile curled at the corners of Chun Sun's lips as he returned his attention to the booklet, intrigued by the basic five-element evasion technique. The rare spiritual herbs did not require daily nurturing through the water spirit art. However, their consumption was considerable. With over 100 spiritual herbs, a single nurturing session consumed a fraction of their mana, yet they could go several years without further attention. This was merely the controlled application of the water spirit art. If fully unleashed, the extraordinary spiritual energy within the water could sustain these herbs for over a decade. The great black bull had once attempted to nurture them using only a fraction of the water spirit art's power. But the herbs showed no reaction, akin to ordinary water being poured over them. Over time, they merely withered as their medicinal potency dissipated, for this was not the environment they truly required for growth. Nevertheless, the peculiar spiritual energy within the water spirit art differed significantly from that of the natural world. Chun Sun possessed a keen sensitivity to minor spells, yet the moment was not ripe for thorough study. They each began to busy themselves, preparing to transform Huaichuan Gorge into a suitable dwelling, a place they intended to inhabit for centuries, demanding utmost diligence. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, Chun Sun emerged from the medicinal garden, leading the great black bull as countless probing gazes descended upon them. However, once they exited the formation, their senior brothers no longer scrutinized them. The once-in-20 years pilgrimage to South Dipper Mountain was fast approaching. Each year, the Weiyun sect welcomed numerous new disciples while many elders quietly descended the mountain. They often exchanged glances, one filled with youthful vigor, the other burdened by age. The elder seemed to see a reflection of his former self, while the youth felt an invigorated resolve, vowing never to succumb to such decline in their later years. Within the mountain range, numerous caves and humble wooden huts for chi refinement disciples existed. An elder, having recently celebrated his 60th birthday, sat within one such abode, meticulously packing his belongings. His temples were slightly grayed, yet his physique remained robust, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Although his face bore the marks of time, it was evident he had once been a striking young man. This elder was Ji Kun. His vitality had not yet waned. Those at the 10th level of chi refinement could typically live to a century, a considerable difference compared to ordinary folk. Still, he was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions. He intended to join this year's pilgrimage to South Dipper Mountain. The sect had relaxed its regulations for experienced disciples, and Ji Kun was unsurprisingly included on the list. Knocked at a series of knocks echoed from outside, causing Ji Kun to furrow his brow, a flicker of wariness crossing his mind. With the pilgrimage imminent, he hoped no unforeseen events would arise. Rising slowly, he approached the door, and upon seeing the figure before him, he stood frozen, as if carved from wood, struck by astonishment. Before him was a familiar, smiling face, unchanged from the one he had encountered years ago on the flying vessel, brimming with youthful ambition. "Master Chun," Ji Kuan said, his voice tinged with bittersweetness as he lowered his head and clasped his hands in respect. The visage remained as youthful as ever. It was evident that Chun Sun had successfully established his foundation. He had long heard that upon breaking through to a new realm, one could experience rejuvenation or retain their original appearance. All birthed from the heart. Time flowed on, its passage marked by the ebb and flow of life. It seemed that Chun Sun thrived, unlike Ji Kun, who had fallen into disarray as a wave of bitter memories surged within him. His own failures were painful, yet the successes of others weighed even heavier upon his heart, causing Ji Kun to bend even lower. Their paths had diverged, and a sense of estrangement now lingered between them. The distant mountains and nearby hills were shrouded in a misty haze. Gazing around, it felt as if countless moths fluttered restlessly among the thousand valleys, transforming the world into a grayish white. The first snowfall of the Yuzhu Mountains descended quietly, blanketing the landscape. Ji Kun. Chun Sun hesitated before calling out his name. "Master Chun, your visit to my humble abode truly brings honor." Ji Kun beamed, his smile reflecting a newfound shrewdness. "Please come in." The cold wind howled as the nearly shattered door rattled against its frame. Chun Sun nodded gently and stepped inside. The interior was stark, with only a bed and a table, both worn and aged. Much like Ji Kun himself, "I did not expect Master Chun to come," Ji Kun said respectfully, his words trailing off as he noticed the cold draft swirling in the room, causing strands of white hair to dance in the breeze. "I came to see an old friend," Chun Sun replied calmly, surveying the surroundings while avoiding Ji Kun's gaze. Ji Kun felt a jolt at this response, falling silent for a long moment before smiling broadly. "To be friend with Master Chun is indeed my honor." Chun Sun slowly turned to face Ji Kun, whose smile remained a bittersweet mask, his eyes evasive. "Over the years, I have heard you have not fared well in the outer sect," Chun Sun remarked. "Master Chun, you exaggerate. It has been many years since then," Ji Kun replied, lowering his head and clasping his hands slowly, his gray robe now a stark reminder of his plight. Despite being in close proximity, they felt worlds apart. He and Chun Sun were no longer of the same realm. "Did you never consider seeking me out?" "I am well aware of my limited talents and would not wish to burden Master Chun," Ji Kun replied. "Ji Kun," Chun Sun suddenly roared, startling the great black bull outside, causing it to shudder. Ji Kun remained in place, a sorrowful smile on his face, the corners of his eyes creasing with age as the wind howled through the wooden hut, battering his weathered visage. "Ji Kun, is this how far you have fallen?" Chun Sun frowned, his chest rising and falling as anger bubbled within him. "Where's your spirit? I must tell you, I was quite displeased with you back at Chinya Cliff." "Moo," the great black bull echoed from behind, remembering how Ji Kun had ignored them back then. Hearing this, Ji Kun felt an even deeper sorrow. It was evident they had come to humiliate him. "Master Chun, please forgive me. You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chun Sun retorted angrily, his robe billowing without wind as a surge of mana erupted, shaking the rickety wooden hut and threatening its very stability. Ji Kun was swept back by the force, his hair disheveled, crashing against the wall with a muffled grunt, his expression darkened with growing anger. "Master Chun, why must you humiliate me? I am already in this pitiful state. What more do you desire?" Swish! Chun Sun's fury intensified as he moved swiftly, seizing Ji Kun's robe, and shouted, "The Ji brother I knew back then was not like this." He was a figure akin to a brother, not this despondent wretch. The pupils of the great black bull constricted. After all these years, he had never witnessed Chun Sun in such a state of fury. "Ha!" Ji Kun laughed, his entire body trembling with mirth, his eyes reddening, and a profound sorrow enveloping him. There was no trace of the spirited Ji Kun, merely a rural figure from the realm of cultivation, confined to a narrow perspective. "You laugh at your own mother." Boom! Chun Sun unleashed a punch toward Ji Kun's side, shattering a terrifying hole in the wall behind him. Cold winds howling incessantly, Ji Kun broke out in a cold sweat, finally calming down. The chilling gust from behind filled him with an unsettling sense of dread. Chun Sun slowly raised his fist again, his violent spiritual energy crashing against Ji Kuan, as if seeking to deliver a fatal blow. His gaze sharpened, icy determination reflected in his eyes, and he struck with ferocity. Moo! Chun Sun! Whoosh! The fierce wind generated by the punch abruptly halted, mere inches from Ji Kuan's face, causing his grayish-white hair to be swept back in the wake of the force. Yet, Ji Kuan did not blink. Staring intently at Chun Sun, calmly stating, "Master Uncle, please lower your hand." Chun Sun stepped back, lowering his hand, his expression still devoid of warmth. "That I will go to the South Dipper Mountain's secret realm. I know. In the past, many events transpired within the South Dipper Mountain's secret realm, and I wish not to involve you. Has it been resolved? It has, but I can no longer remain among the outer sect's disciples." Ji Kuan's demeanor grew somber, showing signs of aging. His gaze toward Chun Sun shifted, a sense of relief washing over him. "That I never expected you to remember my congratulatory wishes for your foundation establishment. Master Uncle, please have a seat." The howling wind continued to swirl through the gaping hole, yet the two sat across from each other at a wooden table, the great black bull daring only to poke its head through the door. Having been frightened by Chun Sun today, suddenly, the two resumed their conversation as if nothing had transpired. It turned out that after Ji Kuan had departed with his junior sister, he had found the person who had fled at the last moment, compelling Ji Kuan to entrust the spiritual herbs to him for safekeeping. Naturally, Ji Kuan refused, and both were filled with rage, leading to a fierce altercation, each employing lethal techniques. The junior sister joined Ji Kuan's side, and together they vanquished the betrayer within the South Dipper Mountain. The individual capable of teaming up with them was no weakling. He was a colleague among the outer sect's disciples and a distant relative of an elder. Yet upon returning, the junior sister suddenly turned traitor, accusing Ji Kuan of harming fellow disciples. She distorted the truth, claiming that the spiritual herbs had been gathered together, but Ji Kuan had turned against her and launched a surprise attack. To protect herself, she had to resort to subterfuge, offering herself to placate Ji Kuan. That Ji Kuan had indeed acted imprudently. Unlike Chun Sun, who had taken several of that person's belongings, it could be said that he was caught red-handed. But fortunately, he insisted that it was others from different sects who had committed the murder, preventing the situation from escalating further. Not only the Wuyin sect, but all sects strictly prohibited infighting among disciples. However, they could not simply take the junior sister's word for it. Yet, under the elders' manipulations, Ji Kuan's spiritual herbs and contributions were attributed to the junior sister. Most foundation-establishing elders were inherently indifferent. And since Ji Kuan was not their biological child, they merely sought to regain face through him. Those years had been tough for Ji Kuan, but thanks to the protection of the sect, he managed to escape unscathed. Nonetheless, he bore the infamy of harming fellow disciples. Former friends distanced themselves from him, and even finding a position within the sect became exceedingly difficult. In such dire circumstances, how could he dare approach Chun Sun? He did not wish to bring harm to that perpetually cheerful and innocent junior brother who led the Black Bull. He endured humiliation and suffering, all in preparation for the upcoming expedition to South Dipper Mountain, planning for one final gamble over the next 20 years. "Brother Ji, if you return from South Dipper Mountain, you shall always be my senior brother." "Master Uncle, you must first allow me to speak." Chun Sun interrupted Ji Kuan, his expression grave as he retrieved a small booklet and a magical artifact from his storage pouch. This was a high-grade yellow-tier artifact, valued at 2,000 contribution points. This booklet contains some insights I gained during my time at South Dipper Mountain, which can aid you in acquiring those 3 primary spiritual herbs. Ji Kuan gasped in shock, leaping to his feet and exclaiming, "How can this be permissible? Chun Sun, you owe me nothing." "This 2,000 contributions are what you owe me," Chun Sun replied steadily. "Should you return with the foundation herbs, I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain and personally present you with foundation pills." He spoke each word deliberately, gradually lifting his gaze to meet Ji Kuan's. Suddenly, he smiled. "We both hail from the 9-Star Valley. Naturally, we should look out for one another." This familiar phrase surfaced in Ji Kuan's mind, reminiscent of the words he had spoken to Chun Sun when they first arrived at the Wuyin sect. He never expected Chun Sun would remember them for so many years that Ji Kuan seemed unable to maintain his composure any longer. He trembled, having experienced the great ups and downs of life. ultimately realizing who his true friends were. Lowering his head, his eyes reddened, lips quivering. The realm of cultivation was grand and magnificent. One could never be perpetually alone amidst the competition that I strive not to be solitary. Challenging fate itself, I seek longevity. Jikun, for reasons unknown, recalled a passage from ancient texts, feeling an inexplicable tingle at the nape of his neck. He slowly fixed his gaze upon Shin Sun, their eyes locking. And he nodded earnestly, shedding any pretenses. What is that woman's name? Su Yi Tong. If Brother Ji cannot return, I will handle this matter, Chun Sun declared. When she vanishes from the world, the sect will find no trace of her. Ji Kun would not think that Chun Sun truly considered himself a benevolent person. Chun Sun slowly rose, revealing a chilling expression Ji Kun had never seen before. If Brother Ji returns, I will not interfere in your affairs with her. Ji Kun inhaled deeply, suddenly perceiving Chun Sun anew. I understand now. Sometimes, the bond between men need not be articulated extensively. Chun Sun nodded slightly and turned to leave, but paused at the door to say, Brother Ji, I will wait for you at the foot of that mountain, but I shall not disappoint you. Ji Kun's eyes suddenly became sharp, sensing an indescribable surge of power within him. This is the Ji Kun I know. That a soft murmur escaped as Chun Sun led the great black bull away, fading from sight. Brother Ji, I will return later to help you repair the wooden house. The old bull, and I will go chop wood. Moo. In the distance, two voices echoed, their footsteps resolute amidst the wind and snow. Ji Kun clenched his fists tightly, gazing into the distance, veins bulging on his arms and forehead. This time he must win. He would not disappoint them. Time swiftly passed, and May arrived once more. The Wuyun sect rang with the sound of bells, and 5 soaring eagle cries resonated as 5 majestic green cliff eagles appeared in the sky. They circled gracefully in the heavens, their eyes glinting with cold light, fixated on the ground as they flew toward the sect master peak. The once-in-20 years expedition to South Dipper Mountain had finally commenced. Chun Sun stood at the foot of the mountain, leading the great black bull, gazing upward with a calm demeanor. Old bull, let us proceed. Moo. They were heading toward the outskirts of the mountain, preparing to visit an important person at the sect's marketplace. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage lingered at various locations within the Wuyun sect, glancing up at the sky while discussing the upcoming expedition to South Dipper Mountain, completely unaware that a master uncle was leading a black bull past them. The Shinju marketplace, nestled beyond the Jade Bamboo Mountain range, was one of Wuyun sect's marketplaces, a hub for countless loose cultivators and disciples from various sections. However, to enter this marketplace, one must traverse a vast expanse of towering bamboo groves. If a mortal were to stray inside, they would only find themselves lost as the gentle breeze swept through. The bamboo forest swayed gently, producing a rhythmic sound akin to enchanting melodies wafting through the air. Upon seeing a figure, scattered cultivators and sect disciples were taken aback, hurriedly bowing in deference. Yet the individual smiled in return, exuding warmth, leading a black bull spirit beast by the hand, clad in the gray-blue robes of the Wuyun sect. He was undoubtedly a foundation-establishing cultivator of the esteemed Wuyun sect. As they traversed the bamboo grove, a sudden clarity emerged before them, revealing countless tiered lofts that greeted the eye, bustling with the lively atmosphere of the marketplace, where small auctions were held from time to time. The scattered cultivators bore vigilant expressions. Although the marketplace was secure, the outside world was anything but. With individuals hurrying past, Chun Sun smiled faintly, as if recognizing his former self in them. They seemed to be living the same precarious existence he once did. Moo. The great black bull glanced around, realizing they had now taken on the role of elder brothers, a feeling that was truly different. No one dared to cast them sidelong glances anymore, and respect was evident in their demeanor. The black bull couldn't help but wag its tail, feeling quite content. Old bull, let us go. He is in the talisman shop of the sect. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chun Sun, and they strode confidently through the sect's marketplace, no longer needing to conceal themselves. The Shurfeng talisman shop bustled with activity, thriving with business. Yet, at the periphery beyond the lofts, a middle-aged man was reprimanding a few disciples, his words incessantly spilling forth, leaving the young ones visibly impatient. This man appeared to be in his 50s at the 10th level of chi refinement. Exuding righteousness with a tall and robust stature, his speech tinged with a tone of disappointment. After a few incense sticks worth of time, the middle-aged man finally ceased his lecture, and the disciples of the Wuyun sect fled as if from a disaster, muttering under their breath about their misfortune. The middle-aged man, with hands clasped behind his back, shook his head, lamenting, "Time slips away so swiftly. They should seize the opportunity to cultivate, for when old age arrives, the chance will be lost." Time, with its vicissitudes, has swept away countless years, leaving only the visage, carved by the passage of time. Le Fong. Chun Sun smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. The middle-aged man was startled, looking at Chun Sun across the street, and joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Master Chun Sun." This scene was rather peculiar, as a middle-aged man addressed a remarkably youthful boy as his Uncle Master. Come, Uncle Master, I did not expect you to have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. What a delight." Lu Feng's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum as he hurried over, grasping Chun Sun's hand and the rope of the Black Bull. "Uncle Master, Black Bull, come inside." "Hey, take it easy, Moo." They were again forcibly dragged by Lu Feng. Reminiscent of their arrival at the Wuyun sect, where this senior brother had always been so enthusiastic in the backyard, Chun Sun sat on a stone bench while Lu Feng stood beside him. Clasping his hands and not daring to take a seat, "Lu Feng, please sit down." "Yes, Uncle Master." Lu Feng's voice bore a slight rasp. The two sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of mild nostalgia and joy. "Lu Feng, why have you descended the mountains so early? You still have ample time ahead. Surely, you too have prospects for foundation establishment," Chun Sun inquired, puzzled as he had not observed any signs of despair from Lu Feng. "Uncle Master, you may not be aware, but the Law Enforcement Hall imposes an age restriction on disciples in the Qi refinement stage. They cannot exceed 50, but you could also practice in other halls." "Haha, Uncle Master, my aspirations do not lie here." Lu Feng gently shook his head, speaking earnestly. "I am but a four-element spiritual root, found by my master at the foot of the mountain and raised by the Wuyun sect. My skills in combat are lacking. I can't even break into the top 5,000 of the sect's grand competition, and if I were to remain within the sect, would it not be a waste of resources for cultivation? As for foundation establishment, I have never contemplated inspire my junior brothers and sisters to cultivate diligently is my greatest wish." Lu Feng smiled broadly, gazing at Chun Sun with only a sense of contentment. For witnessing his junior brother Chun Sun's foundation establishment was already a source of great satisfaction. Chun Sun felt as though his words were stuck in his throat. He sensed that anything he said now seemed feeble. Lu Feng was truly a remarkable individual. In contrast, I find myself lagging behind. Seeing you, brother Lu Feng, with such a mindset gives me peace." Chun Sun smiled warmly. "Uncle Master need not worry. Not all cultivators seek longevity, and I harbor no regrets. Haha, in this life, one may encounter many people and numerous events. Yet as long as one can extract wisdom from these experiences, that is sufficient." Chun Sun suddenly clasped his hands in a gesture of celebration, noting that brother Lu Feng had indeed found his path, and offered his congratulations. The two burst into hearty laughter, leaving the great Black Bull bewildered. "What are you two rambling on about?" As they strolled leisurely through the tranquil backyard, discussing past events, their hearts became expansive. Chun Sun, unusually patient, listened to Lu Feng's chatter. After a time, Chun Sun and the great Black Bull took their leave. "Uncle Master, Black Bull, time flies. Do not become too absorbed in trivial pursuits." Lu Feng called after their retreating figures, his expression tinged with urgency. Chun Sun turned with a flourish, clasping his hands and laughing heartily. "Chun Sun will remember. Moo." The great Black Bull also turned to call out, affirming its commitment. The two departed the marketplace, while Lu Feng stood gazing at the vanishing figures for a long while, ultimately letting out a gentle sigh before returning to the talisman shop to prepare to randomly select a fortunate disciple. With Chun Sun as a role model, he wondered which young scamp would dare to squander their time and neglect their cultivation. Chun Sun and the great Black Bull returned to the Spirit Herb Garden, diligently tending to the growth of spiritual herbs, their primary focus being the intricate floating light profound matrix. leaving no room for distractions. They tended to mountain chickens and wild boars, eagerly perusing the comprehensive guide to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which left them salivating over the riches contained within. There were items like gung metal, which could enhance the sharpness of weapons during forging, and 8 treasure red gold, which could remarkably augment the compatibility of one's internal mana with magical artifacts, significantly increasing their power. Moreover, there was the Xian Ice Jade liquid, which could be utilized to cultivate one's vision, possessing the ability to dispel illusions, thereby allowing one to see through various restrictions. Another intriguing item, known as the illusion True Stone Milk, left the great black bull drooling. This substance could fortify the body if it were used to refine its horns. It would be invincible, unbreakable by any means. Perched atop a hill in the herb garden, one man and one bull gazed down at the meadow. "Old bull, this is truly remarkable. My horizons have expanded greatly. I never realized the cultivation world was filled with such wonders," Chun Sun exclaimed, continually pointing to intriguing items within the text. The great black bull was equally captivated, and this was merely the most basic information. Chun Sun finally understood that this iron essence was merely the lowest grade of material for crafting magical artifacts, and his foundational axe had a long journey ahead. They became engrossed, at times lamenting over the fact that such items were not theirs, and at other moments, laughing maniacally at the prospect of perhaps acquiring them in the future. The excitement grew as they continued to explore the herb garden, their strange calls frightening the mountain chickens and wild boars into a frenzy. The path to immortality was long and winding, and the future held endless unknowns and excitement for them. "Old bull, let us head to the alchemy hall and see. It seems the elders could use some help from Foundation establishment disciples," Chun Sun suggested to the great black bull, smiling that we seek no reward. Merely learning some alchemical knowledge from our seniors would suffice. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, aware that they had responsibilities in the spirit herb garden, and the elders would not keep them for long. Chun Sun made preparations and began leading the great black bull toward the alchemy hall. The guards outside the formation paid them no heed. As long as they weren't embarking on a long journey, it was a minor matter. This was no prison. Chun Sun sought out Elder Jing Huang within the alchemy hall, expressing his willingness to assist in alchemical endeavors without charge. Hoping to learn a thing or two. Oh my! This delighted Jing Huang immensely. He stroked his beard repeatedly, exclaiming, "With your mindset, junior brother Chun Sun, you are undoubtedly destined for the Golden Core stage. This is truly a fortuitous event." Foundation establishment disciples are often busier than those in the Qi refinement stage, each one with their noses in the air. Moreover, it is astonishingly offered free of charge, without even requiring Chun Sun to provide the spirit stones necessary to replenish his depleted magical energy. Most importantly, he is able to utilize that remarkable spiritual awareness, which is far more advantageous than relying on his nominal disciples. It undoubtedly enhances the success rate of alchemy. However, Chun Sun has also laid down certain ground rules, as he has matters pertaining to his medicinal garden to attend to and cannot frequently visit. Jing Huang, being quite straightforward, remarked that they are all fellow disciples of the alchemy hall, and such formalities would be excessive. He would never press Chun Sun to do more than he is willing. Chun Sun felt a great sense of joy. Indeed, it is easier to communicate within a department, for if he were to venture into that equipment hall, he would likely be driven away. The rules of the Weiyun sect are stringent, not to be taken lightly as in a small village. For half a month, Chun Sun remained in a certain alchemy chamber, while the great black bull read nearby. Jing Huang provided him with numerous low-tier spirit herbs for refining, and the resulting elixirs delighted Jing Huang, proving to be far more effective than those crafted by his disciples. However, he had never taught Chun Sun any alchemical techniques. This knowledge is a legacy, and he merely offered him guidance on some basic alchemical principles, which Chun Sun was content with, for instance as they sipped tea in Jing Huang's cave today. Chun Sun's spiritual awareness was significantly depleted, requiring time for recovery. This was the first time Jing Huang had invited Chun Sun to his cave as a guest. "Senior brother Jing, is it truly possible to refine more than one batch of Foundation establishment pills from this primary spirit herb?" Chun Sun exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the immense loss he had incurred. He stared in disbelief at Jing Huang, pondering how many spirit herbs could potentially yield multiple batches of pills. Jing Huang chuckled and shook his head, bemused by Chun Sun's apparent lack of understanding. Of course, the potency of the spirit herb can be so overwhelming that it adversely affects the refinement of the pills, and the Foundation Establishment pill is one such example. For instance, if a spirit herb that matures in 30 years is used to refine a pill, and you instead use one that has matured for 300 years, what do you think the outcome would be? The potency of the pill would be greatly enhanced, right? Chun Sun mused, recalling some past experiences where he had made such mistakes. Haha, dear brother Chun, you are mistaken. That would only lead to the pill disintegrating, as it simply cannot withstand such a surge of potency. Jing Huang laughed heartily while savoring his tea, finding Chun Sun to be quite entertaining. When water is too full, it spills. When the moon is full, it wanes. Extremes tend to reverse, and the same applies to the spirit herbs of heaven and earth. Now I understand, senior brother. I have been enlightened. Had it not been for your guidance, I might have remained in ignorance for a lifetime. Chen Sun wiped the sweat from his brow, increasingly realizing the missteps he had taken. It puzzled him why the spirit herbs in the garden were not allowed to mature indefinitely. Now he understood the reason. Jing Huang smiled slightly. Filling Chun Sun's cup with spirit tea, he had other matters to attend to, and today's invitation was also to express his gratitude. Senior brother Jing, I shall not intrude any longer. Chun Sun said as he rose, cupping his hands in farewell, the tea brimming in his cup, serving as a polite gesture of departure. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer, junior brother. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to visit me in my cave. Jing Huang nodded calmly, appreciating that Chun Sun understood the boundaries and never pried excessively into the ways of alchemy, only asking about minor matters. Chun Sun smiled faintly. Turning to leave, he glanced at the great black bull outside the cave, which was pondering over a large pile of timber. He halted in his tracks and called back. Senior brother Jing, what is it, junior brother? What is the wood outside? I see many of my fellow disciples have it in front of their caves. That is wood from the crane spirit tree, used for crafting medicine boxes or storing elixirs. It can be found in many areas of the Yuzhu mountain range. What? Chun Sun's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, unable to believe it, realizing he had been foolish for so many years. His eyelids flickered violently, accompanied by involuntary spasms in his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Junior brother Chun? On the way, the great black bull carried Chun Sun on its back, who gazed vacantly at the sky. Feeling as though ants were crawling all over his body, his anger mounting within him, and the axe at his waist glimmering ominously, the great black bull frequently glanced back at Chun Sun, realizing that this time they had truly suffered a significant loss. In their poverty-stricken past, they had to reclaim the medicine boxes after selling a spirit herb, only to discover that such spirit trees could be found everywhere in areas abundant with spiritual energy. Their hearts were heavy with the weight of this realization. Old bull, Chun Sun suddenly shouted from the bull's back, let us go chop some trees. Damn it, from now on everything, our bowls, spoons, pig pens, chicken coops, and everything else will be made from this crane spirit tree. Otherwise, how can we pursue enlightenment? How can we cultivate? And how can we continue living like this? Moo. Both man and bull, filled with righteous fury, plunged into the mountains, swinging their axes at the sight of the crane's spirit trees, sending resounding booms echoing through the mountains. Together, they heaved large piles of timber back to the medicinal garden, drawing astonished glances from passing disciples, who speculated that this elder must be practicing some grand wood-based technique. Outside the medicinal garden, the gatekeepers, startled, trembled at the sight. What an unusual spectacle! A man with several massive logs resting on his shoulders, while the great black bull carried an additional 6 or 7. If not for their clear senses, one might mistake them for 2 massive logs walking on their own. Junior brother, what is your intent? One could not help but inquire, are you planning to practice mortal martial arts in the realm of cultivation? Senior brother, we mean no harm. Chopping what allows our thoughts to flow freely, Chun Sun replied, his forehead bulging with veins, smiling as he nodded. Old bull, let us go. The great black bull echoed, though the guards were far apart. They shook their heads and sighed at Chun Sun's appearance, realizing that those who could cultivate the water spirit technique to the second level often possessed peculiar personalities in the days that followed. Chen Sun and the Great Black Bull added a new recreational activity to their routine: logging in the mountains. The medicinal garden became piled high with crane spirit tree timber, steadily growing taller. And their spirits lifted as they began crafting various tools, the sounds of their work resonating throughout the medicinal garden. Time flew swiftly, and Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull no longer felt the probing force of the formation surrounding them. Yet, they remained cautious, continuing to diligently perform their tasks. Today, under a bright sky, the shrill cries of eagles echoed in the air as 5 azure cliff eagles soared across the heavens. After half a year, the disciples who ventured to the southern Dipper Mountain finally returned, filled with anticipation, while the elders of the sect awaited them with eager hearts. The azure cliff eagles landed before the main hall of the sect. And this year, less than 100 disciples had survived the ordeal, a devastating loss, but the harvest of spirit herbs had been quite fruitful. The sect leader and elders offered words of encouragement to the remaining disciples, who descended the mountain in solemn silence. Many bore signs of bloodshed, their eyes occasionally flashing with cold light. Following the elders down the mountain, they remained silent. This year's competition had been particularly brutal, with some disciples from the 10 great sects even resorting to using high-quality, yellow-grade magical artifacts, which no one could withstand. At the base of the sect leader's peak, a figure led a black bull, gazing intently down the mountain road, seemingly waiting for someone. As the disciples descended, they took to their swords and flew off in various directions, yet it appeared they were still waiting for that individual. The Great Black Bull snorted heavily, watching the dwindling number of descending disciples, growing increasingly anxious. "Old Bull, I cannot directly offer Brother G the Foundation establishment pills. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for both him and us." Chun Sun's voice quivered slightly. Brother G might genuinely not have returned. "Moo," the Great Black Bull called out softly, realizing that no one was left descending the mountain anymore. "Old Bull, let us go, that we have truly done our utmost," Chun Sun said with a forced smile, resting a hand on the bull's head. "We have done what we could and must leave the rest to fate. Brother G has at least tried his best. He has no regrets, and neither do we." "No." The Great Black Bull nudged Chun Sun, its mood noticeably low. As the leaves rustled softly, they turned to depart, their figures shrouded in an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The blazing sun hovered over the sect leader's peak, slowly sinking as the few white clouds in the sky dispersed, transforming into a brilliant twilight glow. At the foot of the mountain, the setting sun's rays illuminated a hurried figure, who had lingered behind to receive private commendation from the sect leader for securing first place, thus descending a bit later. Suddenly, the figure halted, as if catching sight of something, with eyes wide in disbelief. He mustered all his strength to shout towards a certain direction. "Elder Chun, Junior Brother Nyo," a familiar voice suddenly echoed from a distance, causing Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull to startle as if struck by an electric shock. Their bodies trembled, their steps halted simultaneously, and their eyes quivered, caught in a state of half-daze. Chun Sun slowly turned his head, and there at the foot of the distant mountain stood a figure, Ji Kun. Countless words seemed to choke in Ji Kun's throat. His eyes glistened with a hint of redness, exuding vigor, while the numerous bloodstains on his body only served to enhance his masculine aura. The essence of his former self seemed to have returned. And despite his white hair, he bore no signs of aging. Ji Kun ultimately refrained from uttering a single word, merely nodding solemnly at Chun Sun. "Moo moo moo." The Great Black Bull, brimming with excitement, leapt up, its imposing presence causing leaves on the ground to swirl. Chun Sun's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips as he reciprocated Ji Kun's nod. He led the Great Black Bull away. And throughout their time together, not a single additional word was exchanged. Ji Kun solemnly clasped his hands in farewell, his gaze gradually shifting to his storage bag. The contribution value of this yellow-grade high-quality magical artifact was at least 3,000, redeemable only by a foundation-building cultivator. He had inquired about it months prior to his journey, realizing that Chun Sun had deceived him. The act of kindness he had received was enough to be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Kuan gazed skyward with a gentle sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. The path of cultivation was fraught with deception, yet encountering such a friend was truly a blessing, an unparalleled joy. Upon returning to the spirit herb garden, Chun Sun and the great black bull felt invigorated. They exchanged a profound glance, sharing a knowing smile, and decided to allocate their year's longevity points to enhance their magical power. Old Bull, I intend to concoct a foundation-building pill for Senior Brother G. However, it shall not be of the same kind we possess. Otherwise, failure is inevitable. Chun Sun stated earnestly, his brow slightly furrowed. The foundation-building pills provided by the sect may possess issues. I shall take the initiative to offer the pills and exchange them later. Moo Moo, the great black bull inquired anxiously, lacking knowledge of the alchemical arts. That tea might be a lower-grade product, but it is certainly not a high-quality foundation-building pill. Chun Sun replied in a deep tone, looking at the great black bull. However, this is merely my personal conjecture. Regardless of whether it is subpar, I must ensure its replacement. Senior Brother G only has this one last opportunity. He had not gone to the alchemy hall merely to idle away his time. He had learned a great deal, such as the 4 grades of pills: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. However, he had yet to hear of or encounter any information regarding pill patterns. And the matter of pill verification was still an area of exploration for him. Presently, he could discern the general quality of pills used in the qi refining stage, yet he remained unable to assess the foundation-building pills. Moo, the great black bull nodded firmly, determined to proceed with utmost caution to avoid any mishaps. We have deciphered the probing patterns of this great formation. We need only to avoid those 2 specific time points each day, and no one will suspect what we are doing. Chun Sun squinted slightly, observing the occasional streaks of light that traversed the sky, were it not for the warnings and concealment of the essence of all things. They would have been thoroughly detected long ago, completely unaware. Moo, the great black bull, also raised its head solemnly to gaze at the heavens, aware that there were malevolent forces present, far from the idyllic scenario one might imagine. Old Bull, let us commence our tasks. Chun Sun smiled slightly. At present, they had already cultivated a spirit herb that was 120 years old within a month. Moo, the great black bull hurriedly dashed off toward the cave they had excavated at the base of the hill, its storage bag filled with a substantial quantity of foundation-building spirit herbs. They had previously dared to uproot a spirit herb from the garden, and the great formation had not reacted. Changing the growth location was quite normal. As long as they did not take it outside or damage it, all would be well. However, if the age of the spirit herb was incorrect, it would then become the responsibility of those who harvested spirit herbs within the alchemy hall. The great formation did not possess the capability to probe such matters. They had also casually planted several ordinary spirit herbs, and the great formation had shown no reaction, seemingly only responding to those herbs recorded in their records. They harbored too many secrets and had to proceed with utmost caution. Within the cave, Chun Sun began to refine pills, controlling the pill fire with relative ease. This time, he did not combine all the spirit herbs, but rather distributed the medicinal liquid. The great black bull continued to cultivate spirit herbs nearby, occasionally glancing at books and reminding Chun Sun of the times to avoid. Time passed as Chun Sun diligently refined pills, experimenting daily. The quality of the pills varied significantly based on the potency of the medicinal liquids used. However, they had yet to produce any pills adorned with patterns like their previous ones, with the presence of divine consciousness. The success rate of pill formation had surged, allowing him to precisely control the spirit herbs within the alchemy furnace. His alchemical techniques, combined with the enhancement of the pill fire, had reached a rather formidable level. After several months, the foundation-building pills were completed within the alchemy hall. Chun Sun volunteered to deliver a foundation-building pill to Ji Kuan, stating that they had come from the 9-Star Valley to bid him farewell. The elders had no objections. Such a favor was only natural, and delivering a foundation-building pill to a loose cultivator bore no disadvantages. After all, most individuals experience failure at the foundation-building stage, and there had previously been resentment within the sect due to such matters. They entrusted Chun Sun with a jade vial containing a glossy, pitch-black foundation-building pill. The Wien sect upheld strict regulations, meticulously investigating any instances of corruption, should it be discovered that the foundation-building pill had not reached the disciples' hands. The culprit would face imprisonment in the law enforcement hall at best, and at worst, have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect if such a trend were to take hold. Who would still be willing to serve the sect, leading to a situation where there would be no successors? Not everyone could rely solely on talent to advance to foundation building. Chun Sun, accompanied by the great black bull, soared through the skies on their sword. The pill within the vial had been switched. It was now a white, patternless foundation-building pill that Chun Sun had coated in a dark liquid. They returned to the familiar old house, where Ji Kun awaited, his demeanor sharp yet composed, patiently anticipating Chun Sun's arrival. Whoosh! A streak of sword light descended from the distant horizon, and Ji Kun smiled, recognizing the large dark figure that could only belong to his bull junior, who always preferred to linger behind Chun Sun. Ji Kun, Chun Sun exclaimed upon seeing the silhouette before the house, bursting into laughter. Master Chun, Ji Kun deeply bowed, his hands clasped in respect. The title Master Chun held profound emotion, imbued with the weight of experience, acceptance, hope, and deep gratitude that we have come to deliver a foundation-building pill to you. Moo moo. They descended on their sword, their eyes gleaming with joy as they prepared to hand the jade vial to Ji Kun. However, Ji Kun remained bent over, for this foundation-building pill had lost much of its significance to him. Even if he could not achieve foundation building, having a friend like Chun Sun in his life would leave him with no regrets. Quickly, take it. Chun Sun used a spell to lift him up, but he and the great black bull suddenly recoiled in shock, their eyes widening at that moment. Ji Kun was weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Yet he remained utterly silent, even sniffling audibly. The scene was so poignant that Chun Sun and the great black bull could not help but tremble with suppressed laughter, though they maintained their composure and respect for Ji Kun. Quickly, remember you still owe me 2,000 contributions. Chun Sun chuckled, producing a silk pouch from his storage bag. If Ji Kun succeeded in foundation building, he could open it later and destroy the contents. Yes, Master Chun, Ji Kun replied cautiously. Accepting the pouch without questioning its purpose, he retrieved a magical artifact from his storage bag. Master Chun, this is yours, but I shall never default on those several thousand contributions. Ah, what use do we have for magical artifacts in the Spirit Herb Garden? Just return the contributions to us later. Moo moo. Chun Sun and the great black bull both shook their heads. Indifferent to the matter, Ji Kun frowned, determined to return this magical artifact to Chun Sun today. Yet before he could act, Chun Sun let out a sharp cry. Old bull, ascend the sword. Quickly retreat. Moo. Whoosh, whoosh. A cloud of dust swirled as Ji Kun found himself engulfed in a cloud of dirt. Standing in stunned silence as he watched Chun Sun and the great black bull vanish into the horizon, left speechless, truly taken aback by their swift and carefree departure. Master Chun, Bull Jr., who exactly are you? Ji Kun gazed at the skies, a faint smile gracing his lips, warmth flooding his heart. Rather than returning to the Spirit Herb Garden, Chun Sun and the great black bull headed to the alchemy hall. Having heard that Sister Zhuo was present today, she was an adept alchemist, and many inner disciples owed their foundation-building pills to her expertise. Old bull, be a bit more expressive. Yes, add a touch of sorrow. Chun Sun gestured, adjusting the bull's head as the great black bull drooped its head, eyes filled with desolation, softly mooing. Beautiful. That's it. Chun Sun cleared his throat and, having spoken, immediately changed his demeanor, resembling someone whose family had just suffered the loss of a prized ox. He led the great black bull into the grand hall. Weeping like a mourner, a palpable air of desolation and despair enveloped them, startling the disciples who passed by. They wondered what had befallen their master and his spirit beast. Upon hearing that Chun Sun sought an audience, Zhuo Ying was equally taken aback by their appearance. Could it be that the Spirit Herb Garden had been destroyed? To her astonishment, Chun Sun remarked, Senior Sister Zhuo, this situation is truly regrettable. The cultivation methods within the contribution hall are exorbitantly priced and do not align with my constitution. Might there be any common foundational cultivation techniques available? Zhuo Ying was genuinely amused by Chun Sun's plight. Her eyes sparkling like clear water, and a graceful smile graced her lips as she replied, I must admit, I overlooked this when you first joined. There are too few with the 5 elemental spiritual roots to warrant such methods being prepared in the sect's Great Hall. Chun Sun awkwardly clasped his hands, acutely aware that such techniques were far too rudimentary to even be considered by the sect's Great Hall. Junior brother, please wait a moment, Zheng softly urged, and with a waft of fragrant air, she vanished in an instant. However, Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull were left astonished, their eyelids twitching at the display of movement. Was this the nature of body techniques? They yearned to integrate their strength and speed into foundational spells, yet they had yet to discover a method to do so. Before long, Ying returned, holding a tome of cultivation methods. Junior brother Chun Sun, I present you with the 100 Refinements 5 Elements technique. Although foundational cultivation methods often included unique spells, this particular volume lacked any extraordinary features, but did come with a minor movement technique known as the 5-element shadow escape. I believe it is quite suitable for someone like you, who cultivates spirit herbs. Though your combat prowess may be lacking, possessing a body technique will afford you greater means of self-preservation when leaving the mountain. With a gesture, the tome floated gracefully into Chun Sun's hands. Both he and the Great Black Bull were deeply touched, and he solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister Zhua, for your generous gift of this technique. While women might hinder their cultivation speed, a wealthy benefactor would not, as she would merely procure a superior method for herself. Moo moo, the Great Black Bull lowered its head in gratitude, continually thanking Senior Sister Zhua, truly deserving of her role as Deputy Peak Master, for her thoroughness in handling matters. This technique is well within your reach. It is not particularly precious. Go ahead. Ying smiled gently, noting that similar techniques were plentiful, and the methods for 5 elemental spiritual roots were increasingly disregarded. With the advancement of the cultivation world and the depletion of resources, the era was no longer what it had been tens of thousands of years ago. Many spirit herbs had become extinct, and those with 5 elemental roots found it difficult even to establish a foundation. Many prominent figures in the Qian kingdom had come to the same conclusion. The extensive depletion of ancient cultivation resources was largely due to the resource-hungry 5 elemental hybrid root cultivators, who were numerous and wasteful. From a myriad of foundational techniques that had been passed down, their conjectures were far from baseless. These techniques were not only common, but also quite ineffective. Yet, to Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull, it felt as if they had discovered treasure, and they continually marveled at the kindness of others, vowing to remember this favor. Old Bull, do you see why we cannot become Deputy Peak Masters while my senior sister can? Moo, because of charisma. Does the Alchemy Hall lack a cultivator of late foundational stage? No, but my senior sister is truly worthy of the position that if there were a vote, I would be the first to cast it for her. Moo moo, the Great Black Bull's eyes widened with enthusiasm, nudging Chun Sun as it too wished to vote for senior sisters. Laughter erupted as they walked, a heavy burden lifting from their hearts as the matter of the technique was resolved. They strode joyfully towards the spirit herb garden. Just as Chun Sun was about to sing along the way, the Great Black Bull unexpectedly indicated it needed to relieve itself. Frowning, he wondered what this meant. He watched the Great Black Bull, which appeared distressed, its face reddening from the effort. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes. Sensing something amiss, he approached the Great Black Bull, who stood beneath a tree, and playfully sang. Listen to me, Moo. The Great Black Bull trembled in surprise, letting out a wretched cry as an earth-shattering sound erupted. Oh no. What the hell? Give me a break. Moo. The Great Black Bull bolted in a frenzy, glancing back as Chun Sun brandished a mountain-cleaving axe in pursuit, dust swirling, a murderous aura trailing behind. Countless disciples scattered in terror, witnessing their master's anguished visage, veins popping on his forehead as he chased after a frenzied bull. They only halted at the entrance of the spirit herb garden, where Chun Sun wore a bloodthirsty smile, nodding to 2 senior brothers nearby, then seized the Great Black Bull and entered the spirit herb garden. From that day forth, the spirit herb garden in Huiquan Stream echoed daily with the sounds of wailing and the Great Black Bull's tormented cries, as if subjected to immense suffering. Life eventually settled into a calm routine as Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull commenced their formal cultivation. Consuming their unique foundational elixirs, and absorbing the pure spiritual energy of the ley lines. Their cultivation steadily progressed, albeit slowly, yet they remained patient, savoring each advancement, discussing and solidifying their understanding. The Great Black Bull had become increasingly adept at writing with the technique of object manipulation. Each foundational elixir was taken with care, with intervals of a month or even several months between doses, entirely unconcerned with racing against the lifespan of the foundational stage. Old Bull, there is much to accomplish. We must adhere to our cultivation plan and avoid any hasty actions. Moo moo. They sat cross-legged upon the grassy expanse, eyes gently closed, exuding an enigmatic aura. There was no rush in their demeanor, and the surrounding lush grass swayed rhythmically as if animated by an unseen force. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull settled into a harmonious routine. Morning cultivation of techniques, meditative breathing. As Chun Sun would say, a day as planned begins with the morning, as the rising sun brings forth auspicious energy. The Great Black Bull held Chun Sun's words in high regard, often rising even before him. Its energy surging post-foundation, and its memory greatly improved. They no longer slept as long as they once had. This novel experience left Chun Sun in awe, as the transition in their lives was profoundly transformative. They spent afternoons practicing formations and talismans or reading, and, at night, they focused on body techniques and the foundational 5 elements escape technique, all while tending to the spirit herbs, meticulously filling their schedules with purpose. The wild boars and mountain chickens thrived under their care, and they had no intention of consuming them, bringing a lively atmosphere to the spirit herb garden. Unsurprisingly, the Great Black Bull assumed the role of their leader, guiding them outdoors daily, sometimes urging them with fervent moo-moo calls that made Chun Sun chuckle heartily. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Chun Sun and the Great Black Bull had allocated all 3 longevity points to their magical power. Meanwhile, order had finally returned to the mortal realm of the Qian Kingdom. Following the ascension of the new emperor, efforts were made to restore peace, deploying armies to quell lawlessness, resulting in countless criminals being executed in public markets. The clash between the Martial Kingdom and the Qian Kingdom had also come to an end, with both sides beginning to withdraw their forces, leaving behind countless corpses along the borders, the world draped in mourning. Yet the true confrontation between the two nations was merely beginning, shifting from the mortal realm to the cultivation world. The 10 great sects of the Qian Kingdom were now in a state of alarm, summoning many cultivators back from afar, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The Weiyun sect frequently witnessed golden core cultivators soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant, as an ominous atmosphere loomed within the sect. However, there were also good tidings. Figures like Ji Kuan and others had successfully established their foundations, adding several stalwart allies to the sect's ranks. Today, a man stood outside a cave dwelling, hands clasped behind his back. His features were chiseled like a sculpture, with thick, raven-black hair that appeared unruly, yet the sharp glint in his eyes commanded respect. Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Nyo, I have successfully established my foundation. Should anyone within the sect dare to wrong you, Ji Kuan will ensure they face dire consequences. Ji Kuan's imposing aura radiated fiercely, causing the ancient trees nearby to tremble, shedding countless green leaves. As Yu Yedong chuckled softly, Ji Kuan tilted his head slightly, his eyes flashing with hatred. Though he had secured a position among the outer sect's stewards, that woman remained under the jurisdiction of a certain elder. That Ji Kuan furrowed his brow. While killing her would be simple, managing the aftermath without leaving traces was troublesome. The faction of outer sect stewards was complex and vast, and he could not afford to be ensnared as he had been before. Junior Brother Chun once mentioned, once I establish my foundation, I should unlock this item. Ji Kuan solemnly retrieved a silken pouch from his storage bag, within which lay a piece of paper filled with words that it read. Congratulations, Brother Ji, on successfully establishing your foundation. However, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. She is but a mere female disciple in the Qi refinement stage. Why place yourself in perilous circumstances? As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, we ought to adhere to the sect's regulations. Upon reaching this point, Ji Kuan raised an eyebrow, recalling that Brother Chun had not spoken in such a manner initially. Doubts began to swirl within him. Should he truly relinquish his hatred? He found himself embroiled in an internal struggle, yet he was reluctant to disregard Chun Sun's intentions, so he continued to read on. The elder, back in those days, had merely been swayed by that woman's slander. Brother G ought to prepare a token of apology and clarify the matter thoroughly. It is believed that after Brother G establishes his foundation, the elder will grant you this courtesy that we are all fellow disciples, sharing the same external sect responsibilities. There is no need to sour relations. The road ahead is still long. Ji Kun felt a pang in his heart, his brow furrowing deeper. Apart from Su Yetong, he harbored the deepest resentment towards this individual. Could it be that he should seek to ally himself with him? Yet, Brother Chun was well aware of Ji Kun's pride, and thus, regardless of the circumstances, upon reaching that elder's cave, he must adopt a humble demeanor and avoid offending the elder. In the end, he hoped Brother Ji would remain steadfast in his original intentions and traverse the path of cultivation with unwavering resolve. Ji Kun read each word carefully, his heart gradually calming, his gaze becoming more profound. Between the lines of Chen's message lay a palpable warmth, impeccably aligned with his character. Anyone reading the contents would find no fault. And Ji Kun felt the same. He sighed deeply, recognizing that Chun Sun had acted out of concern for him. Given the considerable favor he had received from him, what was a little humiliation in exchange for setting aside his hatred? He promptly incinerated the paper and began to prepare his gift of apology. 2 days later, Ji Kun personally arrived outside Elder Dai's cave to present his apology, yet he stood outside for a full hour before being granted entry. His expression was slightly agitated, but recalling Chun Sun's words, he forced a smile. Inside the cave, shouts of reprimand echoed, yet each time Ji Kun felt anger rising within him. He remembered Chun Sun and could only offer smiles while explaining. Eventually, the shouts diminished, occasionally giving way to laughter. Elder Dai remarked that the past was behind them and acknowledged Ji Kun's thoughtfulness, genuinely perceiving his sincerity. The matter concerning the female disciple in the Qi refinement stage would also be overlooked. Lest further trouble arise, he was unwilling to lose face, and Ji Kun could sense his intentions. Nevertheless, Ji Kun remained unconcerned, asserting that his apology was purely for the sake of making amends, with no ulterior motives, and declared that he had indeed set aside his animosity. Elder Dai was greatly pleased with Ji Kun's disposition, his words dripping with the intent to recruit. This man was indeed a talent. Adaptable, having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. With immense potential, Ji Kun continued to laugh heartily, claiming he needed to deliberate, as the matter was of great significance, affecting his future, yet he bore no intentions of offending. Elder Dai expressed understanding, encouraging Ji Kun to contemplate, promising numerous benefits, each word imbued with admiration. He also stated that regardless of whom Ji Kun chose in the future, based on his actions today, all grudges would be erased, demonstrating what it meant to be magnanimous. As Ji Kun walked back, a profound expression graced his features as he continually reflected on each of Chun Sun's words. He felt as though he had grasped something, yet also sensed that he had not fully comprehended it, muttering to himself, in the end, to remain steadfast in one's original intentions. That is the present moment. The original intention must surely be to eliminate that woman and then join Elder Li's camp, his sworn enemy, a formidable force among the external sect's stewards, wholly unafraid of him. Yet, that woman is certainly not to be killed. Even Elder Dai can't surmise what he intends to do. Days later, Ji Kun officially declared his allegiance to Elder Li. Upon hearing this news, Elder Dai's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he found himself unable to attain tranquility for several days. Growing increasingly furious with each passing moment, in the days that followed, Ji Kun, hailing from a background of wandering cultivators, displayed unmatched courage and tenacity, showcasing a fierceness and strength that far surpassed that of sect disciples, continuously earning accolades for the sect, much to Elder Li's delight. Even during gatherings of the external sect stewards, Elder Li frequently extolled Ji Kun's virtues, asserting that such daring individuals were precisely what the external sect needed, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. Elder Dai's blood pressure rose even higher, his thoughts becoming more muddled, and he felt an overwhelming bitterness, for Ji Kun rightly belonged under his wing. He recalled Ji Kuen's heartfelt words of apology, which were indeed sincere, and the events of the past were shrouded in numerous uncertainties. Even the sect's law enforcement hall had yet to reach a conclusion. Gradually, Elder Dai's ire turned towards Su Yetong, for she had been the one to sow discord, costing him a formidable disciple in the Foundation establishment stage. In truth, Su Yetong was plagued by nightmares each night. As Ji Kuen's recent breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage rendered her life, as a mere Qi refinement stage disciple, gravely endangered. Yet, Ji Kuen had never sought to trouble her. Rather, her fear only intensified, as if he were wielding a dagger aimed at her heart. Her reputation among the external sect's stewards continued to rise, causing her to live each day in heightened anxiety. She felt it would be better to be swiftly eliminated than to endure this torment. However, she had already devised a contingency plan. Should Ji Kuen dare to come for her, she was prepared to drag him down with her, knowing that even in death, the sect would uncover his culpability. Yet, Ji Kuen remained silent, leaving her to be tormented by his soaring reputation, driving her further into madness. At times, she would appear disheveled, and upon encountering a man, she would scream in terror, in a frenzied state. She began to tell others that Ji Kuen intended to kill her, ultimately seeking refuge with Elder Dai. Upon seeing her, Elder Dai felt further irritation. Ji Kuen had not regarded her at all, and her shameless antics only served to disgust and repulse him. Subsequently, Elder Dai assigned her several perilous tasks, and Su Yetong ultimately met her demise in a tragic accident, her remains devoured by a beast, leaving no trace behind. This minor incident failed to stir any waves. The death of a Qi refinement stage disciple during a mission was far too commonplace. Meanwhile, Ji Kuen had an impeccable alibi for his own tasks. Upon returning to the sect, many who sought to curry favor with Ji Kuen remarked that her death was well-deserved, asserting that they had always known that Ji Shu had been wronged. In fact, due to her demise, Ji Kuen's grievances were laid to rest, with countless external sect disciples denouncing Su Yetong, declaring that Ji Shu was not the sort to be unjustly accused. Now, Ji Kuen was enveloped in an aura of malevolence, his demeanor cold and unyielding, paying no heed to those who sought his favor. Instead, he retreated to his cave, where an immense turmoil brewed within him, and his previously cold expression finally revealed a hint of shock. He had observed the various manifestations of her madness among the external sect's stewards, which he found quite entertaining, and he was grateful that he had not acted impulsively. If Brother Ji cannot return, I will assist you in dealing with her. When she vanishes, the sect will find not a single trace. Congratulations, Brother Ji, on successfully establishing your foundation. However, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. She is but a mere female disciple in the Qi refinement stage. Why place yourself in perilous circumstances? As a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, we ought to adhere to the sect's regulations. Ji Kuen continued to echo Chun Sun's words in his mind, his astonishment growing ever more profound, his pupils trembling in response to the memory of that eternally smiling, simple-minded junior brother who led the Black Bull. Perhaps I have overthought this. Chun Sun is genuinely innocent, Ji Kuen mused, shaking his head with a sigh, realizing how far his thoughts had wandered. It seemed he had spent too long among the external sect stewards, to the point of misrepresenting the most important person in his heart. He struck himself fiercely, cursing inwardly. Chun Sun represented the last bastion of purity in his heart, a sanctuary that no one should defile, not even himself. Yet, witnessing the woeful fate of the woman, he exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a sense of vindication. Now, he had allied himself with Elder Li, relishing every opportunity to make life difficult for Elder Dai. Due to his apologies and the fact that he had never acknowledged that woman, Elder Dai had, surprisingly, never targeted him. Ji Kuen found himself increasingly agreeing with Chun Sun's sentiments, relieved to have avoided significant troubles. Clutching a communication talisman, he made his way to the sect's medicinal herb garden. Today, Chun Sun was engaged in the absorption of celestial energy when the talisman emitted a faint glow, slowly opening his eyes with a smile. He realized that his senior brother Ji had resolved all issues. He personally welcomed Ji Kuen into the cave dwelling within the herb garden, where the latter was awestruck by the serene surroundings. They conversed at length, recounting their experiences over the past 6 months, deliberately avoiding any mention of the woman. Observing the nearby black bull with wide eyes, Ji Kun learned of the numerous perils lurking outside the sect, including the existence of malevolent cultivators. Chun Sun, thoroughly entertained, erupted with laughter in the cave. Initially serious, Ji Kun found himself repeatedly amused by their banter. How could such dire matters transform into jest when recounted by his junior brother? Questions such as whether malevolent cultivators truly preyed on cultivators, what they looked like, and whether they were clad in black robes while cackling, elicited further hilarity. The black bull, despite its shock, was also filled with curiosity, eager to hear more. Subsequently, they ventured to the contribution hall, unceremoniously exchanging items for the black bull without any pretense. Were it not for Chun Sun's timely intervention, Ji Kun would have exhausted all his contributions. However, in the eyes of outsiders, they maintained the sect's decorum. Chun Sun as the senior brother and Ji Kun as the junior brother, leaving no room for gossip in Ji Kun's heart. Chun Sun and the Black Bull would forever be his junior brothers. They were not adept at combat. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would risk his life to protect them. Even during the expedition to South Dipper Mountain years ago, Ji Kun had believed their success stemmed from fortune rather than mere combat prowess. Every 20 years, such fortunate figures emerged from various sects during the South Dipper Mountain expedition in the days that followed. Whenever Ji Kun returned from a mission outside the sect, he would seek out Chun Sun and the Black Bull, for it was the place where he felt the most at peace. Particularly, witnessing their well-being always instilled in him an inexplicable sense of comfort, making his struggles outside feel more secure. Chun Sun and the Black Bull, equally curious about the world beyond, relished every visit from Ji Kun, their laughter echoing throughout the cave. Ji Kun occasionally took the Black Bull to the contribution hall, prompting Chun Sun to shake his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Truly, you cannot be left alone, ha." Eventually, Ji Kun uncovered a significant issue. The Black Bull had yet to establish its foundation. "Fear not, my bull brother," he declared with a stern expression. "I shall strive to secure a future for you outside the sect. The Foundation Establishment Pill for Spirit Beasts will not cost an exorbitant amount of contributions. Senior Brother Ji, we have the Foundation Establishment Pill." Chun Sun and the Black Bull interjected urgently, realizing Ji Kun was prepared to gamble his life. Fortunately, after showing them the Spirit Beast Foundation Establishment Pill, Ji Kun finally relaxed. Nevertheless, he boldly stated, "Even if the Foundation Establishment fails, fret not. I shall be there to help you procure another." Chun Sun and the Black Bull were deeply moved, standing at the entrance of the medicinal herb garden as they watched Ji Kun depart, hoping for his safe return each time. They then turned to resume their cultivation endeavors as time flowed like a song. The seasons slipped by unnoticed, and a decade had passed since Chun Sun and the Black Bull arrived at the medicinal herb garden. During these years, the Wiyun sect mourned as a Golden Core elder passed away, leaving countless disciples in sorrow. Even a lifespan of 1,000 years could not withstand the ravages of time. The sect was shrouded in desolation, with a vital pillar having fallen, and many remained engulfed in grief. There was no tranquility in Wiyun's sect. It was merely the burdens borne by these predecessors that shielded the disciples from harm. Chun Sun and the Black Bull had performed rituals for the elder, and Chun Sun had crafted a wooden coffin from the wood of the crane's spirit tree. They carried the coffin while playing the swona and ringing bells, paying their highest respects in a humble village funeral. Though their connection was tenuous and their tribute seemingly insignificant, it was a gesture of heartfelt sincerity. Afterward, they prepared a large pot of food, letting the water boil, filled with boundless sorrow as they commenced their meal. They also infused their magical energy with the 7 life points, finally settling the debts of the alchemy hall, with the base salary combined with the earnings from the medicinal herb garden. Chun Sun calculated that nearly 1,000 contribution points were accrued each year. That IT was indeed a prosperous endeavor, sustaining themselves through their own efforts without resorting to theft, bringing them immense peace of mind. The Black Bull had successfully established its foundation last year and had even registered itself within the Spirit Beast Hall, now regarded as a being of status. Strutting with pride, IT continuously wrote in the dirt, prompting Chun Sun to call out Bull Brother to test IT. I in high spirits. He complied, causing the black bull to leap up in excitement, nuzzling against Chen Sun. Within the sect's medicinal herb garden, the once tranquil atmosphere was now charged with tension, as if the very flora and fauna were on alert. The black bull, eyes wide with anxiety, surveyed its surroundings, spotting numerous figures resembling Chen Sun, each wearing a bandit mask and smirking ominously. Some stood upon the water's surface, others on the tips of grass, while a few perched atop large stones. The bull extended its senses, quickly realizing that these Chen Suns were mere projections formed from gathered spiritual energy and magical power. Incapable of movement, how could the black bull be deceived by such rudimentary illusions? Moo! The black bull bellowed in fury, flames erupting from its body, and a central inferno began to explode outward under its command, unleashing a terrifying roar of magical energy one by one. The Chen Suns were engulfed in flames, dissipating into a cloud of azure smoke. The black bull grinned. This was the power of Foundation establishment, formidable indeed, and it had yet to unleash its full strength. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed, causing the black bull to narrow its eyes and stagger back a few steps, its body enveloped in a protective multicolored shield, deflecting a surprise attack from a mountain-splitting axe. This showcased the immense advantage of being at the Foundation establishment stage. As long as there was magical energy within, the shield could be activated to ward off lethal damage, and no longer was it the fragile barrier of the Qi refinement stage, which barely offered protection against wind and rain, akin to a mirror filmed out of course. If breached, it would spell disaster, but the physique at the Foundation establishment stage was significantly enhanced, making it challenging for ordinary weapons to inflict harm. Unlike the vulnerability of the Qi refinement stage, the 5-element stealth technique had seamlessly integrated with their speed. Previously, they often ran in straight lines, frequently colliding with trees. Now, they moved with unparalleled agility and controlled speed, even deeming their technique comparable to that of the esteemed Bai Shi, their former senior brother. As the atmosphere thickened with a chilling intent, sonic booms reverberated around them. An apparition of Chen Sun would invariably follow. Yet, the black bull remained unfazed, gradually regaining its composure. Chen Sun had taught it the importance of remaining calm during battle. Impulsive actions would lead to ruin. No. The black bull's eyes gleamed with determination as it detected Chen Sun hiding beneath a nearby spirit tree. In an instant, the black bull transformed into a streak of light, racing forward with agility, leaving behind numerous shadowy remnants and wooden avatars. In a heartbeat, it reached Chen Sun, launching a powerful hoof strike. However, Chen Sun revealed a wicked smile. "Old bull, you've fallen in my trap?" Boom! The black bull let out a startled cry, disbelief evident in its eyes as its hoof struck nothing but an illusion, then forcefully collided with the tree, leaving a massive hoof print that Shimin Hainyo. "Perish!" Chen Sun shouted, darting among the myriad of projections, cackling maniacally. Fireball technique. Chen Sun suddenly appeared not far behind the great black bull, and with a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrential rain of fire. Under the manipulation of his divine sense, it surged forth like a dark red fire dragon, leaving the great black bull no chance to evade. As if in slow motion, the dark red fire dragon rapidly approached the great black bull, the moment of collision imminent. Yet, in an unexpected twist, the great black bull's form abruptly twisted for reasons unknown. With a mocking grin, it seemed to scoff, "Who doesn't know the basic 5-elements escape technique?" In an instant, the fire dragon engulfed its body, dissolving into countless wisps of azure smoke. "Damn it!" Chen Sun exclaimed in frustration, realizing the West Gate Black Bull was indeed a formidable opponent. His sharp gaze surveyed the growing number of great black bulls surrounding him. Mo! With another thunderous bellow, the great black bull suddenly emerged above the water surface, its roar echoing as an indescribable aura began to rise. In that fleeting moment, 5 array flags were positioned in the cardinal directions. A tempest erupted, slicing through the air like a barrage of sharp blades, scattering countless Chen Sun into fragments of magical energy, gradually revealing his true form. "Old bull, you scoundrel! We agreed to forego the use of arrays." Chen Sun seethed with rage, enunciating each word. "How dare you play me like this?" "Momo, The great black bull replied gleefully, "You taught me this. It's called deception in battle. Strength that can topple mountains and a spirit that dominates the world." Mo! A cry of despair rang out as the great black bull was once again tossed into the water by Chun Sun. In retaliation, it executed a surprise attack, pulling Chun Sun beneath the surface, and they began to frolic and tussle in the water. Ultimately, due to his right to speak, Chun Sun declared himself the victor. Laughing maniacally as he splashed the great black bull, "Westgate Black Bull, you still lack the experience to play tricks with your brother's son." "Mumu," the great black bull responded, visibly exasperated, its nostrils flaring as it huffed in frustration. "All right, you win, oh. Really, come up quickly." Chun Sun slowly made his way ashore, his magical energy evaporating the mountain stream water from his body, a mist rising around him, rendering him instantly clean. The great black bull shook its robust head, disliking the idea of using magic to dry off, instead opting to bask in the sun while casually munching on a handful of grass. "Old bull, this basic 5 elements escape technique is truly remarkable." Chun Sun mused as he sat on the riverbank, taking a deep breath, completely astonished by the unexpected turn of events, which diverged entirely from their expectations. Oh, the great black bull nodded in agreement, reflecting on the matter. The original technique was not one of flying or earth-shifting. It was merely a minor spell of the Qi refinement stage, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements to transform into a small magical avatar, incapable of doing anything but confusing the enemy and facilitating escape. For instance, in water, it could transform using the essence of water spirits, and on land, it could do so with the essence of earth spirits, and so forth. However, they had not yet unleashed their true power. Their magical avatars were remarkably realistic. Although immobile, they could split into hundreds of forms until their magical energy was exhausted, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between true and false. Yet, if one were to inadvertently touch an avatar, it would simply dissipate into a wisp of spiritual energy. Coupled with the 5 elements escape technique, it was nearly flawless, allowing for seamless traversal among avatars. The ultimate means of retreat. Even the protective shield of the old bull benefited from the enhancement of magical energy and defenses. When Chun Sun had previously unleashed a full-force strike, the shield remained steadfast, only pushing the old bull back a few steps. "Old bull, let's not underestimate these Qi refinement stage spells. Mo, can you create a unique technique to benefit so many in the realm of cultivation? If copyright fees were collected, others would have struck it rich long ago.